Chapter 101. Caponia? Caponia Starwish? The two were standing on the street talking, when suddenly a passerby called out the girl's name. Sister Sahira? Caponia shouted in surprise. The two girls immediately ran to each other, hugged each other tightly, and jumped happily. Their laughter echoed in the street, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Sahira is a Queldorii with straight black long hair and equally black eyes, with a slim figure and elegant temperament. Her black hair is very long. Even if tied together, it almost exceeds her waist. She was wearing an exquisite magic robe, but it was not the purple that Kirin Tor mages often wear, but red, which looked both solemn and beautiful. The two girls hugged for a while before letting go. Sahira asked with concern, "Why did you appear in Dalaran? And your father, teacher, is he doing well recently?" "My father is also fine, thank you for your concern," Caponia replied with a smile. "I'm here to do something. We have important matters to attend to with Archmage Antonidas. But we don't know him, so we want to see Uncle Caeldats first." Caponia suddenly remembered that there were two people around her, and hurriedly pulled Alvin and Akali to introduce them. "Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is Alvin Priest, you may have heard of him. Known as the Miracle Priest, he was the one who rescued my sister and me from the hands of the forest trolls in Zul'Aman. He is my savior." Caponia happily pulled Alvin to introduce him, as if she was afraid that others didn't know his deeds. He was originally going to Stormwind City on a business trip, but now he has to come to Dalaran for some reason. "And this is Akalissa, Elvin's sister." Elvin smiled and nodded to Sahira. Akalissa also bowed politely at this time. Capernia then introduced Elvin. "This is Sister Sahira. She is my father's favorite disciple, working with Uncle Caeldats in Dalaran. She is older than me, and I always call her Sister Sahira. I have heard about Mr. Elvin's deeds." Sahira looked at Elvin with an expression of interest, which made Elvin feel a little embarrassed. "The priest who defeated the scum Aragil in Silverpine Forest, and then was active in the kingdom of Alterac. It turned out to be you. At that time, we thought it was an old man. An old man, but I didn't expect it to be so young." Elvin smiled a little embarrassedly. "Yes, that's all in the past. It's not as exaggerated as the legend says." Sahira smiled and said, "Don't be modest, Mr. Elvin. Many people in Dalaran know about your deeds, and some have even written novels about them." As she spoke, she giggled and gently nudged Alvin's waist with her elbow. "It's said that you and the sisters of the Xingyuan family, right? Ha ha, I didn't expect that you could handle that stubborn girl so Lanlian. You're really awesome." Alvin's face turned red and white because of what Capernia's gossipy senior sister said. Capernia's face was also red, and she chased her senior sister's waist to tickle her. After the two girls played for a while, Sahira panted and said, "Stop, stop, haha, since you're here, let me take you to see His Royal Highness the Prince." Sahira was very enthusiastic, holding Calpurnia and Akalatresa by her hands. Along the way, she introduced the two girls to various areas of Dalaran in detail. The three beautiful girls walked side by side on the spacious street, which was a rare beautiful scenery even in the magical city of Dalaran. Alvin followed quietly behind. "This is the trade area of Dalaran, and that is the bank." Sahira pointed to a busy market and said, "You can buy almost all the materials that mages need here, whether it is rare herbs or magic crystals. In short, there is everything here." Sahira pointed to a towering building. "That is the Library of Dalaran, which has a collection of countless magic books and ancient scrolls. Many magicians will conduct research and study here. But some of the oldest books must be accessible to mages of a certain status." After passing a quiet garden, Sahira stopped. She pointed to a tall tower in front and said, "That's Prince Caeldats' residence in Dalaran. This is a magic tower that rises high into the sky, with dazzling light flashing on the tower body, and strong arcane energy emanating from the top of the tower. The tower body is inlaid with various gems, each emitting different light, and it looks magnificent. As expected of the Prince of Silvermoon City, his residence is so luxurious." Looking at the magic tower, Alvin couldn't help but admire it in his heart. "It's good to have money." Sahira walked forward and knocked on the door gently. The door was soon opened, and a maid, also an elf, came out. The maid smiled when she saw that it was Sahira. They obviously knew each other. Sahira smiled and said, "I brought Miss Starwish and her friends to see His Majesty the Prince." The maid nodded. "Please wait a moment. I will go and report." "What a blessing! I am now Starwish's friends." After a while, a blonde Queldorii man came out. He had long golden hair, a handsome face, delicate features like sculptures, and a gleam of wisdom in his eyes. He had a noble and elegant temperament, and he wore a gorgeous robe with a golden ball on each shoulder as decoration. The man who came was the prince of Silvermoon City, Caeldath Sunstrider. He looked a bit like his father, but with more youthful vigor and confidence. Erwin was a little excited, but also a little disappointed. Why didn't this Caeldath have 3 magic balls on his shoulders like in the game? Now there are only 2 balls on his clothes. Could it be a copycat? Caeldath smiled and walked forward, saying gently, "Welcome, friends from afar." Unlike the Caeldaths that Erwin had in mind, this elven prince was actually very cheerful. Maybe it's because he hadn't experienced the baptism of the country's destruction and the family's demise. He smiled and said, "I have received a letter from Ramath, asking me to help find his daughter. It seems that he is very anxious." He turned to Caponia with a teasing smile in his eyes. "Caponia, what did you do to make your father so angry?" Caponia blushed slightly, glanced at Erwin, and lowered her head a little embarrassedly. "I didn't do anything. I just ran away from home. But I have written a letter to my father." Caeldath nodded and turned to Alvin, his smile slightly restrained, and his tone became formal and polite. "So, I guess this is the miracle priest who has been going viral recently. Mr. Alvin Priest? What is your purpose in coming to Dalaran? Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that Caeldath seems to have some opinions about me?" Alvin felt that there seemed to be a hint of unhappiness in Caeldath's tone. But he still kept calm, and described in detail the matter of Sergei's research on the plague with the support of a mysterious person. Caeldath's face became solemn, and his brows were furrowed, obviously attaching great importance to this news. "This matter is very serious. I will help arrange for you to meet Antonidas directly as soon as possible, and you can tell him about this matter in person," Caeldath said in a deep voice, and suddenly changed the subject. "I won't keep you here today. I asked Miss Sahira to help you find a temporary place to stay. Please go back." Alvin felt strange when he saw that Caeldath looked unhappy. He didn't want to stay any longer, and stood up to leave. Caponia wanted to go with him. Caeldath suddenly stood up, stretched out an arm, and blocked Caponia. "Caponia, you need to stay here." Chapter 102. "Caponia, your father asked me to send you back to Silvermoon City if I see you." Although Cael's tone was gentle, his attitude was very firm. "Your father and I are good friends. I will do what he says. Besides, I have always believed that it is not a good behavior to kidnap a lady from the home of Silvermoon City." When Alvin heard this, he was shocked. It seems that Cael's misunderstanding may have occurred. He thought that he had kidnapped Caponia. He was about to explain, but Caponia hurriedly said, "Uncle Cael, it's not like that. I ran away secretly by myself. It has nothing to do with Alvin." Cael's utterance did not want to hear the explanation. He shook his head. "I am just doing what your father asked me to do. You will rest here for a day. At dawn tomorrow, I will send someone to send you back to Silvermoon City." The atmosphere in the room began to become tense. Even Sahira, who had been laughing all the time, pursed her lips, looked left and right, and was a little embarrassed. She didn't know that her teacher had made such a request to His Royal Highness, otherwise she wouldn't have brought the 2 of them here. Free love is good. Alvin was a little helpless. His Royal Highness Caeldath's. Alvin knew that this misunderstanding might be difficult to eliminate, because the handsome but cold face of the elf prince made Alvin feel that the person standing in front of him was not a priest, but a thief. This look made Alvin very uncomfortable. But an explanation must be given. "His Royal Highness." Alvin walked up and bowed slightly. "I think you may have some misunderstandings. I left Silvermoon City with Miss Solanlian to deliver news to the Kingdom of Lordaeron. Later, due to some things, I decided to head south to Stormwind Kingdom, and Miss Solanlian returned to Silvermoon City by herself. It was only when I arrived in Southshore that I learned that Miss Caponia had run away from home and came to find me." Alvin looked at Caeldath and found that his frown did not relax. He continued, "With the help of Miss Caponia, we crushed the evil conspiracy of the Mage Silge. Because this matter involved the Kirin Tor, we deliberately took a detour to Dalaran to report to the Archmage Antonidas." Alvin tried his best to sound sincere. "Your Highness, please believe us. Caponia did make the decision on her own. I just happened to be there when she needed help. We have no ill intentions. We just hope to complete our mission in Dalaran. In addition, I have written to Mr. Ramath to report his daughter's situation, but Caponia does not want to go home yet." He clenched his fists and looked at Caeldath seriously. "Of course, I will return to Silvermoon City later to explain everything to Mr. Ramath and ask for his forgiveness." At the same time, Alvin looked at Caponia, who was stopped. She was angry and wanted to push Caeldath's arm away, but she couldn't push it away. "I will propose to Miss Caponia." "Wow." The room was silent. Only Sahira covered her mouth with her hands and exclaimed in surprise. But seeing that no one was talking, She felt that her words and deeds were a bit rude, and she coughed a few times to cover it up. But he couldn't help but wink at Calpurnia. Alvin. Calpurnia's eyes moistened, and she looked at the human man who haunted her dreams tenderly. She didn't expect Alvin to say it so directly, and the man's straightness made her both moved and shy. But there was always a hateful Uncle Kaledatz in front of him. After the initial silence, Kaldatz's frown relaxed a little. Of course, this is your freedom, I have no right to object. Kaledatz glared at Saphira, who was frowning. The black-haired elf immediately changed from a playful smile to an intellectual beauty. Alvin was shocked by how fast the woman changed her face. Could it be that there is also Sichuan opera face-changing in Azeroth? But I still say that since I promised Ramath, I will do it according to his commission. What you want to do in the future is your business, and it has nothing to do with me. Stinky old man. Seeing that Kaledatz was not moved, Calpurnia also got angry. She grabbed Kaldatz's robe from behind and began to shake it back and forth. I told you that I will go to Silvermoon City to explain to my father later, but you still won't give in. Let's see how I deal with you. Calpurnia said as she shook Kaldatz with all her strength. The elegant elven prince never thought that this barbaric girl could use this trick. Although he has powerful magic power, his physical fitness is similar to that of ordinary people, or even weaker than ordinary people. Although he is being shaken by a little girl, he feels dizzy. Stop! Calpurnia? You? Stop! Saphira and Alvin were stunned. They didn't expect Calpurnia to be so reckless that she dared to swing the prince like a tumbler. At this time, Kaldatz's long golden hair, which had been hanging on his shoulders, was already messy, and his meticulous robe was wrinkled. Even the ball used to decorate the huge shoulders of the robe was shaking, and was about to fall off. Nia, stop! Alvin and Saphira saw that the situation was not good and rushed forward. Saphira pulled Calpurnia away, and Alvin pulled Kaldatz away. The originally elegant prince disappeared. The one supported by Alvin looked like a sloppy big golden hair. You stinky girl, dare to call me an old man, I will tell your father when I go back and let him beat you up. The prince was defeated but not defeated, and he still refused to give in. Alvin was helpless. These elves, although they are already very old, quarrel like elementary school students, and always report to their parents. Stinky old man woo-woo. Calpurnia covered her face and cried. You all just want to lock me up at home. Everyone is busy with things and no one is with me. The girl cried and shouted. My sister is also on various business trips, and even the little sister of Windrunner's family has to go out for trials. She is just a little older than me. Since the last time Zolomon was in danger, my father has locked me up at home. What's the difference between this and being in prison? Kaldatz was about to retort, but when he saw the girl crying, he couldn't say anything. She just said angrily, Then you shouldn't run away from home. You should explain to your father. Father is always busy, and doesn't listen to me at all. Calpurnia cried and said, If mother is still alive, she will definitely not look at me like this. Everyone was silent when the girl mentioned her deceased mother. Kaldatz and Romans have a close relationship, and have always doted on his two children. But now being shaken by Calpurnia like this, it is somewhat embarrassing. Erwin helped him up and sorted himself out. I regained my elegant state, and was about to speak. Suddenly, the magic circle in the house suddenly lit up, emitting a dazzling light. At the same time, a strange sound came from the sky above the city, as if it was some kind of alarm. The whole city was instantly shrouded in strong arcane energy, and the air was suddenly filled with a tense atmosphere. Even Alwyn, an outsider, felt that the atmosphere was not right. Antonidas's alarm. Dalaran has been attacked. Kaldatz yelled. Chapter 103. It was Antonidas who sounded the alarm. Dalaran was attacked. Kaldatz knew the seriousness of the matter. The last time the alarm in Dalaran sounded was when Orrim attacked during the Second War. And this time it was Antonidas who sounded the alarm himself, which meant that the problem must be very serious. He had to put aside the matter of Alvin and Calpurnia and shouted to Saphira nervously, Go check where the enemy is? Yes. The black-haired female elf agreed, let go of Calpurnia, and turned to prepare to go out. Calpurnia finally got away and hurried behind Alvin. Alvin was nervous. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Alvin knew that on the eve of the second opening of the Dark Portal, Nuzul had sent his Death Knights to secretly cross the space rift and go to Azeroth to steal treasures so that he could open the portal for the second time. Among them, the treasure of Dalaran. The Eye of Dalaran was one of Nuzul's targets. But I never expected that the enemy would appear on the day I arrived. What a coincidence. But how should I tell Kaldatz and the others? Alvin was still struggling with how to tell everyone the news, and at this moment, the room suddenly lit up. A dazzling magic circle appeared on the ground. It's Antonida's teleportation circle. He's calling us over. Saheera explained. It seems that the Archmage has encountered an enemy. And it's a powerful enemy that he can't deal with alone. Caponia, you just wait here, don't go anywhere. Saheera, let's go. Kael'thas made a quick decision, and he and Saheera walked into the teleportation array one after the other. Wait, Your Highness. Alvin didn't expect Kael'thas to be so decisive, and he stepped into the teleportation array without even thinking about it. But as the light on the magic circle flickered, the runes on the ground began to emit a low humming sound, and the figures of the two gradually disappeared. Alvin still couldn't catch up to explain everything to Kael'thas. Now it was his turn to be anxious, because he knew that the enemy in history had succeeded in this action. Although it cost the lives of several Death Knights, it still severely damaged Dalaran and took away the Eye of Dalaran. Naya, can you repair this magic circle? Alvin suddenly remembered that his elf had repaired the teleportation array of Hilge before. Maybe this one is possible. I have to see it first. Seeing that even Alvin was nervous, Caponia knew that this matter was no trivial matter. He hurried over to take a closer look. No problem, I should be able to do it, wait a moment. Caponia said, as she adjusted the teleportation array, and soon she was sweating profusely. Alvin felt sorry for the elf sweating profusely, but the situation was tense, and he couldn't explain too much to Caponia. Akratasa, you and Nia will stay here for a while, don't go anywhere, protect yourself. Alvin said to the two of them solemnly, I have a feeling that if I don't go this time, there may be irreversible consequences. I go too. Caponia raised her head, and pleaded, while fiddling with the runes in her hand. I won't cause you any trouble. Naya, this time it really won't work. You've seen it. This may be a problem that even Archmage Antonidas can't handle. Alvin shook his head and said, listen to me this time. It will be better if I go alone. Okay. Caponia lowered her head in disappointment. It's fixed. Suddenly, Caponia shouted in surprise, it should be possible to teleport. Okay, listen to me, don't run around. The city is not safe now. Alvin knew the situation was critical. He didn't have time to hesitate. He gave the two girls a few instructions, and stepped directly into the magic circle. As a burst of bizarre scenes flashed quickly in front of his eyes, Alvin came back to his senses, and found that he had come to a place that looked like a warehouse. Looking more carefully, Kael'thas was confronting several strong men wearing black clothes and black hoods, exuding a rotten smell. There were two people blocking behind Kael'thas, one lying and the other sitting. Kael'thas was no longer the elegant elf prince in his daily life. At this moment, his hair and beard were all bared, his teeth were bared, and his eyes were flashing with extreme anger. He chanted the spell quickly, and every swing of his staff brought strong arcane energy, hitting the Death Knight's armor, making a deafening sound. The black-clothed men were wearing black armor, and their faces were blocked by hoods, so their expressions could not be seen. But you could see the blood-red crazy light in their eyes, as if they were a group of demons from hell. Alvin knew that these hooded men should be the Death Knights created by Gul'dan with his warlock companions. The Death Knight at this time refers to the living dead, who were resurrected by Gul'dan using the souls of orc warlocks implanted into the bodies of dead humans during the Second War. They have great power. The two sides launched a fierce offensive and defensive battle, but Kael'thas is worthy of being an old wizard who has lived for thousands of years. After a few magic spells, he forced the enemies to retreat step by step. Behind Kael'thas, a white-haired old man sat weakly on the ground, his face pale, and his forehead covered with sweat. His robe had been torn, revealing multiple wounds, and blood was constantly oozing out. But he still held the staff tightly in his hand, constantly gathering the remaining magic power to send ice arrows to the enemy to assist Kael'thas. It seems that the old man should be the Archmage Antonidas. Beside the old man, Saheera lay motionless on the ground, her long black hair spread all over the ground, and her body was stained red with blood. It was obvious that she had been fatally injured. Alvin did not dare to delay, and hurried forward to check the elf's injuries. She looked pale, her eyes were closed, and her breathing was weak, as if she would stop at any time. Her hands fell weakly on the ground, and the warmth of magic still remained on her fingertips, proving that she was still fighting hard until the last moment. The old man was shocked to see a strange young man coming over. He didn't know how this person got into the mysterious storage room of Dalaran. I am the priest, and I am here to help you. Alvin, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay where you are? Where is the daughter of the Starwish family? Kael'thas also exclaimed when he saw Alvin suddenly appear. The enemy took advantage of his distraction and stepped up the attack, making Kael'thas tight again. It was Nia who repaired the teleportation array. Only I came. I asked them to stay where they are and not move. Alvin said, "Let me see if there is anything I can do to help you." Chapter 104. While explaining to Kaeldats, Alvin quickly cast a powerful healing spell. Warm light flowed out from his hands, wrapping Antonida's body, and the wounds healed quickly, and the pain disappeared. Antonidas felt his body being healed, and his surprise was beyond words. This is really a magical power. I can continue to fight. The old man struggled to get up and stood beside Kaeldats. Kaeldats was surprised to see the old mage resurrected on the spot, and his state was even more energetic than usual. The two cooperated tacitly, and the situation on the battlefield gradually developed in our favor. Alvin did not dare to delay at all. He immediately turned to Saheera to check her injuries. The elf's injuries were extremely terrifying. Even though Alvin had seen many big battles, he was still frightened by Saheera's injuries. Her chest cavity had completely collapsed, and it really fulfilled the saying in the previous life. The front chest was pressed against the back. It seemed that she was crushed by some heavy object. Blood kept pouring out of her 7 orifices, and her appearance was horrible. Her face was pale, her breathing was weak, and she seemed to be hanging on with only one breath left, obviously at the end of her life. Kaeldats' painful voice came from the front. "Protect yourself. Saheera can't be saved. That's a fatal injury." Seeing his compatriot and colleague fall into such a miserable scene, Kaeldats was in great pain, and he turned all his anger into attacking the enemy. Soon, a death knight was hit in the head by Kaeldats' fireball, and his head and neck were burned to ashes. The enemy was suddenly horrified. At this moment, the leading enemy laughed, his voice full of ridicule and pride. "Death is just a way for us to return our souls to our hometowns. Now, our goal has been achieved. There is no need to entangle with you here. You will regret staying here." Ha ha! The Death Knight's voice was extremely unpleasant. Although he spoke the common language, his pronunciation and intonation were extremely inconsistent, as if a parrot made a harsh noise through its stiff vocal cords that had been dead for many days. The enemy's arrogance made Kaeldats furious. Antonidas and Kaeldats prepared to cast powerful magic to attack the enemy. Antonidas' staff flashed with dazzling light, and Kaeldats' hands began to gather strong arcane energy. The magic of the two was so powerful that it seemed to tear the entire space apart. However, just as they were about to launch an attack, a black light suddenly appeared above the enemy's head. The light spread rapidly, forming a huge teleportation array that enveloped several enemies. With a sharp buzzing sound, the enemy gradually disappeared in the black light and teleported away. The two people's spells did not work, and their attacks fell into the air. Antonidas quickly realized that the enemy's teleportation location was not far from here. He grabbed Kaeldats and said anxiously, "The enemy did not teleport far away, they are still in Dalaran. We can teleport to the enemy." The old man quickly cast the teleportation spell, and the two figures disappeared in a burst of light. Alvin did not have time to take care of the two people, and Saheera was also at the last moment of his life. He first tried the powerful healing spell, and the warm light enveloped Saheera's body. The wounds began to heal, but she was still weak and her vitality was weak. Sure enough, the powerful healing spell in the dying state did not work. Alvin was anxious and suddenly thought, why not try this trick? He closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, selected the skill icon of resurrection in his mind, and began to gather light with his hands. The light became stronger and stronger, and finally a huge dazzling light rose on Saheera's body. This skill should be regarded as one of the most magical skills in Azeroth, which can save dying people. The light poured out from his palm and gradually spread out, forming a soft and dazzling halo. The halo enveloped Saheera's body, as if it had life, constantly rising from under the elf's body, pulling Saheera back from the brink of death. Saheera's breathing gradually stabilized, and his face began to regain color. The elf seemed to have woken up from a nightmare. She suddenly opened her eyes, and found herself lying on the ground. Who was standing beside her? A human man, very familiar, oh yes. It was Alvin, the miracle priest. Caponia's boyfriend. Her brain was gradually filled with things, and she finally found that she had been resurrected. She checked her body with surprise, and showed an unbelievable expression. Wasn't I hit in the chest by the enemy? Wasn't I dead? Correct, it was almost dead, but not dead yet, and I saved him. Alvin saw the elf wake up, and knew the effectiveness of his resurrection technique, so it was not in vain. He wiped the sweat off his face, and said hurriedly, "It's not the time to be surprised yet. The Archmage and his Royal Highness have teleported to the enemy. We have to go over and help." Alvin pulled the elf up from the ground. "Do you know how to teleport?" "Teleport?" Saheera nodded hurriedly. I know a little bit. It should be possible if it's not too far. Not far, the Archmage said when he left that he was still in Dalaran. Take me there quickly. Okay. Saheera checked the magic traces left by the two when they teleported away, and then said in surprise, Not only in the city? It's on the top of our tower. Let's go! The elf said, pulling Alvin's hand. With a flash of blue light, Alvin's eyes blurred, and when he came back to his senses, he was already on the top of the tower in Dalaran. Sure enough, the battlefield moved to the roof, and the two sides were fighting fiercely. Beside Kael'thas, other mages who came to support gathered. Among them was a tall red-haired elf wizard. He saw Alvin and Saheera suddenly appear and frowned at him for a few times, but Alvin did not notice. Soon, another enemy fell. Your stupidity surprises me. Antonidas quickly adjusted his state and prepared to cast a powerful magic to deal a final blow to the enemy. I didn't expect you to escape to the roof. Here you are dead. However, the leading enemy suddenly laughed sinisterly. His voice was low and hoarse, as if iron was rubbing on stone, which was chilling. Idiot! Do you think we are just these few people? Before he finished speaking, something unexpected happened. Antonidas wondered if he was too old, and his eyes began to blur, because he saw a scene that he had never seen or even imagined in his life. Several black behemoths flapped their huge wings and rose from the edge of the tower top, and the black shadows immediately blocked the afterglow of the sunset. The wings of the big guys drove the air to flow violently, forming a strong wind that made everyone unstable. It was a black dragon. The appearance of the largest black dragon in the lead was shocking. It was huge, with the membranes of its wings covering the sky, and its back was linked together with thick black metal, as if it was some kind of imprisonment device. Through the gaps in the metal, you can see the boiling magma under the black dragon's scales, emitting a blazing light. It was as if the black dragon's body could collapse at any time, and only these metal chains could barely restrain them. Antonidas looked at all this in shock, and he was actually unable to control the fear that surged from his heart. He said the name of the black dragon, Deathwing. Chapter 105. Kael'thas saw that Saheera and Alvin were also teleported here, and was shocked by the resurrection of his companions. Before he had time to ask what was going on, what happened next made this elf, who had lived for thousands of years, show a look of fear on his face. Why is the black dragon in Dalaran? Did the orcs ally with the black dragon in addition to the red dragon? The mages stopped attacking and looked at each other. They were afraid that if they accidentally cast magic on the black dragon, these terrifying airborne death gods would be enraged. They could only watch the death knights laughing arrogantly and jumping on the back of the dragon. Deathwing seemed to hear someone calling his name, and his huge dragon head slowly turned, looking at the people on the top of the tower with interest. At this time, everyone really saw the terrifying appearance of this giant beast. His head was almost as big as the top of a tower, and hot red magma kept flowing from his mouth, as if he would spray disaster to the city in the next second. Alvin stood on the top of the tower, almost suffocated by the fierce wind and scorching breath. In front of the father of the black dragon, he felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Although he had a golden finger and full version of priest skills, he still felt as small as dust in front of this world-destroying dragon. Before, he thought he could run rampant in this world, but now he understands that he is still so powerless in front of the real world destroyer. Not only Alvin, but Antonidas, the leader of the Kirin Tor, also felt deeply helpless. He was elected by everyone to protect Dalaran, but now it is obvious that he can't protect anything. Everyone on the top of the tower felt this sense of powerlessness, as if the hope of the whole world was shattered at this moment. Deathwing's oppression was like a mountain, weighing heavily on everyone's heart. His huge dragon head swept across the faces of the people on the top of the tower, and when he saw the red-haired mage next to Kael'thas, he paused for a moment. When his eyes fell on Alvin, the huge dragon head tilted slightly, as if he saw something incredible. I originally wanted to burn all of you mages to ashes, Deathwing said, his voice low and threatening. Alvin didn't know how he made the sound. The dragon's mouth didn't move. But I seem to have seen something interesting. So let's see you next time. This time I give you a little lesson. After saying that, he suddenly opened his huge steel jaw. Thick smoke and flames erupted from his mouth, and black flames swept across the top of the tower, brushing against everyone's scalp and flying past, hitting a small island in the Lordamere Lake like a meteor. Boom! The island exploded instantly, and a huge mushroom cloud rose. The island had disappeared, leaving only a huge deep pit, and then the lake water quickly spread and filled the pit. Is this the power of the father of the black dragon? Is this really a behemoth that humans can defeat with their own strength? Alvin once again doubted his life. He just felt the oppression when the black dragon's huge dark eyes scanned him. He couldn't imagine that he could jump onto the dragon's spine of Deathwing like the Azeroth warriors in the game, knock off the metal block on his back, and then kill him with some artifact. That Deathwing was bigger than the largest transport plane he had ever seen. Each piece of metal on his body was as thick as the big iron door of the vault. Not to mention that he didn't have any artifacts like the dragon's soul. The arrogant laughter of the enemy echoed in the air, as if mocking their powerlessness and despair. The Death Knight shouted, "I got what I need, let's go." The dragon nodded its huge dragon head, and the huge black flesh wings flapped violently, and it rushed into the sky. The huge wind pressure swept in like a storm, blowing all the people on the top of the tower to the ground. Several other black dragons also roared provocatively in the sky above Dalaran, and their voices were as deafening as thunder. The black dragons circled in the air for a few weeks, and their huge figures cast shadows in the sky, as if the whole world was shrouded by their pressure. Finally, the huge body of Deathwing drew a black arc in the air and flew away, and the other black dragons followed and left the sky above Dalaran. Antonidas and Kaeldats barely managed to stand up, watching the dragon soar into the sky, but they were completely helpless. The Eye of Dalaran, they took the Eye of Dalaran away. Antonidas collapsed to the ground, as if he had aged many years in an instant. There is even worse news than this. The black dragon seems to have formed an alliance with the orcs. The old mage used his staff as a crutch to prop himself up, and the tall elf next to him wanted to help him, but was pushed away by the old mage. Krasus, Kaeldats, and the young priest, come with me, we need to sort out the situation here and inform the alliance. Alvin was sitting in a gorgeous room in the Violet Castle of Dalaran at this moment, and the air was filled with a strong magical atmosphere, fresh and full of power. The walls of the room were inlaid with glittering magic runes, and a chandelier made of magic crystal hung from the ceiling, emitting a soft glow. The bookshelves around were filled with ancient magic books, each of which emitted a faint glow. There were several people sitting in the room, and the atmosphere seemed a little tense. After all, everyone had just experienced a raid, and it was obvious that they had not yet recovered from the uneasy mood. The old mage Antonidas sat upright on a carved wooden chair with a frown. The elf prince Kaeldats sat next to his old friend with a serious expression. The red-haired elf Krasus sat elegantly on another chair, with a gleam in his eyes, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Alvin was a little flattered. He was inexplicably named by Antonidas, and brought into this secret room. When he heard Krasus's name, he was startled, but he soon reacted. At this time, Krasus was actually the human form of the red dragon Coriel Strass. This red dragon is proficient in magic, and has been hiding his identity for many years. He works in the Kirin Tor in the image of a human. No one knows his true identity. Kaeldats first introduced Alvin, and the old mage Antonidas, who had been frowning for a day, finally relaxed a little. It is true that heroes emerge from youth. The old man smiled approvingly and said, "This place is not far from the royal city. We have heard about your heroic deeds in Silverpine Forest. Sometimes I really envy this old man Fail. He always has so many excellent disciples. Turalian Uther, and now there is a miracle priest. This old guy is really lucky." Alvin heard the old mage scolding his big leader as an old boy, and he didn't know whether he should join in. He had to quickly and modestly shirk. "Excuse me, Grand Mage. I can't be compared with the predecessors of the Knights of the Silver Hand anyway." The old mage shook his head. "You don't have to be too modest. I asked Sahira, and she said that you used a magical sacred spell to save her. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I believe that this is definitely not an ordinary spell. Being able to save such a seriously injured person from the hands of death is enough to prove your ability. Then please tell me, why did you come to Dalaran?" Chapter 106. Seeing that the business was coming, Alvin quickly explained the whole story of Sergei's research on the plague in Nanhai town, and then handed the letter he got from Sergei to Antonidas. Antonidas read the letter and pondered for a moment. "I have been suppressing the research on psychic magic in Dalaran, but many people are resentful and secretly research it." He handed the letter to Krasus and others to circulate. "Sure enough, these dangerous guys have researched something. Don't worry, I will seize the time to investigate and find out the black hand behind the scenes." But the wrinkles on the old wizard's face were piled up together, and it can be seen that he was very distressed. "Now these things have to be put aside. I have to deal with the matter of the mysterious treasure room being attacked by orcs and black dragons. It happens that you are also involved, so listen together." Antonidas turned his head to Krasus, and his originally kind face was instantly replaced by anger. "Master Krasus, you have to know that you are a member of the Kirin Tor Council of Six after all. You can't always disappear when the Kirin Tor needs you the most. At least tell us where you are. The red-haired elf smiled gracefully. If everyone thinks that my service is problematic, I can resign. The old man almost died. Antonidas shook his head helplessly, and said, You know I won't do this. You are our most outstanding dragon scholar. Please tell me, why did the black dragon become an ally of the orcs like the red dragon? Krasis sighed, and shook his head again. I can't explain this either. As far as I know, red dragons are born to love peace and protect life. Their cooperation with the orcs may be forced, perhaps because of some threats or coercion. But the situation of black dragons is unclear. I see that their relationship seems more like voluntary cooperation. He paused, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Black dragons are cunning and treacherous guys. Their joining makes things more confusing. The motives and purposes of these guys are elusive. I need time to investigate all this. Time? What we lack most is time. Antonidas frowned. Dalaran has been seriously threatened. We must find a solution as soon as possible. Krasis pondered for a moment, and a relaxed expression appeared on his face. He turned his head to look at Alvin and smiled slyly. I already have a great plan. Alvin was a little uncomfortable being stared at by him. He squeezed out a forced smile on his face, but his heart was beating. No way, no way, this red dragon wouldn't want me to go to grim battle to save his red dragon queen. Having just witnessed the pressure of Deathwing, he already fully understood why his fake sister Onyxia repeatedly emphasized to him not to stay near the wetlands when she left. Whether it was to face the father of black dragons or to go to grim battle, which was full of orcs, there was only one way to die. Now, he just wanted to get out of this matter quickly and run away. After all, according to history, even if he didn't show up, there would be another red-haired wizard to complete this great feat. He forced an ugly smile at Krasis, then stood up and asked Antonidas to leave. My lord Archmage, I have said everything I wanted to say. I can't help you with anything else. I will go back first. I still need to find a hotel. Antonidas nodded and was about to speak. Kael'thas suddenly stood up and said sincerely, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Your brave performance today shows that you are definitely not a villain who would abduct women and children. On the contrary, you are upright and strong. I can understand why Caponia took the risk of running away from home to follow you. Please take good care of her. I will help you explain to her father. I have asked Sagira to arrange accommodation for you first. Antonidas was confused. How could the miracle priest become a villain who abducted women and children? Krasis laughed. Alvin was extremely embarrassed, thinking why this prince was talking about something else, but now, he was eager to escape from Krasis's gaze, and nodded to Kael'thas gratefully, then bowed and left. But just as he turned around and was about to leave, Krasis smiled and said, Pastor Alvin, I am very interested in your deeds. I will visit you at your residence, and we will have a good chat then. Alvin was terrified and his face changed slightly. I will leave soon. I have business to go to Stormwind City, and can't stay here for long. Krasis smiled. Really? I originally wanted to help your sister treat her physical problems, but it seems that I can only do it next time. Alvin was horrified and thought, how did he know there was a dragon beside me? He felt weak, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he bowed his head and said goodbye, and hurriedly left the room. Alvin walked out of the door, and breathed a sigh of relief. It was not a comfortable thing to be stared at by Krasis's malicious eyes, but he finally escaped. Sagira was waiting at the door. Seeing him coming out nervously, she hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Nothing, nothing. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. Now I'm being thought of by thieves. Alvin waved his hand and smiled reluctantly. Where are Caponia and the others? I go find them. Sagira felt strange when she heard what he said, but she was relieved when she saw Alvin's expression relaxed. I have arranged for the two girls to go to the Magic Inn in Dalaran. It's not far from here, and the environment is very good. Alvin quickly asked her to lead the way. On the way, Sagira thanked Alvin again for saving his life. Alvin waved his hand and said modestly, It's okay, it's okay. But he thought to himself that he also took the opportunity to successfully complete the experiment of resurrection, which was rare. Although it was a bit rude to the elves to think so, it was difficult to find a dying person after all. The Magic Inn was not far away. It was located in the downtown area, next to the trade area, but it seemed to be affected by the attack just now, and there were not many pedestrians on the road. The outer wall of the inn was inlaid with flashing magic runes, and a lantern made of magic crystal was hung at the door, emitting a soft light. The lintel was engraved with a complex magic circle, as if welcoming every guest who came. Alvin pushed the door, and found that the interior of the inn was also full of magic. The walls were hung with various magic scrolls and strange decorations, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance. There is also a huge magic fountain in the center of the hall, and the water flows in the air to form various wonderful patterns. Wouldn't it be too damp to put a fountain in the hall? In contrast to the open space outside, many people crowded in the lobby of the hotel, with serious expressions, asking each other what happened. Seeing a human priest push the door in, everyone was stunned at first, and looked at Alvin, but soon they went back to chatting about their own things. Sahira took him upstairs directly, and finally found two girls in the room. Akalatasa was burying her head in the quilt, but was exposed outside the cup, and she was shivering, obviously very frightened. Calpurnia comforted her at the side without knowing why, whispering something. Chapter 107. Alvin walked into the room. When Calpurnia saw him coming back, she finally smiled on her anxious face. What happened? I heard a huge explosion and roar. The elf asked in a low voice. Then Akalissa suddenly started shaking as if she had seen a ghost, hid her head in the quilt, and refused to come out no matter what. Alvin smiled bitterly. He remembered that the last time Akalissa met Katrana, the Black Dragon Princess Onyxia, she was so scared that she couldn't move like a mouse seeing a cat. This time, knowing that he and the famous Black Dragon father, Deathwing, were in the same city, it was good enough that he was not scared to death. He sat down by the bed, comforting Akalissa while explaining the attack to Calpurnia. The enemy launched a surprise attack and allegedly stole a treasure called the Eye of Dalaran. Just when Archmage Antonidas was about to defeat the enemy, Deathwing suddenly appeared in Dalaran. Elvin was still in shock. To be honest, I thought all of us were doomed. Now we can sit here and talk peacefully, maybe just because we are lucky. Maybe that guy is in a good mood these 2 days. After the Black Dragons appeared, they took away the enemy, and then the Black Dragons were like this. Elvin opened his mouth like a giant dragon. A huge fireball spewed out of his mouth, brushed past our scalps, and destroyed a small island in the Lordamer Lake. He smiled bitterly and said, the huge explosion you heard came from there. Akali Tasha should have sensed the Black Dragon, so she was afraid. She has always been instinctively sensitive to danger. Caponia covered her mouth with both hands in shock, unable to speak. She hurriedly grabbed Sahira's hand and asked, Sister Sahira, are you really okay? Sahira smiled and said, thanks to Alvin, you see I'm fine now. I told you that Alvin is very capable, now you all believe it, right? Caponia was very proud of this. The elf turned his head to face Alvin and asked with a smile, then, who is Deathwing? Sahira and Alvin looked at each other, and Akalitha and the quilt trembled even more when she heard the name. Alvin patted his head and recovered from the initial shock. I said I would teach you a lesson in history. Sister Sahira. Look, Alvin said I was not good at history again. Do you know who Deathwing is? Well, I have heard a little about him. Deathwing, also known as the Black Dragon King Neltharion, may be the most powerful creature in the world. A dragon? I haven't seen a dragon yet, so I don't know what it looks like. Caponia nodded, but soon she asked in confusion, what exactly is the Eye of Dalaran? Even Alvin couldn't explain it now. He and Caponia looked at Sahira, waiting for her explanation. Sahira sighed and began to tell the origin of the Eye of Dalaran. The Eye of Dalaran is a piece of jewelry with powerful magical power. It can increase a person's magical power. At this time, Alvin suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly said to Caponia, Prince Kael'dats has agreed to let you follow me. He said he would explain it to your father in person. Now Caponia was finally happy. She was still worried that she would be sent back to Silvermoon City by Kael'dats. After all, in the heart of this little elf, her father Ramath might be a more terrifying existence than the Black Dragon. A long-lost smile appeared on her face. Akalissa was still shivering with her head buried in the quilt. Alvin gently patted Akalissa's back and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, the Black Dragon has left, and the city is safe now. Akalissa finally got out of the quilt. Her hair was already a mess, like grass swept by a storm. Her face was still a little pale, but the fear in her eyes gradually dissipated. Alvin suddenly thought of the malicious look of the red-haired elf. Akali, I want to confirm one thing with you. Do you know Krasis? Akalissa shook her head, her eyes full of confusion. Strange, Akalissa doesn't know Krasis. Why does Krasis know Akalissa? Alvin was about to continue asking questions when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Excuse me, is Mr. Alvin Priest here? The waiter's voice came through the heavy wooden door. A mage named Krasis has come to the lobby, looking for you and your sister. Alvin's heart sank suddenly, and the expression on his face froze instantly. How did he come so quickly? He quickly looked at Akalissa and Caponia, with a nervous look on his face. Akaratassa had just recovered from her fear, and when she heard the name, her eyes became confused again. Caponia asked in confusion, "Who is Krasis? Why did he come to Alvin and Akalissa? He is one of the 6 members of the Kirin Council, and one of our Quel'Dorii, but his hometown is not in Silvermoon City. He seems to have left a long time ago. He doesn't interact with people much, and is a bit mysterious." Saheera introduced to everyone. Alvin pretended to be calm, and said to them softly, "It seems that he is related to Akalissa. I will take her out to see the situation first." "Could he be Akalissa's biological father?" Caponia asked in a low voice in surprise. Could it be that the biological father abandoned the mother and daughter, then regretted it, and wanted to take his daughter back? As the elf spoke, she hugged Akalissa in her arms. She held the girl's head, and shook it like a rattle, and her orange hair swung back and forth. "I don't agree. Akali is our family now. I'm against sending her back. Not even her biological father." Alvin's face was dark. Has this girl watched too many family ethics dramas? The small theater in her mind can make a movie. I don't think so. In fact, he should mainly want to talk to me. But it seems that he and Akali are related, so I want to meet them together. It's hard to imagine that a Quel'Dorii mage, who doesn't know how old he is, has any relationship with a human girl. He is indeed a man full of mystery. Saheera said the doubt in her heart. Alvin gave her a look that said, "Don't make trouble again." The black-haired elf smiled, and closed his mouth. "Don't worry, we will be back soon. Let's go, Akali." Alvin walked to the door, took a deep breath, and opened the door. The waiter stood outside the door, and bowed his head respectfully. "Mr. Alvin, Master Krasis is waiting for you in the lobby." Alvin nodded and prayed in his heart. He hoped that this meeting would not bring more trouble. He turned to Caponia and said, "Stay in the room, and don't come out. I will be back soon." Akaratassa nervously grabbed Alvin's hand, and followed him closely. Alvin smiled, and patted the back of her hand gently, then walked out of the room, and followed the waiter to the lobby. I want to see what ivory can come out of his dragon's mouth. Chapter 108. In the lobby, Krasis was sitting on a gorgeous chair in front of a huge magic mural. The tall red-haired elf was holding a cup, thinking about something, and seemed lost in thought. Seeing Alvin come in, he turned around with a hearty smile on his face. "Reverend Alvin, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon." Alvin forced a fake smile. "You still have the nerve to say, 'I'm afraid you ran over after the meeting over there was over.' Master Krasis, what do you want to talk to me about?" "I'm just very interested in your deeds, and want to talk to you. Also, I want to meet your sister Akaratassa too." The elf's hearty smile suddenly froze. The moment Akaratassa saw Krasis, this usually dull girl showed an incredible ecstasy on her face, and then tears came out. She almost threw herself into Krasis' arms, hugged him tightly, and cried. Krasis froze at first, obviously not expecting this. But soon, his eyes softened, with a warm glow in them. He gently stroked Akalissa's hair, his eyes full of tenderness. The incident happened suddenly, but Alvin was confused. He stood aside, with a suspicious look on his face, and a big question mark on his head. "When I asked Akalissa just now, didn't she say she didn't know Krasis?" Krasis and Akalissa began to communicate in an unknown language, and the sound was obscure and difficult to understand. Alvin knew that this was the language of the dragon, but he only heard some of it intermittently. It was basically Akalissa who introduced Alvin to Krasis. Krasis nodded gently, responding to Akalissa's words. After a long time, Akalissa came out of Krasis' arms. Her red hair was exactly the same color as Krasis' red hair, and Alvin had an ominous premonition in his heart. Krasis raised his head, looked at Alvin, and slowly said, "I am Akalissa's father." It's really a family ethics drama. It was actually guessed by Capernia. While complaining, Alvin put on a vigilant expression and pulled Akalissa to his side. "Look at yourself, a Quel'Dorii, insisting on saying that a human girl is your daughter. Don't talk nonsense, I won't believe it. Mr. Alvin, it's already this time, don't pretend." Krasis was a little speechless. "I know you know my true identity." Alvin was shocked, but on the surface, he still pretended to be ignorant. "I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I make it clear in advance that Akali is already my family, and I have no intention of returning her to anyone." Krasis was even more speechless. Alvin's words had clearly confessed his guilt. He understood what Alvin was worried about. "Alvin, you misunderstood. I'm not here to steal the child." Krasis sighed helplessly. Alvin was still worried. "What's your purpose?" Krasis looked around and said, "I suggest we go to another place." The environment here is really noisy. It just so happened that Sahira had arranged a room for Alvin, so the three of them simply came to Alvin's room. The atmosphere in the room was a bit awkward. There was only one long sofa that could accommodate 3 people. Alvin and Krasis sat at the 2 ends of the sofa, and Akalissa sat in the middle. Krasis was tall and strong, and it was a bit crowded for the 3 of them to sit together. Alvin looked at Krasis and Akalissa from the side, and their profiles just overlapped. I have to say, they really look alike, especially the red hair, but maybe all of these dragons have red hair. Okay, then I just say it straight. Krasis smiled helplessly, and broke the silence first. I am the red dragon Corielstrass, and Akalissa is my daughter. I knew it a long time ago, but Alvin still pretended to be enlightened, and exclaimed, "What?" This made Krasis unable to deal with it. He felt that Alvin's reaction was a bit too exaggerated. It seems that you have guessed it a long time ago. I knew Akali was a dragon when we were in Hillsbrad. I can also tell from Akali's attitude towards you that you should be of the same race. Who else knows her true identity? No one, only I know. Krasis nodded in approval. Akratasa sat between the 2 men and seemed to feel that the 2 men around her were a little embarrassed. She didn't know how to resolve the problem on both sides and seemed a little distressed. She had to hold the arms of the 2 men one by one. So tell me, what's going on? Alvin didn't want to make Akali too difficult in the middle, so he wanted to make things clear as soon as possible. Mr. Krasis, how did you know that I brought Akalissa with me? We didn't seem to have any intersection before. Your smell can be described as born in a dragon's nest. I am very familiar with this smell, Krasis explained. So I knew it as soon as we met. I was surprised that you actually had a very familiar smell on you. I really didn't know that she escaped from that magic cave. This may be the best news I have heard in recent years. When talking about the magic cave, Krasis became stern. But when he saw Akalissa, the mage's eyes became softer. Okay. Alvin sighed. Since you are her father, I have nothing to say. Akali is also my family. I hope everyone can respect her choice. Of course, I will respect her choice. Alvin, thank you for taking care of her all the time. Akali, didn't I ask you if you know Krasis just now? Didn't you say you don't know him? Alvin asked Akalissa. Ha ha, if you ask her if she knows the red dragon Corielstrass, she will understand. Krasis is my alias in the human world, so she naturally doesn't know it. Krasis answered, and Akalissa hurriedly nodded in agreement. Why can you speak, but Akalissa can't? Krasis smiled softly and explained, because she is still young, she hasn't learned much, and can only speak some simple words. Krasis stroked his daughter's hair, and suddenly changed the subject and asked, What do you think of the red dragon? Alvin's heart tightened. The more he said, the more mistakes he made. It would be bad if he was suspected of being a time traveler. It was better to be cautious and say less. Red dragons are a kind of giant dragons, accomplices of the orc army. Krasis nodded helplessly. Your opinion is very normal. In the last war, the orcs drove the red dragons to do a lot of bad things. But if I tell you that the red dragons were coerced by the orcs, would you believe it? Alvin remained silent without comment. Krasis sighed and continued, My queen was kidnapped by the orcs. Now there are only a few red dragons left in the world, who are still free. Most of the red dragons were enslaved because the queen was imprisoned. My daughter, Akali Tasha, is also the same. She is the queen's youngest daughter, and was also enslaved. I think you should be able to imagine what kind of suffering she suffered at that time. Alvin was shocked and felt distressed. In fact, he had a premonition when he first met Akalissa. The girl was covered with wounds, obviously abused by the orcs. He looked at Akalissa with pity in his eyes. Krasis continued, Just now Akalissa told me that during her last mission, her orc knight was killed by a group of dwarves riding birds. But she was also seriously injured, and eventually crashed in Mordarin. But she was afraid of hurting people, so she used up her last strength to transform into a human. But Akalissa was lucky. She accidentally met you, a miracle priest, who saved her from the realm of death. So, I want to thank you, Alvin, for saving my daughter. Thank you. Krasis said solemnly, Although the Red Dragon Legion has nothing now, I promise you that you will always be a friend of the Red Dragon Legion. Chapter 109. Actually, I have always had a question, ever since I met Akalissa. Alvin thought carefully, and expressed his curiosity. She has never transformed back into a dragon. Why is that? It may be related to the harsh abuse she suffered in dragon form. Krasis's expression became serious. The painful experience made her fear the fact that she is a dragon in her heart, and she was afraid of being enslaved again after becoming a dragon. Akratasah heard the conversation between the two men and tears flowed down. Alvin felt a pang of pain in his heart, and looked at Akalissa with pity in his eyes. He gently held her hand, and comforted her. Our queen, Alexstrasza, and most of her followers were enslaved by the orc shaman Necro's Skullcrusher with an artifact called Demon Soul, Krasis said, while angrily hitting the armrest of the sofa with his fist. This artifact has great power. It can weaken the power of the Red Dragon. It is because the orcs have this weapon that the Red Dragon army was enslaved by the orcs to do those bad things. I also learned this news after many investigations. Krasis showed a painful expression. But to be honest, even the queen was knocked down, and I must not be a match for the demon soul. Therefore, I can't go to that demon cave to save my queen myself. Irvin frowned, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. But when the conversation came to this point, Krasis looked at him expectantly again, so he had to continue asking. What should we do then? Krasis let out a long breath, as if he was relieved that Alvin had finally answered the call. I can only choose an agent to go and save the queen. And Akalissa may not be able to directly participate in the operation in the end, because as a young dragon, she is no match for the demon soul. Alvin nodded, and saw Krasis looking at him expectantly again. He cursed himself for being a soft-hearted fool, and had to continue asking. What do you want me to do? Krasis' eyes lit up. I hope you can be that agent, and go to grim battle to save the queen. Although this task is not easy, I believe that with your courage and wisdom, you can definitely complete it. Alvin was speechless. The real purpose is revealed. Respected Mage Krasis, or Mr. Red Dragon Corielstrass, I sympathize with the fate of the Red Dragon Legion. But you can see that I am just a weak priest. You can't expect me to sweep all the orcs in grim battle alone, right? Alvin spread his hands. Of course, I have just communicated my plan with Archmage Antonidas and Prince Kael'dats. They are willing to send some people from Lordaeron and Silvermoon City to form an elite team to escort you to grim battle. So you are well prepared. Alvin looked at the malicious red-haired mage, and deeply realized what it means to be evil in human hearts. No, it should be the evil in dragon hearts. Then, there is another question. How many elite teams are you going to send to carry out this mission? As expected of a miracle priest, you have seen through this, Krasis said with a smile. I will set up a maze, and send the other two teams to carry out this mission. Of course, the key is to help your team share the enemy's attention. Well, it seems that Ronan's team is our shadow dancer. This is the same as in history, but Ronan finally completed the impossible task as a cannon fodder when everyone was not optimistic about it. Even if I don't participate, I believe Ronan can complete the task. Alvin felt that there was no need to wade into this muddy water. Besides, the Black Dragon Onyxia repeatedly told me to stay away from grim battle. Refuse it. Alvin made a decision, looked up and saw Akalissa's expectant eyes, but hesitated. He and Akalissa have been together all the way, and they have established a deep relationship. The initial meeting was accidental, but as time went on, they gradually became each other's most trusted partners. Alvin remembered the time in the battle in Silverpine Forest, when he was knocked down by the enemy, and his life was hanging by a thread. It was Akalissa who stepped forward at the critical moment, and saved his life with her power. She even fed Alvin with her own blood. Since then, they have experienced several challenges together, and their trust in each other has grown deeper and deeper. Although Akalissa looks strong, Alvin knows that she still has many unhealed scars deep in her heart. Whenever she feels scared or uneasy, Alvin is always by her side to give her comfort and support. Alvin doesn't want to make Akalissa sad. He knows that she has gone through too much suffering. He hoped that she could find inner peace and strength and embrace her own identity again. Alvin made up his mind. Okay. No risk, no gain. No risk, no gain. No, it's getting more and more evil. Whoever wants to go into the dragon's den can go. Alvin spitted for a long time, and wanted to say something glorious, but found that he couldn't say it. He looked at Krasis again, who was covering his daughter's ears with both hands, and his face turned green. There happened to be a man who was interested in this here, which was a bit embarrassing. I agree. But you must arrange the best elite guards for me. Since you can't escape, prepare everything you can. Akalissa and Krasis both showed unconcealable joy on their faces. The girl threw herself into Alvin's arms, and hugged him tightly, and his bones were creaking. Krasis also showed a relieved smile, opened his arms, and embraced the two of them. Alvin, I admire your courage and kindness. You not only saved Akalissa, but also took the risk to save our queen. The Red Dragon Legion owes you too much. Anyway, please let me go first, otherwise I will be strangled to death by your two dragons before I set off. Considering the danger of this mission, it seems that Caponia must be arranged in a safe place in advance, or stay in Dalaran first. He could almost imagine what Caponia looked like when she heard the news. She must be angry, dissatisfied, and then crying. Akratasa couldn't go with him either. A red dragon had almost no resistance to the demon soul. Because of this, when Krasis proposed that Akalisa stay with him to learn the way of the red dragon, although Alvin was a little reluctant, he decided to respect her choice. Regarding the cannon fodder squad, do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Krasis said in a deep voice. I chose Ronan. Just as Alvin expected. Ronan, this name is not unfamiliar in Alvin's memory. He is a brave and talented mage, but in the last operation, Ronan accidentally killed his teammates because of a fatal mistake. So this mission is not only an adventure for Ronan, but also a journey of atonement. That's why he participated in this suicidal operation. Alvin nodded, full of respect for Ronan's courage and determination. Of course, there are also some apologies. The achievement of saving the Red Dragon Queen will be achieved by me, Alvin. Chapter 110. Mr. Krasis, I have seen the legend of the Guardian Dragon in the church's illusions. Alvin suddenly thought of an idea and suggested it to Krasis. But it seems that they have not appeared in history for a long time. I think if we can get the help of the Guardian Dragon, the success rate this time will be much higher. Krasis frowned and seemed a little hesitant. Guardian Dragon? I have to say that you are really knowledgeable and have a good understanding of the history of the Dragon Clan. Yes, they do have powerful power, but looking for them may waste a lot of time, and I can't guarantee whether they will lend a hand. I know it's difficult, but this is our only hope. If we can find the Guardian Dragon, their power will be the key to our fight against the demon soul. Krasis pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, I will try to find the Guardian Dragon. But you have to know that this may take some time. Alvin looked at Krasis. Since he decided to do it, he must understand all the details clearly. So, do you have any specific plans? Krasis nodded and began to explain his plan in detail. You go to Nanhai Town first. When the support from Silvermoon City arrives, you and the reinforcements will take a ship from Nanhai Town to Menethil Port. There will be another batch of Alliance reinforcements to meet you. Alvin listened carefully and silently memorized every detail in his mind. This mission is the most difficult one, since he was reborn in this world. The success or failure of the mission is related to the fate of the entire Red Dragon clan. Therefore, we must be fully prepared. Krasis continued, after leaving Menethil Harbor, you will have to walk the rest of the way on your own. I can't provide much valuable information, but you must remember that everyone in your team will obey your orders. Okay, it's just an infiltration operation behind enemy lines. There are only goals, but no methods. All actions depend on the commander's improvisation. I understand. I will do my best to complete this mission. Krasis patted Alvin on the shoulder. The tall elf was a head and a half taller than Alvin. I believe in you, Alvin. You will definitely lead them to victory and rescue our queen. Alvin took a deep breath. Thank you for your good words, Master Krasis. I will try not to let you down. Having said what he should say, Krasis prepared to leave with Akalisa. Although Akalisa was reluctant, she knew that her father was right. She needed to learn something that a red dragon must know. She took a last look at Alvin, her eyes full of reluctance. Alvin patted her shoulder gently and said softly, Go, come back, and help me after you have learned well. Akratasa nodded. Although she was still a little reluctant, she obeyed her father's arrangement and left in a sullen manner. When Krasis left, he suddenly stopped. There is another piece of news that may interest you. He turned to Alvin and said, 2 days ago, the kingdom of Alterac was attacked, and the Alliance troops stationed there suffered heavy losses. Alvin frowned. He had the impression that this happened in history, but he couldn't remember it clearly. Who are the attackers? The attackers are also Black Dragons and Death Knights, just like the attack on Dalaran. Krasis's expression became serious. They are also here to steal a treasure. Alvin's heart tightened, and he asked, What treasure do they want? The Book of Medivh. Alvin's eyes widened slightly, and he was obviously shocked by the news. The Book of Medivh? Shouldn't that book be in Stormwind? Krasis nodded and explained, Yes, the book was originally in Stormwind, but Paranold stole it and hid it in disguise. It seems that the enemy didn't find it in the end, and now the whereabouts of the book are unknown. Alvin pondered for a moment, and he had some doubts in his heart. The Book of Medivh is a very important magic book. If it falls into the hands of the enemy, the consequences will be disastrous. But in history, Nuzul did get the 3 artifacts and open the portal, but now the scepter of Sargeras is in my hand, the Eye of Dalaran was taken away by them, and the whereabouts of the Book of Medivh are unknown. History is moving in a direction I don't know. Erwin thought. Krasis nodded in agreement. Because of this, Antonidas has sent a warning to Khadgar stationed in Nethergard. I'm afraid that the Dark Portal will not be peaceful recently. Krasis and Akalatrasa finally left. Erwin looked at their backs as they left, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. Here, the Death Knights and the Black Dragons attacked together and kept snatching treasures. But he still had the task of saving the Red Dragon Queen. There are so many things to think about. But things have to be dealt with one by one. Let's focus on the current task first. Alvin returned to Caponia's room alone. Caponia and Sahira were sitting and chatting. Seeing that only Alvin came back, the elf hurriedly asked, "Where is Akali Tasha?" Alvin sighed. Krasis is indeed her father. Let's not talk about their different races. There are some circumstances. Anyway, he took her home to reunite for a few days. She will be back in a few days. Caponia was relieved, but seeing that Alvin looked worried, she asked again, "What else happened?" Alvin hesitated for a long time, and finally decided not to tell Caponia his real mission. "I have an important matter to do first, so you may need to stay in Dalaran for a few days. I will come back to you after I complete the task." Caponia asked, "What task?" "This is a secret of the Alliance. No one can tell it, otherwise I will be arrested and sent to prison." Stingy. Caponia thought about it, and finally nodded. "Okay, then I will study magic here for a while." "Well, you should concentrate on studying during this time, and make up for your history homework." Alvin smiled and said, "I may leave Dalaran soon. I will go back to South Sea Town first, and take a boat from there to the wetlands." Caponia heard this, and showed a trace of reluctance on her face. But she knew that Alvin had an important task, so she didn't say much. "You must be careful. No matter what mission you are on, please prioritize protecting yourself." "Don't worry, I will be careful. Also, if Akali Tasha comes back in a few days, please help me take care of her." Caponia nodded. "I will take good care of her, you sister, Akali Tasha, you are all my family." Chapter 111. Krasis soon sent a message saying that the reinforcements from Silvermoon City had already set out, and would arrive in Nanhai Town soon, so Alvin was asked to set off quickly. Alvin hurriedly packed his luggage, said goodbye to Caponia and Sahira, and set off for Nanhai Town. He had been away for only a few days, and he came back again. It was just that when he left, he was with 3 people, and when he came back, he was alone. He felt a little sad. In addition, Alvin didn't know who Silvermoon City sent last. Could it be Varisa Windrunner? I hope they haven't arrived yet. It's a bit embarrassing to let people wait for me in Nanhai Town. Soon, Alvin arrived in Nanhai Town. Mayor Marcus was already at the gate of the town to greet him. They were all old acquaintances. He walked up enthusiastically, smiled and stretched out his arms, and hugged Alvin. "Alvin, welcome back." Marcus said, "Yesterday, another elf lady came to town. This time, she looks very similar to the last one, but she looks more mature." Alvin's heart tightened, and he had a vague ominous premonition. "Mr. Mayor, did this elf lady tell you her name?" "No." Marcus shook his head. "She said she was looking for Alvin Priest. I arranged her in the hotel, the same room where the last Miss Starwish stayed. The last elf lady said she was looking for Alvin, and then you came." The mayor smiled and stroked his beard. "So I guess this time the elf lady is also looking for Alvin, and you will definitely show up, so I came to greet you." Alvin's heartbeat quickened, and the familiar elf figure appeared in his mind. "Thank you, Mayor. I go and see." Marcus patted Alvin on the shoulder and said with concern, "Go quickly. Although I don't know what your purpose is this time, I hope everything goes well." Alvin ran to the hotel. The townspeople on the road greeted him one after another. When he passed by Jim's house, he found that the people living in it were already other people. He went over to ask and found out. The day after he left, Jim sold the property and took Sally to Stormwind. Jim was really quick. Entering the hotel, Alvin went straight to the familiar room. His blood was boiling, and he just hoped that it was really that person. He knocked on the door gently, and the door was soon opened, and a familiar face came into view. Her long green hair was piled high, full of vitality like nature. She had a tired but still beautiful smile on her face. Her eyes were a little cold, and when she saw Alvin, she showed a light of surprise in her eyes. "Alvin, you're back." So Lanlian laughed. Alvin looked at her, and all the psychological preparations he had made before seemed to collapse at this moment, and all the prepared words were thrown behind his mind. He smiled slightly and nodded. "Long time no see, I'm back." So Lanlian's smile became brighter, and she gently turned sideways to let Alvin in. Her movements were elegant and natural, as if everything was under her control. The last time she partied with Solanlian, it was very unpleasant. The girl cried and flew away on the dragon eagle. Seeing her standing beside him with a sweet smile, Alvin was still a little nervous. Solanlian, why are you here? The king received a letter from Prince Kaeldats asking for help. When discussing who would participate in this operation, I volunteered. Perhaps you don't know what's going on here. This matter is very dangerous. I'm willing. Solanlian interrupted Alvin. Father received the letter you wrote to him from South Sea Town a few days ago. Originally, my angry father wanted to come here to take my sister away, but then he received a letter from Prince Kaeldats. Solanlian smiled and said, I really don't know what kind of magic potion you gave to His Royal Highness. Anyway, His Royal Highness praised your personality and ability, and advised my father to be open-minded. Speaking of this, Solanlian's face turned red. Later, Mage Krasis told His Royal Highness his request. We are all Quel'Dorii, so we naturally have no choice but to do it, so I signed up. He is not one of your kind, Alvin thought. I know this mission is dangerous, but it is precisely because of the danger that I must stay by your side in person. Solanlian said, as she took out a box. Look, what did I bring you? Alvin didn't understand, and Solanlian smiled and opened the box. Inside was the eternal light robe that he had worn before. She took the robe out of the box and handed it to Alvin. I set out as soon as I received the mission this time, and I only brought the robe. The perfect recovery staff is too big to carry, so I bring it to you next time. Alvin took it with both hands. What did your father say? Wouldn't he be angry? Alvin took the robe, and he could now imagine the angry expression of the Archmage Romans. Solanlian smiled and nodded. Yes, my father is very angry, and he said he would arrest you and lock you up for 100 years. Her tone was relaxed, but she said something shocking. Alvin's heart sank. In 100 years I be gone. He whispered to himself, feeling powerless. Thinking of the difficulties he might face in the future, he couldn't help but frown. If I go to Silverman City in the future, I really don't know what will happen. So you have to perform better this time, and you must complete this task and rescue the Red Dragon Queen. Solanlian was very determined. With such a great contribution, my father will also look at you with new eyes. Alvin's heart also ignited a fighting spirit. Okay, now the task of saving the Red Dragon Queen is related to the relationship between us as father-in-law and son-in-law in the future. In short, we can only succeed and not fail. What father-in-law and son-in-law relationship? Solanlian was so angry that she hit Alvin lightly. When do you plan to leave? I hope as soon as possible. This kind of thing can't be dragged on. There is always the risk of information leakage. Alvin thought about it. It's best to solve the task before the orcs are prepared. Okay, then we will set off tomorrow. The next morning, the port of Nanhai town was shrouded in a thin layer of morning mist. The air was filled with the salty smell of sea water and a faint fishy smell. The sun had just risen, and the golden sunlight penetrated the mist and sprinkled on the sparkling sea, as if covering the sea with a layer of golden gauze. Alvin and Solanlian had already stood on the deck of the big ship. The sails swayed gently in the breeze, making a slight rustling sound. The crew members were busy shuttling back and forth on the deck, ready to set sail at any time. Are you ready? Solanlian turned to look at Alvin. She seemed a little nervous and excited. Alvin took a deep breath and nodded. Ready. At this time, the captain came over and greeted the two of them enthusiastically. Welcome aboard. It is a great honor for all of us to have the honor of sailing with the Miracle Priest. Now we are about to set sail for Menethil Port. How do you feel? Thank you for your concern. We feel very good, Mr. Captain. The bearded captain nodded, and with his order, the sails slowly rose, and the ship began to leave the dock and sail towards the vast sea. Alvin and Solanlian stood at the bow, looking at the gradually receding South Sea town, feeling a little uneasy and a little expectant. Chapter 112. The ship moved slowly on the calm sea. The sun shone on the sparkling sea, as if countless diamonds were flashing. The seagulls circled in the sky, making crisp chirping sounds, adding a bit of vitality to this journey. Alvin and Solanlian stood at the bow, admiring the beautiful sea scenery. Alvin smiled and began to tell the origin of Menethil Port. Menethil Port is an important port in the wetlands with a long history. But during the last Orc War, the orcs occupied this port and built warships here. Later, the Alliance took over this place, and in order to commemorate it, they used the surname of Menethil, the royal family of Lordaeron, as the name of the port. Now it is an important trade and military base of the Alliance. Solanlian listened attentively and nodded. It is really a place full of history and legends, and Alvin smiled and said, "Obviously, you are different from Nia. Her history is very poor." So Lanlian blushed. "My sister doesn't like liberal arts. She always falls asleep in history class. But I'm afraid I can't compare to her talent in magic." At this time, the captain came over. He was a bearded Kultira's man. "It will take about a day to reach Menethil port. Are you used to life on the ship?" So Lanlian smiled and replied, "I have no problem at all. Life on the ship is very comfortable. I am a little seasick, but I can still hold on." Alvin smiled awkwardly. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a crew member standing on the mast lookout suddenly rang the alarm. The captain's face immediately became solemn. What happened? An unidentified ship was seen on the sea level. It should be a warship. The captain immediately picked up the telescope and carefully observed the ship in the distance. His face became serious. "That is the Alliance's warship, but it is full of orcs. Damn, it's the enemy." The captain put the telescope back into his arms, while loudly giving orders to the crew, and apologetically said to the two, "Unfortunately, we met orcs, probably pirates or looters, who robbed the Alliance's ship. It seems that I have to leave now." Before he finished speaking, the orcs had already discovered them, quickly turned the bow, and began to chase their big ship. The orcs' warships were extremely fast, and soon closed the distance. Alvin could already see that the orcs on the warship had already shown their cannons. In an instant, a deafening roar sounded, and the shells fell into the sea, stirring up huge splashes. But it was obvious that the orc gunners' skills were not good, and several consecutive shots were fired at very crooked places. The bearded captain laughed loudly, cursing the orcs for having assholes in their eyes, and not being able to shoot anything except feces. Seeing the captain calm, the crew gradually relaxed and focused more on the work in their hands. But the orc warships were too fast, and as the distance gradually approached, the enemy's artillery fire was getting closer and closer. A cannonball almost brushed their mast and flew past, and the splashing seawater soaked Alvin. Fortunately, the captain was experienced and calmly commanded the crew to avoid the artillery fire. Under his command, the ship flexibly shuttled through the artillery fire, but the orc warships were too fast, and they were still closely chased. Erwin had been chatting with the captain before, and the bearded captain boasted that he was a Navy officer before, served under Admiral Proudmoore, and participated in the Second Orc War. I didn't take it seriously at the time, but I didn't expect that the old captain's quality would be reflected when the war started. The old captain was still the best, and he remained calm in the face of danger. At this time, the old captain personally steered the helm and shouted to the two, "We have to fight back. Otherwise, these orcs who are raised by bitches can be blinded by a few shots. Miss Mage, do you have any spells that can attack them?" So Lanlian nodded. "Erwin, help me stand on the bow." The ship was moving rapidly on the sea, and the hull was shaking violently in the strong wind and waves. Erwin was holding the side of the ship tightly at this time, feeling his stomach churning and almost vomiting. He tried to steady himself, but the scene in front of him became more and more blurred. "Alvin, hold me steady." So Lanlian's voice came in the wind, firm and powerful. She saw that Alvin didn't hear her, so she shouted again. Alvin barely raised his head and saw that So Lanlian was already standing on the bow, her long green hair flying in the wind, like a goddess in the wind. Her eyes flashed with arcane flames, her hands held high with her staff, chanting spells, ready to cast a powerful magic. Alvin gritted his teeth and tried to crawl over. He opened his arms and hugged So Lanlian's waist tightly to help her stabilize her body so that she could concentrate on casting spells. The wind was howling, and the waves hit the hull, making a deafening sound. Alvin lowered his head and could only see the violent rolling waves under the boat, and his heart was extremely nervous. This is clearly the beautiful scene of Jack and Rousey in Titanic, but now there is no beauty at all. Alvin is so angry now that he just wants So Lanlian to sink the orc warship with a magic. So Lanlian finished her magic and shouted, "Blizzard!" A dark cloud suddenly appeared in the originally clear sky. It quickly gathered over the enemy's ship. The dark cloud flashed with cold light, and then snowflakes began to fall, as if the whole sky was covered with ice and snow. The orcs on the enemy ship were caught off guard, and were frozen by the sudden blizzard. They began to slip on the deck, trying to avoid the cold snowflakes, but to no avail. The snowflakes fell on them, and froze quickly, as if they were going to freeze them completely. The artillery was completely silent under the extreme freezing, and even the flames could not be ignited. "Oh oh oh!" A cheer suddenly broke out on the ship where Alvin was. The crew members witnessed this spectacular scene, stopped their work, jumped and cheered excitedly. "Great! Miss Mage, you are so amazing!" The bearded captain shouted excitedly, his face full of admiration. "It's simply the Ice and Snow Goddess. From now on, my ship will be called the Ice and Snow Goddess. Ha ha ha. Long live the mage. Miss Elf's magic is really invincible." The crew members waved their hands excitedly, as if victory was in sight. Alvin looked up and saw the scene of Solanlian casting magic in the storm, like a magnificent picture scroll, unforgettable. But the battle was not over. The orcs roared heartbreakingly, quickly hid in the cabin, and pushed all the artillery into the sea. The bearded captain's face changed, and he shouted loudly, "Not good, they want to reduce the weight of the ship and catch up with us by virtue of their speed advantage." He drew out his scimitar, raised it above his head, turned around and shouted to the crew, "Boys, draw your swords. Let these orc cubs know that the sea belongs to us Kultira's people. Send them to the sea to feed the fish." The crew responded one after another. Their morale was high, and they shouted in unison, "Send the orcs to the sea to feed the fish." Their fighting spirit was completely ignited, and they howled, ready to welcome the upcoming boarding battle. The warship was very fast, and soon caught up, sailing side by side with Alvin's ship. The orc shouted and flew the huge iron hook from the other ship, firmly hooking Alvin's ship. The crew tried to cut the rope, but the orcs had the upper hand, and with a slight pull, they combined the two ships. The orcs jumped towards Alvin's ship frantically, and a fierce boarding battle started instantly. The battle was extremely brutal with swords flashing, and shouts of killing. Alvin pulled Solanlian behind him, picked up a knife from the ground, and prepared to fight with the orcs. At this moment, Alvin noticed a hooded guy. His movements were extremely agile, and looked very familiar. Alvin suddenly realized that it was a Death Knight, the same group that attacked Dalaran. Why is there a Death Knight here? Could this group of orcs be the ones who went to the sea to find the tomb of Sargeras? Alvin was shocked and realized the seriousness of the matter. Chapter 113. Solanlian hid behind Alvin and found the right time to shoot the ice arrow. The blue magic arrow condensed in her hand, flashing with cold blue light, like a sharp arrow made of pure ice. She aimed at an orc, and the ice arrow shot out quickly, cutting through the air and hitting the target directly. After the orc was hit by the arrow, he was instantly frozen, his body stiffened, and a painful expression appeared on his face, and then he fell to the ground. After the third orc was hit by the ice arrow and fell, the orcs finally found the elven mage hiding behind Alvin. The angry orcs roared and put down the enemies in their hands and swarmed in. The bearded captain shouted loudly, "Protect the mage lady." The crew fought fiercely and dragged the orcs back. Although the orcs were strong and brutal, they couldn't even stand steadily on this extremely narrow and violently shaking ship. No matter how big their bodies were, they couldn't play their advantages, and they were soon beaten up by the boys. Seeing that the orcs were not at an advantage in close combat, the leading Death Knight wanted to rush forward and kill the hateful mage first. Alvin, who was always on guard, quickly cast the instant holy fire. The flame instantly hit the Death Knight, but he seemed to be unaware of the pain, and still rushed forward in the fierce burning of the flame. At the same time, green light emerged from the Death Knight's body, forming a green protective shield. The remaining two instant holy fires of Alvin were all absorbed by the green protective shield. Alvin had to cast a true word shield on himself, and when the Death Knight got close, a psychic scream scared him away. But the Death Knight was very difficult to deal with, and soon got rid of the fear and rushed forward again. Alvin had a sudden inspiration and selected the skill icon of mind control in his mind. At the moment when the Death Knight's weapon came over, the spell was cast successfully. Alvin felt that he had entered the body of the Death Knight. This wonderful feeling made him stunned for a moment. Solanlian looked at Alvin controlling the Death Knight in surprise. She had seen how Alvin controlled the troll before. Seeing it again now, she still felt it was very magical. The Death Knight controlled by Alvin smiled, and slowly walked to the side of the boat. Then he jumped off the boat. Alvin thought this entry into the water was perfect. Remove the highest score, remove the lowest score, and then take the average. If there is a sports meeting in this world, he will definitely be the champion. With a splash, Alvin released the mind control. When the other orcs saw their leader jumping into the sea, there was a chaos. They either thought that the leader had been defeated and fell into the sea, or that the leader gave up the battle and fled to the sea, and they all dropped their weapons and ran back to their own ships. This mind control jump is really useful. I used this trick a lot in the lumberyard in Earthy Basin before. He stuck his head out to see if the Death Knight sank. As a result, something strange happened. The Death Knight, who was struggling in the sea, fired a purple lightning bolt and hit Alvin directly. Alvin's body was like being grabbed by an invisible big hand. He was pulled out of the boat, and directly into the sea, landing next to the Death Knight. The Death Knight said coldly, "My body is dead, and I can survive even at the bottom of the sea. What about you?" Then he hugged Alvin and pulled him into the sea with all his strength. Alvin was horrified and shouted, "I can't swim, help!" The bearded captain was still fighting, and didn't notice what happened here. Only Solanian kept watching Alvin until he fell into the water. The elf was frightened and pale. Without saying a word, she jumped into the sea without hesitation to rescue Alvin. But Solanian dived into the water for a long time, and didn't find the two. She had cried anxiously when she poked her head out from the water, and the sea water and tears on her face were indistinguishable. Solanian searched anxiously in the water, and as time passed, she became more and more desperate. She kept calling Alvin's name, but the only response was the cold sea water. Her heart seemed to be torn apart, and her tears mixed with the sea water blurred her vision. It seemed that her world also collapsed. Just when Solanian was desperate, the sea water suddenly boiled. It seemed as if the whole ocean was rolling. She was surprised to see the water in the middle of the sea flowing around, as if something huge was rising from the depths of the ocean. A huge vortex appeared on the sea surface, and the water flow quickly spread outward, forming a huge hole. A huge monster slowly rose from the bottom of the sea with great power. Solanian was lifted up by this force, and her body gradually rose. She looked around in surprise, and found that she had jumped higher than the deck of the ship. The crew members of the Alliance tribe were also stunned, and they stopped fighting and looked at the wonders in the sea. Not far away, Solanian saw Alvin. He was also lifted up by this force. But what was that thing that rose up beside Alvin? Is it a sea snake? Or a snakeman? Solanian was surprised to find that the snakeman had sea blue curly hair, long ears, like an elf, a white face, and two large shells covering her body. Her upper body was human-shaped, but her lower body was a huge snake tail, flashing the light of scales. Solanian had never seen the Naga tribe, and she only felt her heart beating wildly. But she soon noticed that the snakeman put Alvin on his snake tail, and gently held him up, as if taking care of the unconscious Alvin. Solanian's heart was full of worries. She didn't care about anything else and ran over in a hurry. The ground was wet, slippery and soft. She fell several times, but still ran to Alvin in a panic. The Naga was looking at her with a smile, with curiosity in her eyes. "It seems that this is the man you love," Naga said softly, her voice as soft as the waves. Solanian panted, her eyes full of anxiety and worry. "How is he?" "He is choking on the water now, and needs someone to give him air mouth to mouth. Are you willing?" Solanian hesitated. "It seems that I misunderstood. You should be friends, not lovers." Naga smiled and said, "Then I will suffer some losses." As she spoke, she was about to kiss Alvin's mouth. Solanian rushed over and held Alvin's face, kissing Alvin's lips fiercely. It was a little cold and a little salty, the taste of sea water. "Use your tongue to pry Alvin's lips open." "Well, it's sweet and warm now." Solanian closed her eyes, carefully enjoying her first kiss, and her face turned red unconsciously. "Don't just enjoy yourself, blow air, or he die." Naga's voice came from the side. Solanian came back to her senses, and blew air into Alvin's mouth. Chapter 114. With air, Alvin gradually woke up. He tilted his head, spit out a lot of seawater, and then coughed violently. In a daze, he first saw Solanian's red face, and weakly shouted, "Solanian?" Solanian's eyes were shining with tears, and she held Alvin's hand tightly. "Alvin, you're awake." Alvin looked around and said in confusion, "Didn't I fall into the sea and drown? Did I travel through time again?" His eyes fell on Naga beside him, and he asked in surprise, "Cordelia? Are you dead too?" Solanian couldn't help it anymore, hugged Alvin, and tears burst out. "You are not allowed to talk about death. You are not allowed to die casually. You can't leave me." The girl's tears made Alvin's heart pierce. He gently patted Solanian's back and comforted her. "Don't cry, don't cry." Cordelia smiled and said, "You are not dead yet, Alvin." "Then why are you here? Didn't you say you would come to Menethil Port? I was waiting for you here. I wanted to see you again before going home. As a result, you can't swim and fell into the sea. This is really interesting. Did you miss me so much that you came to the sea to find me?" Naga laughed. Now she is like a mermaid, completely different from the cold look when she met in Nehai town. Alvin smiled bitterly. "Don't joke, I was pulled into the water by someone. By the way, where is the person who pulled me into the water?" Cordelia blew a whistle, and the sea rolled again. A giant octopus tentacle stretched out from the water, and wrapped around the Death Knight. This guy was dejected and unconscious. Alvin then realized that the three of them were on top of a giant octopus. The crews on both sides were watching this in horror, and some were already kneeling. Cordelia asked, "How should we deal with this guy?" "Leave him to me, and then catch the other orcs as well." Cordelia smiled and nodded, and blew a whistle again. The giant octopus's huge tentacles suddenly raised high and shot vertically from the sky above the orc warship. The orc warship was instantly shattered. The orcs jumped into the sea in extreme fear, and then they were all caught by the tentacles and thrown onto the Alliance ship. The bearded captain tied them up one by one. Cordelia said with satisfaction, "Now I have finally repaid your life-saving grace. I really want to go home this time. Don't fall into the water again. Also, you are really fickle. It's only been a few days. Why did the girl next to you change?" She smiled mischievously and waved at Alvin. Then she patted the octopus's head under her. The octopus began to slowly descend, and stopped when it reached a height close to the deck of the big ship. "Anyway, thank you, Cordelia. If it wasn't you this time, I'm afraid I would really be fed to the fish," Alvin said with a smile. "You can always come to me if you need me in the future." "Okay. Then we see you later." "See you later?" Alvin hugged Solanlian and jumped onto the deck of the big ship. Then the octopus began to slowly descend again, and sank into the sea with Cordelia, who was still waving. As the giant beast sank to the bottom of the sea, a huge whirlpool appeared on the water, but it soon disappeared. When Alvin returned to the ship, he found that the bearded captain and the crew boys were all looking at him with their mouths wide open. The bearded captain shouted excitedly, "Miracle Priest, the ruler of the sea, you are back from the bottom of the sea." The crew gathered around him, their eyes full of awe and admiration. "Alvin, you are so amazing. We all thought you were finished, but we didn't expect you to come back." Alvin nodded. "Thank you for your concern. I need a cabin and need to interrogate the Death Knight quickly." At this time, Solanlian gently broke free from Alvin's arms, her face already blushing. "I go change my clothes first," she whispered, and then quickly returned to the cabin. Alvin watched her leave, his heart warmed. Of course, his lips were also. He had actually woken up just now, but when he reacted, he found that Solanlian was giving him mouth-to-mouth artificial respiration. He simply pretended to wake up for a while. He thought of the scene where the girl jumped into the sea for him without hesitation, and was moved beyond words. How to repay such deep love? The only way is to marry her. Then, he turned and walked towards the Death Knight, who was escorted to the cabin. He woke him up with a bucket of cold water. The Death Knight opened his eyes, and looked at Alvin coldly. "What is your name and purpose?" Alvin asked. The Death Knight sneered, fearless. "I won't tell you. I'm not afraid of death, anyway, I've died once." Alvin's eyes became cold. "I don't need to be too naive about things like you." He began to cast shadow magic, and the power of mind whipping was like an invisible whip, whipping the Death Knight's spirit fiercely. Death Knights are not afraid of death, but they are afraid of torture. He soon couldn't stand it anymore, groaned in pain, and finally confessed. "My name is Raglock. I was sent by Nazul to take the scepter of Sargeras with Fenris and other orcs. Most of the team was killed or injured, but we finally got the scepter. The scepter is in my backpack." Alvin ordered the sailors to take Raglock's backpack. Raglock trembled and took out a scepter from it, and handed it to Alvin. Alvin took the scepter of Sargeras, and looked at this powerful artifact carefully. The scepter of Sargeras is pitch black and emits a dark light. A huge ruby is inlaid on the top of the scepter, as if burning with eternal flames. The scepter is engraved with ancient runes, emitting powerful magical fluctuations. Alvin felt the power of the scepter, and was secretly amazed. "Well, I just happen to be short of weapons, so I just make do with it for now." He gripped the scepter tightly, and felt a strong force surge into his body. Alvin held the scepter of Sargeras tightly, staring coldly at the Death Knight Raglock, who was tied to the chair. "Why did you steal 3 artifacts?" His voice was low and full of majesty. Raglock raised his head, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, but under Alvin's pressure, he finally spoke. "Nazul needs these 3 things to open more portals. Only in this way can he bring more troops to this world, and complete his conquest plan." Alvin frowned and thought to himself. It seems that just like in the previous history, Nazul is still pursuing his ambition. "Then why did you attack us?" "Huh, we have been hungry on the sea for more than a week. If those stupid bone-chewing orcs were not starving, they would not attack you, and we didn't know there would be a mage on a cargo ship." At this moment, the voice of the old captain came from outside the door. "We have arrived at Menethil Port." Alvin looked out the window in surprise, and sure enough, the port had appeared in his sight. He felt relieved. But he also knew that the next task would be more difficult, because they had just arrived at the starting point safely. He stood up, walked to the door, and opened the cabin door. The sunlight outside poured into the cabin, illuminating Alvin's face. He turned to Ragnarok and said, "Your plan has failed. Now, you will face the judgment of justice." Ragnarok sneered, but said nothing more. He knew that his fate could not be changed. Alvin walked out of the cabin and said to the bearded captain, "Now, we have to hand over this Death Knight and the Orc captives to the Alliance army and let them receive the punishment they deserve." The crew responded and began to get busy. Alvin stood on the deck, looking at Menethil port not far away. There seemed to be a group of people waiting for him on the dock. Chapter 115. The big ship slowly sailed into the port of Menethil, and the scene of the port gradually became clear. The lighthouses on both sides of the port stood tall, guiding the ships to enter the port safely. The docks were crowded with people. Busy workers were helping cargo ships unload cargo. Vendors along the street were shouting various goods, and the air was filled with a fishy smell. The port of Menethil was once breached by the Orc army of Orgrim du Hammer during the last war. It was then used as a military port for the tribe to build ships, and then the Orcs chose to take a ship from port to the north, bypassing Stromgard and the Alterac Mountains, and directly attacking the kingdom in the north of the continent. After that, port was recovered and rebuilt. The stone houses were scattered, and the roofs were covered with red tiles. Facing the sea was a magnificent castle, with towers towering into the sky, as if guarding the entire port. There were all kinds of boats moored on the water, including fishing boats, merchant ships, and several mighty warships. There were several knights standing on the dock, wearing shining armor, carrying long swords on their backs, and war hammers hanging on their waists, looking majestic. Their eyes were fixed on the ship that was about to dock, obviously waiting for some important person. Alvin and Solanlian, who had changed her clothes, stood at the bow, facing the sea breeze, waiting for the ship to dock. Solanlian's long green hair fluttered in the wind. "Alvin, what happened in the sea just now?" Solanlian couldn't help asking. "And that? You said Naga. Who is she? How did you know each other?" "It's a long story. When we were solving the fishman problem in Nanhai town, we found that a terrible plague was spreading in the fishman tribe," Alvin explained. "The Naga just now is called Cordelia, and she is the one who rules all the fishmen in that sea area. We are acquainted with each other." Solanlian nodded, surprised by Alvin's adventure. "I see. Then why is she here?" Alvin shrugged. "Before, she asked me where I was going next, and I said I should pass by Menethil port, so maybe she came to visit me? But I can't swim, and I fell into the sea, which is really embarrassing." Solanlian sneered. "I think she is obviously interested in you. She also said that there was another girl with you last time." "Yes, she saw your sister," Alvin said innocently. "At that time, the two of them almost fought." "Humph! She teased me just now." Let me. Give me artificial respiration?" Alvin laughed. "How do you know? Were you awake? Are you pretending to be dead?" Solanlian was very angry, and stretched out her hand to twist Alvin's waist. "Ouch, ouch!" Just as the two were playing, the big ship slowly approached the dock. The sampan was lowered. The leading knight on the dock came up, took off his helmet, and greeted everyone. He was wearing silver armor, tall and mighty, with a resolute face and a shining long sword on his back. The other knights stood in a row behind him. The knight stepped forward, bowed slightly, and introduced himself. "Paladin Samuel is at your service. He was commissioned by the Alliance to lead my soldiers to meet with Mr. Miracle Priest Alvin." Alvin smiled and nodded, stretched out his hand to shake hands with Samuel. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Samuel. I'm Elwyn Priest, and this is my companion, Silvermoon City Mage Solanlian Starwish." The knight's eyes were involuntarily attracted by Solanlian. Her beauty and elegance were particularly dazzling in the sun, and the young men showed expressions of amazement. Some people widened their eyes, and some opened their mouths slightly. It seemed that they had not seen Quel'Dorii very often. Solanlian smiled slightly, and nodded politely to the knights. Her smile was as warm as the spring breeze, instantly melting everyone's hearts. The knights straightened their backs. Samuel showed a simple smile on his face. "We have been waiting here for 2 days, and finally waited for your arrival. Next, my troops will obey your command. Thank you for your support. We will work together to complete the task." In addition, Elwyn pointed to the ship. "We were attacked by orcs on the way. We defeated and captured them. Now I want to hand over the prisoners to the Alliance garrison here." Samuel immediately arranged several subordinates to escort the orcs off the ship. There is also a Death Knight in the cabin, who is being held in solitary confinement. Some of the information he revealed is very important, and this prisoner is very dangerous. Please pay special attention to the local garrison. The knights surrounded Alvin and Solanlian and got off the ship and walked towards the dock. When they left, the crew and the bearded captain stood on the deck and shouted to see them off. Alvin, Solanlian, good luck to you. The bearded captain waved his arms and spoke loudly. Welcome to my ship again. The crew members also waved goodbye. Take care, Miracle Priest. I hope everything goes well for you. Alvin and Solanlian also turned around and waved goodbye. Paladin Samuel arranged for his men to hand over the captives, and he took Alvin and Solanlian to the inn in the port for dinner. The inn is located on the side of the port near the center of the castle, and the house looks quite old. The outer wall of the inn is made of solid stone, and a huge wooden sign is hung at the door, with the 4 characters Deep Water engraved on it. The windows of the inn are all open, and through the windows you can see the warm lights and lively scenes inside. The door is open, and a waiter is standing at the door, busy greeting the guests. Suddenly, a burst of laughter broke out in the lobby downstairs of the inn. Then a dwarf flew out of the door. The dwarf flew straight out of the door, and fell on the dust outside the door. The dwarf raised his head from the mud, and Alvin found that he had dark skin and a full beard, and was obviously a dark iron dwarf. He was wearing ragged clothes, and holding a bottle in his hand. Although he fell to the ground, he was still protecting the bottle. What's going on? Brother Samuel frowned and asked. Sorry, this unlucky guy got drunk early in the morning, and came to make trouble. A guy who followed behind said helplessly with annoyance on his face. Brother Samuel frowned and walked forward. He patted the drunk dwarf's face, and tried to wake him up. Hey, dwarf. Don't make trouble here, go home quickly. The dark iron dwarf raised his head with drunken eyes and grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. I'm not leaving. The wine here is delicious. I haven't drunk enough. At this time, the dark iron dwarf's eyes fell on Alvin, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. You carry a dark aura, he muttered, his voice low and hoarse. Alvin was slightly startled, his heart tightened, but he quickly regained his composure. You are drunk, dwarf friend. Go home and rest. The dark iron dwarf shook his head. Home? Where do I have a home? They are all fucking crazy. They are all crazy. The dwarf muttered, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just waved his hand, and climbed up drunkenly. It seems that this inn is really lively. Solanlian smiled. It was the first time she saw a dark iron dwarf. Brother Samuel shook his head helplessly. Let's go in and ignore this boring drunk. The two followed Brother Samuel into the inn, and the scene inside was even more lively. The lobby was spacious and bright, with wooden tables and chairs neatly arranged. The flames in the stove burned brightly, emitting a warm glow. Most of the guests were sailors and nearby fishermen, sitting at the table, drinking and chatting. The atmosphere was very lively. Let's go upstairs and find a quiet place. I tell you about the mission. Chapter 116. Grim Battle. The dim firelight danced in the cave, reflecting on the hideous face of the orc. He was a shaman of the Dragonmaw clan, tall, muscular, and with dark red skin, as if burned by fire. His eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he wore a helmet made of dragon bones on his head, and armor made of red dragon scales on his body, looking majestic. He sat on a throne made of dragon bones, and the wall behind him was covered with his various trophies and totems. The orc's name was Necros, and he was staring coldly at the goblin in front of him, Krill. Krill was short and wretched, with a sickly green skin and cunning eyes. This funny guy was wearing a beautiful robe, the bottom edge of which dragged on the ground and became dirty. He held a long pipe in his hand, and took a puff from time to time, exhaling clouds of thick smoke. Necros frowned. The Alliance has sent an elite team to try to sneak into your castle to rescue the Red Dragon Queen, Krill said in his sharp voice. In addition, they have gathered heavy troops in the northern Arthi Highlands, ready to attack you, powerful Lord Necros. Alliance? They are not worth mentioning. With the Red Dragon in hand, the Dragonmaw clan is invincible. Necros smiled grimly, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. When a new batch of dragon eggs hatch, I will help my chief Zulid conquer this continent. Of course, if the chief is still alive, Of course I believe in your strength, so I came to discuss a business with you. Krill nodded and smiled more sinisterly. You know, I'm a businessman. I sell weapons, equipment, food, raw materials, and everything. I hope to be a long-term supplier for you and Grim Battle Fortress. Necros snorted coldly, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. Goblin, Do you think I will believe a despicable creature like you? My subordinates told me that you guys are also doing business with the Alliance. Krill was not angry, but smiled more cunningly. To show my sincerity, I can send a group of my engineering teams to participate in your operation and lead your Dragon Knights to eliminate the elite team of the Alliance. Necros pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Then give it a try. If you can prove your value, I may consider cooperating with you. Krill showed a satisfied smile, with a greedy light in his eyes. You won't be disappointed, Lord Necros. In the room of the Deep Water Inn, Alvin and Brother Samuel sat at a wooden round table. There were several paintings of ocean scenery hanging on the walls of the room, and the noise of the port and the sound of waves could be heard outside the window. Brother Samuel, please tell me the order you received first. Samuel nodded, with a serious look on his face. My order is to escort you to grim battle and ensure your safety. He paused and continued, but we don't know what specific mission you are going there to perform. We are just responsible for escorting you. Alvin frowned slightly. The specific content of the mission may involve a higher level of confidentiality, but he needs more information to make a plan. How do we get from Menethil Harbor to Grim Battle? Samuel took out a map, spread it on the table, pointed to the route on it, and explained, we need to go east, and then go south along this road to Grim Battle. However, the road is basically blocked by the Dragon Maw orcs, so we may have to go east along the foot of the southern mountains. Alvin looked at the map carefully and nodded. It seems that this road is not easy to take. We need to be fully prepared. Don't worry, my knights are ready. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we will do our best to protect you. Alvin smiled and said to Samuel, your words make me feel much more at ease. When do we set off? I want to set off after lunch. After the plan was arranged, they went downstairs together and enjoyed a hearty lunch in the restaurant of the inn. Alvin and Samuel ate and talked. The atmosphere was relaxed and happy. At this time, everyone didn't know what they were going to face. Soon, they were ready to set off. The knights brought several horses, and Alvin and Solanlian each chose one. Several people got on the horses and were ready to go. The horse's hair shone in the sun, and the knight's armor also shone in the sun. They slowly walked along the streets of the port to the outside of the city. After leaving the city, they walked along a winding road with dense forests and rolling hills on the side. Samuel and Alvin rode side by side, smiling, and said, actually, I've been looking forward to meeting you. Oh! Why? Because I was also a priest before, in Norshire Abbey in Elwyn Forest. Your name is the same as the name of my hometown, which makes me feel very familiar. Elwyn smiled. What a coincidence. Have you heard of me? Yes, Lord Aaron, Silverpine Forest, Alterac, South Shore, it's really admirable. It's simply a living legend. That's just doing my duty. Elwyn said modestly. When did you become a paladin? When Norshire Abbey was destroyed, I followed Sir Lothar to Lord Aaron. There, I met Archbishop Fael, and Uther, Turalian, and others of the Knights of the Silver Hand. I hoped to fight like them, so I joined the Knights and practiced the way of the paladin. Elwyn nodded, feeling Samuel's determination and courage. What about your family? They are all dead, orcs did it. I'm sorry, Brother Samuel, by the holy light, may your family rest in peace. Thank you, Alvin. It's my honor to fight with you, Samuel said with a smile. Boom! Just as the team was moving along the road at the foot of the mountain, a huge explosion broke the silence. The shock wave of the explosion shook the ground. The horse of the knight walking in the front was blown to pieces, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The knight was thrown into the air and fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. Enemy attack! Hide quickly! Samuel shouted. Alvin looked around, but there was no one. The enemy seemed to be hiding in the dark and could not find their traces. Then, a series of explosions followed. Fires were everywhere, smoke was everywhere, and explosions were heard one after another. Each explosion brought a huge impact, and deep pits were blown out on the ground, and gravel and soil were splashed. The knights and their horses were blown to the ground, and the screams and the neighing of horses were mixed together, and the scene was in chaos. Alvin was also shocked and dizzy. He tried to keep his balance, but the scene in front of him became blurred. He firmly blocked Solanlian behind him. A bomb exploded a few steps around him. He saw the knight guarding him in front of him was blown into a bloody mess, and then was knocked to the ground by the shock wave and struggled painfully. Brother Samuel shouted loudly, trying to command everyone to retreat, but his voice was drowned out by the explosion. Alvin saw him waving his sword, trying to protect the warriors around him, but he couldn't even find an opponent. The series of explosions made him fight wits and courage with the air. So Lanlian tightly grasped Alvin's hand, her face full of fear. Everyone listen to me, lie down where you are. It may be a landmine. Alvin shouted to everyone, pulling Solanlian to lie down behind a huge rock. The aftermath of the explosion still echoed in their ears, and the smoke and dust made it almost impossible for them to breathe. Everyone protect yourself. Alvin shouted loudly, trying to make more people hear his voice. The knights dismounted and laid down one after another. Some horses were frightened and began to run wildly, but the frequency and power of the explosion made it difficult for them to escape. Some war horses were blown to pieces, and some were knocked to the ground by the shock wave, and the neighing sound came one after another. Everyone lay on the ground, and finally, the explosion stopped. At this time, the sound of bowstrings came from the mountainside, and then a rain of arrows shot at them like a storm. Several knights were shot by arrows and fell to the ground in pain, and their armor was stained red with blood. Chapter 117. Alvin was filled with anger and powerlessness. He had to find the enemy's position as soon as possible, otherwise they would be wiped out. He held the scepter of Sargeras tightly in his hand, ready to fight back at any time. It's the orcs. They are halfway up the mountain. Brother Samuel shouted, but the knights had no way to deal with it. They could only be attacked by the orcs' arrows, like living targets. So Lanlian stood behind the rock. There were rocks blocking the orcs' arrows. She raised her staff and began to cast blizzard magic. Suddenly, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. The goose-feather-like snow covered the orcs on the mountainside. The cold snowflakes frostbite the orcs. Affected by the blizzard, they began to move slowly and fell to the ground one after another, in a miserable state. Retreat quickly! Alvin shouted loudly, commanding the knights to take the opportunity to evacuate. The orcs stopped when they saw the opportunity, and did not pursue. It is also possible that they were shocked by Solanlian's magic achievement. Seeing that the battle had subsided, Alvin quickly performed healing on the injured knights. His palms emitted warm light, covering the injured, and the wounds healed quickly, and the painful expressions gradually disappeared. But despite Alvin's best efforts, several knights were too close to the explosion and were killed instantly. We just set out and suffered such a heavy blow. Alvin looked at the knights around him. Although the physical pain had been treated by Alvin, the grief of losing their comrades was still deeply engraved in everyone's heart. Several knights knelt on the ground, silently praying for their deceased comrades, with tears in their eyes. Brother Samuel walked up to Alvin, his face full of anger. These orcs are so despicable. We must find their hiding place as soon as possible, and not let them continue to threaten our team. So Lanlian stood aside, his face pale. Alvin, what should we do now? Everyone listen to me, we can't be scared by this attack. We must unite, and keep moving forward. He turned to the knights and said, Everyone, check the wounded immediately and restore combat effectiveness as soon as possible. We can't stay here for too long, we must find a safe place as soon as possible. Ah! Suddenly, an angry roar sounded in the sky. Everyone looked up, and saw a group of red dragons taking off from the mountainside, with fierce orcs sitting on their backs. These orcs rode the red dragons in the sky, circling at a very fast speed, and Solanlian's ice arrows could not hit them at all. But the red dragons were ready to dive at any time. Look, there's a cave over there! Alvin shouted, these guys can breathe fire. Everyone, hide in the cave immediately. He picked up Solanlian without hesitation and ran. Others followed him, and ran to the cave. Sure enough, a swooping red dragon opened its huge mouth, and its sharp teeth flashed coldly in the sun. Its huge wings stirred up a violent wind, as if the entire sky was under its control. The dragon's eyes flashed with angry flames, as if it wanted to turn everything into ashes. Flames spewed out of the red dragon's mouth, forming a blazing column of fire, which instantly spread into a fan shape. The flames burned like the fire of hell, and the air was burned and distorted wherever it went. The grass and trees on the ground were instantly ignited and turned into ashes. The rocks burst under the high temperature, making crackling sounds. The air was filled with a strong smell of sulfur and burning, as if the whole world was in a sea of fire. The flames of the red dragon swept mercilessly, and everything was burned wherever it went. The knight's armor became hot under the high temperature, their skin was burned, and they groaned in pain. The horses neighed in fear, trying to escape from the sea of fire, but to no avail. The flames chased behind Alvin, like an invisible giant hand, trying to pull him into hell. Hurry! Get into the cave! Alvin shouted loudly, and he used all his strength to throw the elf into the cave, and then turned back to cover the warriors into the cave. Seeing the flames getting closer and closer, his heartbeat accelerated, and sweat flowed down his forehead. Everyone rushed into the cave one after another. Alvin made sure that everyone entered safely before he rushed into the cave entrance last. However, the moment he entered the cave, the red dragon's flame sprayed to the cave entrance, and the scorching flames instantly blocked the way. A huge rock rolled down from the top of the mountain and hit the cave entrance heavily, completely blocking the exit. So Lanlian looked back, and just before the boulder fell, she saw the dragon behind Alvin opening its mouth towards him. The flame sprayed out of the dragon's mouth, forming a blazing pillar of fire, heading straight for Alvin. Amid her desperate shouts, the cave entrance was sealed, and Alvin's figure could no longer be seen. "Alvin!" So Lanlian shouted desperately, tears streaming down her cheeks. She knelt on the ground, pushing the boulder frantically, crying bitterly. Her heart seemed to be torn apart. But the big rock did not move at all. The knights in the cave also bowed their heads and prayed silently for Alvin. They knew that Alvin had made a huge sacrifice to protect everyone. Outside the cave, Alvin saw the flames coming, and without thinking, he instantly selected the skill icon true word barrier in his mind. A golden ball of light protected him, and the flames could not break through the defense of the light ball. All 6 red dragons fell from the sky, surrounded Alvin, and spit fire at the barrier together, and the flame surged like a tide. Alvin gritted his teeth and felt the barrier gradually become fragile under the violent impact. Just when he could hardly hold on, a huge black shadow covered the sky. Alvin looked up and was shocked. It was a black dragon. This black dragon was huge, covering the sky and the sun, like a moving mountain. Alvin observed carefully and found that this dragon had no steel armor, so it should not be Deathwing. The red dragons were already big enough, but they were dwarfed by this black dragon. The red dragons also discovered the black dragon. They roared and flew into the air, starting a fierce battle with the black dragon. The black dragon and the red dragon started a shocking battle in the sky. The black dragon first nimbly dodged the fire attack of a red dragon, then flapped its wings, flew to the side of the red dragon in an instant, and crushed the red dragon with its huge dragon claws. Then, it spewed black flames from its mouth, burning another red dragon and its knight to ashes. After that, the black dragon showed its divine power, and its huge wings flapped violently, stirring up a violent gale. A red dragon lost its balance in the fierce wind, and was bitten on the neck by the black dragon. The orc knight fell from the dragon's back with a scream. The black dragon threw the red dragon in its mouth, and knocked another red dragon away. The 2 red dragons fell to the foot of the mountain together, making a loud noise. The last 2 red dragons saw that their 4 companions were killed by the black dragon in the blink of an eye. They were about to turn around and run away. But they found that the black dragon opened its huge mouth, and hot magma rolled in its mouth, like a volcano about to erupt. With a low roar, a stream of black smoke spurted out of the black dragon's mouth. The flame was like a black torrent, instantly swallowing the 2 red dragons. The red dragon struggled in the flames and let out a shrill wail, but was soon burned to ashes, leaving no trace. In Alvin's stunned eyes, the black dragon instantly tore all 6 red dragons to pieces, or burned them to death. The huge body of the red dragon kept falling from the sky, making a deafening roar, and Alvin was almost hit. He was still in shock as he watched the black dragon roar in the sky as if in protest, and then slowly landed on the ground, with its huge body bringing a gust of wind. The giant beast landed beside Alvin, opened its huge mouth, and roared close to Alvin. Alvin stood right in front of the dragon's mouth, which was as high as several floors when opened. The deafening roar mixed with the fishy wind blew in his face, and Alvin was blown to the ground by this strong airflow. He closed his eyes, despairing in his heart, thinking that he was definitely dead this time. However, at this critical moment, he had a flash of inspiration and blurted out a sentence. "Katrana, sister?" Chapter 118. The roar of the black dragon came to an abrupt end, and its huge wings flapped, stirring up a gust of wind. It lowered its head, and its huge dragon claws imprisoned Alvin like an iron cage, and then soared into the air. Alvin was taken to the sky, overlooking the mountains and forests that kept passing by on the ground, feeling both terrified and excited. The mountains were rolling, and the forests were lush and green. The dragon claws were like a huge cage, and being caught by the dragon to fly, I am afraid that few people in the world have such a wonderful experience. The black dragon flew very fast, and the wind whistled in my ears. Not long after, the black dragon landed in an open area and threw Alvin heavily to the ground. Alvin struggled to stand up, looked around, and found that the place was suddenly filled with black smoke, and the air was full of oppressive atmosphere. The mist dissipated, and a black-haired beauty slowly walked out of the smoke, looking at Alvin with a sneer. There was a cold look in her eyes. It was Lady Katrana Prester. Or rather, the Black Dragon Princess Onyxia. Katrana's face was as cold as ice, and her eyes pierced Alvin like ice blades. Why didn't you listen to me? She asked harshly. I told you to stay away from this place of trouble, but you were still dragged into it. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would be dead now. Alvin lowered his head and felt her anger. Sister, you are still so beautiful. Katrana was furious. Even if you say nice things, you can't stop my anger. Sister, you are too powerful. Those red dragons killed several of us, and I was about to die. I didn't expect you to defeat them all in an instant. Ahem, that's natural. Those inferior beasts simply. Don't say anything else to divert my attention. Katrana roared angrily. At this time, the gem Alvin's comfort emitted a faint light, pulling the Black Dragon Princess back from her rage. Alvin, do you know what you are doing? Yes, I am going to grim battle to rescue the Red Dragon Queen. Do you think you can rescue a dragon from thousands of orcs in that castle alone? Katrana sneered. Don't make me think I've misjudged you. Your IQ shouldn't be that low. It's not impossible, and someone needs to do it. Why do you care about her? Do you have any relationship with the Red Dragon? Did the young dragon next to you ask you to go? It doesn't matter, I just think it's moral to do it. Morally, is it worth your life? It's worth it, sister. If you are imprisoned one day, I will also save you. You? What nonsense are you talking about? How could I be imprisoned? Alvin looked at Katrana firmly. If you are imprisoned, I will also save you. His words were sonorous and full of sincerity. When Katrina heard this, the cold expression on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by a hint of incredible surprise. Her eyes softened, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she even showed a hint of shyness. She never thought that Alvin would express his concern and commitment to her so firmly. Alvin, she said softly, with some emotion in her voice. A warm current surged in her heart, as if her long-frozen heart was melted by the warm sunshine. Katrana took a deep breath and tried to calm down, but the shy blush still remained on her face, which looked particularly moving. Don't say it. I met Deathwing and Dalaran. Hearing her father's name, Katrana's expression became serious again. Yes, my father already knows about your existence. He has a goblin intelligence team and has passed the information to him. I hope you can give up this action and stay away from danger. No, I can't give up. I have my mission, and I must continue to move forward. Alvin shook his head firmly. Sister, I have 2 questions for you. First, the Orc Death Knight I captured told me that the orcs were going to snatch 3 artifacts and open more portals. Why did your father want to participate in the orcs' actions? Second, the Red Dragon Queen was imprisoned by the orcs. Does your father have anything to do with this? In fact, Alvin knew the answers to these 2 things in his heart, but he wanted to test it to see what the Black Dragon Princess was thinking and whether she would tell him these secrets. Well, since you insist on doing so, I can only respect your decision. Katrana sighed deeply, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. The first question, my father has his plan, which is actually related to the revival of the Black Dragon Legion, but my father has never regarded the orcs as allies. One day, he will destroy all these orcs. As for the second question, I'm not really sure. At least I wasn't involved. I can't answer this. I can only give my guess. This matter may have something to do with my father. It seems that Katrina is telling the truth. Alvin nodded. Sister, I hope you can go to Stormwind as soon as possible, and don't stay here for long. Huh? Why are you trying to persuade me? I can go anywhere. Do you think anyone can hurt me? Of course not. I want to tell you that someone has gone to gather the guardian dragons. Alvin said to Katrana solemnly. It is very likely that several guardian dragons will appear here. As a black dragon, it will be a bit subtle for you to appear here, so it is best to stay away from this place. Ha, I thought you were going to say something. Katrana said with a smile. One who can't wake up every day, one old lunatic, and one who is always late. These old guys haven't appeared for thousands of years. Who can find them? Sister, listen to me, this time is unusual, I have this hunch. A big battle will happen here soon, you'd better stay away from this battlefield. Don't try to scare me. Katrana squeezed out an unnatural smile. Obviously, seeing Alvin's serious words, she was also a little nervous. Then what will you do? Of course, I will stay and witness it all. More than one person has told me that I might be the one who will open the next chapter of the era. Haha. Hey Long was speechless. What is this guy thinking about every day? Oh, sister. Alvin suddenly thought, please send me back as soon as possible. Many of my people are injured. I have to go and treat them. Well, since you think your life is too long, I won't stop you from dying." The black dragon snorted coldly, and Katrana snorted coldly, with a flash of disdain in her eyes. Her body began to emit thick black smoke, which spread rapidly and enveloped her whole body. Alvin could only vaguely see her outline gradually becoming blurred in the smoke. Suddenly, a low roar came from the smoke, and the ground began to shake slightly. Alvin widened his eyes, and watched the changes in front of him nervously. The black smoke rolled and surged as if it had life, gradually condensing into a huge shape. With a deafening dragon roar, the smoke suddenly dispersed, and a huge black dragon appeared in front of Alvin. The black dragon's scales flashed a cold light in the dim light, and its huge wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun. Katrana had completely transformed into a black dragon. She lowered her head, and gently waved her huge dragon claws, grabbing Alvin firmly. Alvin felt the power of the dragon claws, but he was not afraid because he knew Katrana would not hurt him. The black dragon flapped its wings and flew high, taking Alvin away quickly and returning to the place just now. "Don't be so reckless next time." There was a hint of blame in her voice, but more of concern. Chapter 119. Inside the cave, Solanlian saw that Alvin was about to be engulfed by the dragon's flames. She screamed miserably and tried desperately to move the boulder blocking the cave entrance, but the stone did not move at all. Her hands were rubbed to the point of bleeding, and tears blurred her vision. "Alvin!" she shouted at the top of her lungs, and her voice echoed in the cave. Others hurried forward and pulled her up from the boulder. "Miss Solanlian, please calm down," Brother Samuel advised. "Mr. Alvin must be fine. He is so smart and powerful, he will definitely find a way to get out. What we need to think about now is how to leave here." Solanlian pursed her lips and held back her tears. She also knew that she had to calm down now. There was no sound from outside here, and she had to get out of the cave to rescue Alvin. Under the command of Brother Samuel, the soldiers began to study how to get out of this closed cave. Holyaloo. Holyaloo. Ga. Just then, a low snoring sound suddenly came from the cave, and everyone was startled. "What's that sound? Is this cave a den of wild animals?" Brother Samuel became nervous. He clenched his sword with both hands, and walked cautiously, with a few people in the direction of the sound. They held torches, and found that the cave was much deeper than they imagined. The passage was winding, and seemed to have no end. After walking for a while, they found the source of the sound in a spacious cave. A dwarf who was sleeping. The light of the torch illuminated his face, and everyone was surprised to find that the dwarf looked familiar, with a dark complexion and a full beard. "Isn't this the dark iron dwarf, who was driven out of the deep water inn?" a companion whispered. The dwarf was awakened by the light of the torch, rubbed his eyes, and saw a group of strangers standing in front of him. "Who are you guys? Why did you come to my home?" The dwarf immediately jumped up from the bed, and asked vigilantly. Brother Samuel stepped forward and said friendly, "Sorry, we don't mean to offend, we are just trapped here and want to find a way out." "You are a dark iron dwarf, right?" The dwarf nodded, but spoke bluntly. "If your eyes were not on your ass, I think you should have noticed my appearance." "Yes, I am the dark iron dwarf Daggett Darkhandle. This is my home." "You mean this is your home?" The dwarf blew his beard and glared. "What's wrong? Can I? Just because I'm a dwarf, I have to live with those bronze beards or wild hammers. I'm afraid I can't help but smash the beer bottle and stick it into their assholes." So Lanlian frowned when she heard the dwarf's foul language. "This used to be our mining passage, with many exits leading to the outside world. I have no place to live, so I regard this place as my home." Samuel was relieved when he heard the news. "Then can you please take us out? We were attacked and need to go out immediately to rescue our companions." "Yes, but..." The dwarf laughed and rubbed his 2 fingers. "This guy is asking for money." Samuel had no choice but to reach into his pocket and take out the purse. Just as he was about to count the money, the dwarf jumped up and snatched all the money away. "Thank you, this generous knight. What's your name?" "Haha, no need to tell me, your name is the same to me. Come on, follow me." Daggett stuffed the money into his arms, and led everyone along the cave with a flattering smile on his face. In fact, Daggett was still a good person when he was not drunk. Except that his mouth was a little smelly, and he was a little greedy for money. The dwarf led them through the complex mine tunnels, and enthusiastically told the history of this place and his own story along the way. It turned out that Daggett had followed the Dark Iron Dwarf, Witch Queen Modga, to attack Grim Battle. As a result, the Dark Iron Dwarf suffered a great defeat in Grim Battle, and the Witch Queen also died in that place. When the Witch Queen died, it triggered a huge magic curse, which eventually made that place basically unsuitable for survival. After the defeat, the Dark Iron Dwarves fled in panic and wanted to withdraw to the base camp, but Daggett, who was disheartened, left the army and became a deserter after the death of the Witch Queen, and wandered in this area. It is said that the Dark Iron Dwarves, who withdrew to Darkforge City, became slaves of the Fire Demon because of the evil summons of King Thorison. Now he is really homeless. In the end, he had no choice. In order to survive, he did all kinds of jobs, but later the orcs came, and he began to flee again and hid in the mines. Recently, I heard that Megon was liberated, so he ran back again. He is an old acquaintance of the port. People in the city look down on him, and say that he is a deserter who knows how to run away all day long. Daggett cursed with people at first, but later he got tired of it and didn't care. He lived a life of drunkenness and dreams every day. When he was short of money, he did odd jobs. When he had money, he went to the bar to get drunk. If he didn't have money to rent a house, he ran to the mine to live, and his life continued like this. There are many forks in the mine, but Daggett knows it well and leads everyone along the way smoothly. Finally, they stopped at a hidden exit. Daggett pushed away a boulder, and the sun shone through the gap. Everyone's eyes were bright, and they finally saw the outside world. Everyone came out of the cave, stretched their bodies, and looked around vigilantly. They found that there was no trace of the orc dragon rider. They found themselves halfway up the mountain in the mine, and the smell of gunpowder in the air had not yet dissipated. So Lanlian shouted Alvin's name anxiously. Alvin! Alvin! I didn't expect that I could hear Alvin shouting after just shouting. I'm here, I'm here. The voice came from below. Everyone was very surprised, and Samuel shouted, It turns out that we are above the mine just now, and now we are halfway up the mountain. Mr. Alvin is below. So Lanlian hurriedly looked down, and found that he was exactly above the battlefield just now. She recalled that the orc shot arrows at her near here. Alvin was standing alone in the middle of the battlefield, looking for something. There were several dragons and orcs lying around him. The scene was extremely tragic. Alvin also saw them at this time, and waved to them in surprise, shouting, Here! I'm here! Daggett walked forward, pushed away the weeds on the side, found a hidden path from the grass, and said, You can go down there along this path, follow me. Everyone followed Daggett down the mountain carefully. The road under their feet was rugged and extremely dangerous. If it weren't for Daggett leading the way, I believe they would definitely not find this road. Finally, they came to the battlefield where Alvin was. As soon as Lanlian saw Alvin, she immediately threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down her eyes. Alvin, you scared me to death. She beat Alvin's chest and cried. Alvin patted her back gently and comforted her. I'm sorry for making you worry. The two hugged each other tightly, and the joy of reunion was beyond words. So Lanlian raised her head, her eyes full of determination. You can't put yourself in danger again in the future. We are a team, and we have to face all difficulties together. Alvin nodded, feeling her concern. I understand. I will be more careful. Chapter 120. Seeing the bodies of dragons and orcs scattered on the battlefield, the soldiers gathered around. Everyone was amazed at the fierceness of the battle, and even more surprised that Alvin was able to escape unscathed, and he seemed to be completely uninjured. Brother Samuel asked Alvin about the battle with a puzzled look on his face. Alvin didn't want to reveal the matter of Onyxia, so he said, At that time, I used the word of truth to protect myself, and I couldn't see the situation outside clearly. I only know that another group of people seemed to come outside and defeated the enemy. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other and felt that these words were a bit incredible. After all, the power to defeat dragons and orcs in such a short time is by no means ordinary. However, they didn't have more clues, so they could only accept Alvin's explanation temporarily. The dark iron dwarf Daggett stood aside, his eyes rolling, thinking secretly in his heart. He could see that the fatal injuries of the dragons were obviously torn apart by other huge creatures. If there is any creature in the world that can tear a dragon apart, it must be another more terrifying dragon. But he had no evidence, so he didn't say his guess, but just thought that Alvin was hiding something. Interesting. Daggett was very interested in Alvin's mystery, and he decided to stay with these people for a while to see if he could find anything interesting. Who is this? Alvin also saw the dark iron dwarf Daggett, and he also felt that this dwarf looked familiar. Dark iron dwarf Daggett, the dwarf grinned and introduced himself. Well, now that you are safe, let's leave here as soon as possible. Daggett said, this place is not suitable for long. Daggett led everyone back to the mine to temporarily avoid the pursuit of the orcs. In the cave, everyone can finally take a break. Brother Samuel ordered the boys to cook and restore their strength. The firelight reflected on everyone's tired faces, and the atmosphere eased a little. But the grief of losing comrades still permeated everyone's heart. Alvin stood up, looked around, and saw that everyone was covered with scars, and his heart was full of guilt. He took a deep breath and expressed his thoughts. Let's stop here. The casualties are too great. I plan to complete the next task alone. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't know why Alvin suddenly thought so. Brother Samuel immediately objected. No, I must see you to the end. This is my mission. But you said you would listen to my command. Now my order is, please go back. The operation is terminated. Samuel shook his head firmly. We were ordered to escort you, so we absolutely cannot let you go alone. You've seen how dangerous it is now. I can't let you go alone. So Lanlian also stood up and expressed her thoughts. Alvin, now is not the time for you to be brave alone. We must unite to complete the mission. The dark iron dwarf, Daggett, listened for a long time and finally couldn't help but interrupt. Where do you want to go? Samuel looked at Alvin, wondering if he could reveal it. Alvin pondered for a moment and decided to tell the truth. We are going to grim battle. Daggett widened his eyes in surprise. Why are you going to that cursed hell? Why? Do you think your life is too long? Or do you have any relatives with the orcs and want to visit them? I have my mission, Alvin answered firmly. Daggett shook his head and warned. Grim battle is cursed by the Witch Queen. It is full of shadow energy and is no longer suitable for survival. It is very dangerous. Not to mention that there are countless ferocious orcs. Don't say you want to go alone. In my opinion, even if you have twice as many people, you will die there. How do you know so much? Alvin didn't know about Daggett's experience. Because I once followed the Witch Queen to attack that place. What I can tell you is that the place is now cursed and is not suitable for young people like you to live in. So Lanlian suddenly had an idea. Daggett, you said you attacked that place before, so you know the situation there very well. Why don't you join us? Is there any shortcut? Daggett was startled and waved his hands. Didn't you hear what I said? That place is cursed. Ordinary people should not approach it. Why don't you take us to take a shortcut? We can hire you and give you money, Samuel said. He knew how greedy this dwarf was, so he tempted him with money. This is very unpaladin. Everyone asked for Daggett's help, describing their predicament and the importance of the mission. Daggett looked at them and was a little shaken. Sure enough, he rubbed his fingers in the end, meaning that he wanted money. Seeing this, Lanlian immediately took off her gold earrings and handed one to Daggett. This is the deposit we can give you now. I give you another one when we get there. Daggett took the earring and said with a smile, Okay, since you are so sincere, I will take you all the way. Daggett, the dark iron dwarf, led everyone through the tunnel. In the next few days, everyone was completely moving forward in the tortuous mine. They couldn't hear any sounds from outside, nor did they know the alternation of day and night. Everyone was in the dark, relying on torches to illuminate the way forward. The air in the mine was turbid, and the temperature was unbearable. Everyone gradually felt exhausted. Some people couldn't stand it and fainted. Seeing that everyone was in great pain, Daggett said contemptuously, You weak guys, this environment is very comfortable for us dark iron dwarves. I really don't know why you can't stand it. Looking at the painful expressions on everyone's faces, he finally decided to take them out of a hole to get some fresh air. As soon as everyone came out of the cave, they immediately felt the fresh air, took a deep breath, and felt refreshed. Ah! Just then, they heard the sound of fighting. Looking up, they found that the battle was happening in the sky. The dragon roar was deafening, and the orc dragon riders, and a group of wildhammer dwarf griffin riders were fighting fiercely. The orcs rode on huge red dragons, with their wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun, and the dragons spewed hot flames from their mouths, as if they were going to burn the entire sky to ashes. The griffin riders rode on mighty griffins, and the griffins' wings flapped the air, making a low whistling sound. The battle was one-sided from the beginning, and the orcs had the upper hand with their numerical advantage. They used the huge size and powerful firepower of the red dragon to surround the griffin knights. A griffin knight was hit by the dragon knight's flames and fell from a high altitude, emitting a shrill scream. The griffin rolled in the air, trying to stabilize its body, but eventually fell to the ground powerlessly. But the wild-hammered dwarves showed their bravery. Although the number of griffin knights was small, they did not give up. They flexibly controlled the griffins, using the speed and agility of the griffins to shuttle in the air, looking for opportunities to counterattack. A griffin knight swooped down and smashed the hammer in his hand into the chest of a dragon knight. The orc dragon knight was caught off guard and was hit by the hammer on his heart. He let out a painful roar and fell from the dragon's back. However, the dragon knights quickly adjusted their tactics. They began to take advantage of the dragon beasts and launched more fierce attacks. A giant dragon opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a stream of blazing flames, which rushed towards the Griffin Knights like a torrent. The Griffin Knights tried their best to dodge, but several knights were still swallowed by the flames and turned into ashes. The sky was filled with dragon roars and griffin screams, and the battle scene was extremely tragic. The dragon knights continued to attack, and the Griffin Knights fought back with all their might, and the two sides fought a life-and-death struggle in the air. Every collision was accompanied by fire and blood, and the cruelty of the battle moved people. Chapter 121. Brother Samuel saw this scene, and immediately wanted to step forward to support. Daggett stretched out his arms to stop the paladin, but said coldly, "What does the war between the Wildhammer dwarves and the orcs have to do with us? They are biting each other, and we'd better not help anyone. The sooner you arrive, the sooner my mission will be over." The Wildhammer dwarves are also members of the Alliance. Elvin came to the two from the back. Kurdran Wildhammer is still leading the army to fight against the tribe, with General Turalian in Watchtower. They sent almost all their elite troops to the front line, so the number of troops here is small. We can't let the few air forces of the Alliance be destroyed by the Dragon Roar orcs. We must not stand idly by. Daggett knew that Elvin was the leader of this group of people. Seeing him say this, he spread his hands and looked indifferent. "Want to be a hero? Of course I won't stop you, my sir. As you wish. I just hope you can come back alive to settle the bill for me," the dwarf said, and went back to the mine. "I wait for you in the cave. If you all die, I go and pull out the valuables from your bodies and sell them." Hee. "You?" So Lanlian angrily slammed her staff to the ground, and the cold air began to gather around her. The surrounding warriors also drew out their weapons. "Humph, worthy of being a black iron deserter? This guy doesn't know what honor is." Samuel stopped the angry soldier. He looked at Alvin. "Mr. Alvin, what should we do?" "Everyone disperse and ambush, so Lanlian, pay attention to cover me." Alvin asked Samuel and others to disperse and ambush, while he slowly climbed onto a huge rock. The battle situation in the sky was already very grim. The Griffin Knights had been surrounded by groups of Orc Dragon Knights, and the defensive formation was about to be broken. He quickly selected the skill Shadow Charge in his mind. He tightly grasped the scepter of Sargeras, and felt a powerful shadow energy surging in his body. As the spell was chanted, a ball of black shadow energy condensed at the top of the scepter and gradually formed a dark sphere. Alvin raised the scepter high, and the black energy ball flew into the sky, drawing a black trajectory. The black ball flew silently to the airspace behind the orcs, and the energy ball expanded rapidly in the air. Bang! Like a black firework, the black ball instantly exploded behind the unsuspecting Orc Dragon Knight. The loud noise startled the orcs and the red dragons. The orcs' formation was instantly in chaos. Several dragons seemed to be frightened and flew around uncontrollably in the sky. The black energy split into countless black lights like lightning, which quickly penetrated into the orcs' bodies. The orcs suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if countless needles were piercing their flesh and blood. The black lightning raged in their bodies, bringing unbearable pain. The orcs screamed miserably, their bodies twitched involuntarily, and some even couldn't control themselves and fell off the dragon's back and fell heavily to the ground. The Griffin Knights were originally forced to retreat step by step, but seeing the sudden chaos in the enemy's formation, the leading dwarf shouted, "Boys! Counterattack!" The morale of the Griffin Knights was greatly boosted, and they launched a fierce counterattack. The Orc Dragon Riders were attacked from both sides, and were immediately torn apart by the Griffin Riders. But they soon discovered that the attack was coming from the ground, and the orcs immediately separated two dragons, swooping down on Alvin like two red lightning bolts. The dragon wings flapped the air, making a low whistling sound, and the huge dragon mouth spewed hot flames, heading straight for Alvin. Alvin saw the two dragons swooping down on him, and his heart tightened, but he did not retreat. So Lanlian, snow on me. He quickly cast the defensive spell True Word Barrier, and a huge golden ball of light covered himself completely. The two dragons roared and swooped down, and the flames fell from the sky, pouring on the golden cover like a tide. The golden cover seemed to turn red under the cover of the flowing fire. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky above the cover, and before the two red dragons could react, heavy snow fell from their heads. Heavy snow fell on him, and he felt his body stagnate. The huge dragon wings were frozen in an instant. The dragon rider found that he could no longer control the dragon under him. The dragon fell to the ground with unmatched momentum, raising huge dust. Samuel and other ambushed soldiers suddenly rushed out from all directions, trying to kill the fallen dragon and orcs. Alvin's shield gradually disappeared, and he looked to the side. A dragon that was shot down was struggling to get up from the ground. It shook its dizzy head and opened its huge eyes. It found that the orc who controlled it had been broken into two halves, and so Lanlian was not far ahead. Seeing the mage who shot it down, the dragon roared angrily. It didn't care about its seriously injured body and struggled to pounce on Lanlian. Lanlian was stunned. Seeing the huge beast rushing towards her, she turned around and tried to run, but she tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. Ah! Lanlian screamed, and she turned over in a hurry and found that the dragon was very close to her. She was immediately scared. In a flash, just as the dragon rushed towards Lanlian, the elf looked up at the tall beast, and the huge shadow of the red dragon had covered her. She looked up at the dragon above her head, and time seemed to stop. Her heart, which was originally full of fear, gradually calmed down. Ah, I have come here? I wonder what my father and sister are doing. Will that annoying priest cry for my death? Suddenly, Lanlian found that a man jumped high from the huge rock cliff next to the dragon's head and jumped towards the dragon's head. The man looked familiar. He didn't look like a knight, but he was wearing his family's eternal light robe. Alvin? The guy who jumped towards the dragon's head was Alvin. Seeing that Lanlian was in danger, he hurriedly ran to the top of the boulder where he was, just above the dragon and Lanlian. Alvin rushed to the top of the boulder, and saw that the dragon's mouth was about to spit out hot flames. In a hurry, he made a bold decision. He threw the staff in his hand to the side, kicked his legs, jumped high, and rushed straight to the dragon's head. In the air, Alvin quickly took out a dagger without a blade from his arms. This dagger looks ordinary, but at the critical moment, it will become his only weapon. Alvin held the hilt of the dagger tightly, with a firm light flashing in his eyes, aiming directly at the dragon's eyes flashing with murderous light. The dragon's flames were already rolling in its throat, and could burst out at any time. Alvin adjusted his posture in the air, aimed at the dragon's eyes, and stabbed the dagger with all his strength. By the time the dragon reacted, it was too late. The dagger pierced the dragon's eyes accurately. The dragon let out a deafening scream, and its huge body twisted violently. Chapter 122. Alvin was almost knocked out of his hand by the dragon's power, but he gritted his teeth and held the dagger tightly. The dragon's flames were forced to stop in its throat, and the beast struggled in pain. He took the opportunity to grab the dragon's scales with his other hand, and tried to stabilize his body. Although this attack did not completely defeat the dragon, it at least temporarily stopped its attack. The battle in the sky continued. Seeing Alvin's heroic actions, the morale of the Griffin Knights was greatly boosted, and they launched a more fierce counterattack. Lanlian came back to his senses from the excitement, and immediately shot the ice arrow into the dragon's mouth. Paladin Samuel also led people to surround it from all directions. The dragon knew that if it continued like this, it would be in danger. It exerted its last strength and flapped its wings violently, kicked off the ground with its feet, and flew into the sky. But the severe pain made it roll painfully in the air, trying to get rid of Alvin, but Alvin was like a thorn in his flesh, holding on to the hilt tightly. Finally, the dragon left the battlefield in full view of everyone, and flew away with Alvin, and disappeared. I don't know how long it flew, just when Alvin was about to let go and fall. The dragon couldn't hold on any longer, its strength gradually weakened, and it let out a last wail, and its huge body fell to the ground powerlessly, stirring up a cloud of dust. Alvin also lost consciousness in the dizziness of falling. I don't know how long it took. Alvin woke up from his coma, and now he only felt sore all over his body. He slowly opened his eyes, and found himself lying in a desolate valley. The surrounding environment was gloomy and terrifying. The sky was covered by heavy dark clouds, and the air was filled with a smell of decay. The ground was covered with withered plants and broken rocks, as if there had been a great disaster here. He struggled to sit up, looked around, and suddenly found a man standing not far away. The man had long black hair, a cold face, an endless majesty, and oppression in his eyes. He was wearing a black robe, spotless and neat. The man simply said that Alvin woke up and was looking at him, and walked to Alvin. He took out a white handkerchief and put it on a stone, then sat down gracefully. He looked at Alvin expressionlessly. Alvin's originally confused brain immediately woke up. He subconsciously felt that this man was very dangerous. Although the man did not introduce himself, an ominous name emerged from Alvin's mind. Deathwing Neltharion. This name echoed in Alvin's mind, bringing a chill, and Alvin's hands began to tremble unconsciously. Neltharion's eyes were fixed on Alvin. He saw the change in Alvin's expression and seemed satisfied with it. "Do you know who I am?" The man's voice was low but full of charm. It must be said that this voice, combined with his elegant appearance, really looked like an ordinary human noble. Alvin nodded to show that he knew. "Father of the Black Dragon, Neltharion." Deathwing nodded slightly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The two looked at each other for a moment, and Alvin felt an invisible pressure. Neltharion said, "I have been paying attention to you for a long time, the miracle priest of the human kingdom. We met at the top of the Dalaran Tower. I didn't expect you to be my daughter's follower. Hee, I feel the power of the Black Dragon from you. This is a surprise." Alvin was shocked and thought to himself that it was probably because of Onyxia's blood. He didn't say much, just nodded. Neltharion continued to ask, "My goblins told me that your target is the Red Dragon Queen Alexstrasza?" Alvin nodded again, "Yes." The father of the Black Dragon showed a cruel sneer. "I can help you complete this task." "Why do you want to help me?" Alvin asked doubtfully. He was a little surprised. "I have my own purpose, which does not conflict with your plan, so we can cooperate." Alvin asked vigilantly, "What is the price?" Neltharion smiled. His voice was low and full of temptation. "Of course, loyalty to the Black Dragon Legion. I know what you want in your heart. You want to have a long life, like the elves. If you help me, I will make your wish come true." Alvin was shocked. For a long time, he has been longing for a long life, like the elves. He was shocked by Neltharion's speculation about people's hearts. But he also knew that cooperating with Neltharion might bring huge risks. What could he do? Reject? I'm afraid he would be crushed to death by Neltharion immediately. Alvin felt a palpitation. He took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay, I promise you. In addition, what is your real intention?" Neltharion sneered. "Don't ask what you don't need to know. As long as you can lead Necros out of grim battle, you will complete the task." Alvin's heart moved. He knew that Neltharion's real goal was the Red Dragon Egg, but he didn't say it out loud. He just nodded to show that he understood. Deathwing Neltharion showed a satisfied smile on his face. He looked up to the sky and let out a deafening laugh, which echoed in the valley. "Ha ha! Very good, Elvin, you made a wise choice." His laughter was like thunder, which made Elvin's eardrums hurt. Elvin suspected that he had embarked on a dangerous path, but in order to complete the task, he had no choice. Neltharion's laughter gradually subsided, and he looked down at Elvin. "Remember, as long as you can lead Necros out of grim battle, I will fulfill your wish." Then Neltharion took out a pendant from his arms, and handed it to Elvin. "You can contact me through this pendant." Elvin took the pendant, and felt the powerful power of Deathwing contained in it. "Then, I will have my Black Dragon descendants take you directly to the vicinity of grim battle. You can rest assured that they will protect you." Nazario waved his hand, and several Black Dragon subordinates immediately walked out of the shadows, turned into huge black dragons, and lay obediently on the ground. Nazario nodded to Alvin, indicating that he should climb onto the dragon's back. At the instruction of the father of black dragons, Alvin slowly walked towards the huge black dragon. The scales of the black dragon flashed coldly in the dim light, and the huge dragon wings trembled slightly, as if ready to take off at any time. Alvin felt the powerful oppression of the black dragon. He believed that if it were not for the order of Deathwing, the dragon would probably turn around and eat him. He looked up at Neltharion, and the father of black dragons stood majestically beside him, as if examining his every move. Alvin gritted his teeth, mustered up his courage, reached out to grab a scale of the black dragon, and began to climb. The black dragon's body was cold and hard, and the gaps between its scales made Alvin's fingers feel a sting. He climbed carefully, and every step seemed extremely difficult. Finally, he climbed onto the black dragon's back and sat down steadily. Neltharion nodded with satisfaction, and a low voice sounded in Alvin's ears. "Very good, Alvin. Remember your mission, complete it, and don't let me down." Before Alvin could speak, the black dragon had spread its huge wings, brought up a gust of wind, and soared into the air. Alvin tightly grasped the scales on the dragon's back, and felt the strong airflow whistling in his ears. The black dragon circled in the air, and took Alvin to grim battle quickly. Chapter 123. Sitting on the back of the black dragon, Alvin felt the strong air whistling in his ears, and his mood was a bit complicated. Now even Deathwing Neltharion was involved, which made the mission even more dangerous. He looked down at the black pendant in his hand, with a lot of thoughts. He recalled the adventures he had experienced with Solanlian, Samuel and Daggett, and a warm current surged in his heart. They were his important partners, and his only support in this dangerous land. However, because of this, he was even more reluctant to involve them in this mission full of unknowns and dangers. Alvin silently made up his mind that he must bear this responsibility alone, and must not let Solanlian and others fall into greater danger. Although he completely trusted his partners in his heart, he also understood that some things could only be done by him alone. I can't let them take this risk. Alvin said to himself in his heart. I apologize to Solanlian if we meet again. Now I go on alone. The black dragon circled in the air, and took Alvin to grim battle quickly. He encountered orc dragon riders along the way, but they were all defeated by the black dragons following him. The black dragon that Alvin was riding didn't even need to participate in the battle. His companions easily killed the orcs and their red dragons. As they approached, Alvin began to feel a strong and oppressive shadow. Grim battle, this cursed place, gradually appeared before his eyes. This majestic city is located deep in the valley, surrounded by towering mountains, as if isolated from the world. It used to be a prosperous city of the Wildhammer dwarves, but now it has become a ruin. The air is filled with the smell of decay and death. The sky is covered by heavy dark clouds, and there is almost no sunlight. The once magnificent city is now only in ruins, and occasionally some abandoned weapons and armor can be seen, telling the glory and misery of the past. Due to the evil magic released by the witch Queen Modgud before her death, the whole city is filled with shadow energy, like an invisible poisonous fog, corroding all living things. Suddenly, Alvin felt something in his arms tremble violently. He reached out and touched it, but was surprised. When did the handle of Xalatath return to his pocket? Was it Deathwing who was so kind to put it in my bag? Or did the handle come back by itself? Alvin was thinking wildly, and the black dragon had landed steadily on the edge of grim battle, shaking his shoulders impatiently, as if urging the human on his body to roll down quickly. Alvin jumped off the dragon's back, and the ground under his feet was hard and cold. The dragon flew away the moment it put Alvin down. It seemed that this powerful creature was unwilling to stay here for even a minute. He looked around and saw some dark shadows moving in the ruins of the city. They should be the orcs of the Dragon Roar clan stationed here. The news of the arrival of the Alliance elite team seemed to have spread here, and the orcs were patrolling nervously. Alvin looked back at the sky in the distance, as if he could see the figures of Solanlian and others. He knew that they would definitely worry about him, but he also believed that they would understand his decision. Alvin took a firm step and walked towards the depths of grim battle. On the other side, after Alvin angrily stabbed the dragon's eyes, the Wildhammer dwarves were greatly encouraged and burst into unparalleled morale. The Dragon Roar orcs retreated immediately when they saw the situation was not good, and fled in a panic. The Wildhammer dwarves landed from the air one after another, and expressed their gratitude to Solanlian and others who helped them. The leading dwarf stepped forward and said with gratitude, I am Thales, a subordinate of Falstad of the Wildhammer tribe. Thank you for your help. These Wildhammer dwarves seemed to be slightly taller than their cousins, the Dark Iron dwarves, but still not as tall as Solanlian's chest. The mage stepped forward anxiously and asked nervously, Can you help us find Alvin's trace? It's the man who just saved me. He was taken away by the dragon. We must find him. The dwarves looked at each other. They had just witnessed Alvin's heroic feat with their own eyes. Thales nodded. We will try our best to help you find Alvin's trace. Don't worry, I just saw the dragon landed in the distance. We have a rough direction. Let's set off now. Solanlian breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, Thank you very much. The dwarves immediately took action, flying griffins to the place where the dragon fell, and began to look for Alvin's traces around. At the same time, Brother Samuel gathered the soldiers, walked to Solanlian, and asked, Ms. Xingyuan, what should we do now? Solanlian clenched his fists, and lowered his head to think about it. I believe Alvin must still be alive. I have this feeling. He must be heading towards grim battle, so we're heading there too, because that's where everyone's goal is. As long as we head towards grim battle, we definitely meet. A soldier brought back the staff that Alvin had dropped, and Solanlian took it with both hands. She held the staff tightly in her hands. Samuel nodded, Okay, we act according to your plan. Friends, I have to say, you surprised me. The dark iron dwarf Daggett came out from nowhere. I saw the majestic figure of Alvin Priest. He leaped from the cliff just like Enwemer, the king of the hills. If I hadn't known he was a priest, I would have thought he was a warrior. Yes, Mr. Alvin has the strength to become a paladin. Fighting with the miracle priest is really an eye-opener for me. Samuel also chimed in. Don't worry, Elf, your Alvin must be alive, Daggett said firmly. Although that kid is reckless, he suits my taste very well, and I will definitely help you find him. Solanlian looked at Daggett gratefully and nodded. She felt that Daggett's mentality had changed subtly, and it was different from when they first met. Daggett greeted everyone, went into the mine again, and led everyone underground to grim battle. I must have violated the law of heaven in my previous life, so I was sent here. At this time, Alvin was lying in ambush on the hillside outside Grim Battle. In the distance, in front of the gate of Grim Battle, the orcs were busy patrolling back and forth, and they were on high alert. The orcs were wearing heavy armor, holding sharp weapons, and their eyes were fierce and alert. They kept patrolling around, occasionally talking in a low voice, and seemed extremely nervous. One Krasis, one Deathwing, both told me to go to Grim Battle, but they didn't tell me how to get in. So they just let me do whatever I want. The boss just says something, and the subordinates run around. Chapter 124. Just as Alvin was looking at the city and sighing, in the distant Kalimdor, a red dragon was walking through a verdant forest. This forest was dark and quiet, the sun could not shine through the dense treetops, and the air was filled with a fresh scent of grass and trees. Occasionally, a few birds chirped in the forest, and everything told of the tranquility and peace here. Suddenly, a low dragon roar came from the forest, breaking the silence. The red dragon looked up, and saw a huge green dragon slowly flying out from the treetops. The green dragon was huge, almost the same size as Deathwing. Its scales flashed emerald green in the sun, and its wings spread out, covering the sky. She landed gently on the ground, making almost no sound, which was very inconsistent with her huge body. The green dragon was the guardian dragon Yinsara. Yinsara's voice was low and soft, as if it had a hypnotic power. Red Dragon Corielstrass, why are you here? The red dragon slowly descended to the ground, and turned into a red-haired elven wizard, who was Krasis. He stepped forward, bowed slightly to the guardian dragon, and said respectfully, Guardian Dragon Yinsara, I am here to ask for your help. My queen Alexstrasza is trapped in grim battle by the evil orcs, and I need your power to rescue her. Yinsara frowned slightly, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Alexstrasza is trapped? What a pity. I haven't seen my sister for a long time. In this case, I will naturally go over. Krasis nodded. He didn't expect the progress to be so smooth. He continued, but Yinsara, we must be careful. The demon soul has imprisoned the guardian dragon's ability, and I am worried that you can't fight it alone. The demon soul. That terrible thing really makes us powerless. I'm afraid I can't do it alone. I have to call on several other guardian dragons. I will find other guardian dragons. We must unite to rescue Alexstrasza. Well, I will prepare as soon as possible. Yinsara nodded at the huge dragon head. In addition, I have seen a human priest in my dream recently, and now he seems to have arrived in grim battle. I have never known what it means, and it seems to be related to what you said. Krasis said in surprise, that is Alvin Priest I sent. I didn't expect his progress to be so fast. This is really great. Yinsara smiled slightly. Don't underestimate the power of mortals, they can make history. It seems that we still have hope. Act as soon as possible. We can't let Alexstrasza continue to suffer. It's a pity that our mortal representative Alvin is still hiding in the grass halfway up the mountain, thinking about how to enter this cursed city. He had been lying in ambush for most of the day, and still hadn't come up with any plan. Just when he was about to lose his patience, he saw an orc walking slowly in the distance. The orc was hunched over, wearing a tattered hood, his face hidden in the shadows, and his face could not be seen clearly. He supported himself with a broken staff, and walked slowly along the road. Alvin suddenly had an idea and decided to use this unfortunate orc. He squatted in the bushes, concentrated his mind, and selected the skill icon of mind control in his mind. Alvin silently chanted a spell, and an invisible force surged out of his body, quietly invading the consciousness of the orc warlock. The poor orc suddenly felt his body out of control, and his eyes became dull. When Alvin came back to his senses, he had already entered the orc's body. Hey, don't blame me, I was worried about not being able to get in, and your outfit is a great gift for me. Alvin began to take off his clothes. Soon, the orc took off his hood, cloak, clothes and decorations one by one. Unexpectedly, the orc was wearing a loincloth. Alvin suddenly became curious, tore off the loincloth, and looked down at his crotch. Wow, it's really not small, well, although I don't want to admit it, it's indeed more majestic than ordinary humans, but it's still worse than me, haha. Alvin threw all his clothes on the side of the road. Then, Mr. Orc, thank you for your contribution, now it's time for you to return to the earth. He controlled the naked orc to walk towards the cliff, made a beautiful dive, and then released the mind control. Ah! The orc warlock cursed from the hillside, but soon there was a bang, and the orc shouting stopped abruptly. May the holy light bless you. Alvin laughed and put on the orc's clothes. He covered his face with a hood, pretended to be hunched over, picked up the broken staff, and looked like an orc. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality, and walked towards the gate of grim battle. He decided to pretend to be an orc from Blackrock Mountain, and come to announce the order of Blackrock Orc Ren Blackhand to Necros. Soon, Alvin walked to the gate, and was stopped by several orc guards. The guards looked at him vigilantly and asked, "Who are you? Where are you from?" Alvin spoke in a low voice, concave his mouth into a strange shape, and then said in Orcish, "I am from Blackrock Mountain, Xerxian Sun Snake, and I am here to convey important orders under the orders of Red Black Hand." The guards looked at each other, and one of the leading orcs said, "Wait a minute, I will report it." Soon after, the guards brought back the news from the chief. Alvin was taken into grim battle. "I'm in, ha." He arched his back as much as possible, pretending to be old and weak, walking and stopping, carefully observing the city. The scene inside the city shocked him. It was full of terror and depression, and the air was filled with a decayed atmosphere. The orcs locked the red dragons with iron chains, and held thick whips to whip the disobedient red dragons viciously. The dragons that were so arrogant outside were tortured into slaves of the orcs here. The whole city is somewhat similar to Iron Forge. The city is built in a huge cave in the mountain. The houses are built against the mountain. There are deep trenches on the ground, and different areas are connected by stone bridges. Soon, Alvin was brought to the highest commander of the Dragon Roar orcs here, the warlord Necros. The orc was sitting on a huge dragon bone throne. Even sitting there, it can be seen that Necros is a tall and mighty guy with endless ambition in his eyes. Alvin bowed his head and saluted, saying, "I am the warlock Xerxian Sun Snake of Blackrock Mountain. I am commissioned by the Orthodox tribe chieftain Ren Blackhand to bring good news to the honorable warlord Necros." "Oh, I am Necros Skull Crusher. What good news do you have? Tell me." Necros' voice was low and full of suspicion. He looked at the orc in front of him with a joking look. He originally planned to give this guy a warning right away, but he felt that the orc warlock in front of him seemed to have a strong power in his body, so he decided to listen to what he wanted to say first. Chapter 125. Chief Ren sent me to persuade you to give up grim battle and return to the Orthodox tribe. We can cooperate and rely on the Red Dragon Riders to defeat the Alliance countries and other orc clans in this world. Necros sneered, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. This seems to be a good suggestion, but my chief Zulid asked me to guard this place when he left here. I believe he will come back. Unfortunately, we can't give up this fortress. Alvin shook his head and said firmly, "Zulid can't come back. I'm afraid you don't know yet, the dark portal has been closed, but a space rift has been left. Not long ago, the Death Knight Talon Bloodfiend visited Blackrock Mountain, and we learned about the situation in Draenor." Necros frowned. He didn't know this news yet. "You mean Bloodfiend has found Ren? What does he want to do? When will he come to support us?" "Patience, orc, I will tell you what you want to know," Alvin said in a deep voice. "In Draenor, Nazul has been elected to take power again, but he didn't come to rescue us and bring us back to Draenor right away. He just wanted to open more portals and take away all those who obeyed him. Others who disobeyed him will fend for themselves. And you just said that Zulid, the chieftain of the Dragon Roar clan, has pledged allegiance to Nazul. They will all follow Nazul to other worlds. All of us are abandoned. Do you understand?" After hearing this, Necros' face turned gloomy. It's not that he hadn't thought about it. Since the failure of Orindu Hammer, he has been thinking about why he was guarding here. People with ability should come out to lead everyone out of the predicament, instead of fighting a trap beast here and being exhausted to death by the Alliance in the end. So, as abandoned children, we must unite. Ren Blackhand, as the chief of the Orthodox tribe, is contacting the orcs scattered around the world. I can tell you that we have contacted the Warsong clan and the Frostwolf clan in the north of the continent, and they have sworn allegiance to Ren. Ah? Frostwolf? Has their old blind Drekthar pledged allegiance to you? That's right. Because he is very smart, and knows that his clan can only survive by relying on the strong. From now on, these are all Alvin's free play to deceive the silly boy. So what is your answer? Orcs? Alvin lowered his voice, and his tone seemed to be threatening and tempting. After a moment of silence, Necros nodded helplessly. Okay, I agree. A wise choice, Alvin thought. If he was really an orc, it seemed that Red Blackhand should give him a big orc unity medal. Alvin breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Next, there is one more thing. His eyes rolled around. I need to understand the strength of the Dragon Maw clan on behalf of the Great Chief. So, show me the power you have been claiming all along. Necros agreed readily, showing a proud smile. Then let the chief's eyes see how powerful the dragon roar orcs are. He slowly stood up from the throne, and took Alvin to the bottom of the city. They walked through a dark corridor. The walls around were covered with rusty chains and shackles, and the air was filled with a decaying smell. The further down the road, the more humid the air, and the higher the temperature. The space gradually became larger, but it seemed extremely depressing. Alvin saw many red dragons imprisoned in iron cages, with scars all over their bodies, and some were even dying. The orcs whipped these dragons cruelly, and laughed triumphantly. Necros led Alvin forward, and finally came to the hall at the bottom of the city. This was originally the city hall of the dwarves, but now we have transformed it into a cage. The orc laughed cruelly, seeming to be very satisfied with his masterpiece. The hall was surrounded by huge iron fences, and huge iron caltrops were erected around it, as if to prevent the huge beast from going crazy. There were some dried blood stains hanging on the iron caltrops, which looked particularly terrifying. The hall was closed by a huge stone door, which was huge and looked as high as several floors. Alvin really couldn't understand why such a big door was built with the height of the dwarves. Necros clapped his hands, and several soldiers came forward, shouting and pulling the stone door. Squeak, 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 squeak. The huge stone door slowly opened to both sides, and a scorching breath rushed from the door, blowing Alvin so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. Please take a look at the strength of the dragon roar orcs, Necros said with a sly smile. Alvin walked in, and the scene in front of him shocked him speechless. In front of him was a very spacious hall, with a huge round roof, and an area as large as several basketball courts. But the hall seemed very crowded, because in the center of it was a huge red dragon lying, and the dragon couldn't even lift its head, because if she raised her head, she would hit the ceiling. The red dragon was wrapped in heavy shackles, and its bright red scales shone faintly in the dim light. Its horns were huge and majestic, but at this moment, they seemed extremely heavy. The red dragon opened its eyes, and let out a low roar, which shocked Alvin and Necros' brains. Alvin's body was shaky, and he barely managed to avoid falling down by supporting himself with a broken staff. Necros took out a golden disc from his arms, and began to chant a spell. The disc emitted a dazzling light, and the red dragon crawled on the ground in pain in the light, uttering a shrill wail. Necros laughed loudly, extremely proud. See? This is our power. The power of the tribe. He was very satisfied with Alvin's reaction. Then, he walked aside, and opened another cage. It was filled with red dragon eggs, each of which was half the size of a human body, and the eggshell was covered with fine scales, shimmering red light. Necros pointed at the dragon eggs and said proudly, "These dragon eggs are the future of the tribe. When they hatch successfully in the future, the young dragons will become our powerful weapons of war." It's hard to imagine. Alvin was shocked. He had seen many dragons, including the black dragon Onyxia and Deathwing, and their bodies were already very huge. However, the red dragon in front of him was one size larger than the father of the black dragon. Necros proudly introduced the origin of the red guardian dragon to Alvin, with a fanatical light flashing in his eyes. This is the red guardian dragon Alexstrasza. She is the queen of their tribe. As long as we control her, we can get the entire red dragon army. She only needs to lay eggs continuously to create a steady stream of red dragons as weapons for the tribe. Chapter 126. After hearing this, Alvin was speechless. He recalled that he had thought about this question when he was playing games. The old hens at home usually lay only one egg a day. Even if the red dragon is fertile, if it lays eggs all day long, will it burden its body? He looked at the red dragon queen, and found that her body was already very weak. Obviously, this high-intensity egg-laying caused great damage to her body. Alvin decided to ask a few questions to learn more. Will the red dragon attack us? Will she die because of this high-intensity egg-laying? As long as the queen is under our control, the red dragon will not attack us. Nicholas sneered and replied, "As for her life, as long as we need her, she will not die. We have a way to let her continue to lay eggs until we no longer need her." At this moment, the red dragon queen suddenly spoke in human language, her voice full of anger. "You despicable orcs. One day you will pay the price for what you did." Nicholas laughed loudly. Obviously, it was not the first time he heard the queen's curse. "Go ahead. You have plenty of time to scold me. But I suggest you save your energy for the real thing, like laying eggs." As the orc said this, he raised the golden disc, and the light from the disc shone on the dragon, causing her great pain, and her huge body trembled. Necros seemed to enjoy abusing the red dragon. "You will be the tribe's arsenal, and work for the tribe forever. Your fate is already determined. Accept the reality. The Red Dragon Queen wailed, her voice filled with endless despair. Alvin felt bad watching Achilles' mother suffer. Now he was only one step away from completing his mission, but how to complete this step was indeed difficult. At this moment, a noisy sound suddenly came from outside, as if there was chaos somewhere in the city. Necros frowned and immediately called the guards, with a hint of anxiety in his voice. What's going on? A guard hurried over, his face full of tension. The orcs' movements seemed a little flustered, and their turbid eyes showed uneasiness. The orc guard stepped forward and stammered. A team of Alliance soldiers attacked. After hearing this, Necros' face suddenly changed. He grabbed the guard's collar, pulled the guard's face very close to him and roared, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Alliance attack? What are the soldiers guarding the gate doing?" The poor orc guard was strangled to the point of almost suffocating, and was sprayed with spit by Necros. His face flushed, and he answered with difficulty, "They didn't come in from the gate. It seems that they came out from the ground. We don't know how they got in. Now the brothers are supporting them." After hearing this, Necros felt his scalp tingling and panic in his heart. He let go of the guard's neck and turned to look at Alvin, hoping to get his advice. Alvin said at the right time, "When I came here, I also saw a large number of Alliance soldiers gathering in the west. I'm afraid that only a part of them have attacked now, and the main force may arrive soon." He sneered and mocked. "Didn't you say your fortress was impregnable? How could it be breached so easily?" Necros snorted coldly, not wanting to argue with Alvin about this issue. He quickly thought about the countermeasures, and finally ordered, "Well, it seems that this is the guidance of the ancestors. Everyone is ready to leave grim battle. Pass the order, pack up your things, and take away all the dragon eggs and dragons." "Where are we going?" The orc guard was released, and gasped for a few breaths. "Idiot! Of course it's Blackrock Mountain. Go to Black Hand." "Hurry up, you idiot, go and pass the order," Necros said impatiently, kicking the guards, but kicking the unlucky guard to the ground. The orc screamed, but didn't dare to look back, and quickly got up from the ground and ran away. He turned to look at Alvin, bowed his head and asked, "Honorable Sun Serpent Ambassador, I would like to ask you to help my soldiers to deal with those elite teams of the Alliance." Alvin's heart moved. He suspected that Solanlian and Samuel had come, and he could just go to meet them, so he readily agreed. "No problem, I will go to support your troops, and I will make the Alliance come without return." Necros nodded and immediately prepared for the transfer. The guards also got busy, passing orders everywhere, and the whole grim battle fell into a tense atmosphere. As Alvin guessed, the people who came were Solanlian and his group. Led by the dark iron dwarf Daggett, they advanced from the underground mine tunnel, completely avoiding the aerial raid of the Dragon Roar Orc Dragon Rider, and appeared directly in the underground mine in grim battle. When the dark iron dwarves attacked the Wildhammer dwarves stationed in grim battle, one of the attack routes was underground. Later, grim battle was polluted, and the Wildhammer dwarves directly abandoned the city, and no one cared about this passage. After the Dragon Roar Orcs occupied this place, they never went down to the mine, and they didn't know that the mine was connected to the outside world. Solanlian and others hurriedly marched in the tunnel. The tunnel was humid and hot. The elves had never suffered such a torture in their lives. Thinking of Alvin who left without saying goodbye and his life or death was unknown, they were just full of anger. Brother Samuel wanted everyone to advance secretly, but the careless Daggett soon exposed his whereabouts, and was discovered by the Orc Patrol guards. Solanlian simply went all out, and directly attacked the orcs. Samuel had to order everyone to attack. This caught the orcs off guard. The castle was small, and the dragons could not move freely here. The orcs were not necessarily the opponents of these experienced Alliance warriors, with their strong physical advantages. What's more, the Alliance also had a paladin and a mage. Under the spells of Solanlian, which were like venting grievances, the orcs suffered heavy losses, and were beaten to tears. Solanlian's spells poured down like a storm, and fireballs and ice arrows flew alternately, hitting the orcs and making deafening explosions. The orcs fled in the narrow passage, but there was nowhere to escape. Brother Samuel raised the shield of holy light and led the soldiers to charge. The power of holy light was particularly dazzling in the narrow space. Even the dark iron dwarf Daggett borrowed a war hammer from Samuel. The dwarf waved the war hammer and charged forward, as if to wash away the stain of his deserter, and launched a fatal raid on the orcs. He smashed an orc's knee with a hammer, and the orc screamed and fell. Daggett took the opportunity to hit the orc's head, making a dull sound. Although his movements were rough, each blow was full of power. Under his leadership, the morale of the Alliance warriors was high, and they launched fierce attacks one after another. Although the orcs were strong, they were stunned by the sudden attack for a while, and they didn't know how many enemies there were and where they came from. They were suppressed by the Alliance warriors and retreated step by step, with heavy casualties. What's worse is that most of the orcs in the city have received orders to abandon the castle, so no one came to support them. While casting spells, Solanlian anxiously looked for Alvin's traces. She believed that Alvin must still be alive, and as long as they kept moving forward, they would definitely find him. Chapter 127. On the battlefield, fires were everywhere, and the air was filled with smoke and blood. Alvin saw the fire ahead, and he was surprised to see that Solanlian was showing great power, hitting the orcs with ice arrows from time to time. Solanlian's ice arrows streaked through the night sky like meteors, and each arrow hit the orcs accurately, and the thrust instantly covered their bodies, making piercing screams. The orcs waved their weapons, trying to resist this fierce attack, but Solanlian's magic ruthlessly penetrated their defenses. Alvin looked around and found that there were no orcs behind him, so he launched an attack behind the orcs. He took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, and quickly selected the skill of Dark Word Pain in his mind. In an instant, the light of shadow flashed between his fingers, and the spell spread rapidly like black smoke, descending on every orc. The orcs who were hit by Dark Word Pain screamed miserably. The severe pain shocked them. They turned back to look at Alvin, not understanding why this orc from Blackrock Mountain attacked them. Samuel and other Alliance soldiers were also stunned. They didn't understand what happened in the orc camp. Alvin took off his cloak at this time and shouted to Solanlian, "Solanlian, I'm here." When everyone saw that it was Alvin, their morale was greatly shaken. Solanlian also saw Alvin. The elf's eyes turned red, her mouth curled, and she angrily began to cast a blizzard at the orcs. The ice and snow swept down like a storm, instantly freezing the orcs into ice sculptures. The situation on the battlefield changed instantly. The morale of the Alliance soldiers was high, and they rushed towards the orcs and launched a fierce attack. Soon, the orcs were defeated and the Alliance won a great victory. On the battlefield, the bodies of the orcs fell to the ground in all directions, and the Alliance warriors cheered and celebrated this hard-won victory. The air was filled with gunpowder and the smell of victory, and the faces of the warriors were filled with joy and pride. Samuel and Daggett rushed to Alvin and hugged Alvin warmly. It felt like a victory gathering. "Alvin, you are finally back. We all thought we would never see you again." "That's great. You don't know how worried we are about you." Alvin was hugged tightly by them, feeling the long-lost warmth, and he was also moved. These people could have chosen to leave, but they still resolutely continued to move forward. "I am also very happy to see you again. Thank you for not giving up on me." Alvin was really moved this time, to be honest, although he had been trying not to put everyone in danger. But in this orc nest, I was isolated and helpless, and I was really happy and relieved to meet so many reliable friends. Suddenly, the crowd parted to both sides, and Solanlian walked out of the crowd. Alvin saw the girl's red eyes, and knew that she must be angry again, and hurriedly opened his arms to hug her. As a result, Solanlian started to run, and then rushed over. Just when Alvin was about to hug her, the elf hit Alvin with a rising dragon punch and knocked Alvin down. Alvin was hit by a punch without knowing what was going on, and fell to the ground with a puddle. This set of smooth movements was stunned. Everyone opened their mouths and looked at the two. "Wow!" Daggett explained inappropriately again. "What a perfect dragon!" Before Alvin could get up, Solanlian flew into his arms, hugged Alvin, and burst into tears. "Why did you run away alone again? I knew you must have come in alone." Alvin stroked the girl's hair and explained quickly, "There was no other way. I was taken away by the red dragon to save you. As a result, the red dragon landed near grim battle. I would not be able to find you if I went back to look for you, so I had to think of a way to sneak in. You smell bad, like an orc." "Yeah, I've been wearing orc clothes." Alvin smiled bitterly. "Actually, you smell bad too, with a strong sweat smell." Solanlian then remembered that she had been in the mine for the past few days, fighting and marching, and had not taken a shower, so she must smell bad. She quickly pushed Alvin away and jumped up, and Alvin was pushed to the ground again. Samuel pulled poor Alvin up and explained the route of his group. "Thank you, everyone, especially Daggett. To be honest, I'm surprised you're here too." Alvin smiled and patted the dwarf on the shoulder. "Really, thank you." Daggett scratched his head and said with a smile, "It's okay, there's money to be made anyway, haha. Everyone, I have an important news to tell you." Alvin said, "After my persuasion, the orcs are now preparing to evacuate. Their command system is in chaos, and the city is now in chaos. The warriors' eyes flashed with hope, and they whispered, "Then now I will tell you my real mission afterwards. It is to save the Red Dragon Queen trapped in the depths. So now I would like to ask you to secretly head towards the city gate. Do not fight with the enemy. The key is to monitor their every move and wait for me to pick you up." Alvin continued, "So Lanlian and I will act together to complete the final mission, and then we will retreat. Now is our best chance." So Lanlian also nodded. Alvin is right. We can't wait any longer. Every minute and every second is important. Oh my god, saving the Red Dragon Queen. I can't imagine that I am involved in such a mission. Brother Samuel was shocked, but he recovered quickly. "Okay, we will split into 2 teams. Daggett, everyone prepare weapons and equipment. We will set off immediately." The warriors acted quickly, checking their weapons and organizing their equipment. "Remember, your mission is to protect yourself first. When I rescue the queen, you can come to pick me up. Do you understand?" "Alvin, we will succeed. I believe in you." Samuel shook hands with Alvin and turned away with his men. "We are here now. We will succeed. Alvin, I believe in you too." So Lanlian said firmly. She took a rubber band from her wrist and skillfully tied her hair into a high ponytail. At this moment, she looked a bit like her sister Caponia. Alvin noticed that Solanlian and Caponia were indeed very similar. The only difference seemed to be the color of their hair. Alvin smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Solanlian. Let's go too." "Wait." Solanlian's movements were crisp and clear. The ponytail swayed gently behind her, looking heroic. She handed the bag on her back to Alvin. "I brought back your precious staff for you." Alvin took it. He was very familiar with the energy on the staff. It was the scepter of Sargeras seized from the Death Knight. "Thank you." Alvin carried the staff on his back. Now that he had the artifact in his hand, the success rate of the mission felt much higher. "Are you ready? We are leaving." So Lanlian stopped talking and just nodded. Alvin also nodded. He turned around and led the way on horseback, with the elf following closely behind. Chapter 128. Alvin and Solanlian approached the Queen's cell quickly. Necros had already ordered an evacuation, and his men had already left with the dragon eggs. The whole city seemed empty. Alvin and Solanlian walked silently through the shadowed corridor, their steps as light as cats. He introduced the city to the elves on the way. The elves sighed. "It was once a dwarf city, but I didn't expect it to be occupied by orcs and turned into a cage for dragons. It's really ironic." Soon, the two came to the Queen's cell. Passing through the heavy iron door, the scene in front of them shocked them. Necros was using the demon soul to control the Red Dragon Queen at this time, forcing her to move slowly. The Red Dragon Queen's eyes were full of anger, but her body could not help but obey Necros' orders. "Huh?" Solanlian didn't say hello, but directly greeted the orc with an ice arrow. "Ah!" Necros was hit by an ice arrow and screamed. He turned around and saw the humans and elves, and roared in disbelief. "How is it possible? Where is the sun snake?" Alvin laughed, a cunning flashed in his eyes, and said in Orcish, "Are you talking about the orc warlock? We have killed him." Necros' face turned pale in an instant. He was injured now, and didn't want to fight with the two. He decided to use the demon soul to force the queen to attack Alvin. Although the Red Dragon Queen was very weak, her strength was still unmatched by mortals. The battle with Alexstrasza inevitably began. Alvin had imagined countless times before what to do if it really didn't work, and he had to face the Red Dragon Queen. To be honest, there were really not many ways. Alvin and Solanlian quickly separated, trying to attack the queen from different directions. Alvin cast a shadow spell, and the black energy wrapped around the queen like a venomous snake, but her dragon scales were as hard as iron, and the spell could only slow down her movements slightly. Solanlian kept attacking with ice arrows, trying to freeze the queen's movements. The ice arrows streaked cold light in the air, hitting the queen's wings and claws, but she still fought back tenaciously, and every swing of her claws was destructive. "Be careful, her flames!" Alvin suddenly shouted loudly. Before the words fell, the Red Dragon Queen suddenly opened her huge mouth, and a hot flame gushed out. Alvin and Solanlian quickly dodged, but the flame still burned the corners of their clothes. The heat wave of the flames distorted the air, the walls began to collapse, and stones fell one after another. "We must separate her and Necros." Solanlian nodded. She suddenly jumped up, and the ice arrow pointed directly at Necros. Necros was caught off guard and hit by an ice arrow again, and the demon soul's control was slightly relaxed for a moment. Taking this opportunity, Alvin shouted to Alexstrasza, "I was sent by Krasis to save you, and I also saved your daughter Akalissa. Please hold on." Don't lose to the demon soul. When the dragon heard Alvin's words, huge tears welled up in her eyes. She was grateful and desperate in her heart. But she was now controlled by the demon soul, and her movements were involuntary. She could only watch Alvin become more and more difficult to resist under her attack. At this time, she opened her huge mouth, ready to spit out hot flames. At this moment, Necros was shot, and the control of the demon soul weakened. Alexstrasza took the opportunity to raise her head and sprayed the flames towards the ceiling. The blazing flames instantly burned the ceiling red, and the stones began to loosen, making a frightening cracking sound. Alvin was saved, and was not directly sprayed by the flames. He even felt that the flames almost rubbed his scalp and flew into the sky. But Alvin was not happy anymore, and the boulders on the ceiling began to fall. The huge stones hit the ground, making a deafening sound, dust flying, and the vision became blurred. Alvin and Solanlian were forced to retreat to avoid the falling rocks. Soon, the stones formed an insurmountable barrier between them, blocking Alvin and Solanlian in the dragon's cell, while Necros and the red dragon were on the other side. The orcs were very happy, thinking that they were finally dead. Necros sneered and looked at the ruins in front of him. Humph, they are already buried in there. Let's go! The red dragon queen, under the control of the demon soul, slowly followed Necros away. There were still tears in her eyes, but she was powerless to resist, and could only be forced to leave. Alvin and Solanlian were on the other side of the ruins, panting. We are safe for now, but we must find a way out as soon as possible and continue to track them. Alvin was panting. The battle just now was really hard. The pressure of the dragon was too strong. Yes, we can't let them take the queen away. Solanlian checked the road blocked by the fallen rocks, and found that she couldn't get out anyway. Now I can't get out of here. Fortunately, I also know some teleportation magic, but I need to prepare a magic circle. She quickly took out a small bottle of silver powder from her waist, and began to draw complex runes and patterns on the ground. Her movements were swift and precise, and every stroke was full of magical rhythm. The silver powder flickered in the firelight, and soon formed a mysterious and beautiful magic circle. Can it really be done? Alvin asked in surprise. Believe me, Alvin. Besides, we have no other choice. Solanlian smiled and said, in fact, Caponia is very good at teleportation. My teleportation mage is only at the usable level, and hers is excellent. Okay. Let's try it. Solanlian stood up. She took Alvin's hand, and came to the center of the magic circle. Solanlian closed her eyes, and chanted the ancient spell in a low voice. The magic circle began to emit a soft light, which became stronger and stronger, and finally completely enveloped them. Alvin felt a powerful force pulling them into a vortex, and the surrounding scene changed rapidly, as if traveling through countless time and space. As the light gradually faded, Alvin and Solanlian found themselves standing on a small hill outside Grim Battle. From here, it was clear that most of the Dragon Roar orcs had already set out and started to leave Grim Battle. The dragon eggs were loaded on the car, the dragon knights were hovering in the air, and some disobedient dragons were whipped forward. Look, that's Alexstrasza. Alvin pointed to the back of the team. The huge red dragon Alexstrasza was being forced to walk by the demon soul, and was in great pain. Her eyes were full of helplessness and anger, but she was powerless to resist. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the sky in the distance, and a huge red dragon attacked the orc army. She roared and swooped down from the air, trying to rescue Alexstrasza. But Necros sneered, raised the demon soul, and shot a yellow energy at the red dragon, hitting the red dragon. The red dragon screamed, rolled, and was knocked to the ground. Alvin looked at the scene in surprise. What the hell is this? It was lost in just one round. Solanlian cursed angrily. Damn Kirin Tor. Why didn't Krasis come to help? Alvin looked at the falling red dragon, and his heart sank. Maybe he has already come. Chapter 129. As the red dragon launched its suicide attack, a deafening cry of killing suddenly sounded above the valley, and the Wildhammer dwarves appeared on the mountaintop. The dwarves, holding warhammers and axes, roared and rushed towards the orcs from the hillside. Their battle horns resounded through the sky, and the dwarves, with gravitational potential energy, rushed towards the orcs in the middle of the road like a tide, and immediately cut the orcs' team into several sections. The battle scene was spectacular and chaotic. The dwarves' steel weapons flashed black light in the sun. Their roars shook the entire battlefield, and the orcs' team was instantly dispersed. Various weapons began to swing in the air in turn, making bursts of breaking and crashing sounds. After the initial shock, Necros quickly stabilized the front line, and began to organize the orc warriors to counterattack. At his command, Several red dragons carried their riders into the air, ready to teach these annoying dwarves a lesson with fire in the air. But suddenly, from the clouds above the dragon riders, a group of Wildhammer dwarf griffin riders rushed out. They had been prepared here for a long time, waiting for the dragon riders to appear. The griffin riders swooped down from the clouds, and when the orcs found out, it was too late. The dwarf storm hammers were already smashing towards them with a sharp whistle. The orcs lost several riders and young dragons in an instant. Then the two groups started a fierce air battle. The griffins soared in the air, and the dwarf knights held their hammers, aiming at the dragon riders in the air and ready to throw them at any time. The dragon riders circled in the air, spewing flames, trying to shoot down the griffins. For the wild hammer. Charge! Dwarves and orcs fought together, hammers and axes collided with orcs' weapons, making metal collision sounds. The roars of the dwarves and the roars of the orcs intertwined, and the battle scene was spectacular and chaotic. Flames and smoke filled the air, and the battlefield was full of blood and smoke. At this moment, the change happened again. The sky suddenly became dark, and a huge black shadow quickly enveloped the entire battlefield. Before everyone could react, the rain of death from the sky had already fallen. The black flames fell from the sky like a waterfall, burning all the creatures involved into ashes. Deathwing is here. He spread his huge dragon wings and looked down at the battle below. His eyes scanned around, as if looking for something. Then, he saw the enslaved red dragon queen Alexstrasza and the dragon eggs that the orcs hid on the car. His sister was suffering, but Deathwing had no intention of pitying her at all, because his sight was completely attracted by the dragon eggs. The people fighting on the ground also discovered Deathwing. When they saw a black dragon that was no less than the size of the red dragon queen, everyone was stunned. No one had ever seen such a terrifying creature. Its scales were nailed together with black metal blocks, and what was exposed between the scales seemed not to be flesh, but blazing magma, as if the black dragon's body was filled with magma. The black dragon's wing membrane was already tattered, huge and dark, and looked like the embodiment of the word horror. The red dragon queen also discovered Deathwing, and she roared angrily at the father of the black dragon in despair. She opened her huge red eyes. Believe me, if the queen can kill people with her eyes, then Deathwing would have died 10,000 times by now. Then, Deathwing suddenly opened his huge mouth, and a hot, smoky black flame gushed out, covering a large area of the battlefield. The flames devoured everything, and the dwarves and orcs screamed in the flames, and the scene was in chaos. When Alvin saw the scene, his heart tightened. Deathwing really came for the dragon eggs. He wanted to revive the black dragon army and create the so-called new dragon beasts, so he needed a large number of dragon eggs. But the orc Necros controlled all the dragon eggs in his hands, and rashly launched an attack on Grim Battle. Although the father of the black dragon was sure to wipe out this cursed city from the continent of Azeroth, it was entirely possible that the orcs would take the dragon eggs with him to be buried together, so using a strategy to let the orcs take the dragon eggs out of the castle was the best time to snatch the dragon eggs. Deathwing has been waiting for this moment for a long time. When he saw the orc troops escorting a large number of dragon eggs in the middle of the road, he knew that his chance had come. To be honest, Deathwing did not expect that Alvin could complete the task so quickly. It seems that he should treat his daughter's new followers more seriously in the future. But now, the most important thing is to grab all the dragon eggs. He doesn't care whether his sister Alexstrasza is suffering. For him, the life and death of the red dragon has nothing to do with him. He even thinks that only the world of black dragons is a correct world, so he even destroyed the blue dragon army of Malygos, the blue dragon king who is his brother. Neltharion. Betrayer. Don't even think about touching my child. Alexstrasza roared, gathering the strength in her body, and a mouthful of dragon fire shot out from her mouth at Deathwing. The orc Necros originally saw his troops covered by Deathwing's flames, and was about to use the demon soul to force the red dragon queen to attack the black dragon, but he didn't expect the red dragon to act on its own. He looked at the angry queen in surprise, although he didn't know what happened between them before, and what kind of feud they had. But seeing the red dragon queen attacking the black dragon regardless of everything, he was happy to see it happen. Deathwing gently blocked the red dragon queen's flames with his wing membrane, and then flapped his wings fiercely, and the flames disappeared out of thin air. Deathwing's treacherous laughter came from the air. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha. Everyone's eardrums were almost broken by the black dragon's laughter. My dear sister, Alexstrasza, don't you see that I am helping you save your offspring? The black dragon stared at the red dragon, and magma kept dripping from his uncontrollable mouth. Huge drops of magma fell on the heads of the orcs and dwarves, who were fighting below. A few unlucky people turned into gas, when they were touched by the magma, and everyone fled in fear. If I don't take the dragon eggs away, your children will eventually become slaves of the orcs. Would you rather let your children be enslaved than give them the freedom they deserve? The black dragon looked down and said arrogantly, and your children will grow into a brand new dragon clan. Belong to my dragon clan. Pa! The red dragon queen climbed up angrily. She had been imprisoned in a cramped underground for a long time, so that the queen's scales had long lost their luster. Her body was already very weak, but she still struggled to stand up and wanted to flap her wings to fly, but found that her feet and neck were tightly tied with chains by the orcs. She pulled the chain and found that with her current strength, she couldn't even break the iron chain. She even roared in grief and anger. Ha ha, look at you, the once powerful red dragon queen, the life binder, Alexstrasza, now so weak that you are kept in captivity by these lowly and dirty orcs as a hen to lay eggs. You are the shame of the guardian dragons. And I will lead my legion to retake the continent of Azeroth. Die! Deathwing said, opening his huge mouth. Thick black smoke and violently burning flames gushed out, directly hitting the body of the red dragon queen. The queen screamed in pain and fell to the ground in flames. The orcs holding the iron chains around were also tragically caught in the flames and turned into ashes. Ah! Alexstrasza's painful roar echoed throughout the valley. Chapter 130. So Lanlian, teleport me to the red dragon. Quick! When Alvin saw the red dragon queen being knocked down, he knew that no one could stop Deathwing's evil deeds now. Are you crazy? So Lanlian screamed. Didn't you see those orcs pulling the chains? That terrible black flame will melt if you get close to it, and it will explode if you look at it for a second. Puff! Although the situation was tense, Alvin still laughed unconsciously. Samuel, Daggett and others looked at him in surprise, not knowing why he laughed at this time. Sorry, I just remembered the guy who practiced for 2.5 years. Yeah. Alvin sorted out his emotions. I'm not talking about the red dragon queen, but the red dragon that was shot down just now, the one that was given for free. Alvin pointed to the place where the red dragon fell just now. Ah, you're talking about it. What are you doing to that kind of useless dragon? So Lanlian said in surprise. Because I think he is one of us. After all, he attacked the orcs. I have to rescue him first. Got it. So Lanlian did what she said and quickly drew a magic circle on the ground, preparing for teleportation. At this time, the red dragon queen could no longer withstand the shadow flames of Deathwing. Her huge body burned with raging flames and fell to the ground. She struggled a few times, but could not get up again. Deathwing was extremely proud, and was even thinking about how to torture this enemy of 10,000 years to death. Charge! The shouts of killing rang out again. It turned out that the orcs and dwarves, who were slaughtered indiscriminately, saw the dragon so cruel, and turned their guns around and attacked Deathwing. Assholes! You scum! Deathwing was furious. These weak races dared to attack him. That hateful orc had chopped his big axe on his toes. Although it didn't hurt, Deathwing, who had a strong obsession with cleanliness, quickly flapped his wings to leave the ground. You hateful, dirty orcs! Damn, mud-legged dwarves! Get out of my way! The flames gathered and sprayed out again, scattering the people on the ground. But soon, the Griffin Knights and Dragon Knights ambushed in the clouds rushed out from the sky again, and launched a desperate air battle with Deathwing. Ready! So Lanlian raised her sleeve to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Now So Lanlian no longer looked like a noble girl from Silvermoon City. If it weren't for the long ears, she would look like an ordinary miner. Hold my hand, I take you there. Great. So Lanlian. It's so convenient to have you mages here. Alvin quickly grabbed So Lanlian's hand and held it tightly. He didn't notice that the elf's face had turned red, because her face was now full of black and gray dirt. Mr. Samuel, Mr. Daggett, please ambush here, I'll be back soon. Before Alvin finished speaking, and the two had no time to agree, a blue light flashed, Alvin and So Lanlian disappeared, and the light of the teleportation array on the ground gradually went out. After a short and familiar dizziness, Alvin's mind finally returned to his brain. Look! It's there! As expected of a mage, So Lanlian was completely accustomed to the dizziness of teleportation, and soon recovered, pulling Alvin and shouting. This is a hidden valley surrounded by towering mountains, and the air is filled with a peaceful atmosphere. A huge red dragon was lying on the ground panting, and there was a red baby dragon beside him, growling anxiously. Mr. Alvin. The red dragon felt the fluctuation of magic, opened his eyes slightly, and saw Alvin, who was teleported here. I'm sorry. I thought I could take the opportunity to sneak attack, but I didn't expect I failed all of a sudden. The demon soul is really powerful. The red dragon made a weak voice. So Lanlian widened his eyes and pulled Alvin's hand in surprise. This dragon. Does he know you? Do you know this dragon? Alvin knew that he couldn't hide it now, so he had to smile bitterly. Yes, we are old acquaintances. You know him too. He turned around and said to the half-dead dragon, Master Krasus, to be honest, I didn't expect you to suddenly come out. Although you performed very bravely, the ending was a bit embarrassing. Come on, let me heal you first, Alvin said, and cast a holy word silence, and then cast a few powerful healing spells. With the bonus of the Eternal Light Robe and the Scepter of Sargeras, these few bites can save a dragon, but Krasus is still very weak, and it seems that the healing spell just now has no effect at all. Alvin was wondering, and the young dragon next to him suddenly pounced on him. Although it was a young dragon, it was as big as 3 or 4 elephants. The huge body of the young dragon ran and shook the ground. So Lanlian was startled and was about to use the magic to resist, but was pulled back by Alvin. It's okay, look. The red dragon did not pounce on the two, but opened its wings intimately, surrounded the two like a hug, and then lay on the ground. The huge dragon head lowered, stuck out its tongue and began to lick Alvin's face. Alvin was a little helpless. His face and hair became wet in an instant. So Lanlian was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. What's going on? Suddenly, a red light shone from the young dragon, and the dragon's body gradually shrank in the light, and finally turned into an ordinary red-haired girl, who was not even as tall as Alvin, with her arms around Alvin's neck and her tongue licking Alvin's face. Stop it! Although Lanlian didn't know what was going on, she immediately stopped the girl's extraordinary behavior. But who knew that just as she pulled the girl away, the girl turned around and hugged Lanlian again, and licked the elf's face as well. Stop! What's going on? Lanlian was horrified and wanted to push the girl away, but found that the girl seemed to be extremely powerful, and was completely unmoved. At this time, the girl raised her face buried in Lanlian's chest, revealing that familiar pretty face. It's me! Hee. You are? Lanlian looked at Alvin, who was also smiling bitterly, and found that the girl's face was very familiar. Akarita. Saw? The elf shouted in surprise. That's right. Brother, sister, I can turn back into a dragon, the girl said. Well, and you speak the common language very well, Alvin said with a smile. He looked at Krasus with a livid face behind him. He coughed lightly. Akali Tasha remembered that his father was still groaning behind him, and it seemed not good for him to be like this. Brother Alvin, please help me see what happened to my father. It's really worthy of being the dragon I brought up. The speed of changing face is so fast. There is a shadow of me in the past. Alvin quickly stepped forward and continued to try several other healing spells, but no matter how hard he tried, Krasus's injury still did not improve. Alvin was helpless and frowned. Why doesn't it work? Because his injury was caused by the dragon's soul, he must be saved by the guardian dragon. A vague voice suddenly sounded behind everyone. The voice seemed to come from a dream. Chapter 131. Alvin was shocked and looked back. A tall night elf woman slowly walked out of a green light. She was a real night elf. Compared with Lanlian and his Quel'Dorii, her skin color was darker and taller. She had a graceful figure, 2 pointed ears standing high, green hair, green eyes, wearing a green robe, and leaf-like facial patterns on her face. But unlike ordinary night elves, she had 2 beautiful curved horns on her head, which were covered with various small flowers. Horned Quel'Dorii. Even though Lanlian was knowledgeable, she had only read about it in books. In the distant Kalandor, there lived a group of distant relatives of her race. Those elves called themselves Quel'Dorii, which is what people often call night elves. But she had never heard of night elves growing horns. Alvin gently pulled Lanlian, looked into her eyes, shook his head, and took a step forward. Respected Queen of Dreams, Lady Ainsara, Priest Alvin Priest salutes you, he said, pulling the girls beside him twice. Lanlian quickly followed suit. Lanlian Starwish salutes you. Akratasa salutes you. Ahem, Coriolstras. Salutes you, thank you, you finally came. I don't know when Krasus also turned into the form of Quel'Dorii. He struggled to get up from the ground. Alvin and Akratasa hurried to support the wounded. Ainsara nodded to everyone, and then her eyes fell on Alvin. Alvin Priest, do you know me? The night elf turned her head, and showed a strange expression. She looked innocent and cute. If Alvin didn't know that this was a creature that had existed since ancient times, when all races had not yet appeared, he would have mistaken her for a night elf girl. Guardian of Dreams, Ms. Ainsara, I once heard the story of the guardian dragon from my teacher. The story said that you like to transform into a Kaldori woman. Sarah nodded with relief. I feel a strange power in you. The dream tells me you still have a long way to go. Please don't be tempted by the whispers. Focus on your own path, young human. Yes, dear lady. Alvin's heart moved, surprised by the ability of the green dragon. Could it be that she has the ability to peek into people's hearts through dreams? Who is the whisper she is talking about? Deathwing? Or Xalatath? Demon Soul. That thing is called Dragon Soul, which is the golden disc in the hands of the orc. A voice suddenly sounded, and then the magic power in the air suddenly fluctuated violently, as if it had predicted in advance that a powerful spellcaster would appear. The blue portal suddenly opened, and the tall Quel'Dorei in a blue robe walked out of the door, with horns on his head. 10,000 years ago, Deathwing, at that time he was still our brother, Neltharion, coaxed us into putting part of our power into the damned Dragon Soul, but this traitor did not put his own power in. The blue elf said viciously. His expression quickly lost control, revealing a crazy look. That traitor? He actually attacked us with the Dragon Soul. My blue dragon army was almost completely destroyed by the power of that thing. Now I don't know why the despicable orc got this artifact. So Alexstrasza was enslaved. This is all the result of that damn Neltharion. If I have the chance, I really want to tear him apart with my own hands. The man cursed in rapid succession, and everyone couldn't get a word in. I am the master of the blue dragon army, the embodiment of magic. Maligos! The old dragon saw Alvin looking at him in surprise, so he made a simple self-introduction. Maligos, you are wasting everyone's time. At this moment, an old man who looked like Guan Iri came out of the yellow portal. He walked out of the room. His figure was tall and majestic, with wisdom shining in his eyes. Nozdormu, I thought you wouldn't come. Maligos looked at his old friend, stepped forward to hug him, then patted his shoulder and said, When was the last time I saw you? 10,000 years ago. Where on earth have you been hiding? The time stream needs to be repaired. I'm not as leisurely as you two, one who only knows how to sleep in dreams, and the other who is insane in the far north. If you want, I don't mind getting rid of you before getting rid of Neltharion. If you have the strength. Seeing that Nozdormu and Maligos were about to fight as soon as they met, Sarah immediately stood between them. Don't forget what we are here for. You old guys. Alexstrasza is still suffering there. When the two heard the name, they each snorted and separated. 3 of you, you should help check Mr. Krasus's injuries first. My healing spells don't work. Alvin said. He was afraid that if the quarrel continued, the Red Dragon Legion would really be finished. He was injured by the demon soul. It takes our joint strength to repair Krasus's body. Inzera took the lead and stretched out his hands. A green magic energy with a long and light ripple enveloped Krasus. Nozdormu and Maligos also stepped forward, stretched out their hands, and sent out a golden and blue magic energy, which merged with Insera's magic energy. The 3 energies merged in Krasus's body, bursting out a soft light. Soon, the expression on Krasus's face began to relax, and it seemed that the pain was also relieved. Okay, next he has to rely on his own body to slowly recover. The power of the demon soul has been removed. Insera said solemnly. Next, it's the culprit, Neltharion. Maligos said viciously. He turned around and his body suddenly burst into blue light. In the light, a huge blue dragon soared into the sky. The strong wind stirred up by his wings almost blew Alvin down. The old blue dragon rushed to Neltharion, who was wreaking havoc in the crowd. Neltharion! Betrayer! Today is your doomsday. Maligos' roar resounded through the valley and attracted the attention of Deathwing. Why are you here, old lunatic? Neltharion was startled at first, but he recovered quickly. Do you think I'm afraid of you, lunatic? You are not my opponent without full power. As he said that, a mouthful of dragon flame with black smoke sprayed at the blue dragon. The big horn on the blue dragon's head glowed with blue light. Powerful arcane energy gathered there, and a bolt of lightning shot out instantly, and it was evenly matched with Nethereo. Maligos rushed forward desperately, but Inzera was very anxious. Chapter 132. This lunatic. She turned her head anxiously and looked at Alvin. Mr. Alvin, you just heard that part of our power is in the artifact demon soul. Except for Neltharion, the power of our other 4 guardian dragons is incomplete, so we must work together, and I am afraid we are not the opponent of Deathwing. So I need to take back the demon soul and find a way to destroy it, and you can restore your full power. Alvin said. Is that right? Very smart, young human. Insera looked back at the battlefield anxiously. Sure enough, Maligos has been suppressed by Deathwing. If he doesn't rescue him, he will probably not be able to hold on soon. Nozdorma turned into a majestic yellow dragon in a roar and rushed out to support Malygos first. Mr. Alvin, everything is up to you. Sarah turned around, looked at Alvin with green eyes, nodded solemnly, and the small flower on the horn swayed along with it. After that, a burst of green light burst out, and then the guardian of the Green Dragon Legion, Inzera, changed into his original form and flew to the battlefield. What happened today? A reunion of old classmates? Nazario was surprised to find that all the guardian dragons were present, and laughed. Even if you guys unite, you are no match for me. You tried thousands of years ago. Deathwing grinned and knocked Malygos to the ground with one claw. And you, instead of hiding and waiting for me to kill you, ran to me to die. Do you think you have lived too long? Neltharion. Stop it. Look at what you look like now. Broken, cracked, twisted. How can you still look like the guardian of the earth? Ysera shouted while blocking Neltharion's attack. Hearing Yinsra's words, Neltharion became even crazier. He roared angrily. You don't know what I've been through? Everything I do is for my purpose. In the sky, the roar of dragons and the light of magic intertwined, and the scene of the battle was spectacular and shocking. The battle was going on in the sky, and the ground was not idle either. Seeing that the black dragon had no time to take care of himself, Necros reorganized the team and launched an attack on the dwarves again. After being caught off guard at first, the orcs gradually gained the upper hand and suppressed the dwarves. After all, the orcs were almost 3 times the size of the dwarves. Although a group of bearded uncles were baring their teeth and claws, they were still forced to retreat into a circle by the orcs with a larger size. Alvin saw that the 3 guardian dragons were still no match for Neltharion. She hurriedly grabbed Krasis and said, Mr. Krasis, can you take me into the battlefield? You don't have to fight, just put me near Necros. I must be as close to the demon soul as possible. Krasis nodded and forced himself to stand up, but before he could stand firmly, his face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Father! Akali Tasha hurriedly supported her father's body and helped him sit under a tree. My father's body hasn't recovered yet. The girl showed a panic expression on her face, and she looked at Alvin helplessly. I can do it. No problem. Krasis said as he stood up again. Father! Don't be so stubborn. Akaratasa pressed Krasis to the ground, stood up, turned around and looked at Alvin. Brother, let me try. The girl said firmly, I can also turn back into a dragon now. Let me take my father's place, and send everyone to the vicinity of the demon soul. You? Alvin suddenly realized and remembered that Akalissa had recovered her strength. No. Alvin still shook his head. The power of the demon soul is far more powerful than I thought. It hit your father from such a distance, and almost took his life. If it hit you, it would be more dangerous, not to mention going to such a close distance. Let me try. I am very agile and not that big, so I won't be hit so easily. Alvin looked back at the 3 guardian dragons, who were increasingly unable to support under the attack of Deathwing. There was no choice but to look at Krasis again. The red-haired wizard gritted his teeth and nodded. Akaratasa's training was very successful. She is very fast. If I just send you over, it should be fine. Okay, Akali, thank you. Alvin gently stroked the girl's hair, but don't fly too close, just put us nearby, and be sure to pay attention to safety. Yeah. Akaratasa smiled, took a step back, closed her eyes, and a light red light emanated from her body. Roar! Accompanied by a long roar, a young dragon with bright red scales appeared. Her scales sparkled brightly in the sun, and each scale was like a carefully carved ruby, emitting a warm glow. Although her body is only half the size of a basketball court, it is still full of strength. The young dragon holds its head high, and its eyes are like red gems. Her horns are curved and elegant, and her wings are broad and powerful, bringing a gust of wind every time she spreads them. Akalissa carefully came to Alvin and lowered her body. Alvin and Solanian carefully climbed onto Akalissa's back and found a stable position. They could just ride on the base of the little red dragon's neck, stepping on her broad wings with their feet, feeling her powerful muscles tighten under their feet. Brother, sister, hold on to my scales. The little red dragon spoke in human language. Get ready, let's go. Alvin and Solanian held Akalissa's scales tightly. The scales were hard, providing them with a solid grip. Akalitha flapped her wings gently, and Alvin could feel a strong force coming from her body. As the ground gradually faded away, Akalitha took off effortlessly, carrying the 2 of them into the blue sky. Her wings drew a beautiful arc in the air, bringing a gust of wind. Alvin and Solanlian held the scales tightly, feeling the wind whistling in their ears, and the scene in front of them changed rapidly. It's incredible. Solanlian was behind Alvin, stretching out her arms and hugging Alvin's waist tightly. I'm actually flying on the back of a dragon. Alvin looked back and saw Solanlian's hair blown by the wind, and reached out to pat the little hands hugging his waist. Why aren't you afraid at all? Don't you think this scene is very fantastic? Alvin laughed dumbly. Chapter 133. You, an elf, actually asked me if I felt it was magical. I felt it was magical from the first day I came to this world. It is magical, but... Alvin followed Solanlian's words and said, I have been caught by other dragons before, but it is the first time for me to sit on the back of a dragon with my beloved girl. You? I won't talk to you anymore. Solanlian's face was flushed, and the cold air in the sky turned the air exhaled from the girl's mouth into white mist. Brother, we are almost there. Akaratas's voice came from the front. Alvin looked forward and saw several guardian dragons fighting with Deathwing in the air. It was obvious that the blue dragon Maligos had been torn into several pieces, with bright red flesh turned outward and blood constantly pouring out. The green dragon Insura's body was also burned in several pieces, probably because of the flames of Deathwing. Now only Nozdormu, the spokesman of time, is still barely holding on, but defeat is only a matter of time. Ha ha ha. Deathwing's arrogant laughter came from the air. Today is the day I purge the dragon clan. After I kill you, I will destroy all your offspring. Take away all your dragon eggs. From now on, Azeroth will become a new world, a world with only black dragons. My world. So you are also a player of my world. Alvin complained in his heart. He could already see Necros. The orc was standing next to the red dragon queen, holding up the golden disc in his hand, and shining the golden light emitted from the disc at the queen. Get up. You useless thing. Take us away from here while they are fighting. You stupid hen. Ah! The red dragon queen howled in pain. The red color on her scales, which were no longer beautiful, was fading rapidly. Her whole body was shaking violently, and blood was gushing out of her mouth. Alexstrasza's life was about to come to an end, and her eyes were already blinded by the dark red blood, and she could hardly see clearly. The roar of the dragon kept ringing in her ears, and she could vaguely distinguish the sound that seemed to be made by her brothers and sisters. And the curse of the hateful orc. She wanted to open her eyes, but she was too tired. The dragon felt that her eyelids were fighting, and she just wanted to close her eyes, and not open them again. She wanted to take a deep breath, but was choked by the blood in her throat, coughing violently, and then spitting out more blood. Is this the end of my life? This beautiful, scarred world? Mother! Hold on. We are here. A familiar, childish voice suddenly reached the queen's brain. Who is this? She called me mother. Is she my offspring? Are there any red dragons that are not controlled? The queen struggled to raise her head, and used all her strength to open one eye halfway. I saw a red dragon swooping down from midair. Wait, stupid child, aren't you committing suicide? Necros also noticed the red dragon that was falling towards him at a high speed in the air, and opened his mouth in surprise. How come there is still a master? The orc hurriedly turned the artifact demon soul around, and fired a golden laser at the red dragon in midair. In a flash, Akalissa suddenly shook her wings, tilting her rapidly falling body to the left, and the laser just brushed past the belly of the little red dragon, which made both the man and the dragon break out in a cold sweat. At this time, they were very close to Necros. Alvin and Solanlian held the dragon scales tightly, but the previous attack almost made them break away from Akalissa. Seeing that the attack missed, Necros immediately adjusted his position and prepared for the next attack. Solanlian, hold on to the dragon scales. Akalissa, be careful to avoid it. I'm going! Alvin roared, bent his legs, jumped off the dragon's back, and jumped towards the orc. Brother! Alvin! Are you crazy? The man and the dragon looked at Alvin, who was flying into the air in surprise, not knowing why he made such a suicidal move. Akalissa hurriedly controlled her body and flapped her wings, trying to catch Alvin. But the orcs did not give them enough time to rescue Alvin. A laser was shot at the little red dragon. Akalissa had to flap her wings and stop in the air to avoid being hit by the laser. Alvin fell like a free fall in the air. The kinetic energy brought to him by Akalissa and her own gravitational potential energy made Alvin fall quickly. The violent wind blew Alvin's hair, and his robe was blown up by the air. The muscles on his face were also shaken uncontrollably by the wind pressure, like a funny guy who kept making faces. But Alvin was very calm at this time. If the orcs continued to attack endlessly, Akalisa would eventually run out of strength and be hit. Now was the time to do something. He selected the skill icon of Shadow Charge in his mind, pointed the staff at Necros, and instantly a huge shadow energy gathered at the top of Sardra's scepter. Go! Shadow Charge. The huge shadow energy pressed down on the orc below. Necros was startled and hurriedly put away the demon soul and ran to the side, intending to get out of the coverage area of the skill. But the shadow energy came too fast, and the orc had not run 2 steps before it was hit by the shadow energy. Ah! Necros screamed, feeling as if there were 10,000 ants crawling on his body. Extremely uncomfortable, he hurriedly used the skill to add a healing wave, the healing skill of the shaman, to himself. Stupid! This is a suicidal act. Instead of killing me, you will fall to death, ha ha ha. Necros stabilized his body, looked at the human who was about to fall to the ground, and laughed arrogantly. But the scene that the orc expected the human to fall to the ground, and then smash himself into a photo did not appear. The damned human used some magic on himself in the air. Suddenly, a breeze appeared under his feet, lifted up his body, and finally he landed steadily on the ground. This is levitation. Haven't you seen it before? Ha. The damned human smiled maliciously, as if laughing at his ignorance. My skill can keep me from getting hurt even if I fall from a height. Didn't expect it? Alvin laughed and mocked the orcs. Looking at your appearance, I'm afraid the brains in your heads are all made of muscles. You won't understand even if I tell you, haha. Alvin spoke in the orc language. Nicholas was surprised that this human could speak the orc language so authentically, but it seemed that he had some impression of this voice. How can you, a human, speak Orcish? Who are you? Can't you tell? Alvin lowered his voice and pretended to speak in a hoarse voice. Show me the power you have always claimed. You are Herxian's son Snake? Chapter 134. Necros suddenly remembered that these words were said by Ambassador Blackhand just now. The orc gnashed his steel teeth and beat his chest and stamped his feet. So it was you. You bastard. You tricked me into letting me take my troops and my dragons out of the fortress. You insidious human. What if I said that I also brought the dragons and dwarves? Alvin deliberately told the truth, wanting the orc to lose his mind because of anger. You bastard. Necros was angry. He had never been played like a fool by anyone. Originally, he could sit high on his throne and rely on his dragon riders to dominate grim battle, and even the entire Lochmoden. But now, he foolishly gave up the solid fortress, and was stopped and slaughtered by the dwarves in the valley. He almost lost all the dragons in his hands, and the dragon eggs were about to be taken away by Deathwing. The orc trembled, and his green body was full of muscles. Alvin could even see the orc's blood vessels bulging in his muscles, as if they were about to explode. It seems that his plan to anger the orcs has worked. Ha ha, Alvin laughed loudly on purpose. Now that you know it, it's too late. You are at the end of your rope. Necros Skullcrusher. You will pay the price for your evil deeds against the Red Dragon Legion, the Alliance, and this world. Alvin said no more. He wanted to use his most powerful skill to kill this orc with one blow. Holy fire. He was already prepared, and chose the skill Flame of the Sky in his mind, and threw the first of the 3 stored holy fires at Necros. A golden flame fell from the sky, striking the ground like lightning. Then it hit a small wooden stake next to Necros. Alvin looked at the small wooden stake shattered by the sacred fire in surprise, and suddenly remembered a skill. This skill can summon a totem, and then attract the enemy's damaging spells to this totem. This totem seems to be called Foundation Totem? Necros smiled sinisterly. Do you think I'm not prepared? You sinister spellcaster? As Necros said this, he took off the chain mail on his body, and threw it on the ground next to him with a bang, revealing a strong explosive upper body. You seem to be a strange spellcaster, but I want to tell you that the one in front of you is the so-called magic killer. Shaman! Earthquake! As the orc said this, he stretched out his hand to cast a spell, and he didn't see him chanting the spell. It seemed that the elemental energy of the earth was mobilized, and Alvin's chest was like being hit by a heavy hammer. He almost spit out a mouthful of blood, but Alvin gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood back. Just as he stabilized his body, he found that the orc was leisurely taking out a small totem from his waist and throwing it hard on the ground. The small totem immediately seemed to have life, and a fierce flame burned at the top of the totem. Taste my fire totem. The burning totem trembled at a fast frequency, as if collecting the energy of the fire element in the air. Suddenly, a fireball flew out from the top of the totem and shot directly at Alvin. Alvin was surprised. He rarely played PvP in his previous life, but he didn't expect to meet a shaman now. When he saw the fireball flying towards him, he hurriedly cast a power word shield on himself. The golden shield enveloped Alvin's body and blocked the fireball outside his body. As the fireball exploded, Alvin felt the high temperature, just like being scalded by the steam on the kettle. He saw the flame totem trembling again, accumulating energy for the next fireball. He hurriedly cast the second sacred fire on the flame totem. The small totem was instantly burned to ashes under the infusion of the golden flame. Necros had also fought with the orc chieftain or Rim-Du Hammer in the north and south. He had never seen a spellcaster who could cast spells continuously, and he couldn't help but hum strangely. But it was only for a moment. As Nicholas threw out the flame totem, he began to chant a spell. The sound of thunderbolt kept ringing around his hands, and visible electric sparks gathered in his palms. Fuck Chidori? Teacher Kakashi? Erwin was surprised. She knew that this was the shaman chanting a spell to release the lightning arrow. It would be terrible if she was hit. Silence! Erwin shouted and hurriedly used the skill of silence to interrupt Nicholas's spell. The spell was interrupted, followed by a violent backlash of mana. The gathered electric current instantly lost control and flowed into Nicholas' body. Ah! The orc howled in pain, and his body became stiff like a monkey touching an electric wire. But the pain completely aroused the orc's anger. He beat his chest with both fists, and even made his chest bleed. Despicable human. Go to hell. The orc saw that the spell would be interrupted, so he simply gave up using the spell and directly came up to tear the weak human to pieces with his physical advantage. He rushed towards Alvin frantically. Alvin saw the orc rushing towards him with anger, like a wounded beast, and was immediately terrified. If he was close to him, he might not be able to take his punch. Seeing this, Alvin turned around and was about to run away, but found that he couldn't lift his feet. He looked down and found that he didn't know when his feet were firmly entangled by the vines growing from the ground. Alvin struggled to get his feet out of the vines, but the more he struggled, the more firmly the vines were entangled. He looked up and found that the orc had thrown out another totem, and the roots of the totem were covered with vines and deeply inserted into the ground. It's the earth-trapping totem. Alvin was surprised. This thing stuck in the ground. No wonder he was entangled. Seeing Necros getting closer and closer, Alvin had no choice but to use the last instant sacred fire to hit the earth-trapping totem. Boom! The totem was instantly shattered by the flames. The vines under Alvin's feet also withered immediately, and turned into ashes. Alvin ran away. But he felt a shock on his back and his body became cold, as if he was pressed down by a huge avalanche, and his movements became very slow. He looked back and saw that it was Necros who stretched out his hands, and used some magic on him. Frost shock. Where can you run? The orc ran over in 3 or 2 steps, like an eagle catching a chick, and stretched out a big hand to pinch Alvin's neck. Die! Human! Chapter 135. Necros was about to use his strength to break the neck of this abominable human. Suddenly, he felt that many terrible things were pouring into his brain. The land of Draenor that was about to collapse, his dead comrades, the terrible Gul'dan, as if the most terrible things in the world had entered his brain in an instant. He couldn't help but let go of Alvin's neck, put his hands on his head, and ran around uncontrollably. It turned out that Alvin used the skill of Mind Scream to save his life from the orcs. Alvin didn't dare to delay, and quickly chanted a spell at Necros, who was affected by fear, and the shadow power surged again at the top of Sargeras' scepter. Snap! Another small totem was inserted into the ground. The small khaki totem gave off a series of shocking vibrations, which seemed to be the same as the beating frequency of the heart. Trembling totem. Necros soon realized that he was under the spell of humans, dragging himself into fear, so he immediately threw out the trembling totem and relieved his fear. Never has a spellcaster allowed me to use so many totems. Who are you? Necros rushed towards Alvin frantically. He had killed countless spellcasters in the Second War, both humans and elves, but he had never seen such a weird guy. He seemed to have a magical attainment far beyond this era, and an understanding of various magic professions. He even knew to destroy my totem first. It turned out that the spellcasters I met didn't even know what the totem was for, and they were killed by me. They don't even know how they died. We must not let this person live. The mysterious power of the shaman must not be exposed to the Alliance. The successive blows calmed Necros down. He knew that he was now attacked from all sides, and the Red Dragon Queen was seriously injured. He was hanging on for life, and it was difficult for him to escape today. In this case, he must kill this human as well, take away the secrets of the tribal shaman. Necros beat his chest with his fists frantically, and continued to rush towards Alvin with a roar. Alvin saw that the orc was frightened away for a distance just now, and directly selected the skill icon of Mind Whip in his mind. Obscure spells emerged from Alvin's mouth frantically. The magic of shadow gathered at the top of Sargera's scepter. Alvin gently pointed the staff in the direction of the orc, and a black shadow energy hit the orc's body like lightning. Alvin continued to cast spells to maintain energy output. The orc's body froze while running, and his feet seemed to be filled with lead. He could not run no matter what, and his speed became very slow. Necros howled angrily. But at this time, the orc's tough character began to show. Necros no longer cared about his injuries and physical condition. Now he was bloodthirsty, and wanted to eliminate the threat of Alvin's tribe. He walked over step by step with difficulty, and picked up a war hammer from the ground. Finally, he came to Alvin's side. Alvin didn't expect the orc to be so tenacious. The werewolf before was directly melted by this mental whip, but Necros insisted on walking to his side. At this time, the orcs were still close to him, and Alvin had no choice but to put on the shield again. Then he picked up a hammer on the ground. But Necros pointed his finger. Purification. A gust of wind rose from Alvin's feet, wrapped around his body, and quickly removed the shield. I can dispel all the buff magic on you. Now die! The orc raised the warhammer high, and the black wind tornadoes spun around Necros' weapon. It seems that this is the Wind Fury weapon that can deal several times the damage. Alvin smiled. I have to say, you are really strong. The shaman priest is indeed a magic killer, but the one who will die will be you. Let you see what a melee priest is. At this time, Alvin could no longer dodge, and the human body could not compare with the orc shaman who could fight and cast spells. But he also raised the warhammer high like the orc. Hearing Alvin's words, the orc grinned. He thought that Alvin was just being stubborn. Come on! Ridiculous guy. You dare to compete with the orcs in strength. He swung the warhammer and smashed it hard on Alvin's head. Alvin also swung the warhammer from the side to the orc's face. The two of them were fighting to the death. Nicholas didn't believe that this weak guy could play with a hammer. Even if he took a hit, he could smash the head of this hateful human first. Alvin whispered 3 words as the warhammer fell. Mind control. Puff! The warhammer hit Alvin's head accurately. Although the warhammer was not as big as Liuanba's hammer, it was also very heavy. Alcalatasa and Solanlian, who were hovering in the air, were frightened and almost fainted. No! Solanlian screamed. Ah! A huge roar was heard, and everyone was stunned. Because the person who roared was not Alvin, who was hit in the head by the war hammer, but the orc Necros. His big round head was obviously deflated, and blood spurted out. Such an injury was like being hit by a heavy object. Necros screamed and fell backwards. In the end, he didn't know what happened. I failed? No! This is impossible. I obviously hit you. Why am I injured instead? The orc shouted unwillingly, covering his head and rolling on the ground. Because you were hit by my spell. Mind control. If you are hit by this spell, the damage you do to me will turn into healing for me. And my hammer. Alvin smiled and threw the war hammer in his hand upwards, and then caught it steadily. But it really hit you on the head. How can a human have such a spell? In fact, I am the only one who can do it. You are so lucky that you met me. Alvin saw that Necros' eyes had begun to blur, and he was breathing less and more. Now he couldn't wait to take the demon soul. Just now, he took a peek at the battle in the sky. Among the 3 guardian dragons, Inzera and Maligos were already dying, and only Nozdormu was still holding on. The demon soul must be taken back as soon as possible. Alvin squatted down beside Necros and reached out to take the artifact from the orc's chest. Suddenly, with his eyes empty, Nicholas suddenly gathered up the last of his strength and stretched out his hands to grab Alvin's neck. Alvin was shocked. He didn't expect the orc to have such great power before he died. He wanted to use magic to kill the orc completely, but he was horrified to find that his neck was grabbed, and he couldn't make any sound or chant the spell. Nicholas's dirty eyes were full of madness, his face was covered with blood, and his breathing was rapid and heavy. Despite being seriously injured, he still grabbed Alvin's neck tightly. Alvin felt the rough and powerful fingers tightly around his throat like iron clamps, and breathing became more and more difficult. Seeing that he had just pretended to be dead and tricked Alvin to get close, the orc showed a hideous smile on his face. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes showed a desperate ruthlessness. He was determined to drag Alvin into the abyss at the last moment. Chapter 136. His fingers tightened more and more. Alvin's vision began to blur. His strength was gradually disappearing, and only his rapid heartbeat was left in his ears. He struggled desperately, trying to get rid of Necros' control. But the orc's strength was too great, and his fingers could only weakly grasp Necro's wrists and try to pry them apart. And those hands were as hard as steel, and did not move at all. Alvin's throat made a faint hoarse sound, but he could not utter any spells or call for help. Suddenly, a blue light shot down from midair and hit the orc's half-head directly. White snowflakes burst out. Necros let out a painful roar, and the strength in his hands was slightly relaxed. Alvin seized this opportunity and suddenly exerted force to pry Necro's fingers apart. He rolled 18 times on the spot, away from the dangerous Necros, and just lay on the ground, gasping for breath and greedily inhaling fresh air. Alvin looked up in the air and saw Solanlian yelling at him, "Alvin, I help you." His throat was still burning, but he knew he was safe for the time being. Akaratasa landed beside him with Solanlian on her back. The elf jumped off the dragon's back and hugged Alvin. "You scared me to death. Next time you want to do something shocking, can you tell others about your plan in advance?" Sorry. Alvin cast a healing spell on himself first, and then he felt a little better. He looked at Necros from a distance and saw him lying on the ground, motionless, with his head completely blown to pieces. Really brain flies. This time it should be dead, Alvin thought. Why can't these guys die peacefully? They have to drag me down with them. The same goes for that Death Knight. This Necros. The orcs are all a bunch of bloodthirsty lunatics. He hurried over and finally got the demon soul in his hands this time. Alvin carefully held up the demon soul and looked at it carefully. This is a golden disc, the size of a plate. Its weight is surprisingly light, as if it is made of some mysterious metal. The surface of the disc is as smooth as a mirror, emitting a faint light. In the center is a mirror, and it seems that you can see the flow of energy inside, as if countless stars are shining in it. The memory of the previous life emerged in Alvin's mind. He knew that as long as he used the dragon scale pendant given to him by Deathwing, he could completely destroy this artifact. The demon soul was created by Deathwing. He tricked the other 4 guardian dragons into integrating part of their power into this artifact, so the power of the 4 guardian dragons is incomplete. Once Deathwing has this artifact, he can enslave the other 4 dragons. Alvin was a little excited, and his hands were shaking a little. This is the artifact. The demon soul? Now it's in my hands? Alvin took out the black dragon scale pendant from his chest and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a roar came from the sky. "Give it to me." The sound shook the world, like thunder from the sky. Alvin looked up and saw that it was Deathwing swooping down from the sky. His figure was huge and terrifying, and his wings spread out like a black cloud covering the sky, as if he was going to tear the whole world apart. At this moment, a strange woman whispered in Alvin's mind. "You don't need to destroy it. Just integrate the black dragon scale into the demon soul, and you can seal the power of Deathwing into it. From now on, you who have the demon soul can control the 5 guardian dragons and become the master of this world. Don't you want to?" The woman's voice was charming and psychedelic. Alvin felt confused and his eyes gradually became blurred. He muttered in a daze. "I want to be the master of this world, and everything will submit to me. I want to be the master of this world, and everything will submit to me. I want to be the master of this world, and everything will submit to me." Alvin's voice gradually increased, and finally he opened his arms crazily and shouted, "I want to be the master of this world, and everything will submit to me." "Brother Alvin, what's wrong with you? What are you talking about? Wake up and help me save my mother." "Alvin, are you crazy? Don't joke and scare me at this time. It's not funny at all." The girl's cries and concerned words woke him up from his confusion. Alvin shuddered violently, and the darkness in front of him suddenly disappeared. When he came to his senses, he found himself holding the demon soul with a weird smile on his lips. Next to him was Akaratasa, who was crying, and Solanlian, who was frightened by herself. He then realized that he had lost his mind. What voice was talking to me? Could it be Xalatath? The shadow on the ground quickly grew larger, and Deathwing's downward momentum was like a cannonball, rapidly approaching Alvin. He could already see that the silly Alvin seemed to be in a daze. "Hand over the demon soul." "Human!" The huge dragon roar almost shattered everyone's eardrums, and Alvin pulled the dragon scale pendant off his neck fiercely. He glanced at Akali Tasha and Solanlian. The 2 girls completely ignored the oppressive dragon father, and just looked at the man in front of them anxiously. At this moment, time seemed to be suspended. In Alvin's eyes, everything seemed to be moving very slowly. Deathwing fell with a bang, the dying red dragon queen, the scarred guardian dragon, the desperate tribe, and the alliance with heavy casualties, and 2 girls, who didn't care about all this and looked at him with their eyes. He raised the black dragon scale high, and the next second, He smashed it hard at the demon's soul. No! Deathwing let out a deafening roar. He couldn't believe that this stupid human had given up the opportunity to rule all the dragon races in Azeroth. He actually destroyed the artifact that he had already obtained. Crackle, crackle. The center mirror of the golden disc first had sparse cracks, followed by a harsh sound, and finally suddenly shattered. Bright light came out from Alvin's hand, covering everyone in the light. At the same time, a huge amount of energy surged out. This energy was not like holy light, nor like arcane. Die! Stupid human. The father of dragons saw that the artifact was destroyed, and it was irreversible. Furious, he fiercely blew out his strongest dragon breath, and the huge black fireball was like the sun breaking through the sky, blasting towards the light covering Alvin. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose, and the sound of the explosion shook the valley, shaking the ground for a moment. Chapter 137. The orcs saw that the warlord Necros was dead, and knew that the situation was hopeless. They no longer had the courage to continue fighting, so they threw away their weapons and began to flee. The dwarves paid a heavy price, and finally won the battle. At this moment, they were capturing orc prisoners all over the mountains. On Alvin's side, Deathwing's black fireball hit the light, making a huge explosion. Black smoke spread out, and completely obscured the light. Huge dust was stirred up on the ground, mixed with the black smoke in the air, and it seemed to turn the whole world into chaos. Deathwing landed on the small hill next to him unwillingly, and flapped his huge dragon wings at the explosion point a few times to disperse the black smoke. He wanted to witness the miserable end of that pitiful human with his own eyes. As the thick smoke was blown away, Deathwing's huge eyes widened and revealed an expression of disbelief. The scene of destruction imagined by the Black Dragon Father did not appear. There were no human corpses blown to pieces, nor was there a Red Dragon Queen. There was nothing but a big pit at the explosion site. Are they all crushed by my terrifying power? Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha. The Black Dragon raised his big head proudly and laughed loudly, which became louder and louder, echoing through the valley. This is the fate of those who dare to disobey me. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The crazy laughter stopped abruptly, as if someone had stabbed his throat with a plunger. Deathwing raised his dragon claw, and wiped his eyes with the back of his claw. In front of him, a red sphere slowly descended from midair. As the sphere landed, the red light disappeared, and a red-haired Quel'Dorii woman threw her cloak, revealing Alvin and two girls hiding behind her. Like Deathwing, Alvin's gray face was also full of shock. He originally thought that he was really going to the Shadow Realm to see the jailer this time, but the sudden dazzling light forced him to close his eyes. All he could do was to hug the Kali Tassa, and Solanian tightly in his arms. But the big explosion and blazing flames that were supposed to come did not happen. The strange light enveloped the three of them, and except for being a little dazzling, the body was indescribably comfortable. The center of the light was abnormally warm, as if he was in his mother's arms, and the feeling was light. Alvin tried hard to open his eyes, but the dazzling light made him unable to see everything in front of him. The two girls hugged him tightly, and their body temperature and heartbeat let him know that he was still alive, and had not yet reported to the jailer. Finally, the light faded, and Alvin's body seemed to fall from the sky like a leaf. The touch under his feet showed that he had returned to the earth. He rubbed his eyes, and his vision began to recover slowly. Who was in front of him? A new Quel'Dorii woman? A female Quel'Dorii with a dark red cloak on her back, and high heels on her feet. She had her back to him, and her cloak had a red dragon pattern made of dragon scales. The wide cloak fluttered in the wind, and a graceful figure could be vaguely seen. The elf turned around and looked at Alvin, with a pair of red eyes flashing with the same vertical pupils as a Kali Tasha. Her face was mature and majestic, with long red hair, and two huge curved horns on both sides of her forehead. She was taller than the average person, wearing a dark red female armor, with only the key parts of the upper body covered, and the lower body was made into a skirt armor according to the female aesthetic. The armor reflected the crystal light under the sunlight, and it seemed to be made of pieces of dragon scales, and even the appearance seemed to be intentionally designed to have dragon elements. There were wild dragon claws on the shoulders, a dragon head relief on the waist, and even the high heels were in the shape of dragon claws. Mother! Akalissa threw herself into the elf's arms, buried her head in the elf's chest, and arched back and forth. Queen! Your Majesty? Solanian asked in surprise. Alexstrasza put her cheek on her daughter's hair, and rubbed it intimately for a few times. Hearing Solanian's voice, she gently hugged her daughter with one hand, and pulled Akalissa to the side of her body. Thank you for saving me, friends of Alcaratassa. I am Alexstrasza. Asshole! 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 An untimely roar suddenly sounded, interrupting the queen's words. Alexstrasza frowned and turned her head to look. On the hill, the huge body of the black dragon was shaking violently. Red viscous liquid gushed out from the cracked skin of the black dragon, dripping onto the ground in large drops, burning everything it touched like magma, emitting a pungent smell. It was unknown whether the flowing liquid was blood or magma. You maggots! You dare to disobey me! I will send all of you to the fiery hell! Neltharion went crazy. The artifact was destroyed, the Red Dragon Queen escaped, and more importantly, Alexstrasza, who had lost her power for nearly 10,000 years and could not compete with herself, regained her power. All the plans of Deathwing to revive the Black Dragon Legion were in vain in the end. The culprit of all this was that hateful human. Elwyn Priest. Neltharion. Alexstrasza stood in front of the Black Dragon without fear. Her injuries had healed because of the return of her power. The long-lost sense of power made the queen feel nostalgic. The demon soul that could control the dragon was destroyed again, and now she was no longer afraid of any evil. For many years, your evil deeds have not been punished. My Red Dragon Legion and other dragons have been severely damaged by your betrayal. Alexstrasza loudly listed the crimes of Deathwing. And today, the guardian dragon that has regained its power will bring an end to your rule. Hee. Deathwing seemed to be indifferent to the threat of the Red Dragon. How can you be my opponent when you just recovered your strength? Just now, you resisted my attack to save the people behind you. I don't believe you are fine. Now you are just holding on. It seems that you have forgotten us, Neltharion. Before he finished speaking, Malygos, Inzera, and Nozdormu, 3 huge guardian dragons slowly landed behind Deathwing and surrounded the black dragon in the middle. Stop, Deathwing, you are finished, there are guardian dragons outside. The green guardian dragon Inzera said, until the end, she didn't want to fight with her former brother. No matter what, you must die here today. Pay the price for what you did to the Blue Dragon Legion. The Blue Dragon Malygos gritted his teeth. Ha, you guys, even if you get together, can you defeat me? I will let you know that no matter how many Murlocs there are, they can't defeat the Kodo beasts. Chapter 138. Deathwing stopped talking. Everyone present knew that a big battle was inevitable. Instantly, the black dragon flapped its huge flesh wings and flew into the sky. Where are you going? Malygos thought the black dragon was going to escape, so he chased after it immediately. Seeing this, Inzera and Nozdormu had to follow it into the sky. Mr. Alvin, please take care of yourself and everyone else. Alexstrasza turned around and said to Alvin. Okay, don't worry, your majesty. The queen nodded and looked up at the sky. Her brothers and sisters were already fighting in the sky, making loud noises. A red light appeared, and the elf's figure gradually blurred, replaced by a red guardian dragon. Due to the recovery of strength, Alexstrasza at this time was completely different from the way she looked in the dungeon before. Her muscles were full of strength, and her scales shone in the sun. The dragon lowered its head, and nodded slightly to the 3 of them. Then, the Red Dragon Queen soared into the sky and joined the battle. Alexstrasza rushed directly towards Deathwing. The grievance of losing power for 10,000 years, and the torture by the orcs in the past 2 years made the originally quiet and elegant Red Dragon Queen know. Evil must be eradicated. She spread her huge dragon wings and blew out hot dragon breath directly at Deathwing's face. Deathwing roared and waved his tail covered with hard obsidian scales, trying to repel Alexstrasza. However, Alexstrasza flexibly dodged the attack and continued to charge forward. At the same time, Nozdormu was driving magic, appearing and disappearing in the air, looking for the best time to attack. His golden scales flickered with mysterious light in the flow of time. Suddenly, he appeared on the side of Deathwing, releasing a force of time to slow down Deathwing's movements. Isra summoned countless vines and thorns from her dreams, entwining Deathwing's limbs in the air, making it difficult for him to move. Malygos roared while circling in the sky. He was eager to succeed, and was injured by the black dragon. His blue scales were covered with charred black. The blue dragon pulled away, and saw that Isra had controlled the black dragon. He immediately gathered powerful arcane energy, condensed it into a huge energy ball, and sprayed it towards Deathwing. Deathwing's movement was restrained, and he let out a huge dragon roar. Boom! The energy ball drew a dazzling light in the air, and hit Deathwing's chest directly. Deathwing let out a painful roar, and his steel scales were exploded, and blood splattered. Now! The Red Dragon Queen shouted, gathering her strength and spitting out red dragon breath. Nozdormu saw this, and also spit out yellow dragon breath towards Shiri's hands and feet. Under the concentrated attack of the 3 guardian dragons, Deathwing's body shook violently, and he let out a huge dragon roar. No, no, no. My body. Alvin pulled Akhalatrasa's hand. Hurry, it's too far to see clearly. Take us up. Okay, brother Alvin. The girl walked away a little, and a red light was emitted, turning into a red baby dragon. Alvin and Solanlian climbed onto the dragon's back as before. Hold on, let's go! The little red dragon flapped its wings, steadily left the ground, and flew towards the airspace where the guardian dragons were fighting. This battle is enough to be recorded in the history of Azeroth. We must go and see it clearly. When we return to Silvermoon City, we can brag about it to those old antiques. Solanlian was also very excited. Although she almost died several times during this operation, she now felt that it was really worth it. Yes. We should not be so close. Deathwing will definitely not surrender. I am afraid that he has some tricks that he has not used yet. Let's watch carefully. At this time, the green vines gradually disappeared, and the queen stopped attacking. At this time, Deathwing had long lost his former majesty and oppression. His once indestructible steel armor is now covered with cracks and gradually shattered. Metal scales fell off his huge body, making a harsh metal collision sound. Under his skin, the hot magma was no longer controlled, and it flowed out like an angry volcano. Every drop of magma was hot, burning the air around him, making a hissing sound. Deathwing's eyes glowed scarlet, full of pain and anger. His roar was mixed with endless wails, as if he was venting his pain to the whole world. His wings were no longer as strong as they used to be, and the broken edges swayed in the wind, looking extremely desolate. Every movement seemed heavy and slow, as if every step was fighting against invisible pain. Despite this, his huge body still exuded a terrifying aura. Even in such a broken state, Deathwing was still a terrifying existence. His scarlet eyes seemed to tell everyone that his anger had not yet been extinguished, and his heart of revenge was still burning. Ugly big lizards. The black dragon gasped. Huge black smoke spewed out from its nostrils. A bunch of rabble. Ants! Don't think you can defeat me like this. Even if I am destroyed, I will take some of you away. Nazario! I warn you in the name of the Titans. Stop your crazy actions immediately. You ugly big lizard. The queen roared angrily without showing any weakness. It seems that among the dragons, calling others big lizards is the most vicious word. And that hateful human destroyed my artifact, my demon soul. I will make you pay the price. Shut up, old Biden. A man's voice sounded, although the voice was very small, but in the empty sky, it was easily heard by several guardian dragons. Puff! Akhalatrasa couldn't help but burst into laughter. She laughed so hard that she couldn't help but let out a few mouthfuls of flames from her throat. Damn human! Deathwing was angry. He looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Alvin riding on the back of a red young dragon not far away. He said the words just now. Although he didn't understand what old Biden was, his intuition told him that this might be a more offensive word than big lizard. Ah! Deathwing wailed angrily, and the queen immediately flew in front of Alvin to separate them. At this time, the black dragon's body changed. Black metal scales of unknown material left Deathwing's body one by one and fell from midair. Gradually, a whole subcutaneous tissue burning with magma was exposed. Hot, sticky, dripping down drop by drop. This scene shocked even several guardian dragons. Nethereo. What did you do to yourself? Akhalatrasa asked tremblingly. She had never seen such a horrible thing since she was born. What did I do? To gain power. I sold my soul. My body. Deathwing was now like a giant fire dragon made of magma. It was obvious that he was also trying hard to endure the pain in his body. You forced me to become like this, a look that has nothing to do with elegance. You maggots. I hate you so much. I hate you so much. Chapter 139. Before Deathwing finished his voice, his burning body disappeared in an instant. His huge body drew a flaming arc in the sky and disappeared on the distant horizon. Only the stunned guardian dragons were left. The powerful Deathwing actually escaped without a desperate fight? No! Don't run! Malygos roared and chased after Neltharion. Nozdormu was afraid that he would suffer a loss, so he hurriedly caught up with his brother. Ysera sighed and turned around. I can't catch up. But fortunately, he was seriously injured this time, and it will take at least hundreds of years to recover. Akhalatrasa nodded. Oh! Victory! We won! The cheers of the dwarves came from the valley on the ground. They witnessed the entire epic battle below. They thought they were doomed, but they didn't expect that all the legendary guardian dragons would show up. This battle was enough for them to brag about in the bar for the rest of their lives. Let's go over there. The Red Dragon Queen circled in the air for a few weeks, making loud dragon roars, as if responding to the cheers of the dwarves. Then she flapped her wings, and quickly left the battlefield. Ainsara and Akalissa followed the queen, and disappeared into the distant sky. Alvin and Solanlian rode on the dragon's back, and the objects on the ground quickly retreated. He didn't pay attention to where he was going to be taken. At this time, he was thinking about another thing. The world line has changed. If he had killed Sergei before, it might have only temporarily delayed the outbreak of the plague. Then this time, forcing Deathwing to leave with a serious injury would probably have a big impact. In his memory of his previous life, Deathwing first experienced failure in Outland, and was forced to flee back to Azeroth after fighting with Gruul and the Sons of Lothar in Blade's Edge Mountains, and then experienced this grim battle incident. But it is obvious that the Dark Portal has not been opened again, which means that Deathwing was killed before he went to Outland. In other words, there may be no role for Deathwing in the next crossing of the Dark Portal. Alas, this world is finally affected by this little butterfly of mine, and slowly develops in an unknown direction. However, worrying can't solve the problem, so let's take it one step at a time. Just as he was thinking about it, Solanlian pulled him. We are landing. Sure enough, Alvin looked down and saw that the ground was approaching quickly. The 3 dragons landed lightly, and only a little dust was raised on the ground. Alvin and the other man jumped off Akalissa, and when they looked up, they saw that the 3 dragons had transformed into human forms. Sister, Ainsara hugged Alexstrasza tightly. I didn't expect that we could still be together like this. It was like a dream. But this is all real, Ainsara, my dear sister. It's so good to see you. Alexstrasza hugged Ainsara and gently stroked her sister's long green hair. After a while, the two separated, and Alexstrasza hugged Akalissa again. Thank you, my daughter. It is my greatest comfort to see you alive. Where is your father? I saw he was shot down. Ah! The crowd then remembered that Krasis was injured and still behind. So why did they run away first? It doesn't matter. Father has been cured by Aunt Ainsara and the others, but he is weak and will be fine after a rest. Don't worry about him. Well, I'm not worried. I can feel his strength. He seems to be flying towards us and should be here soon, but... Alexstrasza frowned slightly. Now he is the only one of all my spouses who is still alive. The loss of the Red Dragon Legion this time is too great. I must find some more strong spouses as soon as possible. This sentence shocked Alvin and Solanlian. Before, Onyxia's view on mate selection was already very open. She had been urging herself to find more spouses. Now Alexstrasza's sexual relationship is even more explosive at the supernova level. She even talked to her daughter about her father's ex-husband. A bunch of ex-husbands. She even wants to have a reverse harem. How can Krasis be a red dragon? He is clearly a green dragon. It can't be greener. There is green mold on his head. Sister, do you need help from the Green Dragon Corps? I can introduce you to some of my spouses. Yinsula said on the side. I am sorry. It was the green dragon that released the ultimate blow. Dragon is silver. This sentence is indeed true. Yeah, everyone. Although Alvin himself was very interested, he was really afraid that his elf would be corrupted by these terrible big sisters. Although Solanlian has lived for a long time, such a complicated relationship still confused her. At this moment, Solanlian's mind is full of strong spouses. Big sisters. Let's discuss the exchange of spouses later. Can you talk about the current situation first? For example, my reward and so on. Several people were stunned. Your sincerity surprises me, Mr. Alvin Priest, but for the dragons who are not good at beating around the bush, sincerity is a virtue, and I am willing to talk to you. The lifespan of the guardian dragons is very long. They are almost the earliest batch of intelligent creatures in Azeroth after the dark dynasty of the ancient gods. But except for some black dragons and some aliens who like to mingle with humans, the dragons basically live in places where few people go, and rarely appear in the world in their true form. Especially after the first invasion of the Burning Legion, the demon soul took away the power of the 4 guardian dragons. In order to avoid the pursuit of Deathwing, they hid in the deep mountains and forests and dared not come out. Alvin, who met this time, can be said to be one of the few humans that the guardian dragons have seen in tens of thousands of years. Mother, when I escaped from here, it was Brother Alvin and Sister Solanlian who saved me. Akratasza said, now he has saved you again. Brother Alvin is our great benefactor. Yes, and he also destroyed the demon soul that restrained the guardian dragon. It can be said that he is the benefactor of the entire dragon clan. Ainsara added. Aelcostas nodded. Mr. Alvin, you embarked on this dangerous journey for the Red Dragon Clan, and finally saved the entire Dragon Clan of Azeroth. Your achievements cannot be praised by any treasure. Therefore, I am willing to give you the most precious thing of the Red Dragon Legion. Thank you, Your Majesty. Alvin's mouth was almost laughing behind his ears. What could be the most precious thing of the Red Dragon Core? Treasure? Magic? Thank you, Queen. I am extremely grateful for your generosity. But I still want to ask, what is the most precious thing of the Red Dragon Core? The most precious thing of the Red Dragon Core is of course myself. I hope you could become my new spouse. Although I have not found a human spouse yet, I can feel the powerful force in your body. I am willing to accept this challenge with you. No! Solanlian and Alcaratassa shouted in unison. Alvin suspected that he had heard wrongly. The Life Binder? The guardian dragon Alexstrasza wanted to take me into her harem? I became a male concubine? Then I became Krasus's brother-in-law? Damn it! Chapter 140. Why not? I am willing, Alvin is willing. Isn't that enough? The Queen looked at the two people who shook their heads in surprise. Do you want to marry Alvin? Solanlian blushed and lowered her head. I am willing. I am willing. Brother Alvin drank my blood. Akaratassa raised her hands and jumped in front of her mother. Ah, so that's it. The Red Dragon Queen looked at her serious daughter and smiled slyly. I'm sorry, Akalissa. I didn't know about this, so I give Alvin to you. Thank you, mother. Wait. Aren't you discussing my reward? How come I seem to be the one who is being paid? Ladies, please stop joking. The Queen covered her mouth and laughed. I'm really sorry, Mr. Alvin. I haven't been this happy for a long time. I know your human customs. Please forgive the joke I just made. Alexstrasza stroked her hair with her hand. Then please tell me, what do you want? I will try my best to help you realize it. Actually, I really have an idea. Alvin made up his mind and held Solanlian's hand. I fell in love with the elves. But my life is too short compared to theirs. I hope I can always accompany them, so I hope you can give me a long life like the elves. I want to accompany my lover for a long time. Alvin said. He held Solanlian's hand tightly. Solanlian suddenly realized why he insisted on separating from her in Lordaeron, why he tried his best to save the Red Dragon Queen. It turned out that it was all for this wish. A longer companionship. The elf's eyes were moist. She gently hugged this annoying guy, and then leaned her face on Alvin's shoulder. A long life. But you already have it. The Queen smiled and said. What? Are you kidding again? No joke. Akalissa just said that she once let you drink her blood, and she is my daughter, and her blood is the direct blood of the guardian dragon. I can feel that you have signed a contract with the Red Dragon. You and Akalissa are now a life connection. She has shared her life with you. This kind of power cannot be deceived. Of course, all this requires the blood of the Dragon Clan to be voluntarily offered, so you already have what you want. The sudden happiness made Alvin at a loss. Great. Alvin! Solanlian's eyes were moist. Time was no longer an obstacle between the two. Although this trip was hard, when she learned the news, Solanlian felt that everything was worth it. Alvin grabbed Akalissa. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I don't know myself. I was just afraid that you would die. I didn't know that my blood had this effect. Looking at Akalissa's confused look, the girl probably really didn't know. So, Mr. Alvin, what else do you want besides this wish just now? The Queen asked with a smile. Nothing. Alvin waved his hand. He was in a good mood now, like a satisfied rich man. I have already got what I want most, so the rest doesn't matter. Alvin suddenly found that Akalissa was looking at him with her back to the Queen, frowning, and quietly raised her finger, pointing at him, as if anxiously hinting at something. What do you mean? Alvin was confused and scratched his head. He suddenly understood what Akalissa wanted to say. Your Majesty, I do have one more request. Well, please tell me. I will try my best to fulfill your wish. That's right, Your Majesty. Alvin said sincerely. Since I just set out on the journey to Stormwind, Akalissa has been by my side. We have experienced many adventures together, accompanied each other, and grown together. Akalissa has saved my life several times, and we have established a deep relationship. Including this operation to save you, it was also with the help of Akalissa that it was successful. The Queen listened carefully, wanting to know what Alvin wanted. So I hope you can give me your daughter, Akalissa, so that we can continue the next journey. After Alvin finished speaking, he bowed his head to the Queen, waiting for the Queen's reply. For thousands of years, only Krasus, an outlier in the Red Dragon Corps, likes to mingle among mortals. And I don't agree with my descendants often interacting with humans. Now that the Red Dragon Corps has suffered a heavy blow, I hope my daughter can stay in the Red Dragon Corps to help me, so I'm afraid of your request. Mother, I want to go with Brother Alvin. Please let me go, Akali Tasha said, pulling her mother's hand and shaking it. Alexstrasza showed an embarrassed expression. Sister, I also ask you to agree. Even if Akali Tasha is forced to stay, her heart will die in the end. Sarah gently persuaded. Please agree. Akali Tasha is already our family. Your Majesty. Solanlian also bowed her head to the queen. Ah. Alexstrasza sighed. Akaratassa, come here. The queen took Akali Tasha's hand, bowed her head affectionately, and put her forehead against her daughter's forehead. A faint red light emanated from the place where the two touched. Akalissa closed her eyes, and then her whole body began to grow taller at a speed visible to the naked eye. The girl, who originally had some baby fat, suddenly had longer thighs, a thinner waist, and bigger breasts. The corners of her eyes were also stained with a touch of bright red, just like the queen. Her head also grew horns, but they were not as big as the queen's, small and cute. When Akalissa opened her eyes again, her height and appearance had become very similar to the queen. It's just that her face looked more pure. The two stood together, more like twin sisters than mother and daughter. What's going on? Mother? What happened to me? I feel full of power. Alexstrasza gently stroked her daughter's hair with her hand. Since you also want to go on an adventure, mother will follow your wishes. But you are too weak now, and can't protect yourself, so I triggered the power in your body to make you grow quickly, enough to protect yourself and your friends. Is it true, mother? Are you talking about me? I am stronger now? Akaratassa asked in surprise, holding her mother's hand. The queen smiled and nodded. Brother Alvin. Sister Solanlian. Look! I am stronger now. I can protect you. Ha ha. The girl ran over happily, took their hands, and danced happily. Alvin and Solanlian looked at each other, and nodded in tacit understanding. But I am still a little girl at heart. Chapter 141. There is one more thing I hope you can answer seriously, Mr. Alvin. The queen's tone suddenly became a little serious, and her pupils flickered as she looked at Alvin, and it seemed that she had something important to say. I feel the breath of a black dragon on you, and that breath is thick and powerful, which means that your relationship with some powerful black dragons is definitely not simple. Alexstrasza lowered her body, took a few steps forward, and looked down at Alvin. Don't think you are great just because you are wearing high heels. You are still not as tall as me without shoes, right? Alvin thought to himself. His eyes involuntarily swept to the queen's beautiful legs, but his brain was spinning quickly, thinking about how to deal with it. My feeling is not wrong. In addition to Akalissa, you also have the blood of the black dragon. You have also made a blood pact with the black dragon. The queen asked in a low voice, what is your relationship with the black dragon? Mother. Akaratassa saw her mother suddenly questioned her harshly, and instantly remembered what happened in Terran Mill. Could it be the black dragon at that time? She hurriedly stood between the two. The two women were like mirrors, and the scene was a bit strange. It's okay, Akalissa. Alvin pulled the girl behind him, took a step forward, raised his head, and looked directly at the Red Dragon Queen. There's nothing to hide. Before in Terran Mill, I saw the black dragon Onyxia. I think you know her. She is the daughter of Deathwing. The Red Dragon Queen nodded, and motioned Alvin to continue. She wanted to provoke a war between Terran Mill and Alterac out of boredom, but I defeated her. Due to the battle in Alterac, I lost all my mana. When I was in agony, the black dragon appeared again. She said I showed her a good show, and thought I was a useful pawn, so she gave me a drop of her blood. Alvin spread his hands. That's what happened, Your Majesty. You know, I didn't have the ability to refuse at that time and... Alvin said seriously, I feel that Onyxia seems to be very different from other black dragons. Especially her father, and she doesn't seem to have any malice towards me. Humph, Deathwing's daughter, can she compare to my daughter? The Red Dragon Queen snorted coldly. Although I agree that my daughter can go on an adventure with you, I want to emphasize this. If I know that you let my daughter be bullied by the Black Dragon in the future, even if you are far away in the corner of Kalimdor, I will definitely rush over and burn you and the Black Dragon to ashes. Alexstrasza said, and a pair of huge red dragon wings spread out behind her with a snap. With dragon scale armor and high heels, the queen released a powerful pressure with the dragon wings behind her and red vertical pupils. How is it possible? Alvin scratched his head. I just said that Akalissa is my family. How could I let others bully her? You'd better remember what you said today. The queen put away the pressure just now and smiled again. Sorry, Alvin, the black dragons are very treacherous and cunning. I have to be extremely careful. It seems that Alexstrasza has black dragon PTSD. She was previously tricked out of her power by Deathwing, and then she was tricked into being a mother hen for several years. Now she is a little excited about encountering a black dragon. It's understandable. After being tricked by the black dragon so many times, I would be terrified if it were me. Alas, I don't know if you are lucky or unlucky. Mother, what do you mean? Akratasza asked hurriedly after hearing her mother's unreasonable words. Solanlian also listened carefully, and her pointed ears moved slightly. The blood of the dragon contains powerful power, especially the blood of the direct descendants of the guardian dragon. The queen sighed. For example, the blood of the red dragon contains huge vitality. In addition to strengthening the spiritual power of humans, making the mana storage in the body more and the vitality more tenacious, if you can get the blood voluntarily provided by the red dragon, it will also give people a long life. And the blood of the black dragon will give people powerful power. So what is the price? Alvin knew that these people always didn't finish talking at once, and had to leave a paragraph for you to ask. You are very smart. This powerful force is a double-edged sword. It will consume a lot of your lifespan. Ah? Alvin was shocked. Did he just find out that his lifespan has increased, and then it was greatly reduced by the black dragon blood? Then my red dragon blood. Is it still effective? The queen shook her head. I don't know about that. It is rare for a mortal to get the blood of a dragon, not to mention the direct bloodline of the guardian dragon, or the dragon offering it voluntarily. In my long life, I have never seen anyone who has obtained two kinds of blood at the same time. So I don't know what will happen next. I can only wait and see. Damn it. In the end, it was all for nothing. No wonder I was so energetic and my strength was greatly enhanced after getting Onyxia's blood. It turns out there are side effects. My good sister, you have made me suffer so much. As expected, black dragons are all conspirators. I have failed this time. I was sold out, and I am still counting money for others. Alvin looked at Solanlian, and found that the elf's expression had changed from ecstasy to loss, so he took her hand. Don't worry, I'm fine. There must be other ways. As they were talking, a shadow on the ground approached quickly. There are still masters? Alvin hurriedly pulled Solanlian and Icalitha behind him. Are you kidding? If the sky falls, there will be 2 guardian dragons to support it. I don't need to stand up in front of these 2, right? Your Majesty. The dragon roar came from the sky. The owner of the shadow was Krasis, the red dragon Corielstrass, who came late. The huge dragon's body approached quickly, flashing red light, and turned into a red-haired elf in the air, reaching out his hands to the queen while descending. Dear Corielstrass. The queen choked up, and when she saw her youngest lover, her eyes moistened. She also reached out her hands to the sky and pulled Corielstrass together. Krasis landed gently on the ground, and then naturally hugged the queen. Then the 2 began to kiss each other. Then, the 2 of them looked a little bit inappropriate for children. Akratas's eyes widened, and her mouth opened wide. It's not that she had never seen the intimacy between her parents, but she had never experienced such a thundering and fiery scene like today. Solanlian covered her eyes with her hands, and her face was red. But Alvin found that the elf was peeking through his fingers. Is this something I can see? Alvin quickly covered Akratas's eyes. Not suitable for children. Children should not watch this. They will be blind. You better get used to it. Yinsula looked at the 2 people who were getting more and more crazy with interest, and said calmly. Through dreams, I have seen visions of you. Alvin Priest. Your fate and the fate of the dragon are already connected. It's hard not to be connected now. Chapter 142. Alvin smiled bitterly. Although he cared a lot about Insera's words, he couldn't just ignore the 2 people who were so angry. Just when the 3 were at a loss, Insera waved her hand. The forest shook, and countless branches as thick as bowls emerged from the ground, growing taller and taller, becoming more and more entangled. The vines sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then more branches were pulled out, and then they spread out. The vines entangled with each other, and finally formed a green plant wall, which finally sealed the mouth above the 2 people who had already rolled to the ground. The 2 walking actors were finally sealed. Damn! Ninjutsu, the advent of the tree world? Alvin wiped his sweat, and was shocked again by the ability of the guardian dragon. No one disturbs them now. Insera put down her raised hand expressionlessly, as if nothing had happened. There were still small flowers of various colors hanging on her horns. The armor on her body is also mainly green, but the style is much more restrained than the flamboyant red dragon queen. Then, Mr. Alvin, I just said, I once saw a vision of you in my dream. Can you tell me what that scene was like? Alvin knew that although the green guardian dragon looked like she was in a deep sleep, her power was absolutely unquestionable. Maybe it was a prophetic dream. In the vision, you are in a world I have never seen before. It is a very magical world. Then the scene seems to become familiar again. It should be the continent of Azeroth. Many people and things passed by you quickly. There were elves, humans, and dragons. But I couldn't see their appearance clearly. What happened later? Alvin was no longer in the mood to joke. He listened seriously. So Lanlian saw that Alvin, who was always laughing, was listening seriously at this time, and knew that this might be related to the future fate of everyone. You were submerged in a dark space, like a person who fell into the water, struggling in pain. Then what? It ends here. Yinsela shook her head in distress, and the little flower floated with the shaking of the green dragon. I'm sorry, it ends here every time. Is that so? Alvin was silent. The first scene Yinsela mentioned should be the scene before he crossed over. The following scenes, do they mean that he and many people have experienced many things? The final appearance does not look like a good ending at all. Thank you, respected Ms. Sarah. What is your interpretation of this? You're welcome. Sorry to say, I am also confused, and I have no idea what this symbolizes. Sarah turned her head to think for a while. I think I can ask Nozdormu, but I don't know where he and Maligos are now chasing. When I see him next time, I will ask him about these things. If there is any news, I will let you know. Thank you for your help, respected lady. I really don't know how to thank you. Alvin bowed to Sarah, and so Lanlian and Akalissa also hurriedly bowed. You're welcome. Sarah raised her hands, and a fresh breeze blew, helping several people up. It was you who destroyed the demon soul that finally gave us complete power. You are the benefactor of our entire dragon clan. This is what I should do, but... Sarah folded her hands, as if thinking of something. I need to establish a way to communicate with you. If there is any news, I can tell you. The green dragon seemed to suddenly remember something. She smiled and raised her hands, took a pendant from her neck, and put it in Alvin's hand. This is a pendant made of my scales. With this thing, you can enter the Emerald Dream at will. We can meet in the dream at any time. Your generosity makes me have no way to repay you. The pendant is a crystal clear dragon scale, like a piece of jade. Alvin hung the pendant on his neck with both hands, and the place where it touched his skin came with a burst of coolness, as well as the green dragon's unique soft magic. You just need to concentrate and gently call my name in your mind, and the pendant will take you into the Emerald Dream. Sarah explained the use of the pendant, and Alvin was about to try it. Voila voila. The green dragon's vine seal began to disappear. The vines withered quickly, and finally drifted away with the wind and disappeared. Alvin quickly covered Akalissa's eyes, fearing that the girl would see something she shouldn't see. But the imagined scene did not appear. Alexstrasza and Krasis just leaned against each other, and emerged from the gradually dissipating green light. Ahem, Mr. Alvin, your activeness saved the future of the Red Dragon Legion. I really don't know how to thank you. Krasis spoke first. Alvin looked at the red-haired elf, and at this moment, he really couldn't show any respect. After sorting out his emotions, he said, It doesn't matter, Mage Krasis, I have already got what I wanted. This adventure can be said to be quite fruitful. Oh! Did the Queen give you something? Can you tell me? Yes, it's your daughter. Haha, I may have over-exercised and have auditory hallucinations. What did I hear just now? Haha, it's okay, can you say it again? Of course, I have asked Her Majesty the Queen to hand over Akalissa to me. What? Krasis looked at his queen in shock. Alexstrasza smiled and nodded. My daughter is willing to go with them, so I stimulated the power in her body, so that she can live happily and travel around the world. Father! Akratassa held her parents' hands. Thank you, my daughter will take good care of herself, please rest assured. You are my Akalitha? Krasis stuttered, it has only been a while since we last met, and my daughter has grown up. Yes, father, mother inspired my strength, so I have grown up too. This. Alas, a girl can't be kept when she grows up. Krasis sighed dejectedly. He patted Alvin's shoulder, showing an expression of reluctant love. Help me take good care of my daughter, Alvin. Of course, rest assured. Ladies, I have something to say to Mr. Alvin alone, I need to arrange the next thing. Excuse me, Krasis said, pulling Alvin to the side. Alvin wondered, what can't be said here? But seeing the strange expression on the red-haired elf's face, He and Krasis finally went around to a place where the ladies couldn't hear their conversation. Well, Mr. Alvin, I want to ask you for a favor. Chapter 143. When Alvin heard that he wanted my help again, he immediately became alert. Tell me what you want first. I have come all the way to this hellhole to rescue your wife. I don't want to take risks again if you ask me to. No. Krasis said a little embarrassedly. I want you to ask for leave for me and Dalaran. After all, I am still a member of the Kirin-Tor Council of Six, but now you have seen. The Queen has just regained her freedom, and the Red Dragon Legion has suffered a heavy blow. It is reasonable for me to stay with the Queen. So I want you to ask for leave for me from Archmage Antonidas. Alvin looked at Krasis with ill intentions. Why don't you just say that you old married couple haven't seen each other for a long time, and you finally reunited, so you must spend time together. I understand. Krasis is different from the Queen. After all, he has been among humans for a long time, and is very familiar with human customs and etiquette. On the contrary, Her Majesty the Queen and Akalatrasa are more wild and ignorant of the world. Don't worry, I have to go to Dalaran to pick up Calpurnia anyway, and I will definitely bring your news to you. But, Alvin smiled wickedly, and poked the tall red-haired elf's waist with his elbow. We just chatted for a while, and you guys are done? It seems that dragons are nothing special. Cough cough. Krasis coughed violently. The ladies not far away heard the cough, and looked over to them with curious eyes, wondering what the two men were talking about. Ha! Alvin got the upper hand in the words, and turned around to go back. As a result, Krasis put a hand on his shoulder. Alvin turned around, and Krasis held up 3 fingers to him with a blank expression. What do you mean? 1 minute each time, 1 second apart, for a whole year. Then he smiled and left. Alvin was left in the wind. Awesome. Too awesome. Can I call you Senior? Alvin shouted and chased after him. On this side, Alexstrasza was also talking to Solanlian. Miss Solanlian Starwish, please accept this. As the Queen spoke, she took off a ring from her hand. This ring has been with me for a long time. It was given to me by Maligos 10,000 years ago. It is said that it can enhance arcane energy, but I am not a mage, so it will not work for me. I noticed that you are an excellent mage, so I would like to ask you to accept it so that it can exert its maximum power. Solanlian took the ring with both hands. The ring was inlaid with a blue oval gem on a silver base. I don't know what material it is. Thank you for your gift, Your Majesty. Solanlian put on the ring, and instantly a force surged into her body from the ring like an avalanche, and the gem also emitted a faint blue light. This is too powerful. As I expected, it can only be most effective in the hands of a mage. In addition, if you need it in the future, please feel free to ask the Red Dragon Army for help. Alexstrasza held the hands of Ekalissa and Solanlian, smiling at the approaching men. She whispered to the two, although I didn't spend much time with Mr. Alvin, I witnessed him entering grim battle alone and coming to me, and then participating in the final battle. I can see his strong character and strong strength. He seems to have a kind of courage to risk everything. But, although this is very heroic, as someone who supports him, your future days may also be very difficult. So please be sure to pay attention to safety, take care of each other, and ask for help from the Dragon Legion at any time when you encounter difficulties in the future. Ladies, what are you talking about? The men approached, and Krasis asked with a smile. Girls' secrets. Several women laughed together. Alvin, what are you going to do next? The Queen asked Alvin. Alvin glanced at Krasis and said with a smile, I plan to go back to the magic city of Dalaran first. The news of Deathwing's defeat should be reported back to the Alliance soon. I have to find my team first and report to Mr. Samuel. Then I will go to Dalaran to pick up Calpurnia, and then pass on the message from the Senior, and then continue to head south and go to Iron Forge first. Yes. The Queen nodded. Senior? She looked at the two men in surprise, not knowing why Alvin called Krasis like this. Ahem. Krasis smiled awkwardly. We just exchanged some information about magic. Yes, you are worthy of being called a senior. After listening to your words, I realized that there are mountains beyond mountains, and I realized how insignificant I am. I will follow your steps, take you as an example, and practice what you have learned day after day. Okay, don't say any more. Krasis stopped Alvin, who was talking endlessly. Akaratasa was very happy to see that Alvin and his father had such a good relationship. The girl jumped to her father's side and took his hand. Father, please teach Alvin a lesson. He often couldn't do it after 2 hits before. You bastard. What did you do to my daughter? Krasis was just a little embarrassed at first, But when he heard his daughter's words, he was instantly furious, and he grabbed Alvin's shoulders with both hands and shook him violently. Don't be like this, Senior. No, it's not what you think. Alvin shouted. It's magic. Akali said magic. I used to use 2 powerful healing spells, and my mana was exhausted. But since I got the dragon blood, it's much better. It won't be like this recently. Right? Akali Tasha? Looking at Alvin's eyes asking for help, the girl nodded ignorantly. Yes, that's what I meant. Father, what do you think it is? Krasis instantly returned to his original quiet and handsome appearance. I thought you were talking about, nothing. Look, a dragon is flying in the sky. We are just joking, haha. It's normal for males to fight and play, right? Krasis said, holding Alvin's shoulders with one hand, laughing and patting his shoulders, making Alvin almost vomit blood. Is it? Krasis was a little confused. But Krasis quickly changed the subject. Then I wish you a safe journey, Mr. Alvin. Alexstrasza also nodded and blessed them. I hope you will have a smooth journey in the future. Mr. Alvin Priest. Thank you everyone. Then Your Majesty, what are your plans with the seniors? I need to find a place to recover my strength. This place seems to be good. I will recuperate here for a while, and then go to grim battle to heal the wounds of that land. Then, let's go back to the Dragon Rest Temple. It will take time to revive the Red Dragon Legion. Okay, then I wish you a speedy recovery, and I also wish Ms. Sarah a good dream. Then, Senior. Alvin looked at Krasis and organized his words. Please take care of yourself. Chapter 144. A burst of red light emanated from Echolus's body, and when the red light faded, a brand new dragon appeared. Alvin's eyes widened, because he found that Echolus's appearance was very different from when he was brought here just now. His body was even bigger, almost like Onyxia. The scales also changed from light red to dark red, and the horns on his head also grew out, which were similar to the queen's horns. Overall, it looked like a smaller red dragon queen. Agumon evolved into Tyrannosaurus. Alvin could clearly feel that Echolus's sense of oppression had become stronger. Echolusa herself was also very curious. She twisted the dragon's head, looking left and right. Is this me? I have become like my mother? Silly child, I have stimulated the power in your body, so of course your original form will also change. The size of the dragon will directly reflect the strength of the dragon. Alexstrasza stood in front of the dragon's head and touched Akali's nose affectionately. With the power of Akali, you can travel quickly on the continent of Azeroth. You mean? Let me ride Akali to fly from now on. Child, you can't say that. The queen smiled and shook her head at Alvin. After regaining my freedom, I will not let my people be mounts for anyone, but you are different. The savior of the Red Dragon Legion, the friend who protects the dragon. Mr. Alvin, you have the qualifications. From now on, you are the only dragon rider in the world. The only dragon rider in the world? Alvin was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth, and his excitement was beyond words. He held Solanlian's hand tightly, and Solanlian was pinched a little painfully, but seeing Alvin's excitement, he was happy for him in his heart. I will also report your achievements to the Alliance countries. Soon, the name of the Guardian Dragon Friend will spread throughout the continent of Azeroth. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Her Majesty is really reliable when she is serious. Now, if Akali Tasha brings herself and her 2 sisters back to Silvermoon City to propose to the Starwish family, Archmage Ramath should not kill himself with a fireball, right? Then, Your Majesty, Lady Ian Sarah, Senior, take care of yourself. We will go first. Akali Tasha gently leaned beside Alvin, and Alvin pulled Solanlian to climb onto the dragon's back, found a flat place to sit down, and held the scales tightly. Goodbye, Alvin. Goodbye, my dear daughter. Goodbye, Miss Solanlian. The queen and the other 2 stepped back a few steps and waved gently to Alvin. I'm leaving, mother. Goodbye. Akratasza suddenly flapped her wings, and her huge body immediately rose from the ground. The next moment, she had entered the sky and entered the clouds. A violent tearing sensation rushed straight into Alvin's brain. Gravity dragged him hard, but his body was instantly taken away from the ground by the little red dragon, and soon, he could no longer see the people on the ground. Slow down, Akali. Alvin closed his eyes and patted Akalissa under him. The air in the sky was cold, and Solanlian beside him had been frozen so that her pretty face was pale. Alvin quickly took off his clothes and wrapped them around the elf. I'm sorry, brother Alvin. Akratasza quickly lowered the altitude, and the 2 of them came back to life. I was scared to death. Solanlian used her little hands to smooth down her chest twice. Just now I thought I was going to be suffocated to death. I'm sorry, Sister Solanlian, I didn't expect that I could fly so high with just a flick of my wings. This is our first time, it will be fine in the future. Alvin turned sideways and looked down. Grim battle in the northern valley could already be vaguely seen. Alvin's heart moved. After defeating the boss just now, he was busy with Deathwing and seemed to have forgotten to touch Necro's body. Oh my god, it's like he went back to the city directly after defeating the Egg Knife. Akali, let's go back to the battlefield just now. The team members we set out with may still be there. Got it. Akaratasa whispered in agreement, lowered her body, and adjusted the direction with the power of the wind, flying towards the battlefield just now. Oh my god! Another dragon is coming. Brothers, take off. Get ready for battle. Soon, Alvin came to the sky above the battlefield just now. The dwarves were cleaning the battlefield and putting the orc captives into cages. When they found that the ground was covered by a huge shadow, the frightened people were stunned by the behemoth in the sky. A huge red dragon was hovering overhead. The Wildhammer dwarves, who were unaware of the truth, were exhausted but showed no fear. They remained well organized and flew into the air to intercept. Dwarf brothers. It's me. Priest Alvin. Alvin Priest. A shout seemed to come from the sky. Stop. Something's wrong. A dwarf captain shouted loudly, stopping everyone. I go check it out first. The dwarf nimbly mounted his griffin, gently pulled the reins, and the griffin immediately spread its wings and took off. Mr. Dwarf. Don't do it. It's me. I'm Priest Alvin. The dwarf saw clearly now that there were two people sitting on the dragon's back. The dwarf soothed his griffin and slowly flew to the side of the dragon. Only then did he see clearly that it was Alvin, the hero of the battle just now. And the elven wizard lady. Oh my god. In the name of Wildhammer Beard. It's you? The dwarf then excitedly shouted to the ground. Remove the alert. It's the miracle priest. It's Alvin Priest. Although this guy is not tall, he is full of energy and shouts loudly. Suddenly, Alvin's name resounded throughout the valley. Oh oh oh. Miracle Priest. Dragon Rider. The dwarves below cheered. They just witnessed Alvin killing the orc warlord Necros, fighting Deathwing, and finally being taken away by the dragon. They didn't expect him to come back so soon. Dwarves are born to worship strength, and always have a good impression of powerful people. Alvin is undoubtedly the hero of this war. His deeds will leave a strong mark in the history books. The dwarf captain turned his head, and pointed at his face, and said, Ms. Starwish. Do you still recognize me? I am Thales. Thals? It's you? So Lanlian remembered that the dwarf in front of him was one of the Wildhammer dwarf griffin riders that he and Alvin saved at that time. Later, Alvin disappeared, and so Lanlian asked Mr. Thales to lead his team to find Alvin. I'm really sorry, I couldn't find Mr. Alvin at that time, but I later passed the message to our leader Falstad Wildhammer. He had received the order from the Alliance, so we launched an attack on the orcs. I see. You are very brave. I am greatly shocked by the activeness of the Griffin Knights. Alvin sighed. As one of the few air forces on the Alliance side, their role is really too great. It can be said that in the Second Orc War, if there were no Wildhammer dwarves, the Red Dragon Riders of the Dragon Roar orcs would sweep the Alliance army in the sky. Thank you, Mr. Alvin. Your courage is admired by all dwarves. Mr. Tyrese, where is Necro's body? I forgot something important. Ah, I haven't had time to clean up the battlefield yet. It should still be down there. Okay, thank you. I'm going to take a look over there. You go ahead. I visit Mr. Falstad Wildhammer later. Okay. I go and report it now. The dwarf pulled the reins, and the griffin turned around and flew away nimbly. Erwin whispered to Akali, Come on, Akali, take me to the orc's corpse. Let's go find the treasure. Chapter 145. As Alvin led Solanlian's hand down from the huge dragon's back, the little red dragon also transformed into a human form again. As Thales said, the body of Necros was still lying there. The blood from the half-smashed head had dried up, as if the crazy battle just now had never happened. Alvin sighed, asked Solanlian and the little red dragon to look for Brother Samuel and the others first, and came to the side of the orc's body alone. I have to say that you are a very difficult guy to deal with, but I have heard that the orcs were originally a group of peace-loving guys, and they became so manic and warlike because they drank the blood of the evil demons. But you can still summon the power of the earth, so it can be said that at least Mother Earth has not abandoned you, but you have done too many bad things with this ability, and finally ended up like this. It is only your own fault. Anyway, may the holy light rest in peace. Alvin prayed for Necros in his heart, then squatted down and began to search. I touched a small bag wrapped in cloth. Alvin picked up the small cloth bag. I touched it with my hand first, and it seemed to be a very hard and thin thing. What is this? Iron sheet? Why did this guy hide a piece of iron sheet in his bag? Alvin was thinking, and when he looked up, Solanian came with Samuel and Daggett, so he put the bag in his pocket first. My God! Mr. Alvin, you are really back. Daggett's black face was full of beard, but he could still hear the excitement in his words. Brother Samuel came up and shook Alvin's hand directly. Mr. Alvin, you are so reckless. I led the troops to ambush on the mountain and witnessed your battle with the orcs. I want to remind you that you are a priest. You are not a warrior or a paladin. I was crazy at the time. We wanted to come to help you, but were stopped by the orc warriors. Damn the tribe. I really want to fight with you by your side. Brother Samuel said to Alvin in rapid succession. Haha, sorry, there was nothing we could do at the time, but fortunately it's all over. How are you brothers? Are you injured? No. Everyone is fine. We won a great victory. This middle-aged man, who has always been calm, couldn't help rubbing his hands excitedly. Now, the tribes in the entire wetland have been basically cleared out. At present, there should only be remnants of the tribe in Blackrock Mountain and the snowy mountains of the Alterac Mountains. It's only a matter of time before the entire eastern continent is completely cleared out. Well, I hope so. Alvin didn't say much, because in his world, these two parts of the orcs were not cleared out in the end. Especially the orcs in Alterac, they later welcomed back the son of their previous chief, Thrall. It's just that the Warden Blackmore, who trained Thrall, has been killed by himself, and no one knows whether Thrall will appear or not. Mr. Alvin, what are your plans next? Brother Samuel asked. I plan to go back to Dalaran first. I need to pass on a message to Archmage Antonidas, and then head south to Iron Forge first, Alvin said with a smile. What about you? Have you received your next order? He knew that Brother Samuel belonged to the Alliance's troops, and had to accept the control of the Alliance's commander Turalian. Their actions were all subject to the orders of the Alliance's top leaders, and they could not decide what to do on their own like himself. The new order has not come down yet, but I think it will be soon. I will lead the team back to Menethil Port and wait for the new order. Well, Alvin looked at the middle-aged man and suddenly felt a little emotional. There are many people like Brother Samuel in the Silver Knight's Hand Knights, who are loyal and pious, and regard their careers as more important than their own lives. Unfortunately, these paladins did not get a good result in the end. Even for Brother Samuel in front of him, what will happen in the future, and what fate is waiting for him? Alvin opened his arms. Samuel was stunned, then laughed, and opened his arms, and the two men hugged each other. Thank you, Brother Samuel. Without you, our mission would not be accomplished. Thank you all. It's my duty, Mr. Alvin. Obeying orders is a soldier's duty. It's our honor to fight with you. Alvin patted Samuel on the back, and the two separated. Ahem. Daggett deliberately coughed on the side. Alvin understood and bowed. Haha, of course, Mr. Daggett, I can't forget your contribution. I heard Solanian say that if it weren't for your bravery in pointing out the way for everyone would not be able to reach grim battle safely. This is what I should do. Daggett also opened his arms, and hugged Alvin tightly. Woo! The dwarf was very strong, and Daggett's hug almost squeezed out the last bit of air in Alvin's lungs. Haha, sorry, Mr. Daggett. Solanian smiled and said, I still owe you money. According to the agreement, you lead the way and I pay. I will mail the money to you after I go back. Oh, forget it. Daggett waved his hand. This adventure has brought me back to my original feeling. When did I become a coward who only knows how to run away? You are going to Ironforge next, right? Can I embark on the journey with you? I don't want to just wander around Dunmorrow or Loch Moden. I want to go out and take a look. Alvin and Solanian looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Of course, welcome. If you are willing. Okay. It's settled then. You are going to Dalaran first, right? I have been there several times, so I won't go with you. I will go to Ironforge and wait for you first. Okay, see you in Ironforge. Alvin and Daggett high-fived and agreed. Mr. Alvin. A voice came from the sky, and everyone looked up and saw that it was the wild-hammered dwarf Thales, who landed on a griffin. Lord Falstad is here, waiting for you over there. Okay. Alvin nodded and turned to look at Samuel and the others. Go! Mr. Alvin, I wish you a safe journey on the rest of your journey. See you next time. Brother Samuel and the warriors waved to Alvin, signaling him to go over quickly. Alvin nodded, See you later, everyone. See you at Ironforge, Daggett. Yeah, bye. Daggett waved his hand so quickly that Alvin even saw the afterimage. Elwyn turned to Solanian and Alcaratassa. Come, let's go meet the Wild Hammer Lord. Falstad? Chapter 146. Falstad was anxiously waiting in the camp. When the dwarf saw a human priest following Thales into his tent, he knew that Alvin, the priest who had recently become famous, was here. Ha ha. Dragon Rider. Mr. Alvin Priest. Welcome, welcome. The dwarf lord opened his arms from a distance, wanting to give Alvin a bear hug. Alvin was well prepared this time, but he was still hugged so hard that his ribs were almost broken. Lord Falstad, it's nice to meet you. As you can see, I'm the priest Alvin, this is Miss Solanian Starwish, the mage of Silvermoon City, and this one is, my sister, Akalatassa Priest. Let's meet, the Starwish family of Silvermoon City, and this one, if I'm not mistaken, should be your dragon. To be honest, I really didn't expect a priest to become a dragon rider. Falstad exclaimed. Oh, please forgive me, I didn't mean to offend you. I mean, before this, we all thought that the red dragon was our enemy. I didn't expect that it was forced by the orcs. Yes, but fortunately, the Dragon Maw clan has been destroyed, and the Red Dragon Legion has been liberated. This is a great joy. We have been fighting this group of orcs for 2 years. Curlin took most of our elite knights to the Dark Gate, so we have been fighting very hard here. Falstad sighed. But fortunately, Mr. Alvin, your actions this time are really eye-opening to me. To be honest, when I heard your name before, I felt a little unbelievable. But my eyes told me that you deserve the title of Miracle Priest. My God. Killing the Orc Warlord in a duel and saving the Guardian Dragon. I really can't believe that the hero who has made such a feat is standing in front of me. Although he felt very comfortable being praised, Alvin still blushed a little. This is definitely not my own achievement. If it weren't for the brave Wildhammer dwarves who held back the Orcs' army and Deathwing, I can't imagine that I could succeed. Ha ha ha. Falstad laughed and patted Alvin on the shoulder. You are so humble at such a young age, which is very much to my taste. The dwarf's laughter was hearty and unrestrained, and he was a straightforward man at first glance. By the way, I have some news that may interest you, about the Dark Portal. Dark Portal? Alvin frowned. What happened there? News came from Curlin that Khadgar and Trollbane fought with the orcs in Watchtower. The dwarf whispered. I don't know how those damn tribal bastards got out of the cracks in the Dark Portal. There are many of them, and they raided Trollbane's troops, who went to support them. Alvin felt heavy-hearted. Sure enough, these things should have taken a year or 2 to happen, but they all happened earlier. It's probably because of the butterfly effect I caused. What about the casualties? The dwarf leader shook his head with a painful expression. The whole army was wiped out. Trollbane led half of the Alliance cavalry, all of whom were newly recruited guys in Stormwind City. Most of them were on the battlefield for the first time, and they were all gone. Damn tribal bastards. The dwarf gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the table, shaking the cup to jump up. Alvin and Solanian were silent. They knew the fighting power of the tribe. Solanian witnessed the orcs besieging Silvermoon City during the Second Orc War, and many of their people died in that war. Even the only male of Windrunner's family, Illyria's youngest brother, died in that battle. Akalatrassa was enslaved for 2 years, and they all knew how terrible the orcs were. The orcs he just faced were already defeated in the war, and they were ready to abandon the castle and escape without fighting spirit. They were still so difficult to deal with, not to mention that Watchtower was facing the tribe on the other side of the Dark Portal. In addition to the orcs who escaped from the last war, most of those guys were fresh troops who had never come to Azeroth. The pressure on the Alliance can be imagined. Alvin took a deep breath. Where is Marshal Turalian? Has he set out? Yes, he has led the remaining Alliance troops to Nethergard. They will arrive soon. Curland has been leading our boys to search for Illyria Windrunner in the mountains of Alterac these days. They will go to support Nethergard together. Well, Marshal Turalian's strategy is very correct. I believe that the day when the Sons of Lothar reunite is the day when the Alliance will fight back. That's right. Sons of Lothar, I haven't heard of this name for a long time. It sounds really exciting. The dwarf clapped his hands and laughed. Mr. Alvin, I know you are a priest of the church and only accept the dispatch of the church, but I still ask you, if possible, please go to Nethergard. After saying this, Falstad bowed to Alvin. The Alliance needs your help. With your help, our chances of winning will be greater. When Alvin saw the dwarf bowing to him, he hurriedly stepped aside and helped the dwarf up. Mr. Falstad, please raise your head. Elwyn looked at Solanlian and Alcaratassa, and the girls nodded to him. The reason why Bishop Vale sent me to Stormwind City was to support the first line of defense against the invasion of orcs. Please rest assured that I will go to Stormwind City as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Elwyn. Falstad Wildhammer was overjoyed, holding both wrists of Elwyn with both hands, and was a little excited for a moment. I will inform Kurland as soon as possible. He will pass the news to Watchtower. I believe that the Alliance Coalition forces stationed there will also be excited when you are about to arrive. You are exaggerating. I am just a priest. What effect can I have? The dwarf's head shook like a rattle. Don't be modest. Even a dwarf, like me who lives in a cave on the top of a mountain knows your name. I'm afraid the whole continent already knows it. Silvermoon City, Silverpine Forest, Alterac, Southshore, Terran Mill, Dalaran, Menethil. Wherever you go, there are earth-shaking events? Not to mention that you are a dragon rider now. My god. The Alliance also has its own dragons. I am not a dragon of the Alliance. I only belong to Brother Alvin. Acaratassa interrupted dejectedly. She was very pleased to hear the praise for Alvin. But when she said that she was the dragon of the Alliance, she jumped out to correct this point. My mother gave me to Brother Alvin, and I only belong to Brother Alvin. Ha ha ha. The dwarf laughed. Of course, our Miss Dragon belongs to Mr. Alvin. After all, we have the last name. Falstad said, winking at Alvin. It's not what you thought, at least not for the time being. Okay, I heard you're going to Dalaran. Let my people take you there. It'd be faster this way. No, with Akalatrassa here, we'd be there soon. The dwarf tapped his head. Yes. I just forgot about the dragon riders, and now the Wildhammer is no longer the only air force of the Alliance. Ha ha. Okay, then I write to Kurland as soon as possible to inform him of your coming. The dwarf lord held Alvin's hand and said, everything is up to you. Well, Alvin felt the dwarf's hand's strength. It was very strong, but it didn't hurt him. It should be deliberately restrained. Then I won't stay any longer. I'm going to Dalaran immediately. Okay, have a good trip. Chapter 147. When Achilles' huge shadow covered the magic city of Dalaran, the alarm that resounded throughout the city sounded again. This was not the first time that Alvin heard this alarm. He also heard this sound when he was ambushed by the Death Knight last time. Some noise. Acaratassa muttered while circling in the air with wings spread, trying to find a place to land. The current dragon form is too big. Although it flies faster, it has to be careful when landing. It's okay in the wild, at most it will step on an animal to death, but in such a delicate city, you have to be especially careful. Quick, prepare to release the defense array. Alvin heard the bustling shouts below, and looked down from the dragon's back. A group of men and women in purple robes raised their hands, and propped up a huge lavender barrier. The Archmage Antonidas also squeezed out of the crowd, and was directing everyone to cast a spell. Alvin recognized him at a glance. After all, a big bald head in the crowd was too conspicuous. There was also a tall figure with golden hair, leading two girls to Antonidas. Don't panic. It's me. I'm Alvin Priest. Alvin shouted on the dragon's back. I brought news about Crassus. Please make way. Leave us room to land. Crassus? Are you talking about the mage Crassus in the Council of Six? Alvin Priest? Is it the Miracle Priest? Why is he in Dalaran? There was an uproar in the crowd, and they began to whisper to each other. Caponi? Caponia Starwish. I see you. Yes. Look here. So Lanlian also stood up from the dragon's back, and appeared behind Alvin. The arcane eyes of elves can always see much farther than humans. She found her sister Caponia in the crowd at a glance. Her poor little sister was injecting magic power into the magic defense array with Prince Kaeldats. Hearing the familiar shout, Caponia raised her head. She vaguely saw two familiar faces on the dragon's back, the faces of the two most important people in her life, who she had been thinking about day and night. Sister? Alvin? It's really Sister and Alvin. I see you. I'm here. Caponia didn't care, and she lifted the spell first, came to the bottom of the dragon, waved upwards, and jumped up, as if she wanted to touch the dragon in the air. Your Highness. It's really my sister, Solanlian and Alvin. Quick, everyone, remove the magic barrier. Everyone, listen to me. Antonidas took out a big speaker from somewhere, and the edge of the speaker lighted up with magic runes. He shouted to the crowd with an amplified voice. It's Mr. Alvin Priest. One, don't panic. Slowly remove the spell, and be careful not to be backfired by the magic. Yes. The mages received Antonidas' instructions, and gradually put away their magic. The lavender magic circle floating in the air gradually disappeared. When the last trace of magic dissipated in the air, the red dragon slowly descended in the air, and the air on the huge wing-like platform flowed quickly, as if an 8-level gale was blowing. Calpurnia always likes to tie her orange hair into a ponytail, which was also blown into a mess by the wind. This platform was built by Dalaran during the Second Orc War for the Alliance Air Force. That is, the Wildhammer dwarves, so that the dwarfs' griffin companions could land here, so it was built very spacious. It is a bit like the apron in modern society, except that there is a capital H and a circle on the ground. But the existence of Akalissa made the entire platform seem extremely cramped. She just gently retracted her tail, coiled it around her feet, and stood up like a kitten. Some mages have been squeezed off the platform and fell into the moat. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Akalissa quickly apologized and wanted to look out to see if the person who fell into the water was in danger, but when she turned around, the balcony on the second floor of the flower shop next to the platform was caught by a huge curved corner, and the flower shop owner, who was watching the excitement on the second floor. An old woman also fell down. "Oh my god!" Antonidas quickly cast a spell, and a gentle energy dragged the falling old lady and the broken bricks and stones of the balcony, and then placed them safely on the ground. "Quickly put away your magic power. Mr. Alvin, please think of a way," the great wizard shouted excitedly. If he continued to toss and turn, his city would become a ruin. "Caponi? We are back." Alvin pulled Solanlian down from the dragon's back. Amid the noise of the crowd, a dazzling red light shone from Akalissa. When he could see clearly again, the dragon had disappeared. In the center of the huge platform, there were only Alvin, Solanlian, and a beautiful red-haired human girl. "Alvin!" Before he could stand still, a fragrant breeze blew over, and he went straight into the arms of the human priest. Caponia hugged this annoying guy and tears flowed down uncontrollably. "You bad guy." The elf opened his mouth and showed his canine teeth, biting Alvin's arm. "I told you not to tell me. I told you not to tell me. You actually went to perform such a dangerous mission alone." Alvin shivered from the bite. But looking at the crying girl, he felt as if he was in another world. "Bad guy. Not long after you left, Akalatraza also disappeared. I wanted to find the mage Krasis, but found that he was gone too. It wasn't until a few days ago that I heard about you in grim battle. If you had told me, I would have gone with you. Ah! I'm so angry, I bite you to death." The elf was furious, and was about to use his cheeks to give the man some color. Suddenly I felt my ears being grabbed. Hey! Who's pulling my ears?" "My dear sister, I haven't seen you for a few days. You came here. You dared to run away from home? Do you know how worried my father and I are?" So Lanlian grabbed her sister's long ears, and pulled the girl away from Alvin. "Ah! Sister Solanlian." Calpurnia blushed all of a sudden. Am I not studying magic in Dalaran obediently? Humph! Solanlian let go of her hand, and looked at her sister, who she hadn't seen for a few months. She was still as innocent and cute as before. The words of blame that had already reached her throat could no longer be said, and she just gently hugged her sister in her arms. Akaratassa saw the two sisters hugging each other, and came up from the side, opening her arms to hug the two of them together. The grown-up Akalissa was taller than Solanlian. Calpurnia opened his eyes from his sister's arms, and saw a beautiful human girl hugging him and her. He was surprised and was about to ask a question, but suddenly he felt that the girl looked familiar. Familiar breath, and familiar eyes, the iconic cat-like vertical pupils. "You are? Akalatassa?" Chapter 148. Mr. Alvin Priest. "I'm really interested in your adventure. Why don't we go to the Violet Castle and talk about it in detail?" The Archmage Antonidas' brain was still in a dizzy state. Dalaran had just been attacked by the Death Knight and the Black Dragon not long ago, but today the alarm sounded again. This really scared him. Although the Archmage summoned all the mages in the city to reinforce the defense of Dalaran City since the last time, when he saw the huge shadow of Akalitha, he still felt that he was thinking too much. How can a creature like a dragon grow so big? Can humans really defeat it with flesh and blood? But his fragility must not be seen by the residents in the city, otherwise the fighting spirit of the entire city will be destroyed. Just as he was forcing himself to gather his courage and prepare to resist, Alvin's voice came from high in the sky. Until Alvin jumped off the dragon's back, the old mage was still confused. Until several girls hugged each other, Alvin Priest came to him. "Master Antonidas, I brought news about Master Krasis." When the young man stood beside the old wizard and started talking, he found that the old wizard was distracted. "Master? Master? Oh, sorry, Mr. Alvin, I was thinking about something else. Antonidas reached out and grabbed Darwin's arm. Let's go to Violet Castle. Please tell me the details of what happened. Several students of the Master quickly took action to evacuate the residents, who were still watching the excitement, arranged workers to repair the balcony, and the people who were squeezed into the river were also salvaged. Soon, Dalaran returned to peace. The platform where the dragon landed. Antonidas turned around and said to the people around him, arrange people to expand this platform, and it will be called Krasis Platform in the future. That's the whole thing. Alvin gave a detailed introduction to the mission. In addition to the people who participated in the operation, there were also Antonidas, Prince Kael'dats, Elf Mage Saheera, and a few people Alvin didn't know. Mage Krasis wanted me to ask you for leave, and I probably won't return to Dalaran in the near future. Antonidas was silent for a long time. Krasis is a red dragon. A mage who knows the dragon clan best. He is actually a dragon. I don't know anything. The old mage was still in shock. No wonder he was so enthusiastic about this operation. So, in the end, you defeated the evil orc Necros who enslaved the Red Dragon Queen, and then seriously injured Deathwing? Elvin and Solanlian nodded together. Elvin and sister. Seriously injured Deathwing? The Black Dragon? Calpurnia covered her mouth and exclaimed. No, Deathwing was seriously injured and escaped by the 4 guardian dragons, who had recovered their strength. He was seriously injured this time, and it is estimated that he will have to rest for hundreds of years. Great. This is really good news. Antonidas and Kael'dats looked at each other. The blonde elven prince could hardly hide the excitement on his face. This is really good news. The tribe has lost the dragon, which is very important. From now on, our army and our navy will no longer be threatened by the dragon riders, and the tribe will no longer be our opponent. What's more, our alliance also has dragon riders. Your Highness. Alvin was a little embarrassed. In fact, after this battle, the Red Dragon clan was also severely damaged, and there will be no power to help us in the short term, and Akalissa. Alvin took the red-haired girl's hand and introduced to everyone. Her mother is the Red Dragon Queen, the guardian dragon Alexstrasza. The girl looked at the people in the room in confusion. And her father is the Archmage Krasis. Oh! The room was in chaos. Everyone thought that the so-called Krasis was not interested in women, but his daughter is already so old. Quiet! Antonidas slammed his staff heavily on the floor, and the gossip discussion among the crowd finally calmed down. Akaratassa is my sister, my family, and the queen entrusted her to me. But to be honest, I don't want her to participate in the battle, so I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. Alvin said the ugly words in advance. No matter what Alvin became, he still regarded her as the little sister who loved to eat and sleep and hid when she heard the voice of the Black Dragon. He didn't want the little red dragon to get involved in the dispute between the Alliance and the Horde. The people in the Kirin Tor Council looked at each other. Kael'dats laughed first. You are a man of temperament, Alvin. I find that I like you more and more. Alvin was sweating. He felt that Kael's sexual orientation was very problematic, but there was no evidence. Anyway, the dragons will at least not be the enemy of the Alliance, and Deathwing has also hidden himself. We will be safe for hundreds of years. Mr. Alvin, I have learned about Krasis. We will temporarily reserve a seat for him in the Kirin Tor. Thank you, Mr. Antonidas. I have said everything I need to say. I will take my leave now. After Alvin finished his business, he was ready to leave. Wait a moment, Mr. Alvin. Kael'dats stood up, took out an envelope from his arms, and handed it to Alvin. Alvin was a little surprised. A letter to himself? Would someone in this world write a letter to himself? He took the envelope and found that it was a golden cardboard with wax sealing the opening. There was a star logo printed on the solidified wax, and the logo seemed to be infused with arcane magic. A letter to me? The prince nodded and smiled, motioning him to open it. Alvin, who was confused, pulled hard, but the envelope could not be torn open. Who is playing tricks on me? I can't open this envelope, Alvin complained. This is the emblem of the Star Wish family. Solanlian took the envelope from Alvin, and Calpurnia came over. Yes, it's my father's seal. My father wrote to Alvin? What is he going to do? I don't know, let's wait and see. Solanlian silently chanted a spell, and soon the wax seal began to melt, and the opening of the envelope popped open. I really don't know how you did it. You don't even know about magic wax seals. Solanlian smiled, took the letter out of the envelope, but didn't open it, but handed it to Alvin. Here, my father's letter to you, take a look. Alvin was sweating. Why did the great wizard Romans write to him when he had nothing to do? He wouldn't come to ask for punishment, right? He took the letter tremblingly and opened it slowly. The first paragraph is written to Calpurnia. Calpurnia, Daddy is no longer angry. Be sure to pay attention to safety during the journey. If you encounter any problems, you can discuss with Alvin more. Come home anytime you have enough fun. The second paragraph is written to Solanlian. Solanlian, although the mission is difficult, Daddy has confidence in you. No mission can be difficult for you. After everything is over, please return to Silvermoon City. His Majesty the King is waiting for your report. The third paragraph is written to myself. Alvin, take good care of my 2 daughters. Although I really want to rush over and beat you, Cal persuaded me. Remember, for now, take good care of my 2 daughters, go on an adventure, and come back to Silvermoon City if you are tired. Solanlian and Calpurnia raised their heads, tears already streaming down their cheeks. Chapter 149. Father, he said you can go back to Silvermoon City, he used. Back? Solanlian looked at Alvin with tears in her eyes, and Calpurnia took the letter and read it several times. Great. It's really great. Dad asked you to go back to Silvermoon City, which means that Dad has recognized you. Calpurnia jumped up with the letter and threw herself into Alvin's arms. I can't believe it. Woo woo woo. The elf was already crying. Alvin was stunned by this great joy, took the letter back and read it several times. There weren't many words, so I shouldn't have missed them. There was no prank or anything like that on the back of the letter. Is this true? He twisted his arm. It hurt. It seemed he wasn't dreaming. Ramath is not an unreasonable person. I've known him for thousands of years. I believe he has heard about your previous feats, and will naturally recognize you. Prince Kael'dats came over and patted Alvin on the shoulder gently. Go back to Silvermoon City to see him when you have time. Speaking of which, I haven't been back to Silvermoon City for a while, and I miss my father a little bit, ha ha. The mages laughed. Well, I will definitely go. Alvin solemnly folded the letter, as it was originally, and put it back into the envelope, and then put the envelope into his pocket. Alvin. Solanlian looked a little sad. It seems I have to go home. I came out this time actually under the order of His Majesty the King. I have the obligation to go back and report the results of this mission to him. Well? Alvin nodded. He knew that what he was going to face next was separation. But didn't Her Majesty the Queen say that she would pass the news to the Alliance countries? I wonder how she would do it. Ah! Sister, you can't travel with us? Caponia was surprised. She thought she could continue this journey with her sister. My father's letter also said that His Majesty the King is waiting for my report. I must go back. Solanlian touched her sister's hair lovingly. But I will come back to you as soon as possible, don't worry. Maybe the next time we meet, we will both be in Stormwind. Oh, okay. But you? You must take good care of yourself, understand? I know, sister. I'm not a child anymore. Don't worry. Wait. Alvin suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. It took him a long time to react. Caponia, you're speaking the common language? I was wondering why it felt weird. When did you learn the common language? Ha ha. During the time you were away, I asked Sister Sahira to teach me. Caponia said, as she looked at the black-haired elf standing behind Kael'dats. Alvin followed her gaze, and saw Sahira making a peace gesture to the two of them. Well, you can speak so fluently in just a few days. I have to say, you are really a little genius. Of course. As long as Lady Caponia does something seriously, there is nothing she can't do, ha ha ha. Alvin was a little speechless. Also, Solanlian, if you go back, please help me take this back to Archmage Ramath. As Alvin spoke, he took off the scepter of Sargeras that he had been carrying these days. Give this to your father. What do you use it for? Solanlian was surprised. And didn't you say it was a good thing? Don't you keep it for yourself? Alvin blushed, and after a while he said, I ate at your house last time, took your things, I have to give something to my father-in-law. This is my filial piety. Ah! Solanlian and Calpurnia also blushed. This staff. Antonidas stood up, and the old wizard walked over tremblingly, staring at the staff. This is? He lowered his voice. Scepter of Sargeras? Yes, I seized it from an orc death knight. This is a divine weapon. It is said that it contains extremely terrifying power. You gave it away? Antonidas asked in surprise. Although you are a priest, this kind of staff is a huge improvement for any spellcasting profession. You gave it away without hesitation? Alvin smiled, then I hesitated too. But who made me have nothing to show for it? Besides, Giving something to my father-in-law is a matter of course. He has given his daughter to me. Alvin! Don't talk nonsense. So Lanlian shouted in a low voice, and her and Calpurnia's faces were already red. It seems that I really have to go back to Silvermoon City. Cael'That stood up and said to Alvin with a wry smile, Alvin, you don't understand how valuable this thing is. If the news leaks out, how many people will come to grab it? In that case, I will escort Lanlian back to Silvermoon City. Thank you, Your Highness, Alvin said gratefully. At first, he had some unpleasantness with Cael'Thats, but the more he got to know her, the more he found that Cael was actually an honest man, just a little stubborn. Alas! Why don't I have a daughter? Otherwise, I would have married you, alas! Antonida sighed. Everyone burst into laughter. Then next, Alvin said, I won't stay any longer. I met Falstad Wildhammer on the way here. He told me about the current war at the Dark Portal. I have to rush over as soon as possible. Antonidas nodded, yes, we also received the news from Khadgar. I didn't expect that there were so many orcs. It's like a nightmare. I will pass the news to King Tarinas of Lordaeron, and I will continue to send reinforcements there. Thank you for your help, Mr. Archmage. Well, I won't bother you anymore. On the platform of Krasis that was just named, Caponia was crying. She hugged her sister Lanlian, and refused to let go. Okay, my silly sister, I will be back soon. You go with Alvin first. I will catch up later. So Lanlian stroked her sister's hair, and said helplessly, Woo woo woo. Be good, let go. You see Akali Tasha has been waiting for a while. When you go up later, you must hold on to the middle of the dragon's back, understand? Woo woo woo. Okay, since you don't want to let go, then let's switch. Anyway, you know the matter, you go back to see my father in my place, and I will go to Iron Forge with Alvin in your place. Sister. Goodbye. Have a good trip. Caponia raised her head, wiped her tears, and climbed lightly onto Akali Tasha's back. Alvin looked at Lanlian. This strong girl always hid her feelings very well. In fact, she was very sad. Thinking of this, he hugged Lanlian tightly, and kissed her cheek gently. Go early and come back early. The girl's answer was as soft as a mosquito. Let me go, others are watching. Don't worry, let them in be. My sister is watching too. At worst, I hug her later. Chapter 150. Ah! So cool. At this moment, Caponia, a well-known little fire mage in Silvermoon City, was standing on the spacious dragon's back, opening her arms, and shouting loudly to the wind. It was just like the old world, stretching her body out of the car's sunroof and shouting. This behavior is not recommended. Frightened, Alvin quickly pulled Caponia down and hugged her in his arms. Holy light! What are you doing, girl? It's very dangerous. Ha ha ha, don't be afraid, you are here. Caponia had flown on a dragon eagle before. But the dragon eagle's body is much smaller than the dragon. When it flies in the sky, it floats and is not so stable, and it can only fly along a fixed route. And now, the dragon's back is very wide, the field of vision is extremely wide, and Akalissa flies very fast and very stable. Caponia, who is riding a dragon for the first time, is very excited. She held onto the scales of the red dragon Akalissa tightly, feeling the rhythm of her powerful wings beating the air. Akalissa just gently flapped her wings, and the glorious scene of Dalaran quickly shrank under their feet. The wings flapped again, and they quickly left the magical city. They flew over Dalaran and headed south, crossing the snow-capped mountains of Alterac, and the vast plains of Taran Mill spread out under their feet. The green grass was like a huge carpet, dotted with wild flowers. The farmlands and villages in the distance were looming in the morning mist, and the farmers had already started a day's work. The river in Taran Mill meandered, flashing silver light, like a silver ribbon dancing on the earth. I had fought here before, and now I look down at Taran Mill from the sky. This feeling is really wonderful, Alvin thought. Continuing to fly south, they came to the Wall of Thoradin. This ancient fortification stretches across the land, like the back of a giant dragon. Alvin hurriedly introduced it to Calpurnia and Akaratassa. The wall is covered with traces of time, and moss and vines grow in the cracks of the stone, as if telling the long history of the wall. Flying over the Wall of Thoradin, it is the territory of Stromgard. Stromgard is located in a valley surrounded by towering mountains. The towers of the castle shone with golden light in the sun, and the walls were covered with flags, fluttering in the wind. I don't know how long I flew. The sun gradually set, and when the last ray of the sun disappeared in the sky, the whole world seemed to be shrouded in a layer of black curtain. Akalatessa, do you need to rest for a while? Afraid that the little red dragon was too tired, Alvin asked softly. Acalatesa, are you tired? Do you need to rest for a while? Perhaps his voice was too soft and Acalatesa couldn't hear it. Alvin raised the volume. Acalatesa, Akali, are you there? I say, if you are tired, let's take a rest and eat something before we go. Still no response. Snoring, snoring. A huge snoring sound came from the neck of the little red dragon. Acalatesa seems to have fallen asleep. Ah! Caponia realized that something was wrong. The dragon carrying us fell asleep? Alvin was also startled, and quickly lay down on the ground, holding on to the little red dragon's scales tightly. Caponia, find a place to hold on. Okay. Akali quickly followed suit. Hiccup, The little red dragon opened its mouth and yawned loudly. What happened to you? Akali, did you fall asleep just now? Yeah, I don't know when I fell asleep. Woo, I slept so soundly. You, aren't you afraid of falling? How can you sleep while flying? No, we dragons can fly while sleeping. We can subconsciously sense danger, so as long as we determine the direction, we can keep flying even if we fall asleep. But we will be hungry. Is that so? Unmanned driving. Too advanced. Alvin sighed, dragons are really strange guys. This is okay. Are you hungry? Do you need something to eat? Yes, I'm a little hungry. I go find something to eat. After saying that, Acalatesa lowered her head and looked at the ground. There are horses over there. The little red dragon was surprised to find its prey, and then flapped its wings and dived towards the horses. Alvin and Capernia hurriedly grabbed the little red dragon's scales. As the red dragon passed over the ground at high speed, the horses were startled and fled in all directions. An unlucky horse was swallowed by Acalatesa, who chewed it twice and swallowed it. That's enough, just fill your stomach first, Acalatesa said calmly. As expected of a dragon. You easily did what we couldn't do. They flew day and night, landing to eat when hungry and taking a nap when tired. The three of them slept in the open air all the way, and soon left Arthi Basin and entered the wetland area. I had previously crossed this area from Menethil Harbor to the east, but now I was passing through it from north to south in the air, and the scenery was completely different from the last time. There were swamps and ponds everywhere, with green duckweed floating on the water. The trees in the distance looked hazy in the mist, like an ink painting. Various wild animals lived in the wetland. Alvin and Calpurnia could see flocks of water birds playing on the water, and occasionally a few huge crocodiles lazily basking in the sun. After crossing the wetland, they began to climb and flew over the high mountains that blocked the wetland and Loch Moden. The scenery of the mountains was magnificent and steep, with peaks piercing the sky and the mountainside covered with white snow. A winding path passed through the mountains. A Calitha shuttled between the peaks, taking Alvin and Calpurnia to overlook the magnificent scenery. Finally, they arrived at Loch Moden. The boulder dam of Loch Moden looked particularly magnificent in the sun. The dam was covered with exquisite carvings, recording the history and legends of the dwarves. The huge building amazed the two men and the dragon. The lake below the dam was Lake Loch. It was clear to the bottom, and the blue sky and white clouds were reflected on the lake, like a huge mirror. The dwarf sculptures by the lake were lifelike, and each statue showed the tenacity and bravery of the dwarves. Alvin noticed that there was a small town by the lake, which was located on a small hill. The dwarves hollowed out the hills to form caves, and lived and worked in these caves. This should be Thelsamar, right? Alvin recalled his previous memories and pointed at the town and said to the two, "Do you see the town? It is said that there is a specialty there, called blood sausage, which is very delicious." Gurgle. Caponia's stomach protested in time, making the girl blush. "Haha, I'm hungry too. Let's go down and try the blood sausage." Acalatesa, land. Let's walk over there. Don't scare the dwarves. Okay. Chapter 151. Husband. Can't you think of a solution? There have been no customers in the store for 3 days. A female lover with a wide waist and a chubby face was wiping her hands on her apron, complaining to the male dwarf, who was smoking on the doorstep. If this continues, the store will close sooner or later. Close the store, close the store. All day long you know how to close the store. What can I do? The dwarf called husband growled hoarsely, knocked his pipe on the door frame, and sparks came out, almost lighting his beard. The dwarf hurriedly put out the sparks, and breathed a sigh of relief. The liver pie shop next door is a chain store that just opened in Stormwind. It is said that there are more than 50 stores in various places. The boss is a noble in Stormwind, a very rich one. Look at that store. It's clean and spacious, and even the lights are made by dwarf craftsmen. When you turn on a light at night, the room is as bright as day. Look at that store again, all the girls are sent from Iron Forge. They are in uniform. As long as the guests come in, no matter if they want to eat or not, they will say, "Master, you are back." Can our miners stand it? The dwarf slowly stood up with the help of the door sill and spread his hands. Look at us again! The dwarf pointed around the room angrily. This door, this table, this chair, this decoration, and this blood sausage. It has been smelling like this since my grandfather's generation. 3 words to sum it up. Fishy, smelly, and stinky. And you, tell me, did you break a customer's nose again last week? Forget about the customers. I'm fucking tired of doing this. Humph. This lousy restaurant. Just close it. The woman saw her husband getting angry, and she immediately lost her temper. She was at a loss, and tore her apron with her 2 thick hands. Suddenly, she burst into tears. Woo woo woo. You dead thing. I shouldn't have married you at that time. You also call yourself the Prince of Blood Sausage, the Lord of Large Intestines. If you hadn't taken advantage of the beautiful night, and secretly stuffed the unpalatable blood sausage into my mouth, how could I be willing to marry you? Nonsense. That night you clearly said that my blood sausage was delicious. You liar. Woo woo woo. Cough cough. The cough at the door interrupted the quarrel between the 2 people. The dwarf looked at the door, and saw a human man standing outside the store at some point, half opening his mouth, and looking at him and his wife with embarrassment. The man had a handsome appearance, and was not very old, but the robe he wore was very gorgeous. It was obvious that he was not a local. Damn it, there haven't been any guests for 3 days. How come someone came in the middle of the night today? And a rich guest? Excuse me, owner, we are travelers passing through Selsamar, and we are hungry when we get here. I heard that there is a specialty food called blood sausage here. I wonder if it is convenient for you to let us in to try it. Welcome, welcome, please come in. Haha, old woman, go to the kitchen and serve all our best dishes. No, no, we mainly want to try the blood sausage, and the others are fine. Alas, I can see that the guests are distinguished guests from afar. Since we are here, we must eat and drink enough. Please sit down. The dwarf ran to the door like a barrel, stretched out his big hand, and grabbed a corner of Alvin's robe, as if he was afraid that the fat sheep he had caught would run away. Welcome, welcome. The dwarf's wife quickly wiped her tears and forced a smile. She was embarrassed to be seen by customers quarreling with her husband and wife. I prepare it now. Please wait a moment. I serve the dishes right away. Alvin wanted to say something, but the dwarf dragged him into the store with great force. My goodness, this dwarf's strength must be the same as that of a Kodo beast. Helplessly, Alvin, who was pressed down by his shoulders and sat down, had to smile bitterly and said to the outside, "Everyone come in, the owner is so enthusiastic. Let's try the blood sausage here today." Before he finished speaking, a beautiful red-haired woman jumped in from the outside of the door excitedly, wearing a red leather armor with dragon scales on it. The girl saw Alvin, who had already sat down as soon as she came in. "Brother Alvin. I'm here. I'm hungry again. The horse just now was too small, not enough. Good guy, this human man is not alone, this time he made a profit." The dwarf immediately smiled. "Little girl, don't leave now that you are here, come in and try the specialty of Selsamar. Blood sausage." "Ha ha, come on, come on." The dwarf ran to the girl again and reached out to pull her clothes, but the girl didn't even look down, and waved her arm, hitting the dwarf, who came to pull her. "Pa!" Gurgle gurgle. How did the dwarf run over? And how did he roll to the wall? Ouch ouch. The dwarf struggled to get up and looked at the girl who just came in surprise. How could this girl be so strong? Seeing the dwarf being pushed away, the girl said embarrassedly, "Ah, sorry. I didn't see you." Then she turned her head and shouted to the outside of the door, "Sister Calpurnia, come in quickly, there is food here." Soon, an orange-haired Queldorii girl walked in. Calpurnia smelled a pungent fishy smell from a long distance. If it wasn't for Alvin's introduction, she would never believe that the restaurant would be opened in such a smelly place. The girl believed that if it wasn't for Alvin, she would never come to such a place to eat in her life. This is also a trial, a part of the adventure. Come on, Calpurnia. Calpurnia prepared herself mentally and followed a Calitha into the restaurant. Wow! It's even more pungent in here. The elf's head was a little dizzy. Why is it so smelly? What is this smell? It seems to be the smell of some kind of beast's internal organs soaked in wine leaves for a night, and then soaked in the feet of a homeless person for 180 days. Calpurnia, here. Ha ha. Alvin smiled and greeted Calpurnia. The elf looked up and found that Alvin and Acalytha were already sitting at the table, waiting for the food to be served with great interest. Caponia sat next to Alvin under pressure, and the dwarf shopkeeper next to him was diligently introducing the local delicacies to Alvin. Forget it. Anyway, whatever is delicious, just serve a little bit. We have a big eater, so we are not afraid of not being able to finish it. The dwarf smiled and said, okay. Please wait, the food will be here soon. After that, the dwarf couple kept bringing out large plates from the kitchen like a stream of water, with bread, beef, beer, and juice. Please look, please. The dwarf smiled and put a plate on the table that was already full of plates. The round slices of meat that had been sliced one by one, with red edges, exuding a unique flavor. This is our most famous delicacy. Selsamar blood sausage. Chapter 152. Alvin tasted a piece, and seeing the expected expressions of the dwarf couple, it seemed that he had to comment on it. The taste is very unique. The overall taste is spicy, but the meat is firm and very chewy. Ha ha ha. Right? Our blood sausage is famous far and wide, and many guests come from far away just to taste it. It tastes even better with thunder beer. After hearing this, Alvin raised the wine glass beside him and toasted the dwarf couple, may you be healthy, and then took a sip, which was surprisingly good. Then he took another gulp, and the malt aroma of beer instantly diluted the taste of blood sausage in his mouth. The mixture of the two had a strange feeling. Huh? Alvin was surprised. The aroma of beer diluted the spiciness of blood sausage, and the two together formed a new taste. It is indeed a strange food. You know what you are talking about. The dwarf rubbed his hands excitedly. Where are you from? We are from the north, from Silvermoon City, and we are going to Stormwind City. We heard that Iron Forge has opened a new subway to Stormwind City, so we want to go to Iron Forge first to take the subway. I see. The dwarf laughed. You are from Silvermoon City. I just saw this elf girl and I guessed it. My name is Vidila Hearth, and that is my wife Jasmine inside. Welcome to Loch Moden. Calpurnia saw that Alvin was eating sweetly, and her curiosity was aroused. She closed her eyes and pinched her nose to try it. It was surprisingly good, and Acalytha. She had almost finished all the food on the table. Good guy. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really thought that this girl was actually putting on makeup for the dwarves. I'm afraid her appetite is even bigger than mine. The dwarf Vidila exclaimed. This is true praise in the eyes of dwarves. Eating a lot, drinking a lot, being able to sleep, and having great strength are virtues. Acalytha continued to eat, and the food on the table became less and less. This is the last roast chicken. Molly brought the plate of roast chicken up, and in this short time, she had almost emptied the kitchen. Sorry, guest, there is only so much food in our store, haha. There have been no guests for several days, so we didn't prepare so much. Vidila said embarrassedly, letting guests go hungry is not a virtue of dwarves. Ah? Alvin was a little surprised. I see a lot of carriages parked in the town. This should also be a major traffic route. There should be a lot of pedestrians. How could there be no guests? Hey! Isn't there a new restaurant next to it? Look at the guests. Alvin followed the dwarf's hand and looked out the door. Just outside the door, across the road from this door, a two-story building stood out, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding cave dwellings. Look, that restaurant just opened a few days ago, and the chain has opened more than 50 stores across the Alliance. It is said that the liver pie sold there is also a famous product of Stormwind City. It is very popular recently. Our customers all go there to eat. Vedla said distressedly, Alas, to be honest, if there are no more customers, I plan to close the store. Stormwind liver pie? Alvin suddenly thought, could it be spread from the West Wilderness? This boss is quite business-minded. But isn't it a pity to close this store like this? The situation is stronger than people. There is nothing we can do. The dwarf sighed. If we keep it open, we will burn money every day. I'd better pack up with my wife and go to work as a miner. As she said that, Jasmine began to secretly wipe her tears again. Delicious. Acalytha finished the last chicken, wiped her mouth, stood up and said loudly, Brother Alvin, this store is very delicious. We can't let such a delicious store disappear. Can you think of a way? The dwarf couple looked at each other, then smiled bitterly. We appreciate the little girl's kindness, but it's not that easy. Who do you think the person sitting here is? Acalytha saw that the dwarf looked down on Alvin, which aroused her stubborn temper. This is the miracle priest, Alvin Priest. Haven't you heard of it? What? Miracle priest? Vidra opened his mouth in surprise. That's right. I haven't heard of it. The dwarf shook his head. We have been running this shop for a few years. We have seen many people who dare to say they are the king of the hill after drinking a little wine. Don't make fun of me, alas. I also want to try the liver pie over there. It's late now. I try it tomorrow. Alvin ignored the conversation between the two and talked to himself. As for liver pie, I have some here. Molly whispered beside him. Where did you get the liver pie? I heard them say it was delicious, and I was curious. So I ran to buy a piece secretly. You traitor? Vidra turned his head and sulked away. Guest, please try it. Molly returned to the kitchen and brought out the pork liver pie. Alvin picked up a piece and tasted it, then threw it on the plate. It's not fresh, it's a pre-made pie. What is a pre-made pie? Calpurnia asked curiously. It means that this pie is not baked and eaten immediately, but is made in advance and preserved in some way. When someone orders it, it can be heated up and served. Hearing Alvin's evaluation, the other people also came up and cut a piece to taste it. Although I don't want to admit it, it tastes really good. Vidra smeared the oil on his hand on his beard. So, is there anything wrong with this pre-made pie? Of course. This kind of thing needs to be preserved with some kind of medicine. In such a hot day, the pancakes will not rot after they are made. Don't you think this is a problem? Alvin said angrily. If you eat this kind of thing often, I don't know what will go wrong with your body. Ah! Is it so serious? Will we have problems? In short, we can't eat too much. And this kind of store, pre-made pies are cheap, and they can kill the stores that really make good food through price wars. In the end, bad money drives out good money, and all good stores are forced to close. Then, what should I do? What should I do? Isn't this simple? We are all adults, of course we will deal with it in a mature way. Alvin lowered his voice in a pretentious manner. You've been running the shop here for so long. Don't you have some good friends or close friends? Tell them about the harm of pre-made pies, and let your friends spread the word in all directions. By then everyone will know about it, and people will be angry. With the hot temper of the dwarves, they will tear down their shop. If you think it's too slow to work, send some people to their shop, eat the food, lie on the ground, pretend to be in pain, and say they have a stomachache. What can they do to you? This. Everyone looked at each other. Chapter 153. Brother Alvin is awesome. He came up with such a good idea right away. Acaratassa raised her thumbs up, and looked at Alvin with stars in her eyes. Calpurnia felt that this method was somewhat unworthy of being in a high-class place. Vedla opened his mouth in surprise, and then looked at Alvin carefully. Yes, he was a priest, so why are priests so dirty now? Where there is light, there must be darkness. Light and shadow are originally mutually reinforcing and restraining. The old man Nera can turn into Muru, and holy light can turn into shadow. What else can't be done? You have to open your mind. No matter whether it is a black cat or a white cat, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. That's right. You are right. Mr. Priest, I will arrange it tomorrow. Hee. Alvin patted Vidla's shoulder and continued. He continued, of course, you have to renovate the ones in your store. Look, I'm not saying anything bad about you. The smell in the store is so pungent now. Look at my girlfriend. She's almost choking on her tears. You can't always only serve dwarves, right? You have to respect customers of other races. Maybe some people don't like this environment. Yes, you're absolutely right, Mr. Priest. I start the general cleaning tonight. Well, very good, and come out and show me. Alvin said, as he led everyone to the door of the store. Look. He pointed at the plaque and said, you have to customize a neon plaque. Otherwise, at night, no one can see your plaque at all. Look at other people's. Vidara looked and saw that there was a big plaque at the door of the pie shop. Even though it was closed late at night, the plaque was still lit, and could be seen from a long distance. Do you understand? I understand. Oh, I really don't know how to thank you. No need to thank me. I still have to hurry. You go to work. You can do it. We will definitely defeat the pancake shop and revive the glory of blood sausage. Alvin raised his fist. Defeat the pancake shop and revive the glory of blood sausage. Defeat the pancake shop and revive the glory of blood sausage. Defeat the pancake shop and revive the glory of blood sausage. Seeing that the dwarf Vidara's fighting spirit had been completely aroused, Alvin helped the dwarf to tidy up his collar with relief. Very good. Then I won't disturb you from working. Come on, let's go! The target is Iron Forge. Alvin nodded solemnly to the dwarf, then turned his head and left with the two girls. As soon as he walked out of the town, Alvin hurriedly urged Akali Tasha to transform into a dragon and fly towards Iron Forge with the two of them. Why are you in such a hurry? Calpurnia was a little surprised. I thought you would say you would sleep in the town. Do you have money? No. I don't have any money either. Guest. You forgot to pay. You liar. The roar of the dwarves seemed to be heard in the distance. It was late at night, but fortunately it was summer, and the weather was not that cold even at night. Akratasa dozed off and flew westward. Seeing that Calpurnia was also drowsy, Alvin took off his large robe, pulled the elf closer, and wrapped the two of them with the robe. Calpurnia blushed and wanted to struggle, but was firmly framed by Alvin's arms. He pushed twice symbolically, and stopped struggling. I wanted to say a few words to Alvin, but I was too sleepy, and soon fell asleep leaning on Alvin. Alvin sat on the dragon's back, listening to the whistling wind in his ears, and looking at the moon hanging in the sky, and he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. It has been several months since I came to this world. It seems that I am used to thinking about problems as a native of Lordaeron. The memories of the original world are gradually becoming blurred, and the things happening in this world are gradually moving towards an unknown direction. After arriving in Stormwind City, I am afraid that I will soon face the threat of the Dark Portal, although I am very excited to see Turalyon, Illyria, and other sons of Lothar soon. But am I really willing to go through the Dark Portal with them without hesitation? Looking at Calpurnia, who was sleeping soundly beside me, she seemed to be dreaming, and her eyelashes were shaking. Alvin gently stroked the girl's hair, and tightened his robe again. After thinking about it for a while, Alvin also fell asleep. Alvin! Wake up! Ugh! Alvin suddenly woke up from his sleep, and was surprised to find that the world in front of him had turned pale. Caponia's head was covered with snowflakes, and Acalitha's scales were also covered with a layer of white. The elf reached out, and grabbed the snowflakes on Alvin's head, and made a snowball. Is this snow? This is my first time playing with snow. Pa! The snowball exploded on Alvin's face, and Calpurnia laughed loudly. The snowball covered his face, and Alvin, who was a little confused, woke up instantly. Wow! He exclaimed, and finally realized that he was walking in a blizzard. Brother Alvin, we seem to be almost there. Look, there is a city on the edge of the snowy mountain. Is that Iron Forge? Alvin heard it, and looked from afar. Sure enough, there was a huge iron gate at the foot of a snowy mountain among the mountains. Behind a relatively flat platform, the height of the gate was almost half the height of the mountain. It was very similar to the impression of Iron Forge, and also somewhat similar to Grim Battle that we had been to before. It should be here. Should we land and walk into the city now, or fly directly to the city gate? Caponia asked, sticking her head out of Alvin's robe. Alvin put his hands on the pergola and looked into the distance. It seems that we don't need to land now. The dwarves have discovered us. It seems that they are Griffin Knights. Caponia followed Alvin's gaze, and saw that there was indeed a hole in the cliff above the gate of Iron Forge. A team of dwarf Griffin Knights flew out of it, and came to meet her. Excuse me, is the dragon in front of you the group of Mr. Miracle Priest Alvin? Yes, it's me. Alvin stood up, and waved to the Griffin Knights, who came to meet him. The dwarf saluted on the griffin, gently comforted his beloved griffin, and flew the griffin closer. Hello, I am a griffin rider from the Wildhammer clan. I am stationed in Iron Forge under the Order of the Alliance, and am responsible for the air defense here. The news of Falstad has reached Iron Forge, saying that the Miracle Dragon Rider Priest will arrive in Iron Forge soon. Let us prepare to welcome him. This Falstad is so fast. Thank you, Mr. Dwarf. You're welcome. Your dragon is very large. Our griffins can't enter the cave where they travel. You can land directly on the platform at the gate of Iron Forge. Okay. The griffin rider saluted again, and led the way for Akali Tasha in front. Soon, a large number of dwarves gathered at the gate, so dense that some dwarf warriors held hands to drive the crowd away and make way for an open space. Finally, in full view of the public, Akali Tasha landed. A red light flashed, and a man and two women stood at the gate of Iron Forge. A dwarf guard stepped forward. Mr. Elwyn, King Magni Bronzebeard wants to see you. Chapter 154. Led by the guards, Alvin and the others walked into the gate of Iron Forge. The dwarf guards led the way in front, and secretly observed Alvin. Mr. Guard, is there any problem? I'm really sorry. Mr. Priest, may I ask why your dragon suddenly disappeared? The dwarf guard said as they walked. They had never seen a dragon in its form. In the blink of an eye, the huge dragon disappeared. Most dwarves even thought that the dragon had taken an invisibility potion. I'm here. Acaratassa raised her hand. The dwarfs widened their eyes and looked at the girl and said, "Dragons are really magical creatures. Compared with Ironforge and Alden's memory, this city is not so exaggerated in the real world and seems more real. After crossing the gate, you will enter the interior of the city. Because the entire city is actually built by hollowing out the cliff, the lighting in the city mainly relies on fire. The whole city is like a huge furnace, and the sound of clanging can be heard everywhere. Dwarves are natural miners and blacksmiths, and many of the Alliance's weapons are made by dwarves. For example, the famous sword Ashbringer was made by the dwarf king, Magni Bronzebeard. The streets are bustling with people coming and going. Dwarves are busy shuttling between shops, some forging weapons in front of the blacksmith shop, some drinking beer in the tavern, and some selling various goods in the market. In the shops, you can see a wide variety of goods, from exquisite jewelry to sturdy armor. The most famous things about Ironforge are armor and gems, and the quality is definitely the best in the world. The dwarf guard, who led the way, said proudly. It's just that the appearance is a bit rough, unlike our Silvermoon City, where the weapons made by our craftsmen are both powerful and beautiful. Caponia picked up a few goods, looked at them, and put them back. The dwarf was about to retort, but when he saw the sulfur staff on Caponia's back, he swallowed his words. The weird shape is not beautiful even in the eyes of goblins. These elves with thin ears are really strange. The dwarf guard took the three people through the streets and alleys, and finally came to the big forge in the center of the city. Before approaching, Alvin had already felt the heat wave coming towards him. A circular pool was filled with red-hot molten iron. There was a huge forge above the pool, clang 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 beating the raw materials on the anvil. The whole space was illuminated red by the light of the molten iron without lighting. Both Caponia and Acaratassa opened their eyes wide, unable to imagine that there was such a city in the world. "It's so noisy." Caponia covered her ears and said loudly to Alvin. Alvin was also shocked and speechless. How did the dwarves make such a huge forge? It took a lot of effort to make this thing. And, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. It turned out that the throne hall was facing the big forge in the center of the city. At the entrance of the hall were two huge stone doors, engraved with the emblem of the Bronzebeard dwarf kingdom. The guards at the door were fully armed, and they must have received the news. They stood solemnly on both sides. Alvin and the two girls walked into this magnificent hall. In the hall, huge stone pillars supported the high dome, the walls were covered with battle flags and shields, and the ground was covered with thick red carpets. At the end of the hall, the throne was high above. The throne was made of unknown metal and flickered with a dim light. The dwarf king Magni Bronzebeard sat on the throne. He was not wearing any gorgeous royal robes, but was fully armed and wearing a set of plate armor. He only wore a crown on his head, which symbolized power, and was dealing with the piles of documents on the desk in front of him. "Welcome, heroes of the Alliance. I think you must be the miracle priest, Mr. Dragon Knight Alvin Priest. Although my brother and cousin wrote to me about you, I have to say that I was very surprised. I didn't expect you to be so young. Sure enough, heroes come from young people. Lord Darren is full of talents." Ha ha ha. King Magni's voice was like a bell, and the sound of his laughter made several people's eardrums jump. "Dear King Magni." Alvin walked forward and bowed rudely. "I am Elwyn Priest, and these two are the Silvermoon City mage Caponia Starwish and my sister Acaratassa. Greetings to you." Magni stroked his beard with satisfaction. Elwyn noticed that the king looked very similar to his brother, Muradin, whom he had met once in the capital of Lord Darren. He was short but sturdy, with a lot of brown beard covering his red face. He had a good impression of King Magni, but later he turned into a diamond because of something. However, in the battle to the underground later, the old king finally reconciled with his daughter and returned to his family. "Your Majesty." Elvin bowed and said, "Actually, I was sent by the Archbishop to Stormwind City. I heard that the dwarves built a subway connecting Ironforge and Stormwind City after the Second War, which can greatly shorten the commuting time between the two cities, so I want to come to Ironforge to experience the convenience brought by the latest technology." I see." The old king stood up from the throne and came to the ground. Sure enough, even if the dwarves wore a tall crown, it was still only up to Elvin's waist. "You are well informed. We did build this railway with the help of our dwarf allies, but, alas, there are some things you don't know." The dwarf king scratched his head. "To be honest, this morning, just now, my good brother, the dwarf master craftsman Mekatork came to me and said that his people encountered trouble in the tunnel and came here to ask for my help." Magni seemed a little embarrassed. "It's just that my army has been sent to Stormwind with the Alliance commander Turalian. Frankly speaking, well, I am now a commander without troops. Although I really want to help him in person, but look. The old king pointed to the table in front of his throne. A large number of documents were piled up together. The documents on the top were already shaky, and the entire mountain of documents was in danger of collapsing at any time. My brother Muradin went to Lord Darren as an ambassador, and my other brother Brian was either hiding in the library every day studying his history, or I don't know where to go on an adventure. Now, I can only deal with these annoying things by myself. You know, after all, this is a country. My God, why does a country have to bother me with all the big and small things? The old king said, sitting on the steps in front of the throne. I used to be a warrior. I also wanted to go to the battlefield and stuff those orcs who grew out of nowhere back into his father's asshole, but now, I can only be trapped on this throne, alas. Chapter 155. The old king's dirty words amused Calpurnia, and the elf laughed out loud, but he was talking to a king in the royal hall of another country, so it was really rude, so he quickly covered his mouth. Laugh, elf, laugh, why should you hold it back? This is the kingdom of dwarves. We dwarves don't have so many rules, haha. Magni stood up, pulled his beard, and said to Calpurnia with a smile. I also have a daughter, Moira, oh my sweetheart. But she seems to have entered a rebellious period recently, and she also yells at me as her father. There is no way, I am too busy and have no time to accompany her, alas. He turned his head and said to Alvin, Look, apart from the king, I am just an ordinary dwarf. Alvin was a little amused. Rather than being a king, it is better to say that the dwarf in front of him is an ordinary middle-aged man, who is busy with work and has no time to spend with his family. I understand your difficulties, your majesty, I mean. Alvin thought for a moment. If possible, we can go to help the master craftsman and help him solve the problem, so that the subway can be opened quickly, right? Will this delay your trip? My cousin, Falstad of the Wild Hammer, wrote to me saying that you need to go to Stormwind as soon as possible to support the battle there. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. If we open this railway first, we can reach Stormwind faster. I think it's worth our efforts. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Magni repeated this sentence in a low voice. This sentence is very concise, just like what we dwarves say. If you want to kill the enemy better, you must first make yourself a good weapon. Ha ha. You are very wise. Then I leave it to you. Mechatork should be at the entrance of the subway. Go find him and tell him I sent you. He must be going crazy now, haha. This guy Magni. He promised me long ago. He will send someone to help us deal with those guys in the tunnel. But this morning, guess what this damn dwarf said? A dwarf with a white beard and a muscular body was standing on a platform full of gears and complaining to his craftsman. The huge goggles were pushed to the top of his shiny head, and his work clothes were full of tools, making the dwarf look like a strange toolbox. Although they look quite old, the voices of dwarves are always interesting. What did he say? He said, Dear brother, my guys are all going to Stormwind in the south. If you can quickly open up the railway line, you can get help from our friends in Stormwind faster. This guy. Doesn't he know that we can't move forward anymore? This bastard. Mechatork was a little excited. His huge goggles kept falling down. The dwarf was a little impatient. He pulled the goggles off his head and threw them on the ground. Okay. In this case. Mechatork pointed the wrench in his hand into the warehouse. Go and push my baby out for me. Let's make a big fuss. Master Craftsman, are you talking about that thing? Didn't you say that things should be repaired after returning to Nomarigan? I can't care about so much now. It's up to us next. Excuse me. May I ask who is the Master Craftsman, Mechatork? A young voice came, and the voice was obviously not that of a dwarf. The dwarves all looked back and saw that it was a human priest with two girls. My name is Alvin Priest. I heard that the Master Craftsman needed help, so His Majesty Magni Bronzebeard entrusted me to come and help you. The person who came was Alvin. After leaving the throne room, he quickly found the subway area with the memory of his previous life. Sure enough, he saw a group of dwarves holding various tools and a meeting from a distance. This was the first time he saw dwarves since he came to this world. They were very short. If dwarves were already short, then dwarves were just like children who had just started kindergarten. It was really interesting to see a group of dwarves looking back together. Mechatork squinted his eyes, looked at the smiling Alvin, jumped off the gear, and came to his side. Seeing that Alvin was alone and brought two frail girls, the Master Craftsman frowned. Oh my God, you're so tall. Alvin almost laughed out loud when he heard this familiar line. The Master Craftsman didn't care and crossed his arms over his chest. I'm Mechatork. What kind of joke is Magni? An army of only 3 people? I remember he promised me to send me an army. Recently, people recognize me wherever I go. I'm used to being flattered, but I'm a little uncomfortable with not being recognized. I'm really sorry, Master Craftsman. Ironforge's army is basically in Stormwind, and I'm afraid we're the only ones who can be sent here now, but I can guarantee that we will never let you down. Please feel free to tell me what tasks you have. Well, better late than never. Mechatork smiled and patted Alvin's leg. Although you look weak, the two ladies behind you seem very powerful. Hello, great craftsman. I am the mage Caponia Starwish of Silvermoon City, and this is my sister Akalatrasa, waiting for your orders. Caponia smiled. Does he really look that weak? Alvin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then, can you explain what the problem we are facing is? Well, Mechatork nodded. You don't understand just by saying it. I take you to see it. He turned and left. Alvin and Caponia looked at each other and followed closely. The dwarf put on a helmet with a searchlight and asked his men to prepare the other three and handed them to Alvin and others. The tunnel is still under construction. I have to show you around. Come on, it's a bit messy inside. Please don't mind. The entrance to the subway station is a semicircular passage. The walls are neatly built with bricks, which looks very solid. At the top of the passage, there is a lamp every few meters, making the passage as bright as day. Mechatok led the three people through the passage and arrived at the subway station. The entire subway station is as big as 5 basketball courts. The ticket office, platform, and locomotive maintenance workshop at the back are all available. The entire station hall has been completely built. In the middle of the station hall, there is a wide hole. There are 2 subway lanes, one going back and forth. The rails have been laid. A subway car is parked on the platform, and several dwarves are busy making preparations. Unlike the game, the subway in front of us is more real, with a front car in front and 2 carriages in the back. Capernia and Akaratasa were very surprised to see this kind of machinery for the first time. They circled the subway several times, and then entered the carriage at the back. The carriage was clean and tidy, with several comfortable seats neatly fixed in the carriage, which could accommodate at least 20 people. Dwarf technology is the best in the world. Mechatork said proudly, don't just look at it, get on board. Let's drive this big guy. Brothers, take your positions. Yes. At the order of the master craftsman, the dwarves quickly entered the cab of the front car, and Mechatork also got in, then stuck his head out of the window. Mr. Alvin, there are not many seats in the cockpit, only one person can sit. Let the girls sit in the back car. Okay. Caponia, you and Akalata take care of yourselves, I sit in the front. Okay, Alvin. Don't worry. Hearing the girl's voice, Alvin also lowered his head and got into the cab. Although the space is indeed limited, according to Alvin's point of view, it is still quite spacious. It seems that the dwarves deliberately made the space inside the car very large in order to ensure that all races can ride. Alvin stood in it, and there was still a long distance between his head and the roof. Okay, passengers, sit tight and hold on, the train is about to depart. The Mechatork archer pulled the rope on the side, and the subway whistle made a woo sound. The train started slowly, and drove into the dark tunnel. Chapter 156. The subway slowly moved forward in the dark tunnel, and the dwarves operated the various equipment in the cab in an orderly manner. Only Mechatork had nothing to do, but stood on a stool, frowning, and staring at the front of the train with a serious expression. The front of the train was equipped with a huge high beam, emitting a dazzling light. But the tunnel seemed to be filled with a dark atmosphere, and the light seemed to be shattered by the darkness here, and could only barely illuminate the short distance of about 2 meters in front of the train. Alvin's eyes wandered in the cab, and he couldn't help but be amazed. The dwarves are indeed worthy of being scientists of the Alliance. In this magical world, they even tinkered with the subway. The entire cab is like the interior of a tank. Especially in the middle of the cab, there is an arc-shaped hatch, and in the corner there are some boxes with exploded skulls on them. Did the dwarves install a cannon on the subway? Why would they install a cannon on the subway? Alvin swallowed his saliva. He had heard that dwarves were imaginative and active in thinking. Today he finally saw it. Mr. Alvin, look ahead. At this time, Mechatork spoke with a serious expression. Ahead? Alvin stood up, laid down in front of the car, and looked forward behind the windshield. The searchlight illuminated the road ahead, and the rails quickly retreated under the car. Do you find anything wrong? Alvin looked carefully again. It was very dark, really dark, and the hole where the light shone was dark. Wait. It seems that the darkness is moving? Alvin widened his eyes and looked carefully. The darkness is really moving. No, to be precise, there should be some black things moving on the ground and walls of the tunnel. They are densely packed in groups. It's rats! Alvin exclaimed. Why are there so many rats? Bang! Before Alvin's voice fell, a fat rat fell from the top of the tunnel and hit the windshield. It was smashed directly by the huge impact of the train. The fragments of the rat immediately covered the glass, right in front of Alvin's face. If there was no windshield, Alvin himself would be covered with rats. Although he had been through many battles since he came to this world, the sudden appearance of rat corpses really shocked Alvin, and he almost released a psychic explosion. Yes, it's rats, a lot of rats. A lot of big black rats. These guys are the problems I mentioned. Maybe this is nothing to you, but for us dwarves, this is an arduous war. Mechatork laughed and put on a new pair of goggles. He jumped off the stool, opened the door of a cabinet, and shouted loudly, Brothers, get ready for battle. Let these hateful rats know that we dwarves are not easy to bully. Drive them out of our place. Those who don't want to leave, blow them into pieces. After that, he took out a gun from the cabinet. Alvin suspected that he had seen it wrong, rubbed his eyes hard, and he was right. It was an assault rifle. Several other dwarves responded to their leader loudly. Except for the driver, who was driving the locomotive, the others also armed themselves. Immediately, the dwarf craftsman team turned into a fully armed dwarf special forces team. Wearing green goggles, Mechatork turned on the searchlight on his helmet, picked up the assault rifle, opened a window in the carriage a crack, stretched out the barrel, and fired directly without aiming. Duh. Huge sparks came out of Mechatork's barrel, and bullets sprayed out. With the help of the weak light, Alvin could see a group of rats being smashed directly by bullets. The dwarves cheered and followed their leader to fire at the rats. Duh. The sound was endless. The rats were in chaos, and countless were killed by the train and shot. Ha. Die. Mechatork looked violent, pulling the trigger frantically, as if he wanted to release all his anger. He looked just like Rambo in World of Warcraft, but soon, the master craftsman was disappointed. Because there were too many rats. Although many were shot dead, there were more to come. As more and more rats gathered around the train, they seemed to have begun to consciously resist. Many rats even jumped onto the train, and bit the iron sheet of the train with their big front teeth. Crack, huge biting sounds echoed in the carriage. Don't worry, young man. Our carriage is made of fine gold. A group of rats can't bite it, ha. Mechatork saw the worry on Alvin's face, and comforted him. But soon, the dwarves ran out of bullets. The rats didn't decrease at all. Brothers, get ready to fire. Mechatork didn't panic either. He threw the assault rifle aside, and continued to give orders. The dwarves immediately obeyed the order. One person moved the box in the corner, and the other opened the curved cover to reveal an upper magazine. Wait! Alvin had a headache. You want to bombard the rats in the tunnel? If the tunnel collapses, we will be finished. Ha, don't worry, young man. This is not an ordinary cannon, just look at me, prepare the ammunition. Yes! The dwarves opened the box with a crowbar, and there were neatly arranged red balls inside. Everyone cooperated tacitly, and stuffed the balls into the magazine. Mechatork immediately shouted, Fire! Alvin quickly covered his ears for fear of being deafened by the sound of the cannon. However, the expected sound did not sound. He looked out of the train, and found that a raging flame was gushing out from a pipe extending from the front of the train. The flame burned everything wherever it went, and the rats caught fire at once. The stench of the rats burning came from the hole. It made Alvin sick. We installed a flamethrower on the front of the train. Ha, this is enough to make these rats suffer. Mechatork said proudly. Mr. Alvin, you are responsible for firing. If the flame is gone, change the fuel, that is, the round ball in the box. Brothers, let's load the bullets quickly. The master craftsman said, picked up his assault rifle from the ground, and began to load the bullets slowly. Steady as an old dog, that's how it is described here, Alvin thought to himself, but he didn't dare to stop at all. He quickly looked ahead, and replaced the new round fuel when the flame was about to go out. To be honest, Alvin has no problem in fighting people, orcs, fishmen, even undead and demons. But hitting rats. But it's really a bit scary, those densely packed black guys. Just imagine them crawling around on your feet. It's enough to give you goosebumps. Soon, the dwarves loaded their bullets, and continued the same process. The train in flames killed rats everywhere, and rats were wiped out wherever they passed. Alvin was numb at this time, and the smell of burnt rats didn't seem so bad. Just when he was about to ask when he could go home, Mechatork suddenly shouted in a trembling voice, slowed down. Stop! What is that thing? It's going to crash. The driver heard the order and immediately stepped on the brakes without saying a word, but the train was going too fast, and the sudden emergency brake made everyone stagger, but the train still made a loud bang sound, as if it hit a wall. Chapter 157. As the train collided violently with an unknown object in the dark, a loud noise erupted in the tunnel, and the headlights in front of the train were instantly shattered. The entire tunnel returned to darkness, echoing with the harsh sound of the train's sudden brakes. Alvin and others were knocked unconscious by the sudden collision and fell heavily against the wall. Fortunately, everyone was wearing a helmet, otherwise, if they hit their heads, they would be finished. Oh my god! Did you see it? What the hell is that? Mechatork's trembling voice sounded in the darkness. Everyone, turn on the searchlights on your heads and find your guns. Damn it, there's a monster! A beam of light lit up, which was Mechatork's own, but before he could take a closer look, the light disappeared instantly. Then, several other beams of light were lit up one after another, but they also went out instantly. What kind of monster is this? Why are our lights broken? Mechatork's voice trembled even more violently, and the darkness made the dwarf Rambo a little at a loss. Everyone pay attention, come to me. Ah! A dwarf screamed, but soon there was no sound. Millie? Is that you? What happened? For God's sake, say something, Millie. Mechatork shouted. It was one of his men. Master Craftsman, close your eyes. Holy Nova. Before Alvin finished speaking, the golden light suddenly lit up, and the light formed a round sphere, which quickly spread to the surroundings. Wherever the light went, golden flames instantly ignited on the rats, quickly burning the rats. Mechatork rubbed his eyes, and noticed that the center of the light was his iron-forged rescuer, Alvin Priest. Wow, good job, young man. The expanding ball of light illuminated the tunnel as bright as day, and everyone finally saw the things in the dark clearly. Oh my god! That's a big rat? In the dark tunnel, a huge black rat blocked the tunnel like a mountain of meat, and the intense light made the rat scream in pain. The big rat covered its eyes with its two not-so-long front paws. Alvin saw that blood was flowing on the rat's yellow fangs, and there was a small broken leg hanging from the corner of its mouth. On its feet were small shoes specially made by the dwarves. The rat howled angrily, and the eyes between its fingers lit up red. It raised its head provocatively, threw the broken leg hanging from its mouth into the air, and then caught it steadily with its mouth, and chewed it in front of the uninvited guests in the tunnel. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bones being chewed came from the giant rat's mouth. That's Millie's shoe. Oh my god. This monster ate Millie. Mechatork shouted in pain, I'm going to kill this beast. He raised his gun and fired suddenly. The other dwarves also fired with their leader. The giant rat screamed, and countless black mice around it quickly climbed onto the big rat's body, using their flesh and blood to block the giant rat behind them. The flames of the Holy Nova gradually went out, and in the darkness, only the flames from the dwarves' guns could be seen spraying wildly. Soon, the bullets were used up again. Mechatork threw his gun to the ground, panting, and pulled out a long wrench from his back, holding it in his hand as a weapon, staring nervously at the darkness ahead. Alvin used Holy Nova again. When the light came on again, the scene in front of him almost made him vomit. The ground was covered with bloody rat corpses, almost piled up into a mountain. Just as Alvin was trying hard to swallow the overnight meal that was rushing to his throat, the mountain of rats moved. It's that rat, the beast is moving down there. Mechatork shouted, but the light of the Holy Nova went out again, and the tunnel fell into darkness again. Alvin! I'm here! What happened? Caponia's voice came from behind. Nia, be careful. There are monsters here, how are you? Are you injured? No. Akalissa protected me. What's going on in front? It's a monster. Give us some light. We can't see anything. Alvin shouted loudly to the back. Before he finished speaking, a ball of light with a cold blue glow lit up behind him. When they looked back, they saw that it was Caponia who had raised her staff, and a glowing arcane magic gathered at the tip of the staff. At that time, Caponia had also used this spell in the snow cave in Nehai town. However, Caponia's arcane brilliance only lasted for a moment, and then the light went out again. Alvin! There seems to be a strange energy in the cave, and this energy has also absorbed my spell energy. What is the origin of this evil rat? It can eat all the light? Mechatork shouted. Alvin! Come on, give us some more light. Alvin had no choice but to cast Holy Nova continuously to illuminate the tunnel again and again. Caponia and Akalissa quickly came to Alvin's side in the light. After many cooperations, Caponia already knew what to do. Without Alvin's order, she had raised her staff and chanted a spell. The top of the sulfur staff gathered hot flame magic power, and the girl finished chanting the spell. A huge firestorm appeared above the pile of rat corpses and fell vertically on the rats. The raging fire immediately burned a large number of rats into ashes. Caw 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 caw. The giant rat jumped up from the pile of corpses. The beast knew that if it continued to hide, it would always be burned by the mage's fire. Instead of waiting to die, it was better to fight to the death. The giant rat bared its big yellow teeth and screamed shrilly, rushing towards them quickly. Alvin continued to use Holy Nova to explode again, and the giant rat rushed into the round light ball of Holy Nova, and its fur immediately ignited with golden flames. But the big rat was extremely fierce, and it rushed in despite the burning pain, approaching Alvin quickly. It knew that Alvin was constantly creating light, and as long as it killed this human, the cave would return to darkness. And in the darkness, the giant rat was confident that it could eat all these intruders without leaving a single one, but it made a wrong calculation. Just as it was about to rush to Alvin's side, it seemed to see the dwarf and the elf's faces twisted with fear. Just when it was proud, a red figure suddenly flashed behind the man. A Kali Tasha flashed in front of everyone, and the girl used all her strength, gathered the strength in her fist, and threw a rising dragon punch at the giant rat that was rushing towards her. The red-haired girl raised her right fist and hit the rat's chin. There was a crack sound, which seemed to be the sound of bones breaking. The mouse vomited blood, and even its yellow teeth were broken. Its huge body flew backwards. Akaratasa kept punching upwards, leaped high, turned 360 degrees in the air, then bent her left leg, straightened her right leg, supported herself with one hand, and landed steadily on the ground. Chapter 158. So cool! Mechatork raised his wrench and jumped high. The dwarves jumped and danced happily, as if they were already dancing for the upcoming victory. Caponia, hurry! Give him a fatal blow. As Alvin's voice sounded, the obscure spell sounded again in the tunnel. The elven wizard raised his staff and pointed the tip at the giant rat that fell to the ground. The scorching breath began to condense on the sulfur staff. Her hair was blown wildly by the storm caused by the magic power, and it pricked Alvin's face, which felt itchy. The dwarves were also blown all over the place by this sudden storm. The master craftsman tightly covered his helmet. The upcoming spell made him very uneasy. For God's sake! Miss Mage, don't blow up the tunnel. But Mechatork's reminder came too late. Caponia even opened the jewelry Alvin's infusion. The golden energy infusion flashed on the spirit's body, and her casting speed was greatly improved. Before the dwarf finished speaking, the spell had already taken effect. Inging! A crisp bird cry sounded, followed by a burning breath. A phoenix burning with flames appeared from the air, its body spinning, its wings spread, and it chirped at the sky, and then shot towards the giant rat. Boom! The flaming phoenix hit the giant rat's body, causing a violent explosion. The sound in the tunnel could not be transmitted, making the explosion louder. At the same time, there came the dazzling white light, and powerful shock wave produced by the explosion. Get down! Alvin shouted, and he found that he could no longer hear his own voice. I seriously doubted whether I had been deafened by the huge noise. Erwin didn't care about the dirt on the ground, and pounced forward, pressing Calpurnia and Akaratasa to lie down, with his arms open, protecting the two girls and lying on the ground. The dwarves also lay down on the spot, protecting the back of their heads, waiting for the explosion to end. Oh my God! When did Calpurnia learn such a powerful spell? It really didn't take so long to live in Dalaran. Erwin thought, could it be that his little wizard is really a genius? After a long time, the explosion finally subsided, and a thick layer of soil accumulated on Alvin's head and body. He struggled to get out of the pile of soil, shook his head, and patted the soil in his ears and hair out. Ah! Erwin made a sound to try if his ears could hear it. Fortunately, although it was a little weak, his hearing was indeed gradually returning. Two girls also emerged from the soil. Alvin pulled them up, one on each side, and cast a healing prayer. He tried to use holy magic to treat them, and see if the tinnitus could be cured. Alvin! Are you okay? I'm really sorry. I didn't know this spell was so powerful. Sure enough, tinnitus can also be cured with holy light spells, which is really convenient. I'm fine. I hope everyone is fine, Master Craftsman. Where are you? Are you okay? Alvin cast Holy Nova again to illuminate the tunnel. The dwarves are emerging from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. Mechatork was shouting, but it seemed that he could no longer hear it. Alvin cast another healing prayer on the dwarves. The master craftsman's face looked much better. Miss Mage, you are so reckless. You almost killed us just now. Fortunately, the tunnel was built firmly. If the goblins were to do it, I'm afraid 9.5 of us would die. Woo woo. Mekator complained, patted the dirt off his body, and looked around. Where is the monster? Report to the master craftsman, the monster is here. There were already lively dwarves surrounding the giant rat's corpse, and the brave dwarves had already started poking the corpse with guns to see if it was dead. Report immediately. Soldier. Yes. The monster's condition doesn't look good. A big hole was blown out of its chest. The diameter of the hole is about 1 meter. Blood is constantly flowing out, and the speed of blood flow is... Shut up. Soldier. Shut up. Mekatork waved the wrench angrily. What I want to know is whether this beast is dead or not. If it is not dead, shoot it a few more times. Good craftsman. The monster is breathing out, but not breathing in. Black blood is flowing from the corner of its mouth. It is still spewing black air. Then tentacles like octopus stretched out from its mouth. Wow, the whole face of the rat was torn apart by the tentacles extending from the mouth. Huh? How can this thing grow an octopus head? Shut up. Ike. Are you crazy? What are you talking about? Mekatork roared. The dwarf's report was getting more and more wrong, and Alvin, who was helping Akali Tasha to pat the ground, suddenly became nervous. When Alvin heard the dwarf say the whole face of the rat was torn apart by the tentacles extending from the mouth, he finally realized that the situation might have changed. And it changed for the worse. Ike. Danger? Get away from that monster. Alvin shouted to the dwarf. But it was too late. Wow. The mouse's body also split in the middle. What is this? A smooth, hairless, new creature? Dwarf Ike was still watching closely with relish, but then he felt that he suddenly became taller, and very tall, so tall that his head was moving away from the ground. But why was his body still on the ground? This was the last question in Dwarf Ike's mind. Bang! Ike's head fell heavily to the ground and rolled to one side. Ike's headless body fell down. Until his death, he still maintained a scientific and rigorous attitude and made careful observations. Ike! Mekatork screamed heartbreakingly, and the tragic death of his men hit him hard. What the hell is going on? Everyone, come behind me! Alvin could no longer care about anything. He grabbed Mekatork and picked up the dwarves one by one and threw them behind him like an eagle catching chicks. Then he continued to release Holy Nova. It was indeed good to drink dragon blood. Now this mage was really full. Holy Nova kept exploding, and he didn't feel weak. Several people followed the light and looked at the monster from a distance. Even though Alvin kept covering everyone with holy spells, he could still feel that there was an unsettling cold atmosphere around. At this time, a tall and strange figure slowly climbed up in the shadows. The monster was tall and strong, covered with dark blue skin, and the surface of the skin was covered with strange patterns, as if it was constantly wriggling. Its limbs were slender and powerful, and the edges of its 2 arms were not palms, but thick octopus tentacles. The most terrifying thing was the monster's head. It has no traditional face, but instead has an octopus-like face. Countless tentacles extend from its face, twisting slowly, as if sensing the surrounding environment. The ends of the tentacles flicker with a faint light, exuding a strange charm. Oh my god! What kind of monster is this? Mekatork asked in a trembling voice. Faceless. Why is he here? Chapter 159. Born from the giant rat's corpse was the monster that impressed Alvin in his previous life, the Faceless One. It is said that in the era when Azeroth was just born, there were several ancient gods on the continent that dominated the world. They were deeply rooted in the underground of Azeroth, namely Thousand Eyes Demon Thun, Thousand Maws Demon Yogg-Saron, Seven-Eyed Black Sheep Asharj, and Thousand Bearded God Nsoth. They established the first terrifying dark empire in this world. When they were discovered by the Titans later, it was too late. If the ancient gods were pulled out of the world, the interior of Azeroth, which had been deeply penetrated by the ancient gods, would also collapse. So they had to seal all these ancient gods deep underground. The origin of the Faceless One is said to be a creature formed by the tentacles that fell from the ancient gods during the Dark Empire period, combined with the dark energy that filled the world at that time. This monster has great power, and the ability to use shadow magic. Logically speaking, it's not time for the ancient gods to start moving yet. The Faceless Man's eyes are sunken on both sides of his head, without eyelids, like 2 black stones, flashing turbid dark light. Those eyes seem to be able to look directly into the depths of the soul, which makes people shudder. The monster has no nose. Where the nose should be, there are only two black nostrils. It has no mouth in the normal sense. There is only an upper jaw below the nostrils. From the depths of the mouth, there are countless tentacles like octopus legs. The tentacles keep wriggling, occasionally revealing the mouth parts hidden in them, and there are several layers of sharp teeth. The faceless man roared in a low voice, and gradually approached the crowd with heavy steps. The cave was shaking under the footsteps of the faceless man. Who can tell me what this monster is? Mekatork said with a wry smile. Why was it born in a rat's body? Is it a new type of mutant rat? Back off, everyone, back off slowly. Alvin kept releasing Holy Nova to illuminate the tunnel while stopping the restless dwarf special forces. This guy is called the Faceless One. He is a follower of the old gods. I only read about him in books, but I didn't expect to meet him here. This guy can use shadow magic, and he is extremely powerful and very dangerous. What should we do then? Caponia was almost going crazy. The girl hated rats by nature, not to mention the current environment. There were dead rats everywhere, and a weird monster born from dead rats. It's hard for us to move in the dark, and the train broke down. I'm afraid it's impossible to escape back to Ironforge. Alvin made up his mind. Observe carefully, find the weakness, and kill it with one strike. We have to kill this monster here. Ha ha ha, good boy. I thought priests were all cowards, who liked to stay in the back. I didn't expect you to be so reckless. It suits my taste. Mekatork laughed loudly. The dwarves seemed to have the ability to maintain an optimistic attitude in any situation. Even if their friends died miserably in front of them, they could still quickly get out of their sadness and continue the journey ahead. You can't win. A voice sounded in Alvin's ears, low and hoarse, like the language uttered by a drowning person from lungs filled with seawater. The faceless man spoke? Can you speak? Of course. The faceless man stopped, staring at Alvin with his two dark eyes. I don't know how long I've been sleeping. I thought I would sleep forever. But I didn't expect that my compatriots would exist in this dark underground. Compatriots? So we are just fellow villagers? Alvin swallowed his saliva and wanted to chat with him first, delay time, and observe. It's wrong for us to disturb your sleep. I apologize to you. Can you please let us pass? Haha, interesting guy, don't you know, we rely on cannibalism and cannibalism to improve our abilities? The faceless man laughed sinisterly. My luck is really good. I just woke up and met a weak compatriot. As long as I devour you, I can recover 80% of my strength. Damn, I hit a bullet hole. But when he said compatriot, could he be talking about Zalatas in his arms? Alvin's hand could not help but touch his arms, and this touch made him sweat all over. Zalatas, which originally had only a hilt, has been restored to a complete dagger without knowing when. What's going on? Did Zalatas grow the lost blade himself? Alvin. The voice of Caponia was heard beside him, and the elf was looking at Alvin with a worried face. Who are you talking to just now? What is fellow countrymen meeting each other? Caponia took a deep breath. Could it be? Talking to a monster? But why can't we hear him talking? It looks like some kind of telepathy, said the great craftsman Mekatork. This is amazing. Telepathy? This is also a good research topic for us. Don't worry, I'm afraid this guy can talk to my heart directly through telepathy. It seems that this guy is a bit hospitable, and doesn't want to let us go. Alvin smiled bitterly. Haha, then let him know who is the owner of this tunnel. Mekatork raised his wrench and shouted loudly, and the dwarf team cheered loudly to echo their leader. Gaga, 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 gaga. The faceless man raised his head high and laughed harshly. A group of pathetic creatures, none of you can survive. The monster screamed, and the body suddenly crouched down, and two thick tentacles pierced into the ground under its feet. In an instant, a strong and extremely uncomfortable shadow energy began to rage in the air, and the earth was quickly corroded and instantly turned into graphite black. The scope of the corrosion spread rapidly, and the corroded land began to shake violently. One by one, black tentacles broke out of the black soil and grew wildly upwards. Tiny ants! Creatures of the Guardians! Wait to become my nutrients! The shouts of the faceless man rang in Alvin's ears. Retreat! Go to a higher place! Alvin pushed the frightened Caponia and Akalissa and turned back. Retreat! Brothers! Mekatork roared, and everyone shouted and turned together to run to the tunnel behind them. Higher, higher, where's the higher place in the cave? Alvin's brain spun quickly, and suddenly he had an idea. Train. Climb to the top of the train. Akalissa, you go up first to meet us. She was the tallest among these people. Since Alexstrasza stimulated her energy, The girl is now half a head taller than Alvin. Akalisa nodded. Her long arms and legs gave her a great advantage. She jumped lightly and grabbed the edge of the train roof with both hands. With a little effort, she pulled her body up. Then the girl lay down on the roof, stuck her head and hands out, ready to help others. Irvin didn't care about anything else and squatted down to pick up Calpurnia's calf with his arms. Ah! Amid the elf's screams, he lifted her up vertically and sent her upwards. Calpurnia didn't dare to delay and quickly stretched out her hands upwards. Akalisa was quick-witted and grabbed Calpurnia's hands with both hands. With a light lift, she pulled the girl onto the roof. Chapter 160. Alvin didn't have that much patience for the other dwarves. He looked back and found that the tentacles were getting closer and closer. The dwarves were stepping on each other's shoulders to build a human ladder. The great craftsman Mekatork stood at the bottom. Although his physique was the strongest among the dwarves, he felt like the Arnold Schwarzenegger of the dwarves. But he was still a dwarf who didn't even reach his knees. His face was livid. It seemed that the weight of the crowd was about to crush him to death. Fortunately, the dwarf at the top had already reached Akalisa's range. At the moment when the dwarf's hand and Akalisa held each other, Akalisa exerted force and threw the dwarves in a row onto the roof of the car. Bang! Snap! Ouch! My head! The dwarves fell on the roof of the car, screaming incessantly. But soon they got up and looked at the ground nervously. But they soon discovered in despair that the great craftsman Mekatork was exhausted from holding up his compatriots and had no strength to pull up the people on the top. He fell to the ground under the car in an instant. Great craftsman! Save the great craftsman! Alvin had jumped up and had already pulled Akali Tasha's hand, but when he turned his head and looked down, Mekatork fell to the ground, and his heart tightened. Hurry up! Young man! Don't worry about me. Help me take care of my people. Who allowed you to be a hero? Alvin cursed anxiously. He looked at Akali Tasha and shouted, Take care of the people up there. After that, his hand loosened and fell to the ground again. No! Akaratasa shouted loudly. She could almost see Alvin falling into the charred ground full of tentacles. Big tears flowed from the girl's eyes. Alvin had no time to think. The ground under his feet began to shake, as if something was about to break out of the ground. He didn't care about so much. He bent down and reached down with one hand, grabbed Mekatork's collar, and pulled the dwarf from the ground into the air with a sudden force. They've got my feet entangled. Mekatork didn't care about his image. He was held in Alvin's hand like a chicken, shouting loudly. His feet were in great pain, and he couldn't feel it anymore. Alvin looked down and saw that there was indeed a thick tentacle wrapped around the dwarf's ankle. There was no time to think about it. The light of the sky flame lit up on Alvin's body, and a sacred fire from the sky hit the tentacle that was entangled with the great craftsman. The moment the black tentacles were hit by the holy fire, huge golden sparks lit up, and then turned into ashes. Irvin didn't know where the strength came from. He pulled the master craftsman to his chest with his right hand, dragged him with his right hand, and steadied him with his left hand. He jumped up on the spot. The left hand is just for assistance. Irvin made a beautiful turn and faded jump shot, aiming at Akali Tasha, and threw the master craftsman like a basketball. Akali Tasha had been waiting, and quickly stretched out his right hand to catch Mekatork, quickly pulled the dwarf back, and then slapped Mekatork's face with his left hand, and used both wrists to protect the master craftsman fiercely. Nice pass. Akali Tasha looked up at Irvin and shouted loudly. Then he tilted his head. What am I talking about? What is nice pass? Alvin, watch your step. Caponia saw Alvin jump down to save people on the roof, and was as anxious as an ant on the roof. Seeing the tentacles constantly extending from Alvin's feet, the elf shouted anxiously. Snap! Snap! Alvin hit the remaining 2 instant holy fires on the tentacles that were about to wrap around his feet, burning them into pieces. But more tentacles continued to grow from the ground. Alvin was quick-witted and selected the skill icon of float in his mind. In an instant, a cloud of mist appeared under his feet, lifting him up and leaving the ground. The tentacles grew upwards crazily, but when they were about to touch Alvin, they stopped growing. It seemed that this was the limit of the tentacles. Saved. Alvin turned around and pounced on Akalisa, and successfully climbed onto the roof. Mr. Alvin. The master craftsman is in bad condition. A dwarf's sharp voice sounded, and Alvin hurriedly checked, and found that the place where the tentacles had just been entangled had ulcerated, and the entire ankle seemed to be eroded by the dark energy emitted by the tentacles. Mekatork closed his eyes tightly, and was unconscious, with cold sweat on his forehead. Alvin quickly used a powerful healing spell, and the master craftsman's foot injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the wrinkles on his forehead gradually stretched out. Ouch. My face hurt so much, I don't know how I was knocked unconscious by a slap just now. Akaratasa blushed. Don't let your guard down. Alvin continued to release the holy nova, illuminating the cave, and saw from a distance that the monster saw that the tentacles just now did not kill everyone, so it stood up and slowly moved towards the train. Holy spells? No wonder you can create light under my shadow energy. How can my compatriots be with someone like you? I have to say, this awakening has given me unexpected surprises everywhere. The faceless man's face full of tentacles had no expression at all. He took his hands out of the ground and said, and soon, the tentacles on the ground gradually withered without the support of the shadow energy of the faceless man, and finally turned into black ashes. Ordinary light will be shattered under my shadow. Only holy light cannot be swallowed by my darkness. But how long can you hold on? Boom! The golden sacred fire that fell from the sky directly hit the faceless man's octopus head, directly burning half of the faceless man's face, interrupting the chattering faceless man. Bah! I can do this all day. To strike first, Alvin took advantage of the faceless man slowly moving towards him and chattering, and cast a spell secretly, which really worked wonders. Oh! The dwarves cheered. But soon, the cheers disappeared. The bloody and mangled parts of the faceless man's face were growing rapidly, at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly repairing the injured face. Woo, you are very impulsive. I like this feeling. The faceless man stopped. I wanted to kill you all instantly, but now I have changed my mind. I want to play a game with you slowly, Come on if you have the guts. You stupid G8 face. I will castrate your G8 face on behalf of the holy light. There was a silence in the cave, and then the dwarves burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Alvin, your metaphor is so vivid. I felt that this monster was very familiar when I saw it, and I came back to my senses when you said that. Mekatork laughed while holding his stomach, and some dwarves laughed so hard that they fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Isn't this just G8 on the face? Ha ha ha. I've met those priests and paladins in your human countries before, and they all talk about holy light. This is the first time I've met a priest like you who performs castration surgery on people on behalf of holy light. Ha ha ha. Sister Caponia, what is G? Before Acalitha finished her question, she was covered by Caponia. Don't listen to what Alvin said, ladies can't say dirty words. Chapter 161. The faceless man was laughed at by everyone and said nothing. His dark blue body trembled slightly. It seemed that he was hurt by what he said. I changed my mind. Since you want to die, I will let you die in the most painful way. The voice of the faceless man rang again in Alvin's heart. Huh? The faceless man exhaled, and the entire shadow energy was like a material with a shape, spraying out of his mouth, and quickly condensed into a shadow energy ball in front of G8's face. There was no spell, no casting process, just like spitting. A huge shadow energy sprayed out from the mouth of the faceless man. The energy ball quickly flew to the roof of the train. Oh no! It's shadow charge. Alvin recognized this move. He had used this skill before. It could directly throw out a large ball of shadow energy, which could cause great damage to a group of enemies. Everyone hide beside me. Word of truth, barrier. Alvin quickly selected the skill icon in his mind, and golden energy emanated from his body, forming a golden hemisphere that enveloped everyone. Golden runes were floating on the surface of the light ball, and the runes were moving on the translucent shield. Bang! The shadow energy ball hit Alvin's shield directly, making a low vibration. Everyone could also feel the high density and great energy of the shadow energy in the shield. Oh my god! What skills are these? You spellcasters are really confusing. Mekatork squatted on the ground, protecting his head and said, Alvin, be careful! Caponia suddenly screamed loudly to warn Alvin. Only then did he realize that the cunning faceless man did not wait for Alvin and the others to react after using shadow charge. Instead, he raised a tentacle-like arm directly towards Alvin. A stream of pure shadow energy gathered into a bowl-sized thickness and shot towards Alvin from the tentacle. Everyone, get down! It's Mind Whip! At the moment, when the Word of Truth barrier was shattered by the energy of shadow charge, the black line of Mind Whip was about to hit Alvin's face, and it was inevitable. Caponia, who was standing next to him, suddenly jumped up, stretched out her arms, and blocked Alvin. Alvin only felt a loud boom in his head. He never thought that the girl would directly use her body to block the gun. No. The Mind Whip hit the elf's back, and Caponia was pushed into Alvin's arms by the huge force, spitting out a mouthful of blood staining Alvin's chest red. Naya? Why are you so stupid? Alvin couldn't help but burst into tears, and hurriedly hugged the girl who fell in his arms. Puff! Caponia spurted blood again. Alvin. The elf's body seemed to have lost its strength, and gradually slid down in Alvin's arms. Are you okay? Why are you so stupid? My silly girl. Alvin's heart was broken, and Ecalitha also threw herself on Caponia and cried. I will help you heal immediately. Alvin hugged the girl with one hand and raised the other hand, ready to release the healing spell. Take care of yourself first. The girl's voice became weaker and weaker because you're going to die. Boom. Ah! A sudden change occurred, and Alvin's chest suddenly exploded. The huge shockwave blew Alvin off the roof of the car, hit the tunnel wall heavily, and then fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked by the sudden situation and didn't understand what happened. A huge blood hole was blown in Alvin's chest by the fire explosion, and blood gushed out. Ha ha ha. Caponia lowered her head, her whole body trembled violently, and she laughed sinisterly. It seemed to be twisted by excitement. Pathetic human. I said I would kill you in the most cruel way. Caponia raised her head, her fair face had turned navy blue, her eyes, that often flashed with arcane light, had turned into a turbid black color like the faceless man. Her eyes were like a wave of polluted spring water, without any life. How does it feel to be killed by the hands of your beloved? Humph, ha ha ha. Caponia's upper body tilted back strangely, her hands raised high, blood vessels gradually bursting from under her skin. The original lady of Silvermoon City has become a terrifying existence parasitized by shadow creatures. Faceless man. The reason we use this image is just because that body is power. However, when I found out that you, a stupid human, and your companions all have powerful powers, I decided. Your body, I want it. Caponia excitedly announced her criminal declaration loudly. Now she has a powerful mage body. The most threatening Alvin was seriously injured and dying. The tunnel was plunged into darkness. The remaining powerful human warrior girls, and a group of ridiculous dwarves were no match for them. Victory belongs to me. I will liberate my master, and revive the glory of the Dark Empire. Sister Caponia. What happened to you? Can't you see? Your sister is controlled by that G8 face. She also seriously injured your brother Alvin. The voices of Ecalitha and the great craftsman rang out in the darkness. Damn it! It's too dark here. We can't see anything. Ah! Mechatork screamed. In the darkness, his chest seemed to be hit by a huge rock, and he flew out, spurting blood from his mouth, and turned over and stopped moving. Brother Alvin. Brother Alvin. Akratasa saw Alvin being blown away, and jumped off the roof of the car before the holy light went out, and came to Alvin's side. At this time, she couldn't see anything with her eyes, so she had to crawl on all fours, and grope for Alvin with both hands. Soon, she touched Alvin's arm. Brother. How are you? Akratasa's voice trembled, and the girl felt that Alvin's body had begun to gradually cool down. His heartbeat was intermittent. No! Brother! Don't die! Don't die! I will give you my blood immediately! Akratasa cried, and lifted Alvin's body up with trembling hands, then bit her wrist, and fed the blood to Alvin's mouth. But Alvin had no reaction, and let the precious red dragon blood flow from his mouth. No! Roar! The girl raised her head and roared in pain, and a huge dragon roar sounded in the tunnel. Puff! Akratasa's chest was penetrated by the energy of mental whipping in the darkness. The severe pain made the girl tremble all over. She knew that she had to fight back at this time. But the girl couldn't see clearly in the darkness, so she could only endure the pain and punch the air around her. He, a strange creature who thinks he has great power, is just a reptile. Akratasa's neck felt cold. It turned out that her neck was pinched by one hand. The power of the hand was getting stronger and stronger, lifting her up to the sky and leaving her feet off the ground. The girl vaguely felt in the darkness that it was the controlled Caponia who was laughing sinisterly. Akratasa kicked her legs wildly and grabbed Caponia's hands with both hands, trying to pull her hands away from her neck. But at this time, Caponia was more powerful than the dragon. Caponia's hand strength was getting stronger and stronger, and Akalatace's breathing became more and more difficult, and her struggle became weaker. Her head began to feel dizzy, not knowing whether it was because she was lifted too high or because of lack of oxygen. In the end, she could only look reluctantly in the direction where Alvin fell. Alvin. Brother. She seemed to see the sun, her parents smiling and waving at her, and Alvin. Ah! Just when the girl thought that all of them were going to be killed, Caponia suddenly screamed, her hands suddenly relaxed, and a Calitha fell from midair and fell to the ground. The girl greedily breathed in the turbid air in the cave, and her consciousness gradually returned. In the darkness, a voice that had never been heard sneered. G8-faced ants. Come here to die. Chapter 162. Am I dead? Alvin felt that his spirit was leaving him, and he seemed to be falling into the abyss of darkness. When he came to his senses, he found himself standing in darkness. He gradually woke up. Looking around, there was a sea, and he was standing barefoot on the beach. Where is this? There was no sun or moon in the sky, only a handful of stars. Under the faint starlight, the sea water appeared blue-black. There was no wind, no rain, no waves, and everything was silent. Huh? I thought you would never come here in your life. A voice sounded in the sky, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman, old or young. It was also impossible to tell where it came from. Who are you? Warden? Or Marx? Speak up. Where are you? Why don't heroes show up? How can you make this voice travel thousands of miles? If you don't show up, I start swearing. Shut up. Idiot. The voice sounded again, no longer calm and unhurried as at the beginning, but with some anger. Ha, that's right. I wonder who you are? Where is this place? This is the land of nothingness. And I am the god here. Okay, how do I get out? You can't get out? What about you? I can't get out either. Pfft. Alvin laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Then you still call yourself a god? Isn't this just a cage? Aren't you just a bird in a cage? Why are you silent again? Are you angry? You are right. I am indeed sealed here. Alvin suddenly stopped talking. He had a bad feeling. Why are you silent? You are Xalatath? Is that right? Hurry up, or I will scold you again. I see. Shut up. I am Xalatath. The voice seemed a little discouraged, probably because someone had revealed his mysteriousness. How did you know? You said you are a sealed god. The sealed ancient gods in this world are those few ancient gods. Alvin said with a smile, I remember that the other ancient gods were sealed deep underground, and only you were sealed in the dagger, and this dagger has always been by my side. I am not stupid, so of course I guessed it was you. Do you know me? Almost. I checked the information before. Xalatath is the weakest ancient god. Another saying is that it is a claw that fell from a charge. I don't know what it is specifically. The weakest? Isharj's claw? Xalatath was so angry that he laughed. One day, I will absorb all these bastards. Build an empire that only belongs to me. Okay, I wish you success. Can you let me out? Out? I've been here for tens of thousands of years, and I've never been out. It's so hard to get someone in here, so I won't let you go. But there's a faceless man outside. He controlled my girlfriend and beat me half to death. If I don't get out, I'm afraid he'll kill all my people. He also said he wants to absorb you. Faceless? Outside? How is that possible? Why would I lie to you? Alvin was anxious. He said that they all rely on devouring each other to increase their own strength. He felt that I was carrying a dagger that sealed you, so he said he wanted to absorb you. You are overestimating yourself. A low-level faceless man dares to say that he wants to absorb the ancient god. So I have to get out quickly. Otherwise, you will become someone else's nutrition. Alvin suddenly thought of something. Originally you were just a dagger handle. How come you suddenly grew a blade? The dagger that sealed me was broken for some reason. Sartharian said angrily. The handle fell into the hands of a dark iron dwarf. The blade fell into the hands of an orc, and my spirit was split into two, but a few days ago, the two parts of me were reunited, and my spirit was unified again. I guess you have collected the blade and handle. Blade, orc? Alvin suddenly realized, you mean the iron piece wrapped in cloth on Necros? Is that your blade? I see. No wonder the dagger became complete. It turns out that I accidentally made you whole. That's right. However, my power is still very weak. As the dagger shattered, most of my power leaked out. You need to help me find more shadow energy so that I can recover to my best condition. Well, but no one of us can get out now. I'm afraid I'm going to die. Then you will be absorbed by that G8 face. It's not that there is no way at all. See? I told you that you have a way, right? Don't hide it. If it's too late, we will all be finished. Tell me now. Do you crave power? No, I crave nectar. Then let everything be destroyed. Just kidding, please continue. Sartha seemed reluctant. I need to use up all the shadow energy in me, and you to temporarily break free from the shackles of the seal. I will control your body for a short time, but according to your current strength, I'm afraid it can only last for 10 minutes. No! Alvin shook his head like a rattle. Why? What if you lie to me? Alvin said cautiously, what if you take my body after you go out? My girlfriend becomes yours, my sister becomes yours, and you refuse to leave. What should I do then? Am I such a person? I am an ancient god. Aren't you such a person? Well, I really am. Sartharian smiled and said, then let's chat here and sit, and wait for destruction. That's not right. If you can send a person out by using up the shadow energy, why can't you send me out? You found the blind spot. Sartharian. He smiled and said, you are quite clever and interesting. I have never been so happy today in tens of thousands of years. But think about it, if you go out, are you sure to defeat the G8 face? It seems not. If you fail again, there will be no hope at all. Why not let me go out? Of course, you can see my actions here. I will solve the problem within 10 minutes. Okay, let's cast a spell together and inject all the shadow energy into the sea. According to what Sartha said, Alvin injected all the shadow energy into the sea in front of him. Then, the change began. The originally calm sea suddenly began to shake violently, and the seawater that had submerged the feet quickly retreated, revealing a flat seabed. The seawater quickly gathered to the center of the sea, and the water in the center of the sea gathered more and more, and was finally lifted up to the sky by a strange force. The seawater rising into the air began to rotate violently, forming a spectacular waterspout, connecting the sky and the earth. Suddenly, the dark night sky seemed to be pierced by a big hole, and the sea water rushed out of the crack in the sky. The entire sea suddenly disappeared without a drop of water, and the sky suddenly lit up, as if a projector was projecting the outside world on the sky. Sarthas, start moving. Chapter 163. Sartharth opened his eyes. These eyes emitted a faint blue light, and even in the dark, he could see everything in the tunnel clearly. Although the environment was not very good, the long-lost five senses still made her feel at home. She waved her hand gently, and a pure shadow energy covered the wound on her chest. Shadow healing. In an instant, the big blood hole in her chest that was previously blown out by the face-to-face pyroblast was instantly healed. She twisted her neck and stretched her limbs, as if a person who had been sleeping for a long time had just woken up. The qualifications of this body are not bad. If Archbishop Fao was here, his worldview would definitely collapse. Who would have thought that shadow magic, which has always been regarded as heresy, could actually be used for treatment like holy light? In the darkness, Sartharth clearly saw that a parasitic elf was pinching a girl's neck and lifting her high. Is that the guy? The corners of Sartharth's mouth showed a disdainful smile. Without chanting a spell or setting up a magic circle, Zalatas just raised his finger slightly. The shadow energy in the air quickly gathered towards Alvin. Her body was lifted up by the shadow energy that was almost condensed into a solid body and floated up. A black round hole appeared behind her body, suddenly appearing in the air, and it was unknown where the hole was connected to. Her body floated backward through the black hole until her whole body disappeared into the black hole, and the black hole gradually disappeared into the air. The next second, a black hole also appeared behind Caponia. A hand quietly stretched out from the black hole, holding the restored Zalata's Dark Empire blade in its hand. Puff! The dagger was inserted directly into the back of Caponia. Ah! Caponia screamed violently, and the energy in her body suddenly flowed out as fast as a dam. Who is behind me? Absorbing my energy? The faceless man couldn't believe that there was anyone among these people who could hurt him. His power was rapidly fading. Caponia couldn't maintain the power in her hand, and Ecalitha also escaped. He looked down and was horrified to find that a dagger had pierced his chest. Looking back with difficulty, he found the human priest he had just killed. The man's eyes emitted a faint blue light, and his whole body floated in the air. With a crazy smile on his lips, he held a strangely shaped dagger in one hand and pierced his chest. Is it you, this ugly thing, who wants to absorb me? No one spoke, but a voice sounded in the heart of the faceless man. The voice was low and soft, like the caress of a lover, and seemed to have some kind of magic. But when this enchanting voice sounded in the faceless man's heart, he began to tremble unconsciously. The trembling was partly because his energy was still leaking out in large quantities, and partly because of the ancient fear deep in his heart. My lord! A weak voice came from the depths of Caponia's throat, and her turbid eyes revealed a light of fear. Please, forgive me. I am willing to be your most sincere servant. Oh! Alvin lowered his head, floated closer to Caponia, and spoke softly in the elf's ear. I am very satisfied with your surrender. As the first compatriot I met after waking up, I can even give you power and make you my slave. Caponia heard the master say this, and a look of relief appeared on her face. You are too lucky to have the opportunity to show your loyalty immediately. I have just woken up at this time. I need a lot of energy. Please serve me immediately. And become my food. Ha ha ha. The crazy laughter echoed in the tunnel. Sartha's whole body emitted a strong light, and his hands tightly grasped the dagger inserted into Caponia's back. The dagger shone brightly. Gog gaga. Caponia didn't even have the chance to speak. Her whole body trembled wildly, as if she was electrocuted, and she could only make some strange moans. In just a moment, the faceless man and his shadow energy were completely sucked away by the dagger. The faceless man who had cornered Alvin and his party was killed instantly by Zalata's. Caponia's skin gradually changed from navy blue to white. But at this moment, she was terribly white, as if all the blood in her body had been drained away at the same time. The grayness in the elf's eyes gradually disappeared, and the dim arcane fire was rekindled. The weak Caponia looked down, and saw the tip of the knife that pierced through her. She struggled to turn her head, and saw Alvin floating in the air, emitting a pale blue glow, holding the handle with both hands. Alvin. Puff. Caponia spat out a large mouthful of blood. She no longer had the strength to continue speaking. Her mind was in a mess. It seemed that all the strength in her body had been drained away, and she no longer had a trace of strength to support her body. Her knees softened, and the elf's weak body slid down. The dagger that penetrated her body also left her body. Just when Caponia was about to fall, Alvin reached out and pulled her into his arms. The cold and pure shadow energy also lifted Caponia up. Alvin smiled slyly, and put his face close to Caponia's pale face. When the elf saw Alvin, she wanted to show her most beautiful side to the man in front of her, and she squeezed out a smile with all her strength. Alvin smiled and gently touched the girl's bloodless lips with a finger. What a beautiful woman I feel sorry for, This guy is really picky. Not bad qualifications, too, Alvin said, while his fingers slid down from Caponia's lips, across the white neck and the towering mountains. His pale blue eyes stared at Caponia, with a wicked smile on his lips. Caponia's face flushed, and the intense dizziness made her feel like she was in the clouds, and her body trembled slightly. I don't know if it was because of shyness or because of the penetrating wound caused by the dagger. Alvin's hand finally stopped on the terrible wound. Continue to serve me. Shadow healing. Alvin's palm flowed out of the strong and pure shadow energy and entered Caponia's wound. Her body began to tremble, and the intense pain made her unbearable, and big crystal tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Shadow healing spells are different from holy healing spells. Although the effect is strong and quick, it also has a strong side effect. It will cause great pain to the wounded. So Alvin basically doesn't use this skill normally. Of course, he is also afraid of being identified as a heretic after being discovered. Caponia was tortured to death by the intense pain, but she clearly felt that the lost life was quickly returning. The extremely aggrieved elf finally opened her mouth and cried out, "Wow!" Bo! Caponia's crying stopped abruptly. It turned out that Alvin lowered his head and kissed the elf on the lips. Chapter 164. Oh my god! Caponia's mind was blank at this moment. Her thin lips trembled, and she wanted to turn her head away shyly. But Alvin's arms locked the elf tightly, and she was held in his arms, with nowhere to hide. The girl was in a situation of ice and fire. Her wounds hurt intensely, her brain was dizzy, and the cold touch from her lips made the elf shy and excited. Alvin took advantage of the victory, and sucked on Caponia's thin lips greedily. Finally, Caponia stopped struggling, but closed her eyes, and her arms unconsciously hugged Alvin. Her eyes were closed tightly, crystal tears were still hanging on her eyelashes, and her pointed ears were slightly jumping. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. After a long time, Alvin raised his head and left the girl's lips. Looking at the elf with closed eyes, he licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue. It's really sweet and delicious. Caponia opened her eyes, and saw the face of Alvin close at hand. She cried "Aw!" and quickly covered her face, which was already red and about to bleed. Shadow healing took effect. Judging from her face, she should have recovered completely. I didn't expect this kid to have such a high affinity for shadows. He can mobilize shadow magic so smoothly. He is really suitable as a master. Caponia gradually recovered from the dizziness. The elf was surprised to find that the penetrating wound on his chest had been healed, and there was no scar left. Alvin, you. Caponia's body has recovered, although she is still tired and far from her best condition. The elves, who are also spellcasters, can clearly sense that the man in front of them is both familiar and unfamiliar. Such a high concentration of shadow energy is completely different from the magic aura that Alvin usually exudes. At this moment, everything about him exudes weirdness. "Alvin, what happened to you?" The elf whispered his name. But Alvin, whose body was emitting a faint blue light, ignored her and flew lightly to another place. "Who are you?" No answer. Zalatas came to Akalissa on his own. This girl seems to have witnessed everything. Her eyes examined the trembling girl in front of her, with a sinister smile on her lips. When Akalissa escaped from Caponia, who was controlled by the faceless man, the poor little red dragon was completely desperate. The powerful force that he was proud of was completely suppressed by the faceless man. The terrain here is narrow. If I turn into a dragon rashly, I will probably be stuck in the tunnel and become a live target, and I will be in a dilemma. Even if I fight to the death, can I really kill Sister Capernia with my own hands? But the little red dragon didn't hesitate for a long time. The dim tunnel was suddenly illuminated by a blue light. The light looked extremely strange in the dark tunnel. "Brother Alvin?" Akalissa was surprised to find that the light was actually Alvin's body. He suddenly floated up, then used a strange magic to heal himself, and summoned a mysterious black hole, drilling in and out of it. The next scene scared Akalissa out of her wits. She saw Alvin pierce Capernia with a knife. She was shocked and hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands to prevent herself from screaming. But strangely, Capernia seemed to have regained consciousness. Then the two, mouth to mouth. They were kissing. Wait, isn't that what parents often do? Akaratassa was stunned. I wanted to. Just when the little red dragon was stunned, she suddenly realized that Alvin had let go of Capernia and was slowly floating towards her, although the little red dragon usually reacts a little slower. But seeing Alvin emitting a strong shadow energy all over his body, Akalissa also knew that this was definitely not normal. She wanted to stand up. She always had a strong premonition of danger, and knew that she had to keep a posture that could fight at any time. But when her red pupils met with Alvin's eyes that emitted a faint blue light, Akalissa felt a huge pressure coming towards her, and the shadow energy seemed to have a physical body, tightly surrounding her. Even when facing the faceless man just now, Akalissa dared to fight. But now, facing Alvin in front of her, she couldn't even think of resisting. That kind of majesty was different from the feeling of her mother, as a guardian dragon, different from the beast man who used the demon soul to enslave her, and even more different from Deathwing who always exuded a ferocious death aura. It was a kind of oppressive feeling full of strange charm. Akalissa trembled, and her eyes did not dare to look at Alvin again. "Look at what this is," Alvin said with a smile. "What a lovely, beautiful creature, with the blessing of the Titan Guardian. It's really hard to resist. I want to destroy." Alvin laughed strangely, stretched out his arms, and slowly rubbed the girl's collarbone with his index fingers. Then he closed his hands, and clamped the girl's slender white neck. There were still black finger marks left by the faceless man just now. Akalissa's neck was strangled again. She wanted to struggle, but her body was completely out of her control, except for trembling. She closed her eyes, her lips began to turn white, and she whispered Alvin's name, as if she was waiting for the last moment to come. "Monster! Stop! Akaratassa and Alvin have signed a life contract. If you kill her, Alvin will not survive." Caponia's voice sounded behind her. Sarthas relaxed the strength in his hand, and Akalissa's breathing finally became smooth, gasping for air. She looked back at Caponia. The elf was holding her staff with both hands, pointing at Sarthas, and the breath of fire had begun to flow in the air. Although she was visibly scared, she still stood firm against Sarthas. No wonder Alvin has the power of a guardian in his body, so that's what's going on. My current master has had quite a few adventures. Sarthas turned his head, and Akalissa, who had collapsed on the ground, smiled. In that case, she gently took the girl's hand, and pinched the wound on her wrist, that was bitten by Alvin herself just now. "Ah! It hurts." The girl cried out in pain, not understanding how the Alvin in front of her would torture her again. Sarthas stared into Akali's eyes, then suddenly lowered his head, extended his tongue, and gently licked the wound on the girl's wrist. Ah! Chapter 165. Akaratassa's body trembled violently, her face turned red, her legs rubbed inward unconsciously, and she moaned. Caponia saw this strange scene from behind and remembered that she had been taken advantage of just now. She raised the sulfur staff with trembling hands, wanting to do something, but in the end, she put the staff down. Sarthas put down the girl's hand. Akaratassa recovered from the confusion, and at this moment, she was surprised to find that her wrist had recovered as before, and the wound was no longer there. Continue to serve, little guy. Sarthas floated away from Akartatasa. Don't be impatient, my passionate master, hum. Sarthas suddenly felt a headache, and she began to talk to herself, as if she was talking to Alvin in another world. I know the time is almost up. I didn't expect this experience to be so interesting. I am very interested in your future fate. After this, I will enter a short sleep. If you want to have my full power, go find more shadow energy. My dear master, you must not die. Before I get tired of playing. Hee. Alvin's weird laughter stopped abruptly, and the thick shadow energy in the cave quickly drained away like water in a flush toilet. Pop-bang! Alvin could no longer float and fell from midair, landing hard on his back. Then, Alvin raised his head from the dust. Sarthas! How dare you! Alvin took out a dagger from his arms, threw it hard on the ground, and then stepped on it. You've only been out for 10 minutes, and you've already done everything I wanted to do but failed to do in the previous 100 chapters? I'm a human, not a minotaur. He shouted in pain, his voice full of grief. Alvin? Caponia had just helped up Akartatasa, who was already frightened and exhausted, and saw Alvin, who was furious. This time, it was a familiar breath to her. Although she didn't know what happened, it was obvious that Alvin now was the person she was familiar with. Hearing Caponia's voice, Alvin took off on the spot as if a spring was pressed under his feet. He frowned and took 2 steps at a time to come to the 2 girls. Caponia was shocked when she saw Alvin's fierce look. What are you going to do? Claim your sovereignty. Alvin stretched out his arms and hugged Calpurnia tightly, then lowered his head while the elf was still not able to react. Calpurnia's lips, which had been pure for more than 500 years, were lost again within 10 minutes. The elf was surprised and wanted to push Alvin away, but Alvin hugged her tightly, as if he wanted to press her into his body. The elf knew that if she used all her strength at this time, she should be able to push Alvin to the ground. But she gave up this idea. Since she didn't want to resist, just enjoy it, warm as spring, passionate as fire, sweet as honey, Calpurnia couldn't use more words to describe this kiss. He is Alvin. The elf can confirm it completely. Her tears flowed out again, sliding down her cheeks into the dust. Alvin kissed Calpurnia crazily, even a little too hard. He applied what he learned from action movies in his previous life, and almost kissed the elf to the point of lack of oxygen and fainting. He now understood a truth. When the flowers are in bloom, you must pick them. Don't wait until there are no flowers and there are empty branches to pick. Akaratasa on the side was stunned. It turned out that I didn't feel anything when I saw my parents kissing. Why is my face so hot now? Oh my god. Brother Alvin's teeth almost bit my sister's lips and made them bleed. Sister Calpurnia was about to roll her eyes. Mother said before that only the closest people can kiss. Huh? Brother Alvin recovered. Akaratasa was surprised to find that Alvin at this moment was the Alvin he usually was. The huge surprise, and the grievance of being almost strangled to death by her favorite person just now suddenly surged into her heart at the same time. The girl didn't want to endure it anymore. She suddenly rushed forward, stretched out her arms, and hugged the 2 people in her arms. Ouch! The girl's huge impact almost knocked Alvin to the ground. He hurriedly stopped Caponia behind him and protected her with his body. Ugh! Alvin just wanted to get up to see what was going on, but a red cloud pressed in front of his eyes, and his lips felt soft again. But when he reacted, he found that the girl in front of him was Ekalatesa. What's going on? Alvin's mind was in a mess. What was this girl doing? But before he could figure it out, he painfully discovered that the girl had no skills at all, and was just pulling and forcing my tongue. Alvin shed tears, not sweet and touching tears, but painful tears. He wanted to push the girl away, but he couldn't move. Oh, she's a dragon. It's over, I'm going to be crushed to death by the dragon. He slapped the ground hard with his hands, raising a lot of dust. Just when the air in Alvin's lungs was getting less and less, and he was beginning to have hallucinations, finally, the girl relaxed. Huff, huh. Alvin felt his tongue was enlarged, and he endured the pain, breathing greedily, and asked in pain, Akali, what are you doing? As a result, Akali took advantage of Calpurnia's shock and touched Calpurnia's lips again, but Calpurnia quickly dodged. Akaratasa, what are you doing? Mother said that only the closest people can kiss each other. If you kiss, I want you to kiss me too. Alvin wanted to give Akaratasa a lesson, but when he saw Calpurnia crying, he stopped talking. Next time, please be a little less aggressive. Then Nia. He knelt on one knee beside Calpurnia, took the girl's hand, and said solemnly, Marry me, I love you. Calpurnia Starwish. Calpurnia stopped crying, and she seemed to not believe her ears, staring at Alvin's sincere face. Are you begging to marry me? Chapter 166. Alvin looked at Calpurnia solemnly, his eyes flashing with determination. He nodded and said in the Quel'Thala's language that the elves are more familiar with. You are the first person I have met in this world. From the moment I saw you, I felt that you were powerful and cute. After getting along with you later, I found that you are kind and simple, but I backed off because I was afraid that I could not accompany you for a long time. But when I saw you running away from home in Nahai Town, I knew that I could not live without you in this life. Tomorrow and danger, I don't know which will come first, so I must tell you that I love you. Calpurnia's cheeks were as red as roses, and tears had already flowed out uncontrollably. The life of Quel'Dorii is always the same. From childhood to adulthood, she has been well protected by her father and sister for hundreds of years. She originally thought that her life would end in thousands of years of plainness. But the mission in Eversong Forest changed her forever. Knowing Alvin made her know that people in the world have many other ways of life. Later, she didn't think much about it. When she heard that Alvin didn't return to Silvermoon City with her sister, she felt that she should go out to find him. Even if she didn't know the way, even if she had no money, and even didn't know the common language. Fortunately, with the protection of the Sunwell, she finally ran into Alvin by accident. Afterwards, she experienced several battles with Alvin. She found that although this person was sometimes strange, he was responsible and had a sense of responsibility. He was also very powerful, and seemed to be creating miracles all the time. Until he sneaked to grim battle and risked his life to rescue the Red Dragon Queen, and rode back to Dalaran on the Red Dragon that Akalissa had transformed into. She finally believed that she was the one and only for him. Calpurnia was so nervous that she stuttered and stumbled, and accidentally bit her tongue. Damn, how come I can't even speak my mother tongue clearly? It must be Akalissa who made me do it just now. She looked at Alvin, who was also nervous, stretched out her hands, and held up the handsome face of the man. I am willing. Mr. Alvin. Please come quickly. An untimely voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Calpurnia, who was speaking. It sounded like an agent under the great craftsman Mekatork. Alvin was immediately furious. Don't you see I'm busy here? Go away. But, the dwarf cried, as if something urgent had happened. The master craftsman is dying. Come and save him. Fuck. Alvin was so angry that he wanted to hit his head against the ground. Mr. May, please wait 30 seconds before dying. I come over after I finish my work. He turned his head and shouted to the dwarves. Then he looked at the elf, who was covering her mouth and laughing. Quick, let's continue. Snap. Caponia stretched out her finger and flicked Alvin's head. Go save people first, you know what I want to say. She saw Alvin's instantly lost expression and suddenly felt a little reluctant. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, she lowered her head and gently tapped his lips. Then she covered her face and stopped looking at him. This is an advance for you. Ha ha. At this moment, Alvin was like a simple-minded fool. He touched his lips and jumped up with laughter. Master Craftsman. I come to save you. Poor Mekatork was covered in blood and was seriously injured. The surviving dwarves surrounded him and were performing first aid. Some were secretly wiping tears. Everyone, make way! Alvin shouted loudly. When everyone saw that it was Alvin, they all retreated and whispered to each other. Just now, someone saw Alvin killing the parasitic Calpurnia with his own hands. The scene was too weird and frightened the dwarves. Alvin couldn't care so much at this time. Quietly, he selected the icon of the Word of Truth in his mind, and then swiped a few powerful healing spells as if they were free. Oh, the sun is making my head hurt. Mekatork woke up and mistook the golden light of the holy light for sunlight. The dwarves cried and rushed over to Mekatork, crying loudly. These little guys are really true to nature, Alvin thought. Including the master craftsman, all the dwarves seemed to have a natural optimism about life. Even under extremely difficult conditions, they can still be optimistic and face everything bravely. Although this adventure was not long, it made Alvin re-recognize the smallest race in the alliance. He easily squeezed into the crowd and stretched out his hand to pull Mekatork up. At this time, Mekatork had remembered what happened before. In fact, he didn't need to guess to know that it must be Alvin who saved everyone again. Seeing the young man, with a pale blue glow on his body reaching out his hand, Mekatork also laughed and pulled him, allowing himself to stand steadily. The two hugged each other. Thank you, Alvin Priest. The master craftsman patted Alvin on the back. You made me understand the profession of priest again. I thought you strange believers would only hide behind the crowd and chant your own things. May the holy light guide your path. To be honest, compared to the invisible holy light, I believe in my machines more. If I had known earlier that you cruel guys could be doctors and stab people with knives, I should have let my children learn your so-called holy light doctrines. To be honest, you are so cool. Alvin didn't expect the master craftsman to say that he was so cool. What he didn't expect was that the master craftsman also saw him being controlled by Xalatath, so he had to find a reason to explain it for a long time. Don't worry, young man. Mechatork smiled and blinked at Alvin. Although you looked extremely weird at that time, I won't ask you to explain it to me. What weird things have we dwarves not seen? I've even seen some dwarves with mechanical structures all over their bodies. That's so cool and weird. Ha ha ha, the dwarf special forces, and the master craftsman laughed together. Looking at the laughing dwarves, Alvin was a little helpless. Anyway, thank you, master craftsman Teacher May. Now I understand why the dwarfs are an absolutely indispensable and important member of the Alliance. You are also fighting bravely on your own front silently. If you need any help in the future, please feel free to contact me, and I will do my best to help. Alvin's expression was serious and solemn, and those mechanical dwarves you mentioned. Those people may be your ancestors. You seem to have evolved from mechanical dwarves. Wow, ha ha ha. The dwarves laughed loudly, and the laughter echoed in the tunnel. Brother Alvin, I didn't expect that besides your powerful fighting ability, you also have a sense of humor. Just like that Brian Bronzebeard. Mechatork also laughed so hard that he almost couldn't straighten his back. Are you also going to say that dwarves are made of mud and gnomes are made of machines? Ha ha ha. Alvin looked at him with a complicated look. Chapter 167. Amid the laughter of the dwarves, the damaged train was quickly repaired. Lucky, the rat only smashed the glass and lights on the front of the train. We only need to make a slight adjustment to turn the train around and take us back to Iron Forge. Mechatork said proudly, and once again boasted to Alvin that his dwarf technology is the best in the world. I heard that the goblin's technology is also very powerful. Alvin's casual remark made the dwarves fall into silence. Another burst of laughter followed. Ha ha ha. Stop it, Alvin, don't use your humorous talent anymore. You are the nemesis of the dwarves. You can make 10 dwarves laugh to death with just one sentence. Mechatork's tears flowed out. He wiped the sweat off his face with a towel hanging around his neck, but it made his face even dirtier. Those green monsters have no technology to speak of except for explosives. The dwarves laughed quickly and stopped even faster. Soon, everyone was like the minions in the movie, repairing the train and taking their positions in an orderly manner. Alvin. Caponia trotted to his side. She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped Alvin's face. You become a mudman, let me help you wipe it. The handkerchief was wet, smooth and cool, and it also had a fragrance, which seemed out of place in this turbid cave. Where did you get the water? It's the magic spring water I made with magic, Caponia said, while shyly helping Alvin wipe his face. The elf's hands were shaking a little, and her mouth was tight. It can be seen that she was very nervous. What a luxury. I used to rely on magic spring water to restore my mana, and now I have started to wash my face with magic spring water. What should we do next? I want to go back to Iron Forge first to report the situation in the tunnel to His Majesty Magni, and then we will set off after the subway is repaired. Alvin looked at the drowsy Ecolatrasa behind him, and said, We have consumed a lot of energy this time, and it's time to rest. Don't worry, friends. Mechatork stuck his head out of the window of the train cockpit, and it seemed that he should be standing on a stool inside. You go back to Iron Forge and rest for a night. According to our repair progress, I guarantee that the subway will be open to traffic tomorrow morning. Your words make me feel much more at ease. Alvin nodded. Every time we delay here, the situation in Stormwind may get worse. When you go back, you and the elf can sit in the back car. I won't delay your love, Mechatork said with a smile, and the other dwarves also laughed. Ha ha ha. You are very considerate. Alvin smiled, took Calpurnia's hand, and helped the shy elf onto the car like a gentleman, and then went back to find Ecalitha. But he found that the red-haired girl had fallen asleep on the ground with her legs hugged. She closed her eyes tightly, and put her face on her knees, and slept soundly. Get up. Alvin was about to wake the girl up, but found several dark blue fingerprints on her neck. He felt distressed. This time, Little Red Dragon had a narrow escape from death. He sighed, and couldn't bear to wake the girl up. Instead, he leaned down gently, held the girl's neck with his left arm, passed his right hand under the girl's legs, and lifted the girl up with both arms. Akali smacked his lips, leaned towards Alvin's chest, and naturally hugged Alvin with both hands. The girl was half a head taller than Alvin now. If she wore over-the-knee leather boots like the queen, she would be a head taller than him. Alvin felt the girl's chest pressed against him, and he was a little distracted. He quickly shook his head, and gently carried the girl onto the train. Alas, it's just like raising a child. Seeing Alvin carry a collie onto the train, Calpurnia also helped to put the girl on a row of connected seats, and then took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped her face. A collie turned over, and was still sleeping soundly. The subway started to move with a crunch sound. Alvin and Calpurnia sat side by side on two adjacent seats. Looking at the wall in the tunnel that was quickly receding, and the darkness in front of her that was flickering, Calpurnia's eyelids began to fight. Alvin wanted to chat for a while, but he found that the elf closed her eyes tightly, and her body was swaying and falling over. It seemed that she was also very sleepy. He straightened his chest, gently hugged the girl to him, and put her face on his shoulder. The orange ponytail was a little messy, but it still exuded a faint fragrance. Alvin stretched out an arm and gently embraced the elf from his shoulder, which was shaking with the vibration of the subway. At this moment, the two of them were like the couple who took the subway in Alvin's previous life. The girl was sleepy, so she leaned on the boy's shoulder to sleep for a while. Alvin was a little dazed, as if he had traveled back to the modern times. It was just that the thin ears of the elf that occasionally swept across his neck reminded him that he was still in another world. At some point, Alvin also fell asleep. Cough, cough. Someone was coughing. Cough, 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 cough. The coughing sound was even louder. Alvin opened his eyes in a daze and stretched his body first. His body stretched, but the elf on his shoulder slipped down. Alvin woke up immediately and hurriedly hugged Caponia, who almost slipped off his shoulder. Caponia in his arms was also awakened, rubbing her eyes, as if she had not woken up completely. Wake up! Wake up! Come on, change our hero's clothes! Quick, quick, quick! A loud voice shouted, startling Alvin. He looked around and was surprised to find that although he and Caponia were still sitting on the seats of the subway, they were no longer in a carriage, but in a very gorgeously decorated room. Who am I? Where am I? Alvin was a little confused. Did he travel through time again? Caponia in his arms gradually woke up, and the elf was also confused. Where are we? Are we taking the subway? What is this place? Caponia asked in a low voice. Alvin shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Excuse me, where is this? He asked the leading dwarf. The dwarf was wearing a formal dress. When he saw Alvin wake up, he showed an honest smile and walked forward. Pa! The dwarf clapped his hands. Come and help our hero bathe and change clothes. Yes! On both sides of the dwarf in the formal dress, two teams of people came out one after another, all dwarves, one team of men and one team of women, and helped Alvin and Caponia up respectively. This action scared the elf half to death. What are you doing? Caponia said in a trembling voice. Let us go! What is going on? The dwarf in formal attire came forward, bowed and said, Dear Mr. Alvin, Miss Caponia, I am the royal steward of Iron Forge, appointed by King Bronzebeard to serve the two heroes. Please don't refuse, just leave it to us. After that, he clapped his hands twice. The servants immediately separated the two people. First, we need to help you bathe and change clothes. Don't worry, we will see each other again in a short while. Then, the dwarves pushed the two people onto two chairs without saying anything, and then some dwarves lifted the chairs and took the two people to different bathrooms. Nia, see you later. Okay, Alvin. Chapter 168. Entering the bathroom, the rough-handed dwarves stretched out their hands to strip Alvin of his clothes. Frightened him, he shouted, No, I can take them off myself. Let me do it myself. Then, he took a shower first, then a bath, and then two dwarf uncles holding bath towels rubbed him up and down, rubbing off all the old mud. Then, they added salt. The dwarf uncle's bath master's hands were really strong. It was so cool. Alvin was a little confused. After asking, he already knew that he was back in Iron Forge, but at this moment, he was more willing to believe that he was in a bathhouse in the northeast. Of course, it would be better if the dwarf master who was scrubbing the bath could wear underwear. Close-up bird watching is really not an experience worth remembering. It took almost an hour to toss and turn. After the bath, the barber helped Alvin trim his hair and shave his beard. He then realized that he hadn't taken care of his beard for a long time, and his beard had grown out, and his hair had become like a wild man's. It seems that Caponia likes him not because of his appearance. Alvin rejected the mohawk hairstyle proposed by the barber. It would be difficult for him to enter the Cathedral of Light with such a wild hairstyle, and he was too embarrassed to meet Turalyon. Then, the dwarf steward appeared and brought Alvin a robe that was very consistent with the dwarf aesthetic. If the Quel'Dorii aesthetic is based on gold and yellow with luxurious sun patterns, then the dwarf aesthetic is much more direct. The robe he strongly recommended to Alvin was almost woven with precious gold thread. It is dotted with countless gems, and the collar is wrapped with fur of an unknown animal. When you wear it, it looks like a metal hedgehog with all kinds of gems hanging on it. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a nouveau riche. It can be said that it not only reflects the wealth of the owner of the clothes, but also plays a good role in keeping warm. It is really full of both symbolic and practical meanings. Alvin looked left and right in the mirror. The dwarf next to him kept nodding, and he seemed very satisfied with his choice. Forget it, let's do it. Then it was a wait. After about an hour, the curtain leading to the women's room in the lounge was opened, and Caponia came out. Alvin's eyes lit up. Dwarves, you did a great job. Caponia came out in a golden dress, although it was also decorated with many gems. But it was more of an embellishment with accessories, which did not affect its overall beauty. Alvin! Caponia saw Alvin and ran over like a little rabbit. They almost rubbed me to death. I said I didn't want to. We mages can use magic to wrap our bodies, and separate our bodies from the dirt, but the dwarf lady still rubbed me. Look, I was rubbed red. The elf put her fair neck in front of Alvin aggrievedly, and raised her head like a swan. Sure enough, her fair skin was a little red. Alvin looked down along Caponia's neck and saw steep peaks. It was just like a little potato from the south being rubbed by an ant in the northeast. Alvin coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Let's not reject the kindness of the dwarves. That's right. I tell my sister about this when I get back. She won't believe that I'm bathing in Iron Forge, hee. Dear sir and madam. The dwarf steward came up again, holding his hands, bowing slightly, with a smile on his face. His Majesty the King and his friends are waiting for you in the banquet hall. I lead the way for you. Please follow me. Thank you, sir. I can't wait to see His Majesty the King. Please lead the way. The steward nodded and motioned for the two to follow him. Alvin looked at Calpurnia and smiled as he stretched out his arm. Calpurnia shyly stepped forward and naturally took Alvin's arm. By the way, where's Acalitha? The elf frowned, and it was obvious that she was a little worried. It's okay. The butler said she woke up earlier than us and was sent to take a bath. We should be able to see her soon. Sure enough, when the butler pushed open the door of the palace banquet hall, Alvin saw Kali Tasha at a glance. She was sitting side by side with King Magni Bronzebeard, and the two were competing to put the steak on the plate into their mouths. A group of dwarves and gnomes surrounded them, and the great craftsman Mekatork stood among them. People shouted Akali Tasha's name loudly, and the girl quickly put the steak into her mouth with a fork, swallowed it without chewing, and finally threw the fork away, held up the huge plate with both hands, and poured the steak directly into her mouth. Then she stood up and held the empty plate high to show it to the audience. Oh, oh, oh! Everyone around cheered. It seemed that the girl had won the steak-eating contest. Is this the palace banquet hall? Caponia was shocked. Indeed, it was more like a bar in the Warriors Guild than a palace banquet hall. There was no hierarchy here, and King Magni didn't look like a king at all. At this moment, he was looking at Akalissa in surprise, who had finished a steak bigger than a wash basin in an instant, and then looked at the half of the steak left in front of him. He pushed the plate forward and laughed. It's amazing. Little girl, you broke my record of the steak-eating contest that I have kept for 3 years. Your heroic figure should be made into a statue and placed in the civic square of Iron Forge. The king also cheered happily, as if he was the winner. Brother. Akaratassa soon found Alvin and Caponia. She put the plate in her hand on the table in front of her, and waved her hands at Alvin. The girl had obviously been dressed up carefully. If the original Akali had a simple beauty, now she looked like a movie star. Especially the tall girl standing in the middle of a large group of dwarves and dwarves, she stood out from the crowd. Thanks to the inspiration of the Red Dragon Queen, Akali looked very mature, but in fact her mind was still very naive, and the overall look was very cute. Maybe this is the legendary Pure Desire ceiling. Alvin thought. Brother Alvin, Sister Calpurnia, the food here is very delicious. The girl ran over while saying, but was soon attracted by Calpurnia, who was also dressed up. Sister Calpurnia, you are so beautiful. Calpurnia took Akali's hands and gently hugged the girl. You are also beautiful. Do beautiful women always attract each other? Brother Alvin. A sharp voice sounded, and Alvin saw that it was the great craftsman Mekatork. He was pushing aside the thigh of a sturdy dwarf next to him, and squeezed out of the crowd. Master Craftsman. Alvin was also very happy to see a familiar face. What's going on? Why did our carriage disappear after we woke up? But the stool didn't change. What did you do? Ha ha ha, brother, when the subway returned to Iron Forge Station, you and the elf girl were still sleeping. The guys didn't have the heart to wake you up, so they dismantled the carriage and moved you and the chair back to the palace. Mechatork laughed. Chapter 169. Can it be like this? Alvin was surprised. You dismantled the car? Didn't you say we could set off tomorrow morning? To be precise, we dismantled the carriage. The master craftsman crossed his arms and hugged them, looking calm. It was originally a prototype, and it was not comfortable at all. Don't worry, brother Alvin, the official version will definitely not be delayed for use tomorrow. But while we were transporting you, the little girl named Akali woke up, and then she was sent to wash up. Mechatork approached Alvin and whispered mysteriously, the dwarf ants wanted to help her take a bath, and she knocked down several people. According to them, they have never met a human with such great strength in their lives. So I hope you can let me do some research on this girl in the future. Maybe we can develop a technology that can turn ordinary people into strongmen. Mechatork was a little embarrassed, as if it was a bit too much for him to borrow his friend's sister to do human experiments. Ha ha ha. A hearty and honest laugh rang out. The dwarves made a path to both sides, and King Magni came out. Great craftsman. How dare you study a dragon? The dwarf king came out wearing a gorgeous warrior plate armor, still wearing only a crown on his head to reflect his identity. Dragon Rider Priest, of course there is a dragon. So where do you guess Alvin's dragon is? Magni patted the dwarf's bald head with ill intentions. You mean? The little girl is? Mechatork opened the hand of the dwarf king that was stroking his head, then pointed it at Kalissa and stammered. No way. You old dwarf, you must be lying to me again. Bang! Akaratasa saw that Mechatork was a little suspicious, and shook his shoulders. Two red dragon wings stretched out from behind and flapped violently, and the strong wind blew Mechatork over. Seeing this, everyone dodged. The dwarf king laughed and bent down to help his old friend up. I believe it. Ha ha! The people around burst into laughter. Fortunately, dwarves and gnomes are very straightforward races. They are used to speaking their minds and fighting against dissatisfaction. Instead, they don't have bad intentions. They laughed and laughed, and the master craftsman was not angry at all. Today is a good day. The king stepped forward, took Alvin's hand, and led him to the middle of the banquet hall. Thanks to the efforts of miracle priest Alvin and our dwarf brothers, the darkness lurking in the tunnel has finally been eradicated. Our subway will soon be put into operation. The king paused and raised the wine glass in his hand. From now on, there will be no obstacles between Iron Forge and Stormwind. This is a big event for the Alliance. We will do our best to support Turalian and others in the battle at the Dark Portal. For the Alliance. Cheers! For the Alliance! For the Alliance! People shouted, and together with King Magni, they raised their glasses and drank them all. Alvin and Caponia also raised their glasses, looked at each other, and drank them all. Wow! I have heard that dwarves like strong liquor. After drinking this glass of wine, Alvin felt his stomach burning. Looking at Calpurnia, her face immediately turned red, and she took a few gulps of the juice next to her. Ha ha! Magni laughed. We have two treasures in Iron Forge. The first one is our thunder beer, he said, while holding up another glass of wine and swallowing it. The second one is my daughter, Princess Moira. My daughter, where are you? Magni said, while looking at the crowd and shouting his daughter's name. Dad, I'm here. A rough voice came from the crowd, and people immediately separated when they saw it. A sturdy and gorgeously dressed female dwarf walked out of the crowd. Moira. Come to Daddy. Magni laughed and patted the seat next to him. He turned his head and winked at Alvin, saying, Brother Alvin, let me introduce my daughter to you. Ah ha ha ha. Alvin had just suppressed the strength of the previous glass of wine, and his tears were choked out. He wiped his eyes and nodded. Okay, Calpurnia, give me your juice quickly, let me suppress it, this wine is really strong. The female dwarf twisted her waist, and walked towards Magni. Moira greets the miracle priest. Ah, hello, I am Alvin, nice to meet you. Alvin quickly stood up, and returned the greeting to the dwarf princess, who saluted him. Seeing this, the princess shyly hid behind Magni, blushing, secretly poked her head from behind her father to peek at Alvin, and Magni laughed at this. Something is wrong. Alvin was keenly aware that everything was not right. Why was the dwarf princess peeking at him? Why was she blushing? Why were the people around him making a fuss? Take a closer look at the princess's dress, which was woven with gold thread and hung with gems and covered with animal fur. Why did it look more and more like what he was wearing? That damned royal steward. He made him and the dwarf princess wear a pair of nouveau riche couple outfits. This guy must have done it on purpose. He was even instructed by someone. Looking at the cheerful Magwin, the cheerful dwarf king didn't look like someone who would do such a thing. Look at the shy princess Moira behind him. Although she looked very ladylike, her eyes would always reveal a shrewd light from time to time. I was tricked by this Moira. Alvin looked unnatural, and Calpurnia, who was focused on Alvin, immediately noticed something was wrong. Girls in love are always very sensitive about such things, and elves are no exception. Ouch! Alvin cried out in pain. It turned out that Calpurnia's little hand secretly twisted his waist. I promise, this has nothing to do with me, Alvin hurriedly whispered. Calpurnia nodded calmly. I know, but I'm still angry. Come on, brother Alvin, let's continue drinking. We won't go home until we're drunk today. Magni didn't know what happened, so he took Alvin's hand and poured him a glass of wine himself. Dad. Moira blushed and whispered, you are a generation apart. If you call Miracle Pastor your brother, then wouldn't I be Miracle Pastor's niece? Oh! Magni suddenly realized, scratched his head, and laughed awkwardly. We can talk about our own things, so we won't delay you, ha ha. Everyone knows what's in the mind of Sima Zhao. Alvin forced a smile, and the expression on his face was as changeable as the rainy season. Because he felt a cold little hand climbing up his waist again. He had no choice but to drink with Magni, ignore Moira's flirting, and hold Calpurnia's little hand to beg for mercy. He was stunned by the great craftsman Mekatork sitting next to him. Fuck, this young man, that's hella head. After saying that, he drank the beer in front of him. It's unknown how long the banquet lasted after Alvin got drunk. Akaratasa took over Alvin's position and continued to compete with the dwarf king in drinking. Finally, after all the dwarves were drunk and lying down, the banquet finally ended. At the end of the banquet, only 3 ladies were still standing. Chapter 170. I don't know how long it took, but Alvin gradually woke up from his hangover. His head was splitting, and it felt like there was a piece of red-hot charcoal in his throat. I couldn't remember anything, I just remembered drinking, and then I lost my memory. This was the first time I indulged myself like this since I traveled through time. It was a bit of a delay, so I have to be more careful in the future. He sat up from the bed with a grin, but he got up a little too hard, his head rose, but his brain remained on the pillow. Hiss! This hurt Alvin so much that he sat on the bed, with his hands holding his head, and took a long time to recover. Alvin, drink some water. Okay. Alvin, who still had his eyes closed, opened his mouth naturally, and a water cup came to the edge of his lips. Alvin took the water cup and took a few gulps. The cool spring water in his mouth immediately made him shudder, and his confused brain woke up a lot. Ah! Alvin suddenly opened his eyes. Caponia? Why are you here? Alvin looked at the smiling elf in front of him in surprise. Isn't this my room? Oh! Oh no! Didn't we say we had to go to Mekatork to take the subway in the morning? Oh no, what time is it now? Alvin suddenly remembered this important matter, and jumped out of bed in an instant. Ah! Caponia looked at Alvin, who was only wearing a pair of underwear, and was anxious like an ant on a hot pot on the ground. She couldn't help but feel funny and shy. Alvin, your clothes. Oh. Alvin also realized that he was half naked now. He quickly covered his energetic place in the morning, and said embarrassedly, Where are my clothes? Here. Caponia picked up Alvin's clothes from the stool beside him. It was the eternal light robe he had worn for a long time. It looked like it had been washed clean, and was as good as new. He quickly put on his clothes, and was about to pull Caponia to find Mekatork. No need. The elf put Alvin's hand down, pressed him to sit on the stool, picked up a small comb, and combed Alvin's messy hair. Look, we are already on the train. Ah? Alvin was surprised. He looked around. Sure enough, it was just a small room, but the room was equipped with a bed, a table, and a set of sofas. It seemed that there was also a bathroom. Oh my god, a sleeper? Caponia smiled and said, Your description is really vivid. After you got drunk last night, we had a hard time carrying you back. When Mr. Mekatork came to us this morning, he found you still asleep, so he moved you to this carriage. What's surprising is that there is a bed in this carriage, so you can continue to sleep, and there are sofas and other things, just like a small hotel. The dwarf craftsmen are really amazing. Yes, yes. Alvin swallowed his saliva while examining the carriage. It must be said that the layout and luxury of this carriage are even better than the high-speed rail soft sleeper in the previous life. He was once again stunned by the imagination of the dwarves. No! Alvin suddenly realized something he had overlooked. You said they moved me to this carriage, but I was just wearing a pair of underwear. Could it be that they... Caponia nodded with a red face. Several dwarves carried you here. They also said that the miracle priest had very white skin. Is this the Warcraft version of the story of Snow White and a group of bronze-bearded dwarves? Alvin collapsed in the chair, holding his head in pain. It's over. How can I have the face to go to Iron Forge in the future? But it's okay. Caponia saw the distraught Alvin and tried to cheer him up. I also think this is inappropriate, so I covered your face with a handkerchief. Outsiders can't tell it's yours. Outsiders only see the naked man, but don't know who it is. Isn't this even weirder? Covering my face, does it mean that I have become a corpse? And the naked human man in Iron Forge was carried out by a group of palace guards. Isn't it obvious that it was me? I was paraded through the streets. What a social demise. Forget it. Alvin sighed. Drinking was a hindrance. As he spoke, he put on his clothes, and Caponia also helped him to tidy up his hair. What happened at yesterday's banquet when I got drunk? After you got drunk, Akalissa took your place and continued to drink with the dwarves, but the dwarves were no match for her. In the end, they all got drunk, leaving Akalissa alone without any problems. Haha, that's natural. Even if a dwarf can drink a lot, he can't beat a dragon. Alvin looked around and didn't see the little red dragon. Where's Akalissa? She and the master craftsman sat in the cockpit, saying they wanted to see how the train runs in front. Okay. Don't you want to talk about something else? Something else? What? Of course, it's about a beautiful dwarf girl. She cried when we said goodbye this morning. Alvin had a headache and realized that the dwarf girl the elf was referring to was Magni's daughter Moira. Looking at Calpurnia's malicious smile, he remembered that his waist was pinched by her little hand yesterday, and it still hurts. Alas, I don't know her. Hee, aren't you tempted? She's a princess of a country. And she's pretty. Whether she's a princess or not doesn't matter to me. Hee, you still dare to be stubborn, I pinch you. Calpurnia said, giggling and reaching out to touch Alvin's waist. Alvin had experienced the power of these little hands, so he hurriedly reached out to hold the elf's hands and pulled Calpurnia into his arms. Don't let your imagination run wild. I have you. It's enough for me. Others are others, but you are you. Caponia struggled for a while, but soon gave up. She snuggled in Alvin's arms with her heart pounding. She raised her head and said, And my sister? Yeah, and so Lanlian. My little elf is so good. Alvin thanked him in his heart. I just don't know if the Archmage Romans will cast a forbidden spell to him when he proposes marriage in the future. Caponia leaned sweetly on her lover, stretched out a finger, and drew a circle on Alvin's chest. Sometimes I really don't know what you think. You don't want such a good dwarf princess. Do you just like Quel'Dorii? You were right. Although I was a member of the Alliance for 10,000 years, I still think the most beautiful race is the blood elves of the tribe. Maybe I had this dream since then. But I can't say it out loud. Of course not. I just like the Quel'Dorii named Starwish. Alas, you must be the nemesis of the Starwish family. I didn't expect my sister to be captured by you. Caponia leaned her face against Alvin's shoulder, and her orange hair seemed to exude the sweetness of oranges. But it's good this way, my sister, and I can always be together. Thanks to the other world, Alvin has always felt very embarrassed, but he didn't expect Caponia and Solanlian to solve the problem by themselves. It seems that he only needs to deal with his father-in-law in the future. Then, Alvin suddenly became evil and blew a breath beside Caponia's long ear. Caponia trembled, and the arm holding Alvin became tighter. Alvin was about to take advantage of the victory. Suddenly, the door at the connection of the carriage was pushed open. The heads of Akali Tasha and Mekatork stretched out from the top and bottom of the door respectively. Brother Alvin. Stormwind City is coming soon. Hey! What are you doing? Chapter 171. Seeing the carriage door open, Caponia ran away from Alvin's arms like a frightened little white rabbit. The two pretended that nothing had happened. Caponia looked at the tunnel outside the window and said, Wow, the scenery outside is beautiful. Please, don't find such a stupid excuse. Alvin blushed, squeezed out a smile, and walked forward in a square step, imitating the people in the film and television dramas. Ha ha ha, Stormwind City is here? Dwarf technology is really the best in the world. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. He laughed dryly a few times, and seeing that no one was talking, he had to turn the dry laugh into a dry cough to cover up his embarrassment. Akalatassa was fine, looking confused. But the great craftsman Mekatork, the dwarf's big eyes turned, and he knew what happened. "Oh, little sister Akali, it seems that we came in at the wrong time." "Uh-huh." Caponia squatted down with a red face when she heard it. "Sister, are you feeling unwell?" Akalatassa came in immediately and checked on Caponia with concern. The sleeper car, which was not big to begin with, seemed even more crowded. Irvin took the opportunity to get into the cockpit in front and turned back to the two women and said, "Your sister Caponia is a little carsick. Please help take care of her. I go to the front to check." After saying that, he reached out and grabbed Mekatork, who still wanted to watch the fun, and closed the door. "Young people are lively." Mekatork laughed loudly, and Irvin was speechless for a while. Just as he was about to explain, he found that a light gradually appeared in the distance in front of the tunnel. "Stormwind Station is here. Get ready to slow down," Mekatork shouted as soon as he saw the light. The dwarf driver had already seen the deceleration mark, and stretched out his hands to pull a joystick back. The driver gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength. It seemed that the brake had a lot of power. Squeak! The train made a huge and harsh braking sound. Alvin and others felt their bodies shaken violently by inertia, and the train had already begun to slow down. As the train slowly entered the station, the appearance of Stormwind Metro Station gradually came into view. On the whole, it was exactly the same as Ironforge Station. A lot of dwarves and humans had been waiting for the station here. It was probably built by these dwarf craftsmen who helped build it. The welcoming people cheered and celebrated the opening of the subway in the two important cities of the Alliance. Mekatork kicked the train door open and walked out laughing. Immediately, he was lifted up by the waiting dwarves and kept throwing him into the sky, shouting Mekatork's name. Alvin and the others also walked out of the carriage. He looked back and saw that Caponia and Akaratassa also walked out of the sleeper car. They were also looking at the subway station in Stormwind. Alvin squeezed through the crowd and came to the two women. He was a little excited to step on the land of Stormwind. "This is the city where I used to live when I played games before. Come on, I take you out for a tour." "Okay." The first time she set foot on the southernmost country of the continent, Caponia, who was born in the northernmost country, was also a little excited. "I heard that many of her compatriots came to this country with Illyria Windrunner. I wonder if I can meet them." As they were about to leave the station, they found a group of knights wearing silver armor of the Alliance standard coming through the crowd. The knights came to Alvin's side, and the sturdy man in the lead took off his helmet, revealing a young man with flowing brown hair and a handsome beard. "Hello, are you Mr. Alvin Priest, the Miracle Dragon Rider Priest?" Alvin quickly took a look at the man and saw that he was muscular and huge, and he was obviously an excellent warrior, so he nodded quickly. "Yes, I'm Priest. May I ask who you are?" "Great. You're finally here." The sturdy man smiled happily, and the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes seemed to stretch out. "I'm Marcus Jonathan, the sheriff in charge of Stormwind. Welcome to Stormwind Kingdom." Why does this name sound so familiar? Damn! Alvin suddenly remembered that this was the horse-riding general who had been standing in front of Turalian's statue in the center of the entrance to Stormwind City. He excitedly shook Jonathan's hand and laughed loudly. Thank you. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's my honor to meet you." Jonathan was a little flattered by Alvin's sudden enthusiasm. I'm honored, but do you know me, Mr. Priest? I've heard of you for a long time, ha ha ha." Alvin smiled and said, "I asked you to take over the task before." "Ah, it's a great honor. I didn't expect that the world-famous miracle priest actually knew my name, I." It can be seen that Jonathan was a little excited. Being known by the miracle pastor meant that he was somewhat famous. But what he didn't know was that Alvin knew him not because of his current fame. "Sir, XX is still waiting outside." A soldier behind Jonathan came forward and whispered in his superior's ear, but his voice was so low that Alvin could not hear clearly. "Oh yes. I almost forgot the business. Mr. Alvin, I will take you out of the station. Someone is waiting for you outside. I believe you will be very happy." Jonathan smiled and said, "Welcome to Stormwind again. Please treat this place as your home." "Okay. Thank you very much. I do have friends who came to Stormwind Kingdom first. I think it must be them." Alvin thought of his good brother Jim and his daughter who came first, and his nominal disciple Sally. They must have come to pick him up. I don't know how the task assigned to Jim is going, and whether the real estate has been purchased. Thinking that he will soon have a base in Stormwind, he is quite excited. He turned around and held Capernia and Akalatassa with his left and right hands respectively, Let's go, Jim and the others are waiting outside. Walking out of the subway station, it was indeed noon. The sun was overhead, and the whole city was warm. Recently, the three people who had been active in Iron Forge and the tunnels for a long time felt rejuvenated. However, Alvin and others who were used to the darkness were so blinded by the dazzling sunlight that they could not even open their eyes. Because Stormwind City had just been rebuilt, many places had not been repaired yet. Especially the subway station was located in the dwarf area in the corner of the city. The dwarves built it into a forging base similar to the open-air iron forge. Along the street are all kinds of blacksmith shops and craftsman shops. The sound of clacking iron is constantly ringing, and the air is also filled with a smell of smoke and dust, which is a bit pungent. However, the appearance of the buildings in the city is very different from that of Iron Forge. The white stone walls and blue roofs look very beautiful under the sunlight. Mr. Alvin, the air here is not very good. The adults who are waiting for you are in the church area on the other side of the canal bridge. I will take you there. Jonathan turned around and said to Alvin, waking up the three people who were observing the city. Ah, okay. Thank you. When did Jim become an adult? Alvin was puzzled. But he was familiar with the roads in this area, so he didn't need anyone to lead the way. It was similar to the previous life. After coming out of the dwarf area, he turned a corner and came to the canal. Sure enough, there was an arched bridge made of stone. The bridge surface was flat and wide, and the water in the canal was very clear. But when Alvin looked up and saw the people waiting on the other side of the bridge, he immediately opened his mouth in surprise and couldn't move forward. On the other side of the bridge stood a woman, a mature woman in black clothes and black hair, with indescribable charm in every move. She was smiling and waving at him. Sister? That was the Black Dragon Princess, Onyxia. Chapter 172. My dear brother. Seeing the man standing on the other side of the bridge, he took a step but couldn't walk, with a constipated expression on his face. Lady Catrona Prester couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The lady opened the black folding fan she carried with her, and covered the corners of her mouth, which was harder to suppress than AK. But the smiling eyes still betrayed her. Erwin, she said softly, but her voice was transmitted far away, as if it was blessed by magic, and even across a bridge, it could be heard clearly here. Come here. Catrona hooked her finger at Erwin. Sister? Caponia was surprised. The elf had never heard of Erwin having another sister, and looked at Erwin with a confused look. Erwin winked at Calpurnia and shook his head slightly, with an amplitude that was difficult for outsiders to detect. Just as he was about to move forward, he found that someone seemed to be holding him from behind. He looked back and slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot that Acalitha had Black Dragon PTSD. The little red dragon was shaking all over without any hesitation. His body, which had grown taller than Alvin, was now tightly curled up behind the man, with his face pressed against Alvin's back, and his arms tightly hugged Alvin, like an ostrich sticking its head into the sand. This strangled Alvin enough. Don't worry, it's not a big problem, it should be. Alvin himself was not sure about the preferences of this black dragon sister. Sometimes she was extremely dangerous, and sometimes she was nice to him. It seemed that she acted completely according to her own mood and preferences. Seeing that the usually carefree little red dragon had become cowardly, the elf, who was not stupid to begin with, gradually realized that the woman opposite was not just the sister that Alvin had said. Seeing Alvin sweating profusely, as if he was facing a great enemy, Calpurnia couldn't help but hold Alvin's hand tightly. Only then did she realize that his hands had already been cold and covered in cold sweat. Ah. Alvin laughed dryly a few times, and looked at Catrona, whose face gradually turned cloudy because of his delay, and had to drag his family, and the two pendants on his body, and walk to the other side of the bridge with difficulty. As she walked, she stretched out her arms, pretending to meet her long-missed relatives, and shouted, My dear sister Katrina. You actually came to greet me in person. I really miss you so much. Alvin said so cheesy that even Marcus Jonathan, who was leading the way, felt a chill and goosebumps all over the floor. He looked back and wondered if the miracle priest was out of his mind. My dear brother. Catrona pretended to take out a handkerchief and gently touched the corner of her eyes. It seemed that seeing her relatives, whom she had not seen for many days, made this elegant lady shed excited tears. She also stretched out her hand, stepped on the bumpy stone bridge in high heels, and walked towards Alvin on the other side with difficulty. Sister. Brother. Finally, the two met hands in the middle of the bridge and held them tightly. So touching. Such a touching relationship between a sister and a brother. Yes, I heard that the miracle priest was lost from the family when she was young, and her sister, Countess Prester, never gave up looking for her. They just met in Hillsbrad in the north a while ago. It is said that they just met, and the tribe was ready to move at the Dark Portal, and then the brother and sister went to Stormwind City separately to support the battle here. Sure enough, family affection in war is particularly touching. The guards brought by Jonathan could not help but be moved by the encounter between the brother and sister. After all, one of them is the new celebrity miracle priest Alvin of the Alliance, and the other is Miss Katrana Prester, the Alterac noble, who has recently become popular in the Stormwind noble circle. Either of them is a heavyweight, and they are the biggest topic of conversation in Stormwind City recently. I don't know how other people think about it. Anyway, Alvin feels very embarrassed now. He originally wanted to fool around and make Katrana feel sick, so that he could get away with it, but Katrana used a trick to counterattack, and he became a little embarrassed first. "Dear brother." Katrana pulled Alvin and the pendant to her side, and whispered in his ear. "Didn't I tell you not to get involved in grim battle? How could you, how could you?" The hot dragon breath mixed with black smoke sprayed from Katrana's almost deformed mouth to Alvin's side face. He now had every reason to believe that if he hadn't been in Stormwind City, if he hadn't been of some use, he would have been burned to ashes by the Black Dragon Princess's shadow flames. "I think you completely ignored my words. Do you think I dare not touch you? Sister, listen to me." Alvin lowered his voice and quietly stepped back. "I said at the time that someone went to find the other guardian dragons, and I asked you to leave quickly. Look, even the father of the Black Dragon was defeated and fled. If you were there, wouldn't you be destroyed by the angry guardian dragon? Ah? You mean you saved me? Do I have to thank you?" Katrana was a little angry and laughed. "Don't think I don't know. I heard that it was you who broke the demon soul, which led to my father's defeat. And you are my dependent. Although my father is hiding now, it is inevitable that he will think that it is my fault that caused his failure. How do you let me get along in the Black Dragon army? Or just eat you? Win my father's trust? Sister, isn't this your chance?" Feeling the increasingly intense heat, Alvin suddenly had an idea. Now the Black Dragon Corps is leaderless. Why don't we accumulate strength and bring all the forces of the Black Dragon Corps under your command, and then you can make a call and become the new Black Guardian Dragon. Think about it, the Guardian of the Earth. Onyxia? Alvin's seductive whisper sounded in Katrana's ears. The voice was not loud, but it sounded like a loud bell in Katrana's heart. "Yes, I have always faithfully carried out my father's orders with my brothers and sisters, but my father, he only treats everyone as consumables. Everyone is a dragon-shaped battery that can be abandoned at any time for his conspiracy, and there is no hesitation at all when it is time to abandon it. The relationship between me and my father is not so much father and daughter, but superiors and subordinates. What kind of love between a father and his child, a loving father and a filial son, does not exist in the Black Dragon Corps? The reason why everyone is afraid of me is just because I am bigger. Power and strength are like a sealed devil. Once Pandora's box is opened, this crazy desire will occupy a person's heart. It seems that the same is true for dragons." Chapter 173. It seems that what I said worked, Alvin thought. Katrana's face was changing rapidly. Suddenly, the gem pendant on her chest emitted a faint light, and the soothing effect began to take effect, making Katrana's gradually fanatical eyes clear again. "Humph, little guy, you dare to lie to me. In tens of thousands of years, I have never heard of the guardian dragon being replaced." Katrana sneered. "Stop bragging." The original scorching dragon breath also disappeared. "It seems that the soothing necklace that I gave her before is really useful. It really saved my life many times. I am not bragging. Although it sounds a bit incredible, I don't think it is not impossible to achieve." Alvin continued to whisper in the Black Dragon's ear. "And I think you are more suitable to be the guardian dragon than your father or other brothers and sisters. Let's talk about this topic later." Katrana let go of Alvin's hand and raised the fan gracefully again. The Black Dragon's eyes swept to Calpurnia, who was shocked and speechless, and then smiled. "Who is this?" "Ah, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, the Mage of Silvermoon City, Calpurnia Starwish." Sister? Calpurnia stared with innocent eyes. Just now, she seemed to have witnessed this sister spewing black smoke, and heard her and Alvin whispering about dragons, but unfortunately their voices were too low for her to hear clearly. Could it be that the elegant woman in front of him was another dragon? "Hee, little guy, you are so good, so much better than my silly brother." Katrana smiled, and gently stroked Calpurnia's hair. The elf felt a huge pressure coming towards her head, but she held on without moving. Then, Katrana circled around Alvin, and looked at Ekalatassa, who buried her face in Alvin's back, and dared not lift it up. Puff! A laugh came out. You have grown up a lot. Why are you still so immature? Katrana grinned with her fangs. Get up quickly, or I will be angry. This thunderous roar frightened Akalatassa so much that she shuddered and dared not raise her head. Alvin felt a little distressed, and quickly turned around to block the two of them. Sister, please don't scare her, she is still young. Humph, she can't even greet her elders. If the red guys haven't taught her, I don't mind teaching her some etiquette that a lady should have. Katrana seemed a little angry. She had always disliked these innocent red dragon cubs, thinking that they were a group of cowardly guys who grew up under their mother's huge wings and were spoiled. In the Black Dragon Legion, the father of the Black Dragon always intentionally or unintentionally caused fights between his children, so she basically grew up in constant competition from childhood to adulthood. What kind of fratricide and cooking beans with firewood have you never seen? As the saying goes, what you pursue all your life may be what others have since birth. This sense of disparity made Katrana very uncomfortable with these pampered red dragons. Hearing the Black Dragon slandering her mother, Akarissa finally couldn't help it. She trembled and opened her eyes, still holding Alvin's arm tightly, and secretly glanced at Katrana, and found that her prisoner's black eyes were staring at her. She was shocked and wanted to turn her eyes away, but she finally held back. Oni. Cousin Katrana. Hello, I am Akarissa Priest. Nice to meet you. After saying these words, the little red dragon seemed to have accomplished a great feat, and she began to breathe heavily. It can be seen that she is really afraid of her black cousin. After all, this sister has always been notorious. Yeah. Seeing Akarissa muster up the courage, although she felt a little ridiculous, Katrana still had a slight change of heart towards this dragon. She took the little red dragon's cold hand and said with a half smile, I don't have a sister, but I don't mind having one. You and I should spend more time together in the future. Ah. Akaratassa's face turned pale. We should spend more time together? Okay. Alvin quickly tried to smooth things over, and separated the two dragons. Sister, why did you come to pick me up? Is there something important? Let's talk while we walk. I take you to the Cathedral of Light to get familiar with the way, and then go to Stormwind Fortress. Katrana turned around, raised her hands, and clapped them gently. When Marcus Jonathan heard the voice, he immediately came up with the guards. Madam, how can I help you? Take your people back to Stormwind Fortress to report the news. I want to take my family to the church. After all, he is here to serve in the church. Katrana ordered in an orderly manner. In front of others, she was still the elegant and calm countess. After that, we will come to Stormwind Fortress to visit King Rin. Yes. Captain Jonathan stood at attention and saluted, then turned around and left with his men. Amazing, how long has Onyxia been in Stormwind? She can already make the regular soldiers of Stormwind obey her orders. Do you know what my father gave me before the Battle of Grim Battle? Katrana said to Alvin, who was following her as she walked. The other two girls followed Alvin, and consciously left them space to talk. The Countess was very satisfied with this. I don't know. Alvin shook his head. He really didn't know. Not to mention that he didn't know much about this period of history. He had a feeling recently that the original history was no longer applicable because the direction of the world line had changed a long time ago. Huh? Katrana sighed, as if what she was going to say next would make her very unhappy. My father asked me and my brother, Nefarian, to recruit the orcs who survived the Second War in Blackrock Mountain to serve as servants of the Black Dragon Legion and use Blackrock Mountain as a nest for storing dragon eggs. It's just that I really think those green-skinned creatures are a bit disgusting, but my brother seems to be very interested in them. Moreover, I heard that his progress is very smooth. Alvin was a little strange. He didn't know why Katrana wanted to tell him this. Let the Black Dragon clean up the tribe? He was also happy to see this kind of thing of driving wolves and swallowing tigers. In fact, in the last life, they were indeed destroyed by the Footman in the end. But now that my father is seriously injured in his life, or death is uncertain, my arrogant brother is actually ready to take over my father's inheritance immediately. Of course, I have no interest in what he does, so I just let him do it, but he actually took the dragon eggs of the Legion, including black dragon eggs and red dragon eggs. Katrina frowned as she spoke. He used these dragon eggs to conduct human experiments, turning the descendants of the dragons into a group of monsters. Chapter 174. Alvin has a memory of this. In fact, Neltharion, the father of the Black Dragon, has been secretly conducting this research, but his son Nefarian continued this research. Now it seems that there are different opinions about this behavior within the Black Dragon army. For example, Onyxia seems to disagree. Sister, what you mean is, Alvin asked tentatively, "Are you against them doing this kind of human experiment?" Katrana rolled her eyes at him. "Humph, of course. I don't understand why the revival of the Black Dragon Corps depends on creating such disgusting dragon beasts. We already have great power. So I can't accept such a thing. I have been to Blackrock Spire and seen those terrible creations. That thing can no longer be called our kind. But my brother, alas." Katrana shook her head in distress. "He now completely regards himself as the master of the Black Dragon Corps. He will not consider my suggestions at all. He also wants me to join him and be his accomplice to kill other black dragons who do not obey his orders." Other black dragons? Alvin didn't know much about this history and didn't know that there were other branches of black dragons. Well, Katrana took Alvin around a few corners. The cathedral was in the northernmost part of the city, and the tall church roof could be seen from afar. "There is another black dragon, Sabrian, who was my father's adjutant before. Although my father never announced it himself, I know that he is my father's illegitimate son." "Wow," Alvin whispered. "There is a special case?" "Well, there should be only 3 of us, my father's direct blood relatives. Sabrian followed my father's arrangement, and was also carrying out a special mission. He was very dissatisfied when he saw Nefarian privately claiming to have inherited his father's legacy. He has announced with his men that he will not obey my brother's command. What's annoying is that he also has a batch of dragon eggs. God knows what this guy will do with these dragon eggs." Alvin suddenly thought that the void dragons in the TBC era seemed to be born from the black dragon eggs that Sabrian sent to the Outland, and were irradiated on the alien planet. The shape is indeed completely different from the black dragons in the Earth era. Katrana seems to be a traditional black dragon. She doesn't want to see her race become like this. "So what do you want to do?" "I don't know, that's why I came to you," Katrana said distressfully. "I am against these hateful brothers of mine who are gambling with the future of the Black Dragon Legion to satisfy their desires. Humph, everyone is claiming to be the next master of the Black Dragon Legion, but my father is not dead yet. These bastards are. Then why can't you be the master of the Black Dragon Legion, sister?" "Humph. Do you think I haven't thought about it?" Katrana said unhappily. "I can't beat them. They are all older than me and stronger than me. When my father was here, they could naturally get along and give me face. But now that my father is gone, these guys have their own power. No one will bow down to each other. Sister, what about your power?" "My power? Just you. If you can count it as combat power." Alvin felt like he had boarded the wrong ship. "Do you feel that I am too weak and regret it?" Katrana's face darkened, and she was about to get angry again. No. Alvin waved his hands quickly. "Didn't I just say that I always think you are more suitable to be a guardian dragon than your 2 brothers? I will naturally stand on your side." "Humph, that sounds good." Katrana sighed. "So, my plan is to settle down in Stormwind now, and then gradually gain the power of Stormwind, and then let the human army go to Blackrock Spire to help me eliminate my brother. As expected of a black dragon, it is ruthless, looking at the obedient look of Marcus's soldiers, and now Turalian is at the dark portal with those powerful people. I am afraid that this sister's plan will be realized soon. So you don't want me to help you integrate the power of Stormwind for your use, and then go to Blackrock Spire together? Humph, do you still need me for this? I can do it myself. But if you can help me add fuel to the fire from the perspective of the church, it will be even better. Sure enough, you are waiting for me here. Alas, it's not that I don't want to help, sister, your plan has a huge loophole." Katrana turned her head and looked at him puzzledly. Elwyn coughed lightly. "Now the Alliance and the Horde are fighting at the Dark Portal, and basically all the troops have been sent there. How much power can Stormwind City provide for you to dispatch? I walked all the way from north to south. Not to mention Stormwind City, which is closest to the Dark Portal. Even the people of Lordaeron and Ironforge have basically gone to the Dark Portal. You know, my first mission was to go to Lordaeron to report the news, hoping that King Menethil would send troops to help the Quel'Dorii in Silvermoon City attack Zoamon. But Lordaeron couldn't even send one person. This?" Katrana frowned, obviously not considering this. Although she is good at dancing and has great personal charm, she captured the upper nobles with real power in Stormwind City when she first arrived in Stormwind City, and now she is the guest of honor of the young King Varian Wrynn. But a good cook cannot cook without rice. Even if she has more power, Stormwind City has no troops to send to her. After all, the Battle of the Dark Portal is a matter of life and death for the entire Alliance. So what should we do? Katrana's expression fell. Ever since Elvin met Katrana in Hillbrad Foothills, she has always been a black swan with high eyes, always at ease, playing with everyone in the palm of her hand, as if there is nothing she can't handle. Onyxia, who has never lost since she was a child, is always proud and never willing to lower her noble head. But seeing that his father was missing and his 2 brothers were eager to take the dragon eggs, he thought about it and found that there was really no good solution. So he counted the days every day and looked forward to the arrival of his only family member, Alvin, who was smart and lucky. Sister, think about it. Why do your 2 brothers dare to claim to be your father's successor? Because they are powerful? Alvin shook his head. Because they have an army? Alvin shook his head again. Katrana suddenly realized. Because they have eggs? Alvin showed a teachable expression. Yes. They have dragon eggs. So they think they have grasped the future of the Black Dragon Legion. Sister, where are your dragon eggs? Katrana seemed a little embarrassed. My father thought I was a little playful, so he didn't let me guard the dragon eggs. It turns out that Onyxia is just a playful girl in Deathwing's eyes. Then, we just need to steal their eggs secretly. Sneak in when they are not prepared, take away the good dragon eggs, and destroy the contaminated dragon eggs. In this way, when the dragon eggs hatch, you can have your own Black Dragon army. Doesn't this also strengthen your power? This is a war for the heirs of the Black Dragons. Sister, you should also be qualified to participate in the war. Chapter 175. The War of Succession. Hearing this word, Katrana stopped. Her face gradually became excited. Her shoulders trembled slightly. Obviously she was aroused. Erwin saw that it was indeed possible. It was hard to say whether this sister of his had any deep feelings for her brothers. From her dissatisfaction with Nefarian and Siberians holding the egg and being self-respecting, and her angry reaction to the horrific experiment in Blackrock Spire, it is not difficult to see that Onyxia is only a little loyal to her father Neltharion at most. Just a little, not much. She is more concerned about the future of the Black Dragon Legion, and the continuation of the race. It may be the maternal instinct as a woman. Although the environment she grew up in has made her develop a sinister and cruel character, her purpose is positive in general. And her previous actions were just to have some fun, while executing her father's orders. After her father disappeared, she was a little confused without orders and commands. But subconsciously, she didn't agree with her 2 brothers' actions, so she began to resist. Then why not guide her to the side of justice? Thinking of this, Alvin decided to add fuel to the fire. Sister, this war of succession will affect the future of the Black Dragon Corps. If you let your 2 brothers continue to make trouble, the Black Dragon Corps will eventually split. Do you want to see some colorful dragons or void dragons appear in the Black Dragon Corps in the future? When Katrana heard the names of Colorful Dragon and Void Dragon, her body was shivered. Her thin shoulders trembled more violently, her pupils stood up like a Calissa, the corners of her mouth seemed to be about to emit black smoke, and her expression became increasingly ferocious. It seems that she cares very much about the purity of her race. So you must leave. Irvin held Katrana's hand and pointed his other hand forward into the air, like Zhuge Liang assisting Liu Bei. Katrana was in deep thought, staring at the space in front of her, and did not notice Irvin's small movements. The Black Dragon Corps needs you to stand up. Who says daughters are inferior to boys? Women can also hold up half the sky. Your 2 brothers, carrying the sky. Dragon eggs to command the Black Dragon, on the surface, say that they are the heirs of the father of the Black Dragon, but in fact, they are the thieves in the core. And you, as the daughter of Deathwing, you are also the orthodox Black Dragon. You just need to stand up and point the way for everyone. You will definitely get the support of some Black Dragons, and set things right. Women can hold up half the sky? Set things right? Katrana's face suddenly became serious, and she turned her wrist and held Alvin's hand in the opposite direction. You are right, I want to set things right. If my 2 brothers with a head full of muscle succeed, the Black Dragon Corps will eventually come to an end. Then tell me, what should I do? Katrana spewed black smoke from her mouth, held Alvin's hand tightly, and pinched Alvin's mouth. Sister, let's talk about this later. We're here. Katrana said angrily. What do you mean we're here? Hurry up and tell me. Church, I mean we're here. Alvin pointed helplessly in front of him. Katrana looked in the direction of his finger, and found that everyone had unknowingly arrived at the church area. The newly built cathedral was bathed in the midday sun, gleaming with golden light. Didn't you say you would take me to the church? We are here. I will go in and register first. Alvin said, as he tried to pull the 2 girls in, but was held down by the Black Dragon's shoulders. Did I tell you to leave? Isn't my great cause more important than your little business? Do you believe I will burn this church down right now? No, no. Alvin hurriedly grabbed Katrina. This newly built church must not be destroyed by this inexplicable fire. He patiently explained. Of course your career is important, but you can't just give up the position you finally gained in Stormwind. And we can't talk about this on the way. Wait for me to finish the necessary formalities, and then we can find a quiet place to discuss it. There's no need to rush for this kind of thing in a few minutes. Well, Katrina nodded, you have a point. Then, the Countess turned around and took the hands of the two girls following behind her. In the surprised eyes of the two, she showed a sly smile. Alvin noticed that Katrina had 4 canine teeth. Because she was always serious, she could hardly see them. Only when she smiled could she see them. Go and come back quickly. With 2 sisters accompanying me, I believe time will pass quickly. Alvin didn't know what she was up to. Looking at the 2 girls, who were each held by one arm, Acalatesa grinned and was about to cry. Calpurnia was also at a loss. Sister, this is not good, right? I want to take them inside for a tour. It's just a church. What's there to see? If you really want to visit, wait until you have time later. Now hurry up and get things done for me before my patience runs out. After Katrina finished speaking, she coughed lightly and elegantly covered her lipstick-covered lips with a fan. But Alvin seemed to see sparks from the corners of her mouth. Why don't you go? Yes. Alvin rushed into the church like a fly. I'm back. When the church staff learned that the young man in front of them was the new bishop, they enthusiastically wanted to introduce him. But Alvin just said in a hurry, hurry up. Get all the procedures for employment, social security and provident fund card numbers done for me. I have urgent business. After learning that he only needed to fill out a few simple forms, Alvin quickly got it done, said I'd talk about other things when I come back and rushed out. As expected of a miracle pastor, he's really efficient. The staff said, as Alvin left in a cloud of dust. It should have taken less than 10 minutes. I hope nothing goes wrong. But when Alvin rushed out in a hurry, he found 3 beautiful women sitting by the fountain in front of the church eating ice cream. Huh? So fast? We just started chatting. Seeing Alvin running down the steps, Katrina put down the ice cream in her hand, wiped her mouth gracefully and said, Haha, sister, because the onboarding process is very fast. Alvin stopped, panting heavily, and looked at Calpurnia and the little red dragon. I found that the 2 were eating with their heads down, and when they saw Alvin coming, they showed a look of relief in their eyes. Ha ha ha, you are eating ice cream. Huh. Well, these are the popular snacks in Stormwind City recently. I treat my 2 sisters to something. Katrina stood up. Let's go to Stormwind Fortress and meet the king. Chapter 176. On the way to Stormwind Fortress, Katrina no longer held Alvin tightly, but walked gracefully in front of him. What surprised Alvin was that this noble sister, who came from Alterac, seemed to have a good reputation in Stormwind City. Along the way, whether it was the nobles drinking coffee in the shops on the street, the patrolling guards, or even the workers standing on the scaffolding to repair the buildings, everyone who saw Katrina would respectfully take off their hats and salute, and the lady would also return the greeting gracefully. Is this the extraordinary personality charm of the Prester family? Alvin slowed down his pace vaguely, and gradually Katrina walked alone in front. He was in the middle, and behind him was the 112 formation of Calpurnia and Acaratasa. You weren't bullied when I was away just now. Alvin turned his face to the side, without moving his mouth, and asked Calpurnia in a breathy voice. No. Calpurnia also responded in a low voice. We just chatted casually, and then she recommended ice cream to us. I think it's called this. I didn't expect that ice arrows can be used as snacks. She approached Alvin and whispered, It seems that your sister is not as scary as imagined. Sister Calpurnia, don't be fooled by her appearance. It's all the tricks of the black dragon. Acaratasa said solemnly, while eating ice cream quickly, but she didn't have much persuasiveness with ice cream all over her face. Ahem. Katrina, who was walking in front, coughed twice. Don't underestimate my hearing. I'm listening to everything. Acaratasa was so scared that she almost threw the ice cream on the face of a passing uncle. She caught the ice cream back like a clown throwing a ball in a circus. No, I'm just asking casually. Alvin laughed. I know that my sister loves everyone in her house, so she won't bully the younger generation just because she is an elder. You don't have to say nice things to me. You are quite talented, and you are quite useful to me. Don't worry, as long as you don't betray me, I will not treat you unfairly. Katrina said quietly while greeting passers-by elegantly. By the way, do you have a place to live in Stormwind? No. Alvin did not reveal that he had asked Jim to come to Stormwind to buy a property in advance, but just said lightly, wait until the official business is done. If it really doesn't work, just make do in the church. That's not necessary. You can just live in my house. My house is quite big, and it's no problem to provide you with a few rooms. Ha ha, let's talk about it later. Alvin laughed, trying to divert Katrana's attention from this matter. He didn't want to live under the shadow of black every day. As the two talked, they came to the northeast corner of Stormwind, where the Stormwind Fortress stood. After experiencing the destruction of the orcs, the rebuilt Stormwind City is very solid. And the Stormwind Fortress was built to be as solid as a rock. The entire castle has the same main style as Stormwind City, and is also built with white bricks and stones. Hundreds of stairs extending upward connect the fortress gate to Stormwind City. On both sides of the fortress are two towering watchtowers, and the soldiers are vigilantly observing everything below the fortress. The knight guarding the door saw that it was Katrana, and immediately came up with a smile. Miss Prester, the king asked me to welcome you and your brother here. May I ask? The knight asked, while looking at Alvin, who was walking beside Katrana. Yes, this is my brother, the miracle priest Alvin. Please inform the king, thank you. You are indeed Alvin. Your glorious deeds have long been spread to Stormwind City. King Rin heard that you were coming and looked forward to your arrival every day. The knight's enthusiasm was obviously not fake. It seemed that he had demonstrated the power of the holy light, gathered people's hearts, and completed the task assigned to him by Archbishop Fail along the way, right? Everyone, please follow me. The king has been waiting for a long time. Katrana and Alvin looked at each other, and followed the knight slowly into Stormwind Fortress. This castle, called the Fortress, usually serves as the royal court of Rin, and is also the command center of the entire Stormwind military. There is a wide passage in the center of the castle, which gradually rises and eventually leads to the king's throne hall. On both sides of the passage are the king's living room and the royal library. What surprised Alvin was that the area where the soldiers were active was very large, and the combat staff room seemed to occupy most of the castle space. It seems that Stormwind City was founded on military power, and the rumors that the kings of all generations admired military power are indeed true. Is Mr. Alvin here? As soon as the few people entered the throne hall, they heard a boy's voice coming from the front. Alvin looked up. Sure enough, on the throne, a boy in his teens was sitting on it with a crown on his head, looking at his group excitedly, and it seemed that he was already a little impatient waiting. Although the boy's face was still immature, his eyes were bright and full of maturity that did not belong to his age. But in the end, the worship of his idol still made the child jump down from the throne. Is this the miracle priest, Mr. Elwyn Priest? Seeing his young king disregarding etiquette and standing behind the king, the old butler's eyes began to twitch. Elwyn did not care. He knew that the king of Stormwind at this time was Varian Rin, who had gone to Lordaeron for refuge with Sir Lothar before. His father was assassinated, and the country was conquered. Varian ascended the throne of Stormwind Kingdom at a young age, and traveled across the ocean to Lordaeron. Later, the tribe was defeated and Stormwind Kingdom was restored, so he left Lordaeron and returned to Stormwind. At this time, Varian was only in his early teens. Hi, your majesty. Although the other party was still a child, Alvin still treated him politely. I am Alvin Priest, appointed by Archbishop Fail to serve as the bishop of the Holy Light Church in Stormwind City. The two behind me are Miss Caponia Starwish and Miss Akalissa, the mages of Silvermoon City. Alvin was bowing his head to salute, but heard a few hurried footsteps. Then, his sleeves were pulled, and he looked up and saw that it was King Varian, who had run down from the throne and came to his side, waiting with a pair of big eyes to carefully look at the miracle priest in front of him. Alvin was a little amused. Your Majesty, please pay attention to etiquette. You are now representing the Storm Kingdom. Katrana's face sank, and she reminded him in a voice that only the three of them could hear. Seeing the serious expression of the Countess, Varian finally showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. Well, sorry, Lady Prester, I am a little excited to see the legendary hero of the Alliance. Little Varian said, and turned back to the throne and sat back obediently. Alvin was surprised at Katrana's authority in front of the little king. But he heard the lady's subtle voice coming into his ears. I am also the king's court etiquette teacher. Chapter 177. Katrana was embarrassed. His failed education made this elegant lady look ashamed. But Varian didn't care. He sat on the throne, his legs couldn't reach the ground, and he was swinging. Mr. Alvin, did you really see a giant wolf as big as a house? Varian asked excitedly. It seemed that this was what the young king was most concerned about. Yes, the giant wolves in Silverpine Forest, and those people who turned into werewolves, I did see them and fought with them. Ugh! Varian exclaimed. Then, what about the giant ogre? How did you defeat it? Well, I was able to defeat it with the help of my friends. I would have found it difficult to win alone. What about the black dragon? I heard that you defeated the Black Dragon. In the latest battle report, the Wildhammer dwarves said that you defeated a Black Dragon. Did these dwarves add a lot of oil and vinegar to my story? In fact, the other Guardian Dragons defeated the Black Dragon together. I was just lucky to participate in this operation. After saying that, Alvin, feeling guilty, stole a glance at Katrana and found that she was looking at him with a sneer. This little king, don't bring up the matter. Oh my god, the Guardian Dragon. I always thought it was a creature that only existed in legends. Varian exclaimed in surprise. The little king was very interested in Alvin's adventures, and asked about Alvin's adventures from Lordaeron to Stormwind. Oh my god! You are really a living legend. Varian's eyes suddenly lit up. What about your dragon? I heard that you are the only dragon rider in the Alliance. Can you let me see your dragon? I have always wanted to see what a dragon looks like. Alvin looked at Katrana again. Little Varian, you have a black dragon by your side. You really don't know how lucky you are. Katrana noticed Alvin's gaze, and saw that Alvin was looking at her with a smile. Why are you looking at me? I am not your dragon, the elegant lady said dissatisfiedly, and then turned to Varian. Your Majesty, I think it is more important for us to talk about business first in such an occasion. She turned to Alvin again. Brother, I heard you say that you are going to the Dark Gate to support the coalition forces? Yes. Varian also remembered the business. It must be said that although the king is not very old, he knows when to do what. I'm sorry, Mr. Alvin. I'm a little excited to see you. Indeed, we should talk about business first. Alvin nodded, surprised that the little king seemed to be open about his mistakes. He corrected his mistakes as soon as he knew them, showing the demeanor of a wise king since he was a child. That's right. Alvin nodded. A few days ago, Falstad Wildhammer informed me of the current war situation. At that time, it was said that the coalition forces were ambushed near the Dark Portal and suffered heavy losses, so I also wanted to rush to Watchtower and help everyone. Your words make me feel much more at ease. Little Varian spoke old-fashioned words in a childish voice, which made Alvin feel more disconnected. The current war situation has changed again. Marshal Turalian has led reinforcements to join the Alliance troops, led by Khadgar, the mage in Nethergard. They have repelled several attacks from the Horde. Illyria Windrunner and Kurland Wildhammer have also come from the north. The war situation is tense now. Speaking of war, the little king immediately became interested. Varian sighed as he spoke, looking very old-fashioned. However, your arrival will definitely inspire everyone. So what is your next plan? I plan to... Ahem. Alvin was about to speak, but was gently interrupted by Katrana. You have traveled a long way to Stormwind City, and you need to recover your physical and mental strength. You have also heard that the current war situation is tense, and it will not be possible to quickly determine the winner in a short time. Why don't you first recover your body in Stormwind City, and adjust to the best condition before going to Nethergard? Katrana said, looking at little Varian. I believe His Majesty the King would also like his idol to be in the best condition to face the next battle. Varian nodded quickly. Yes, Mr. Elwyn, I also think you should prioritize adjusting your body to the best condition. King Varian was completely controlled by the Black Dragon. I heard that Mr. Elwyn and Countess Prester are long-lost siblings. This is really a great fate. You two can come to Stormwind Kingdom together. I think this must be the guidance of the Holy Light. Varian sighed. This Lady Prester is good in every way, but she is a bit fierce in class. He is really not interested in court etiquette. How can that thing be as exciting as picking up a giant sword to practice chopping orcs? It would be best if Erwin could attract some of Miss Prester's attention when he was here, so that he could have some time to free himself from the class of this terrifying tutor. Erwin didn't know what little Varian was thinking, and he was a little scared of this Black Dragon sister. And coming to Stormwind with Onyxia was really not the guidance of the Holy Light. Does Mr. Erwin have a place to stay in Stormwind? The little king asked. If possible, I can help you arrange a place to stay. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. I think I will find a place to stay first. I am also very interested in Stormwind and hope to go around first. Okay, if you have any needs, please let me know at any time. Thank you for your generosity. Erwin did not neglect him, because he was a child. Varian had a very good impression of his idol. He wanted to keep Erwin for dinner so that he could ask him more stories about adventures. But at Katrana's insistence, the little king reluctantly followed her to continue learning how to handle state affairs. There was no other way. The war was tense at the front, and heroes such as Turalian had already been on the front line. There were only a few nobles left behind. The king was still so young that he had to learn everything from scratch. He could only rely on his teachers to govern the country, and Katrana successfully mixed into the core circle of Stormwind City at this special stage, while sending Alvin and others out of Storm Fortress. Katrana gently told Alvin a few words, asking him to stay in Stormwind City and not go anywhere without her, and then went back to the fortress. Finally free. Alvin breathed a sigh of relief, and Calpurnia and Akalissa also panted heavily. This sister's sense of oppression is not ordinary. Then where are we going now? Calpurnia asked. Alvin! Alvin! Suddenly, Alvin heard a familiar voice calling his name, and he looked in the direction of the voice. Jim! Sally! Why are you here? Chapter 178. Why did you come just now? Jim ran along with his daughter, hugged Alvin warmly, and patted him on the back, which frightened the soldiers guarding Stormwind Fortress. Seeing that it was Alvin's acquaintance, they relaxed their vigilance. Jim didn't look much different, but his face looked more vicissitudes than before. I'm afraid he hasn't been idle since arriving in Stormwind City. Something happened on the way and delayed me. Alvin patted Sally's head and felt that the little girl seemed to have grown taller after not seeing her for a few days. Alvin was very happy to see Jim. Finally meeting this first friend he had met since leaving Lordaeron, Alvin's eyes were a little wet. Noticing the girl next to Alvin, Jim also smiled and greeted, Hello, Miss Caponia. Sally even came up and held Caponia's hand. After all, Sally was the first friend Caponia met after she came to South Sea Town by boat. Hello, it's nice to see you again, Jim. Sally. Ah! Sister Caponia, you can speak the common language now? Sally asked in surprise. Alvin then remembered that Caponia came to Nehai Town by mistake and really couldn't even speak the common language. Thinking back to that time, it wasn't long ago, but it seemed like it happened a long time ago, and he couldn't help but sigh. Who is this lady? Jim looked at Akali Tasha and asked. Alvin patted his forehead. Akali Tasha had changed her form. No wonder Jim didn't recognize her. It's my sister, Akali Tasha. She's grown up. Haha, you don't even recognize her. Ah? Jim opened his mouth wide, looking at the girl who was a head taller than him and looked very beautiful. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. I remember that she was just a half-grown child when we separated. How could she grow so fast? Akaratasa? How is this possible? Jim shook his head and pulled Sally over. I told you a long time ago to eat more, but you just kept eating. Look, Sister Akali Tasha eats a lot and sleeps a lot, so she grows fast. You also have to eat more and sleep more to grow taller. Do you understand? Hello, Mr. Jim. Long time no see. Akali Tasha said with a smile. Jim was even more surprised to hear the girl speak. You can speak? I remember that. Oh, forget it. Today's weird things are not one or two, haha. No need to explain. The optimistic Jim quickly reconciled himself. Alvin smiled and said, Let's not talk about this for now. Tell me why you are waiting for us here. It was Sally who told me that you might have come to Stormwind. When Sally was off duty at the church school, she heard people in the church talking about the arrival of the miracle priest, so she came to me. We asked around and found out that you came to Stormwind Fortress. We couldn't get in here, so we waited for you at the door. By the way, don't stand here. Jim pulled his daughter, waving one hand, looking a little excited. Come with me. Let me show you how the task you gave me has been completed. Alvin originally urged Jim to come to Stormwind City more to change the fate of his daughter Sally Whitemane, but when Jim took Alvin to walk the streets and introduce his layout, Alvin was shocked. Jim, you are not a business genius, are you? Jim was leading Alvin and others into a single-family villa next to the garden of the Mage District. The small garden of the villa led to the large garden of the Mage District. Not far ahead was the Mage Tower standing in the middle of the Mage District. This location was perfect. Jim blushed when he heard Alvin's words. Isn't this all because of your good command? Don't stand there, come in. Several people followed Jim and his daughter into the villa. The decoration inside was magnificent. The villa had 3 floors, and there was an attic on the top. There was a terrace outside the attic. Standing on the terrace, you could see the church and the sea in the distance. This place was originally occupied by orcs, and ogres once lived here. Later, the house was demolished and rebuilt. It turned out that the owner of this land was a Kultiras merchant. Maybe he felt sad, so he sold the land in a hurry, which happened to catch up with me. I remember you said you wanted a villa in the Mage District, so I bought it. The price was very suitable. Jim said, as he took out some documents from the cabinet. This is the title deed and the house deed. Both are signed by Starwish. They are all paid from the 100 Quel'Thala's gold coins you gave me. Alvin took the title deed, looked at it, and handed it to Caponia. This is the money your sister Solanian left when I separated in the capital of Lordaeron. Now I give it to you. Caponia took it with a confused look on her face. Alvin looked at her like a kindergarten kid holding a $100 bill, surprised and at a loss. You mean, this is my sister's property? Strictly speaking, it belongs to Starwish's family, because Starwish is signed on it, Jim added. He took out a few more documents. And these. This is the deed to the Dwarven District. I used the remaining money to buy the inn over there. At first, I regretted it because there were not many guests. Until today, the subway over there is open to traffic. There will definitely be a lot of guests coming and going. Alvin, you are so farsighted. Then this is the deed to a shop, just across the Golden Rose and on the left-hand side of the Stormwind City gate. I looked at it, and the price of long-term rental is not as good as buying it directly, so I decided to buy it myself. Wait, Alvin wiped his sweat. This Jim is really capable. We only have 100 gold coins. How did you buy it? At first, I didn't have enough money, and I couldn't even buy it with a loan, so I bought some houses in the old city first. But a few days after I bought it, my houses were demolished during the renovation of the old city. The king was very generous and compensated a lot of money, and then used the money to buy it. Oh my god, Jim, you are really a lucky star. You could even catch up with this. Alvin's surprise is beyond description. This Jim is not only courageous, but also extremely lucky. At that time, I talked about the real estate speculation for a long time, but most of it was hearsay, but in Jim's hands, it really came true one by one for you. Haha, then I saw that the shop was not doing well, so I took the initiative to mortgage the land to Stormwind Bank and got a loan, and opened a restaurant in it. Come on, I take you to our own restaurant for dinner. Jim's surprises continued. We actually have our own restaurant. Alvin was dumbfounded holding a pile of deeds and house deeds. He has been running around since he came to this world, but he didn't expect to become rich overnight? Well, although it was his girlfriend's money. It's unreal. Wait. Jim, you have done so much for us. Why don't you save some for yourself? Haha, what should I save? Sally is with you. Can you still not want us? Besides, the profit of the restaurant is not bad enough to spend. I usually live upstairs from the hotel for the convenience of work. Come on, you must be hungry, I take you there. Chapter 179. Elven Star? Elven stood at the door of the hotel, looking awkwardly at the 5 gilded characters on the hotel sign, and was actually a little dazed. This place is located in the downtown area of Stormwind City, just on the corner of the street. On the left side of the busy street is the famous 5-star Hotel Golden Rose in Stormwind City, and on the right side is the Stormwind Auction House, which gathers merchants from all over the world. It is noon now, and it is time for lunch. Diners continue to enter the hotel, and soon the lobby is crowded with guests. Latecomers have to line up at the door. Actually, it was originally called Elven Forest Hotel, but I thought the name was too long, so I changed it to Elven Star, haha. Jim led everyone into the hotel. There were more than a dozen tables in the lobby, almost full of people. The waiters quickly shuttled through the aisles, and it was very lively. Seeing that it was Jim, the lobby manager came out in person. Hello, boss. Everything has been arranged as you said. Please come upstairs with me. The lobby manager was an elegant middle-aged man with a mustache, wearing a decent black waiter uniform, and a nameplate with his name on his chest. Alvin noticed that this man was called Alan Moore. Thank you, Alan. Let me introduce you to Mr. Alvin, the miracle pastor. He and Miss Calpurnia Starwish next to him are the real owners of the hotel. Jim's voice was not loud, but as soon as he finished speaking, the originally bustling hotel suddenly fell silent. The diners put down their things one after another, looked up in surprise, and looked at Alvin and others. Are you Mr. Miracle Pastor Irwin? Alan was a little excited, and his mustache trembled slightly, with the trembling of the corners of his mouth, which looked a little funny. Yes, nice to meet you, Alan. Alan was already accustomed to such onlookers. He extended his hand in a friendly manner, and shook hands with the stiff Alan. Aye. Alan looked down at his hand in disbelief, and then looked at Irwin. I shook hands with the miracle pastor? Oh. The diners cheered, and some of them stood up and enthusiastically invited Irwin to sit in their seats. Irwin smiled and waved to everyone, and then whispered, Mr. Allen, can you take us upstairs? Ah, yes. Please come this way. Alan was very professional. After a brief absence, he immediately returned to work and turned around to take everyone upstairs. It's really the miracle priest, Mr. Alvin. Yes. The elf behind him must be his confidant. That's right. but I don't know which confidant it is. Where's his dragon? Go outside and see if the dragon is parked outside? The news inside the hotel quickly spread to the outside of the hotel as people ran outside to look for the dragon. People who were already impatient and didn't want to continue waiting for a seat strengthened their determination to continue queuing. After all, the miracle priest's reputation is on the rise, and it is worth it to be able to eat in the same restaurant with Mr. Alvin, even if they only see him from a distance. Alvin and others followed Alan directly to the third floor and entered a private room, which was decorated very gorgeously. At Jim's insistence, Alvin still sat in the main seat, and then Alan began to arrange for the waiter to serve the dishes. I heard that you were coming, so I reserved a seat here and ordered some dishes. I know Akali Tasha likes to eat, don't worry, there will be enough, haha. Jim was very happy. Seeing Alvin's confused look, he felt that his work in the past few months was not in vain. I'm really surprised, Jim. Alvin shook his head and said, I didn't expect you to develop to this point. Haha, just a little clever, but what are you going to do next? Is it really like the rumors? Are you going to the Dark Gate? Well, I will definitely go, maybe in 2 days. Let's deal with the things here first. Things here? What can happen here? Alas, it's hard to say. The two didn't eat much, but they talked a lot, including the adventures they had to take after they separated, and the things they saw and heard along the way. Sally and Jim listened very carefully. The little girl with white hair tied a ponytail at the back like Caponia, which was very cute. Alvin had a hangover the day before, and his appetite was not very good, so he couldn't eat anything. Soon, only the girls were eating, or only Akalatesa was eating, and everyone else was chatting with each other. Time unknowingly came to the afternoon, and Alvin began to yawn while talking. Seeing this, Jim suggested that Alvin go home and sleep for a while. Alvin was a little sleepy at the moment, so he agreed. The few people returned to the villa in the mage area. There were many rooms. Alvin went into one and fell asleep on the bed. This sleep was so dark that Alvin had a mess of dreams in his head. Sometimes it was Solanlian, sometimes it was Calpurnia, sometimes in Silvermoon City, and sometimes in Iron Forge. It seemed that he also dreamed that he fell off the back of a black dragon, but the black dragon was very big, and he couldn't tell whether it was Neltharion or Onyxia, because their bodies were too big. Of course, there were also beautiful dreams in the middle, which seemed very beautiful, but I didn't remember the details. This sleep lasted until the sun went down. When Alvin woke up in a daze, he found that it was completely dark outside the window, but he was sweating profusely. Who wakes up first from the big dream? I know it all my life. I slept enough in the thatched cottage in spring, and the sun is late outside the window. I don't know what happened. Alvin suddenly remembered a poem that Zhuge Liang recited when he got up in his previous life, and Alvin pretended to talk to himself. It seems that I am really too tired recently. It is so rare that I can take a nap. I feel that the last time I took a nap was a lifetime ago. Oh! It seems that I came at the wrong time? It affected your memory of the past? A lazy voice came from behind the desk by the window. The swivel chair beside the desk was facing away from me, and was slowly turning around. There was no light in the room, so Alvin could only take a closer look by the moonlight outside. A woman in black clothes and black hair was sitting on the swivel chair, looking at me with a smile. She was wearing a beautiful dress. Her long black hair was meticulously hanging on her shoulders, and a huge gem pendant was hanging between her breasts. The gem was made by Alvin. Sister, what I feared came true. Why did she haunt me and run directly into my room? When did you come? Why are you here? Alas, I wanted to hold a welcoming party for my good brother, but who knew you actually fell asleep? I wanted to wake you up, but seeing that you were sleeping so soundly, I didn't have the heart to wake you up. This black dragon watched me sleeping for a long time. Alvin was sweating coldly. Where are Akali Tasha and the others? Don't worry, they are resting downstairs. Alvin nodded. In fact, Alvin was not nervous at all now. He knew that Katrana had no one to discuss the matter of the Black Dragon Legion with, so she could only come to him. Besides, he didn't believe that Katrana would make trouble in Stormwind City. So can you tell me your thoughts now? Thoughts about the Black Dragon Legion. Katrana put one hand on the armrest of the chair, and the other hand on the desk, looking like a female boss. Wearing a professional suit and glasses, a domineering female president. Alvin pulled out another chair, and sat down opposite Katrana. The Black Dragon clan has always been synonymous with tyranny and arrogance, and the Black Dragon Princess Onyxia has especially little patience. Alvin knew that she had been patient for a long time today, and even condescended to wait for him to wake up. So now he dared not talk nonsense to coax this sister. Sister, do you know what it means? The fisherman benefits from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam? Chapter 180. What do you mean? Katrana held her chin with one hand, looking thoughtful, as if she was talking about the story of the shell, the bird and the fisherman, but no matter how she thought about it, there seemed to be no connection between the three things. This is a fable. Legend has it that there was a big scallop on the seashore. A big bird came and wanted to eat the scallop, but when the big bird inserted its beak into the scallop and wanted to eat the scallop meat, it was tightly pinched by the scallop with its shell. As a result, neither the scallop nor the big bird would let go. In the end, the scallop could not return to the sea, and the big bird could not take off with the heavy scallop. Finally, a fisherman who made a living by fishing came, and he effortlessly caught the big bird that was clamped by the scallop. That night, the fisherman's family cooked a roast chicken and a pot of seafood scallop porridge. Haha, this story is really interesting. Katrana smiled sweetly. Under the moonlight, she seemed to have put down the deepness of the day and looked more peaceful. The breeze seemed to bring the fragrance of her hair, which smelled very good. Wait, Black Dragon quickly realized what Alvin wanted to say. You mean, Sabrian and Nefarian are the scallop and the big bird, and when they are fighting, the fisherman can come out and take care of them together? Sister is really smart, you are the fisherman, Alvin said with a smile. Katrana frowned and thought carefully. It's a good plan. I am weaker than both of them now. I have no chance of winning against these two alone. But if they start a fight first, it would be best if they can both lose. If I show up at this time, the chance of winning should be very high, and it is even possible to defeat both of them in one fell swoop. But, Katrana raised her head, the moonlight gleaming in her dark eyes. How can we make the two of them fight? Sister, think about it, what is it that these two people are determined to get? Katrana lowered her head, a finger elegantly touched her chin, and soon, the lady raised her head and said, Dragon egg? Yes, it's a dragon egg. Alvin lowered his head, and closed the distance between him and Katrana. As long as the news spreads that you also have a batch of dragon eggs, and you hope to entrust these dragon eggs to a trustworthy brother, then my two brothers will come to me. That's right. Alvin continued, at the same time, we send people to steal the intact dragon eggs in Blackrock Spire. When Nefarian gets the news that his dragon eggs have been stolen, he will definitely suspect that it was done by Sabrian at the first time. Then these two guys will definitely fight. Katrana smiled, as if she had seen the arrival of that day. Her two brothers wanted to kill each other and fight to the death. Wait until these two stupid guys are dealt with, and then I will come forward to take back Sabrian's dragon eggs, hee hee hee. The Black Dragon sneered sinisterly. I am the real Black Dragon Master. The corners of her mouth began to spew black smoke unconsciously, choking Alvin and almost coughing. Sister, what do you think of this plan? Hee hee, my high hopes for you are worth it. You are indeed my best chess piece. Katrana continued to smile brightly, and Alvin seemed to see her little fangs again. Well done. Tell me, what reward do you want? Alvin suddenly thought of something. Sister, you gave me your blood before. Do you know what that means? Katrana's smiling face immediately became serious. What's wrong? Do you feel wrong to make a blood pact with me? I was trying to save you. And after making a blood pact with me, don't you feel that your mental power is much stronger than before? It can be heard that Katrana is a little dissatisfied with Alvin's attitude. I understand that you are doing this for my own good, but do you know the side effects of the Black Dragon's blood? Alvin finished speaking, staring at Katrana, and found that she frowned, and seemed to be completely unaware. What did you say? Side effects? What side effects can there be? Forget it, looking at Katrana, she really doesn't look like she is pretending. I'm afraid she didn't know at the time that her blood would greatly increase people's strength while reducing their lives. To put it simply, the side effect of Black Dragon blood is to reduce human lifespan. Ah? Who said that? Who is talking nonsense? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Katrana suddenly stood up from her chair, waving her arms and said, at this moment, she could no longer be described as elegant. Like a child eager to explain herself. It was the Red Dragon Queen Alexstrasza who said that, and the Green Dragon Queen was also there, and she did not refute it, so I think it should be true. Alvin spread his hands and sighed. Katrina was stunned when she heard Alvin mention the names of the two guardian dragons. After a long silence, she sat back in her chair with a complicated expression. So, did I harm you? Will I kill you soon? Alvin shook his head. I still have a blood pact with the Red Dragon. The power of the Red Dragon's blood allows me to have a long life. The Queen speculated that the power of the two bloods might have finally neutralized, so I should still have the lifespan of an ordinary human, at least for a few decades. Katrina raised her head. The woman in the moonlight seemed a little sad. Her thin lips trembled a few times, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. Sister, you don't want to say sorry to me, do you? Alvin suddenly laughed. He didn't have the idea of blaming her. After all, the power improvement brought by her blood was real. If it weren't for this drop of blood, he might have died in the hands of Necros, the warlord of the Dragonmaw clan. There are gains and losses, and you can't take all the good things for yourself. He smiled and lowered his body, put his hands on the two armrests of Katrina's chair, and said softly, "It's okay, you didn't mean to frame me, so I'm not angry." There was some silence in the air. Alvin's face was very close to Katrina at this time, and he found that this sister lowered her head. Don't you usually laugh evilly, and then make fun of yourself? Not getting the expected reaction, Alvin squatted down, wanting to take a closer look at the expression on Katrina's deliberately lowered face. He squatted down in front of the seat. It's not very clear, the moonlight is blocked, but there seems to be some redness on her cheeks. Plop! Ouch! Alvin screamed and was pushed to the ground, sitting on his butt and lying backwards. Humph, I will apologize to you. Katrina stood up from the chair with a sneer. You are such a pushover, don't think I dare not kill you. She walked to the window, held the windowsill with one hand, and looked out of the window. It's just a side effect. I can certainly help you get rid of it. I will give you a long life, and let you and your elf lover live a few more years. Before she finished her words, Katrina had already floated away from the window in a puff of black smoke. Ouch, it hurt so much. Alvin stood up and used a healing spell on his butt. Why did you suddenly get mad? Chapter 181. The next day, Alvin got up early. I slept well last night, but my butt was a little sore. Today was the first day, and I had to go to the cathedral to work. Capernia and Akratasa were still sleeping, so he didn't disturb the two girls' sweet dreams and tiptoed out of the villa. Jim and Sally lived upstairs in the hotel, and didn't live with them. Alvin came to the church facing the rising sun. The sun had risen, and the golden sunlight was all over the new city. The blue roofs seemed to be shining. The breeze in the morning blew, and the surrounding trees made a rustling sound. The whistle of a large ship entering the port seemed to be heard from afar in the Stormwind port. Since I came to this world, I have traveled from north to south, almost across the entire eastern continent. I have also met many people and experienced many adventures. Alvin looked to the south. There seemed to be a layer of lingering dark clouds in the sky over there, covering the land. The dark clouds were a dark red. It seemed that the sun's rays could not reach there, and the strange dark red cloud was swirling and rolling there. He knew that the direction was where the dark portal was. Because the dark portal was connected to the dying Draenor, the land had been polluted by the dark portal, and was no longer suitable for human survival. The land now had a name that matched its image. The Cursed Land. Is the dark portal there? Alvin was staring at the dark cloud in a daze, and suddenly heard a girl's voice behind him. Teacher. A girl with silver hair was holding a heavy book to her chest with both hands, standing timidly behind Alvin. The girl looked up at her teacher. Two faint black lines extended downward from the corners of her eyes, which were more eye-catching on her fair face. The wind blew from the sea, blowing her bangs away. The girl hurriedly pressed her hair down with her hands. But the floating hair still revealed the emerald green earrings on her ears. That was the treasure given to her by the teacher. Sally? Why are you here? Alvin was a little surprised. Teacher, you introduced me to school here. I am now a trainee priest here. Look! Sally took away the book she was holding in front of her chest, stretched out her arms, turned around in front of Alvin, and then performed a skirt-lifting ceremony. It was a trainee priest robe, but it was cut into a female style, which made it look more lovely. Is the school here too? Yes. Are you here to work? I take you to the school. Your classmates are all very excited when they heard that you've arrived in Stormwind. Alvin was about to say forget it. He wasn't very good at dealing with children, but Sally didn't give him any reason and pulled Alvin to the church. Along the way, Sally skipped and introduced some areas of the church to Alvin. Alvin then realized that the church actually refers to a large complex of buildings with the church as the main part. When Stormwind was rebuilt, the church was built first. At that time, the church was the home of refugees from the surrounding area and accommodated many people who had lost their homes due to the war. The church hall, which is usually used for worship, is only a small part of it, and the school is on one side of the church complex. Surrounding the main hall are the church hospital, the training base for the paladins, and a cemetery. There were not many people in the church in the morning. Some devout believers were praying under the guidance of the pastor. Sally took Alvin and walked quickly through the familiar church and soon arrived at the school. This school was very different from the school Alvin had understood before. In fact, there was only one class, regardless of grade. It just brought together children with a high affinity for holy light spells, and several professional pastors taught everyone. Alvin looked into the classroom through the window. There were about 20 children. The older ones looked like they were in the first and second year of high school, and the younger ones were probably at the elementary school level. Some of the children were reading, some were talking, and some were naughty and chasing each other around in circles. Everyone was wearing the same apprentice priest robe. There was no teacher in the classroom, so it was more relaxed now. Bang! Sally pushed the door of the classroom open. "Sit back in your seats." Little Sally shouted loudly, scaring Alvin. It seems that little Sally was quite shy when we first met, but is he so cool now? It seems that the environment is really important. Little Sally turned around and whispered, "Teacher, please wait here for me." Then he strode into the classroom and went up to the podium. "You go back to your seats." "Thomas, I'm talking about you." "Sally Whitemane, what are you doing?" "It's not time for class yet. I have the right to be anywhere I want." The little boy named Thomas raised his fist and shouted, "That's right." His followers cheered together. "Huh?" Sally took a deep breath, as if he was trying to suppress his anger. "I think you know that my mentor, Mr. Miracle Priest Alvin, has come to Stormwind." "Ha!" Thomas interrupted Sally rudely. "You are not going to say that the Miracle Priest is your teacher, and you came here to study under his guidance, right?" "So? What is this lie? You are not going to tell us that the Miracle Priest is looking for you outside the door, right?" "Ha ha ha! Ha ha! There are little tyrants in every world, and there are little followers in every world." Alvin looked at Sally helplessly, and found that the little girl was angry and tears were already rolling in her eyes. "It seems that I have to do something." "Ahem, dear Sally, is there anything you can do to help your teacher?" Alvin adjusted the eternal light robe on his body, and gently gave himself a soul fire skill. The golden light rose from his feet, and the subtle golden runes appeared around his body, slowly rotating around. "If you want to pretend to be more like it." A young man in a gorgeous priest robe came in from the classroom door with a smile on his face. He exuded a sacred breath, and golden runes swirled around his body. The priest walked straight to the podium, and came to Sally Whitemane. The silver-haired girl pursed her lips when she saw the newcomer, but she was brave enough not to cry. The priest used some magic. He raised his hand slightly, and a round golden magic circle suddenly appeared on the floor of the classroom. The magic circle emitted a faint white light, and quickly disappeared. The runes that made up the magic circle floated up from the ground, broke, and then all merged into the air in the classroom. Warm and comfortable, even the air became warm and fresh. "Hello everyone, I am Alvin Priest, Sally's teacher and also the bishop here. I am very happy to meet you all." The children below, regardless of age, were stunned. The fat boy Thomas had opened his mouth so wide that he could swallow an eagle egg in one bite. It seems that the visual effect of the true word, spirit just now, was exaggerated enough to stun these children. Chapter 182. Oh oh oh. The children cheered. "Miracle Pastor. Mr. Irwin is amazing. Everyone, be quiet, be quiet." Irwin stretched out his hands and pressed down, which slightly made the children, who stood up and cheered, return to their seats. "Mr. Irwin, I heard that you have a dragon, is this true?" The children finally met their idol, and had a lot of questions to ask. "Well, I guess so, but we are actually a cooperative relationship." "Wow! This might be the otherworld version of Listen to the Wow." Soon, the magic power that just exploded, and the messy classroom attracted the school teachers. Beep beep. The hurried footsteps sounded in the corridor, and then the classroom door was pushed open, and a blonde woman entered the classroom panting, holding the door frame with one hand, and the desk in the first row with the other hand, bending over, as if the intense exercise just now made her very tired. "Children, what happened just now?" The woman raised her head while speaking. Because she ran too fast, her words were intermittent. Her originally neatly combed blonde hair fell from her face. She quickly lifted her hair up again. When she looked up, she found Alvin and Sally standing on the podium. The few people looked at each other, and the woman tilted her head. "Are you a student's parent?" Sally held back her laughter, and hurried over to help the female teacher up. "Teacher Lorena, this is my teacher. He is the one who recommended me to study here, Miracle Pastor, Mr. Alvin Priest." "Wonderful, wonderful, 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 Pastor?" the woman named Teacher Lorena asked in surprise. She had indeed heard that the miracle pastor had come to Stormwind City, but she did not expect to see him in the classroom in the morning. It was a bit hard to accept. "Hello, Miss Lorena, I am Alvin. I just arrived yesterday and came to the church today." "Ah. Hello. It's an honor to meet you." Teacher Lorena stood up immediately. "He is really young. I am Stormwind City High Priest Lorena. We have all heard your story." Ha ha ha. The children laughed when they saw that the originally strict teacher also looked nervous when they saw Alvin. Lorena blushed. "Thank you, Miss Lorena. I'm really sorry to interrupt your class. The next class will be handed over to you." Alvin smiled and nodded to the pastor. "I go to the church first." "Okay, you go first. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions." Lorena has returned to her usual capable appearance and smiled at Alvin. "Sally, listen to the teacher obediently, and everyone should study hard," Alvin said, waved his hand, pushed the door and left. He didn't walk far when he heard another noise in the classroom behind. Alvin shrank his neck, but fortunately he ran out quickly. Alvin walked around the church again in the next morning. It was still a war period. The Silverhand Knights and most of the priests in the church had already gone to the battlefield and fought with the tribe at the Dark Gate. There were not many people in the church now, just some teachers and trainee priests. Bishop Alvin actually didn't have anything specific to do. All things were already assigned to someone, so he was more like a mascot. He wanted to help everyone, but there was nothing to help. In the end, he had to come to the hospital and use his abilities to help the patients here treat their injuries. This once again sparked a discussion about miracles. Before he knew it, it was noon. Alvin was busy in the hospital, but he was still very happy to see his achievements. At this time, Sally's teacher, the high-ranking priest Lorena, came to the hospital in a panic. Seeing Alvin resting on the side, she hurried over. "Bishop Alvin." "Huh?" Alvin was not used to the title of bishop. After being called for a long time, he didn't remember that he was being called. "What's the matter, Miss Lorena?" "Mr. Marcus Jonathan is waiting for you outside. He said that the king invited you to come over and discuss important matters with you." "At this time?" "Yes, he looks very nervous. He is riding a horse and fully armed." "I see. I will go right away." "Thank you, Miss Lorena." Alvin frowned. It seems that something may have happened at the dark portal. As Lorena said, Jonathan was leading a team of cavalrymen and wandering around nervously at the door of the church. When he saw Alvin coming out, Jonathan quickly jumped off his horse and came to meet Alvin. "Mr. Alvin, the battle of the dark portal has begun." Marcus Jonathan looked worried, and huge beads of sweat were constantly flowing from his forehead. The horde launched a massive attack on Nethergard and surrounded it completely. And they are very cunning. They actually split into two groups. One group continues to surround Nethergard, and the other group is on the way to Stormwind. So fast? Alvin was also shocked. How come the horde was the one who passed through the dark portal? Shouldn't we go through it? I haven't even gone there yet, and you're here? It seems that the orcs hiding on the other side of the dark portal can't stand it anymore. But thinking about it carefully, Alvin roughly understood. The current orc chieftain is Nazul. After Orgrim Azeroth failed and Gul'dan died in the tomb of Sardrez, Nazul, who was far away in Draenor, regained the power of the orc chieftain. Draenor is at the end of its road, and is no longer suitable for survival. If you stay there, the final result will only be the destruction of the planet itself. Originally, Nazul sent a small team of Death Knights to sneak into the continent of Azeroth in order to find 3 artifacts. With these 3 artifacts, Nazul could open several portals to other worlds and help the orcs escape from the dying land that was about to be destroyed. But by mistake, Nazul's seemingly perfect plan was accidentally broken by Alvin. In addition to the Eye of Dalaran, which was successfully obtained by Nazul, the Book of Medivh was missing, and the Scepter of Sardrez was intercepted by Alvin in the sea outside Menethil Harbor, and sent to Silvermoon City as a gift to the Archmage Ramath. Now that Nazul does not have the 3 artifacts, he cannot open more portals to the outside world. In the end, the desperate orcs can only pin their hopes on the Dark Portal. Since Draenor will eventually be destroyed, the Dark Portal is Nazul's only option. So he launched the attack and officially started the second invasion of Azeroth today. But it's okay. As long as Nazul is killed, and he is not allowed to open a new portal, he can't escape to the Twisting Void, and he can't be made into a big ice stick Lich King. Maybe the birth of the cursed cult, the spread of plague, the massacre of Stratholme, and other tragedies will not happen. Maybe the time to create a new future for Azeroth has come. As long as Nazul, the Initiator, is killed in time, everything may develop in a good direction. Thinking of this, Alvin suddenly became excited. He hasn't experienced this long-lost pleasure of adrenaline surge for a long time. Now he has the golden finger of all priest skills, and the blood of Red Dragon and Black Dragon has enhanced his physical and mental strength. In addition, although this guy Xalatath is a bit unreliable, it is also an artifact for the time being. Now he has the strength to compete with Nazul. Since the tribe is here, let's go and meet them. Chapter 183. Since most officers had already followed Marshal Turalian to Nethergard, there were not many people in Stormwind Fortress, and even fewer people could attend the military meeting in front of the Emperor. Elvin looked around and saw only a few familiar faces: Marcus Jonathan, Ketrana Prester, and the great craftsman Mekatork. Mekatork? Is he still in Stormwind? After we separated at the station yesterday, I thought he had gone home. The dwarf winked at Elvin when he saw him coming. Then there was only the little King Varian Rin. The expressions on everyone's faces were completely different, as if they were facing different things. Marcus looked nervous. He had a low military rank to begin with, so he had to accept the order this time. Even though he was a sergeant major, he had the highest rank in the city, so he naturally became the main participant in this meeting. Katrina still had an elegant smile on her face. Alvin knew that this woman had been thinking about the successor of the Black Dragon Legion recently. I'm afraid her mind was not on this. For the Black Dragon, whether it was humans or orcs, they were all ants. Who won or lost was probably not as attractive as what to eat at night. Little King Varian. How should I put it? The little king seemed ready to go into battle. He was wearing a relatively small set of armor, which was a bit out of place. He sat carelessly on the steps in front of the throne, sticking his sword on the ground, like a mercenary. It seemed that he was ready to fight. Mr. Alvin. You came just in time. Varian stood up. The heavy armor was still too much of a burden for this half-grown child. He finally stood firm, before he began to speak. I believe Mr. Marcus has already briefly told you, gentlemen, the tribe is coming. At this time, Varian was not childish at all. His early experiences made him well aware of the threat of the tribe, and his painful experiences also made his mind mature prematurely. At this time, he did not show any fear, but pointed at the map on the table with his sword with a scabbard. According to the news reported by our scouts, the tribe's troops are divided into two groups this time. One of them has already started a war with the main force of the alliance led by Turalian in Watchtower, and the other one. The little king used his sword to draw a road, and directly drew to the mark representing Stormwind City. They are coming straight to us. I'm afraid the tribe's idea is the same as last time. They want to defeat us in a short time and occupy Stormwind City. Your Majesty is right. Marcus picked up a thin stick from the table and pointed at the map. This place is called Dead Wind Trail, near Karazhan. The tribe has already arrived here. With every passing second, they are getting closer to us. According to their marching speed, they are expected to reach Stormwind City at dawn tomorrow. How can the tribe move so fast? Katrana frowned. Marcus wiped the sweat from his head. It can be seen that although this professional soldier is also very nervous, he is still very calm. Because this is not the first time they have come. There must be guys among them who fled back to the gate after the last invasion failed. These guys are very familiar with our terrain, so they can decisively split into two groups and come directly to us. It's just that the current situation in Stormwind is not very good. We are seriously short of manpower. I have counted that our elite troops are trapped in Nethergard. Now in Stormwind, there are probably only more than 1,000 people who can go to the battlefield. How many people from the tribe have come? Mekatork's voice was a little sharp, but he asked the question that Alvin also wanted to know. It is said that the vanguard is wolf cavalry, probably 2,000 people, and there are countless people behind. There was a silence in the hall. The situation is not good. Varian frowned and angrily put the scabbard on the ground. Alvin, what do you think? Fight? Or retreat? Ketrana looked up and asked. She found that Alvin had not spoken all the time. She didn't know what he was thinking. She knew that this brother was usually very smart. Fight, of course we have to fight. Alvin pointed to the location of Nethergard on the map and said worriedly, only if we hold on, Nethergard can hold on. If we give up, the tribe will be able to free up its hands to deal with the main force of the alliance in Nethergard. By then, Stormwind will be lost again, and they will have nowhere to retreat. If they are destroyed, the alliance will really be finished, so we can't retreat, we can only fight. Well said. Pastor Alvin. I have always felt that we should fight, but I also feel that there is a little disparity in strength. Now that you say this, I understand. We must fight. Although the little King Varian is not very old, he agrees with Alvin's words. Although he didn't think it through and hesitated before, he was enlightened by Alvin's words and immediately supported Alvin's opinion. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Your determination will be the key to our victory." "Mr. Alvin, what should we do?" the little king asked. "We have to defend. Stormwind has just been built. The defense capability of the new Stormwind is much higher than that of the old Stormwind. But the orcs who escaped from the last war don't know. They must think that we are still the same as last time, so they underestimated the enemy and sent cavalry. Although they have more people, they forgot one thing." "What is it?" "The little king is a good supporting actor." Alvin looked at Varian gratefully and continued. "They forgot that cavalry is not good at siege. In order to strive for marching speed, they can't carry large engineering weapons such as catapults. They can only rely on their wolf cavalry to attack the solid walls of Stormwind. I think we can hold on. As long as we hold on, the tribe will definitely send more troops from Watchtower, so that the pressure on Watchtower will be greatly reduced. I believe that Marshal Turalian will definitely take the opportunity to do something at that time. In addition, Master Craftsman, since our subway has been opened, what I want to know is, can we count on reinforcements from Ironforge? You and I are thinking the same thing, Brother Alvin. I have asked my people to go to Ironforge to report the news. But it takes half a day for a one-way trip, and it will take at least a day to go back and forth. In addition, as far as I know, Ironforge is also very empty now, and I am afraid it can't support us too much. At most it can only supply weapons and ammunition," Mechatork said helplessly. Alvin knew he was not lying. He had seen Ironforge in its current state a few days ago. King Magni Bronzebeard couldn't even send anyone to help Mechatork catch a mouse. It was hard to expect them to send many more people after this. But it was good to have weapons and ammunition. At this time, as long as there were supplies, it would not be an isolated city. Even if the tribe besieged it, it would not be out of food. "Very good, that's enough. Weapons, food, as long as there are supplies, I will be able to hold on. As for the deployment, we are short of manpower now, and we must rely on the strength of the residents in the city. I wonder if this is possible." Alvin thought for a while and continued, "Mr. Marcus will continue to be responsible for the defense of the city wall, and prepare more rolling stones, wood, boiling water pots and the like." "Okay. No problem. Then, Your Majesty, you need to immediately explain the current situation to the residents in the city, calling on everyone to take up arms and defend their homes. Let those who have combat capabilities, such as hunters, try to support the defense of the city wall." "Okay, Mr. Alvin." Varian also readily agreed. Unconsciously, Alvin became the one who gave orders. "What about me? What do I do?" Alvin looked up and found that the person asking the question was Katrina. "You'd better practice your lung capacity and take a deep breath." Chapter 184. "Fuck, hurry up! You damn beast! Hurry up!" Fenris, the chief of the Thunder King clan, was whipping the warg under his crotch with a whip. His war wolf howled in pain, and its sharp mouth full of fangs flowed out mucus mixed with blood, but it still obeyed Fenris's order and sped up again. But the sound of the warg's howl did not seem to reach Fenris' ears. The orc just looked at the dark road ahead resolutely. His mind was full of how to break through the human city in the shortest time. What sounded in his ears were the rumbling drums of the battle, and the last sighs of the humans when they were killed by their machetes. Fenris and his clan warriors were full of desire for battle and glory. Before the great chieftain of the tribe, Nazul, gave him the task of attacking Stormwind City, he had imagined countless times how to use the most brutal means to slaughter the humans on that continent. Of course, in addition to Fenris's inherently brutal personality, he also longed to avenge his brother, Duroden. According to the orcs who escaped from the last war, Duroden and his wife died at the hands of the tribe's traitor, Warlock Gul'dan, but dying at the hands of a traitor in a journey of conquest that should have been full of glory is really not an honorable thing. He would rather his brother died on the road to the charge, which is the fate of an orc. So Fenris put all the fault on the Warlock Group Shadow Council headed by Gul'dan, and those hateful humans. And now, Gul'dan has long been dead, and it is said that even his skull has been made into a decoration and placed on Nazul's table. Then only by completely wiping out that group of hateful humans can the shame that Duroden's death brought to his family be washed away. Hurry up! We must see that city when the sun rises tomorrow. Fenris turned back and shouted to his wolf riders, "Let the orcs behind the dark portal know how powerful the Thunder King clan is." The orc wolf riders running wildly behind him responded loudly to Fenris. They all raised their whips to whip their wolves and followed their chieftain closely. The night did not seem to interfere with the orcs' sense of direction, thanks to the fact that some of their warriors had escaped from the last war, and this road was not unfamiliar to them. For example here, Fenris rubbed his nose. As a hunter, he was naturally highly sensitive to smells. If the smell of Draenor polluted by demons was considered unpleasant, then the smell here was simply disgusting to him. In the darkness, he could also see the magic tower hidden in the black mist. It was said that it was the former residence of the most powerful mage in the world, Karazhan. This valley called Deadwind Pass seemed to have been infected by Draenor. The pale earth beneath his feet began to turn into a somewhat dry red. The decaying vegetation and dead animal bodies around him began to emit a rotten stench. Coupled with the smell of the raging magic storm in the air, Fenris was nauseated. This place is disgusting. After passing this place, there is Night Town in front, followed by Goldhire, and then Stormwind. Fenris said to himself, the atmosphere here is simply too bad. He lowered his head and continued to focus on his journey. Behind him, hundreds of wolf riders carrying swords silently passed through the moonlight, like a dark tide. As the wolf riders of the tribe approached quickly, Stormwind City was illuminated by torches and mages lighting spells as bright as day. The people in the city, whether nobles, farmers, merchants, or priests, were all gathered under the high platform of Stormwind Fortress. Alvin looked down with a light and saw a crowd of people. It was full of people. Calpurnia and Akalissa stood behind Alvin. Most of them looked nervous and whispered to others about the information they knew. The news from outside the city had already spread like wildfire. Everyone knew that a tribal army was rushing towards the newly rebuilt city. The good news was that everyone witnessed how thick the walls of the new Stormwind City were, but the bad news was that there were very few people in the city who could fight. For example, at this time, this gathering of almost all the people in the city, there were only a dozen soldiers in the venue to maintain order, and there were very few people responsible for security around the king. Therefore, when will we abandon the city and escape became a common topic among the people. Seeing that people had almost gathered, little Varian, who had always been impatient, stood directly on the high platform of Stormwind Fortress. In order to see more clearly and farther, he placed a bench under his feet, and on the platform was a magic speaker that could make the speaker's voice spread throughout the space. People of Stormwind Kingdom. Little Varian was still wearing the armor that was too large for him, and his loud voice instantly spread throughout the venue with the blessing of the magic speaker. People stopped chatting and looked up at their king. Seeing that he had attracted the attention of the crowd, Varian continued, "The tribe is coming." There were only 4 short words, and people were silent for a while, and then there was chaos. Although most people had heard the gossip in advance, hearing it from the king made people nervous again. Most people in this city had relatives who died in the last war. They had a better understanding of the terrifying power of the tribe than other countries in the alliance. According to my scout report, Varian said loudly, suppressing the discussion of the crowd. A tribe of about 2,000 wolf cavalry is attacking us. Is it wolf cavalry? It's the orcs riding giant wolves as big as 3 horses. My sister was bitten to death by that giant wolf. People were in a panic again, but soon, Varian's action scared everyone. He pulled out his sword with all his strength, grasped the hilt with both hands, swung it, and slashed it hard on the brick in front of him, making a huge metal collision sound, and the sword directly cut into the brick. Everyone shut up. No one wanted to arouse the king's anger at this time. Horde. Varian whispered the name. My father, my people, have been blasphemed by this name of the Horde, and Stormwind Kingdom has even fallen under the iron hoof of the Horde. If I say that I have suffered no less damage from the Horde than anyone else. As Varian said this, he patted his ill-fitting breastplate hard with his hand. This was my father's armor. Here, this dent, was left by an orc hitting me with a warhammer. And here, Varian lifted his hair, and there was a shocking scar on his forehead covered by his bangs. This was a seriously injured orc, who threw me off the horse and bit me with his dirty mouth before dying. It was Sir Anduin Lothar who saved me. He smashed the orc's head with a hammer, his blood, his brains, splattered all over my head. And I know. You, my people, you have suffered the same pain as me. Those bastards who destroyed my home and desecrated my people are back now. Do they want to do the same thing to our newly rebuilt home? Stormwind will show them the true power of mankind. I will stay in this city until the ambitions of the tribe are crushed and they are completely driven back to another world. Chapter 185. The crowd was boiling. The king's words aroused the blood of the people. No one wanted to be a coward. If possible, who would not want to stay and protect their homeland? We don't want to give up our homeland either, but your majesty, what should we do? We have too few people. A noble shouted loudly. The crowd quieted down again, waiting for the king's answer. Well, so I called everyone. Varian said, I hope you can give me strength. This is our common home. we need to join hands to protect our homeland. Of course, so how do you arrange it? The noble asked. The little king suddenly stuttered. He was a qualified warrior and a qualified king, but after all, he was too young and inexperienced, and he really didn't know how to command the battle. But fortunately Alvin knew. He took a step and stood behind the king. Hello everyone, I am Alvin Priest. He encouraged Varian with his eyes, told him that he did a good job, and then raised his voice so that everyone could hear clearly. It's a miracle priest. Yes, and a dragon knight. I heard that he defeated a black dragon in the wetlands. The crowd was excited again. Many people began to wonder who this young man standing behind the king was. Could he be a new noble or something like that? Unexpectedly, this person was the most popular figure in the alliance recently. Alvin Priest. I heard that he was sent to Stormwind City as a bishop, but he didn't come for a long time. Some people thought he was afraid to come, but he actually showed up at this critical moment. There was a commotion among the crowd, as if Alvin's appearance had given everyone a shot of sedative to their shaky spirits. First of all, we are not fighting alone. We have summoned other countries in the alliance, including my homeland Lordaeron, the dwarven kingdom of Ironforge, and Silvermoon City in Quel'Thalas. What I want to tell you is that just to the north of us, some of you may have heard that the subway connecting Ironforge and Stormwind City has been opened. Reinforcements and supplies will continue to flow into Stormwind City. All we need to do is hold on. Secondly, the enemy's cavalry does not have the strength to attack the city on a large scale. At most, they will surround us and wait for the support of the subsequent baggage troops. Even if they have huge machetes and huge wargs, they will only be greeted by the solid walls and rolling logs of Stormwind City. Finally, I want to tell you that the tribe has lost the support of the Red Dragon. They no longer have an air force. But we are different, we have the help of dragons. He turned his head and looked at Akali Tasha. The girl nodded slightly, walked forward, and stood on the side of the platform. When the crowd below was wondering what this beautiful girl was going to do, a sudden change occurred. A red smoke suddenly surged from the red-haired girl's side, and the girl's body gradually disappeared in the increasingly thick smoke. Under the illumination of the light, people found that the girl's figure gradually blurred, as if she was melting in the red smoke. Her body began to grow bigger and bigger, growing wildly, with majestic curved horns growing on her head, and huge wings spread out, even covering half of Stormwind Fortress. Dragon! It's a giant dragon! Oh my god, the dragon is in Stormwind! The people under the platform went crazy. Many of them had witnessed how powerful the so-called orc dragon riders were in the last war. The young dragon under the orcs only needed to spit fire to defeat an alliance army. A fire at sea could even sink a warship, but the orcs' young dragons were completely incomparable to the size of this dragon. It can be said that 10 young dragons are not as big as this one. Some people have begun to kneel, and the noble who asked the question just now has been scared and fainted. Since there was no place to stand on the platform, Akalissa had to flap her wings and hover over Stormwind Fortress, making a long dragon roar. Well, not bad, it's almost catching up with me. Looking at the red dragon hovering in the sky, Katrana smiled and talked to herself. Finally, as long as we hold on, we can cooperate with Marshal Turalian of Watchtower to completely wipe out these tribes in the middle. Eldon's voice was transmitted to the ears of everyone in the audience through the magic loudspeaker. We can win, we will win. Long live the Alliance. Long live the Alliance. Long live the Alliance. The fighting spirit of the people of Stormwind was completely ignited, and no one would doubt the strength of Stormwind anymore. Next, it was the work of professional soldiers. Marcus Jonathan quickly incorporated the civilians, who could fight into the troops, and deployed them on the city walls. At the same time, the armory was opened and weapons were distributed to everyone. Soon, the first train full of weapons, supplies, and reinforcements arrived in Stormwind from Ironforge. The dwarf warriors brought the news of Magnibron's beard, and the wild-hammered dwarves of Airy Mountain deployed in the Alterac Mountains, and Wetlands had also set off on griffins, and flew to Stormwind at full speed. Stormwind City is now truly a city where everyone is a soldier. The tribe will inevitably fall into a sea of people's war. Akratasa still transformed into the appearance of a human girl. After all, it is very physically demanding to maintain a huge body and hover in the sky. Alvin told Capernia to save her energy, so she went to the kitchen again and continued to eat to replenish her energy. In fact, Alvin did not want to involve Akalissa and Capernia in the war. When he learned that the war had begun, he had thought about sending the two girls on the train to Ironforge. But the usually dull Akalissa refuted Alvin at this time. Brother, this is not your war, but the war of the dragons. My tribe and I were enslaved by the orcs. In order to wash away the shame of the Red Dragon Legion, I once vowed to burn them all to ashes. Even if my mother was here, she would ask me to go to the battlefield and send more orcs to hell. Alvin was choked by the rare truth that this girl said and couldn't speak for a long time. Caponia also remained sober. He and she had known each other on the battlefield. He knew that Caponia was actually very suitable to play her role as a turret. But Alvin was still unsure about this battlefield with thousands of people fighting. At this time, Caponia put forward her own ideas. Silvermoon City was also besieged by the tribe. I was also a witness of that siege. The orcs in Zul'Jin's forest trolls burned our forest and killed many of us, but there were no cowards in Quel'Dorii. We finally repelled the orcs together with the Alliance army that came to support us. We can hold on to Silvermoon City, and of course we can hold on to Stormwind City. Caponia held her lover's face, smoothed the frown on Alvin's face with her warm little hands, and gently kissed his forehead. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. In addition, I need to go to the Wizard Temple in the Mage District of Stormwind City. I have heard that there is a human mage here named Eden Marin. He has a very high attainment in space magic. I think, if possible, I would like to try to open the portal to Silvermoon City. Do you mean the portal? Alvin suddenly remembered that when he was looking for the Plague Mage Silge in Nanhai Town, Caponia had shown her talent in space magic. Later, Solanlian also said that his sister's attainments in space magic might have surpassed her. Although it felt a little unreliable, Alvin still had a glimmer of hope. What if Caponia can really open the portal to Silvermoon City? Even though it would be a little awkward to meet Archmage Ramath now, if it can bring victory to Stormwind City, this ugly son-in-law should go meet his father-in-law. Thinking of this, Alvin suddenly remembered a magic book he had looted from the sewers of the Kingdom of Alterac. It was lying in his backpack every day and taking up space. He had always wanted to study it before, but he had no time, so he simply took it out and gave it to Caponia, hoping that the elf would study it thoroughly before teaching him. Shadow Power Book? Caponia read the words on the cover of the book. She stroked the worn magic book with her hand, her face changed slightly, and the elf's eyes flashing with arcane fire showed a confused look. No, it seems to be sealed with magic. Caponia thought about it, picked up her sulfur staff with one hand, and drew a circular magic circle on the spot with the bottom of the staff. Then he put the old magic book on it, and then the elf closed his eyes and placed his hands on the book. The ancient Quel'Thala's language chanted a spell from the elf's mouth, and soon, a layer of blue magic barrier rose from the cover of the book and broke apart. The words on the cover seemed to be dissolved in the air, and then reunited into other words. Sure enough, this book is sealed with magic. Let's see what it is. Caponia picked up the book again and read it word by word. The Book of Medivh. Chapter 186. The Book of Medivh. Alvin leaned forward and looked at the ancient words on the cover of the book in disbelief. Yes, although the cover of the book was still old and worn, the words on it were completely different. Alvin knew that it was not because he was dazzled and read the name of the book wrong, but as Caponia guessed, someone disguised the book with magic. But why? Medivh, the last guardian. Caponia's happy face showed an ecstatic expression, and she almost jumped up while holding Alvin's hand. But the elf's actions immediately attracted the attention of the people around. Caponia tried her best to control her emotions, but it could still be seen that the arcane flame in her eyes seemed to burn more vigorously than usual. This is a legendary magic book. Legend has it that it records the secret knowledge kept by the guardians of all generations. The girl lowered her voice, but Alvin still felt her throbbing from her slightly trembling words. And my dear Alvin, do you know? Medivh is the most in-depth wizard in the world in space magic research. The words of the elf evoked Alvin's distant memories. He knew the power of the guardian. If you want to give an example, then the dark portal is the most powerful proof. It is the huge space portal opened by Medivh. In other words, you can also learn the lost knowledge from it and open the portal. Teleport us to every corner of the world. I can't guarantee that I can open such a huge door to other worlds like the Guardian, but at least in Azeroth, I think it is not impossible. Great. Alvin held Calpurnia tightly in his arms. If Calpurnia can master Medivh's magic, then we can teleport the mages from Silvermoon City and Dalaran. What a great help. Excited, Calpurnia went to the Wizard Temple, which is the towering magic tower in the wizard area. Alvin specifically told her to be careful. She could do research, but she must not easily expose the secret of possessing the Book of Medivh. Calpurnia nodded solemnly and walked away without stopping. It seems that your elf is very satisfied with the new toy. A charming voice sounded behind him. Although Alvin was startled, he quickly identified the person who spoke. Sister Katrana. Alvin turned around and cursed inwardly. He was still seen. He was still seen by the person he least wanted to be seen. Katrana seemed to understand Alvin's thoughts from his expression. Don't worry, my dear brother. The black dragon looked at the back of Caponia as she left, and whispered in Alvin's ear, I'm not a wizard, and I'm not interested in this kind of thing. The so-called artifact, if her holder is not guided correctly, may go crazy because of suddenly obtaining such a huge amount of knowledge. Alvin showed a confused expression. Are you reminding me to pay attention to Caponia's situation to prevent her from going astray? Humph, whatever you say. Katrana seemed a little angry. She shook her black hair, and then put all her long hair on one shoulder with her hand. She tilted her head, as if observing her hair. Damn the tribe, because of their attack, I haven't showered for a day, and now I feel like the scales on my body are rusting. Alvin was speechless. The metaphor of the black dragon was indeed image-like. So, sister, will you help me in the battle? He asked the question that had been bothering him. From his point of view, it was good enough for the black dragon to stay in the city honestly without doing anything, and he couldn't expect her to give him much help, but he still asked. Katrana pretended to be angry, but the smile at the corner of her mouth still betrayed her. I, a weak black dragon, helped the most courageous red dragon knight in the entire alliance? Oh my god, if people see this, won't they think that I have become your pet and promoted you to a double dragon knight? As Katrana said, she stretched out a slender finger and gently poked Alvin's chest. I knew your brother had bad intentions. Katrana's voice was a little sweet to the point of being sickening, and Alvin was really not worthy of it. He shuddered and hurriedly dodged the black dragon's claws. Ahem, sister, please don't do this. I don't have any blasphemous thoughts. Katrana saw Alvin's look, and for some reason, she was a little angry. Onyxia, what are you doing? Katrana cursed her mother in her heart, the old witch who was hiding somewhere, and then put on a serious expression. I can't promise you, but I will act according to my heart. Before, I would act according to my father's orders, but now, I have to learn to act according to my own judgment. Alvin nodded. Although he was not satisfied with the answer, he at least felt that Katrana wanted to jump out of her original sense of right and wrong and look at the world from a new perspective. Sister, you will become a woman of the new era. Black Dragon. As the two were talking, Alvin heard the sound of shouting again, as if someone was working hard together. Alvin quickly grabbed a soldier to ask about the situation. The soldier explained that the dwarf master craftsman brought people to unload his big treasure from the train. No one knew what the thing that almost filled a carriage was. The master craftsman seemed to care about his big treasure very much, and was busy in the shed with a group of dwarf engineers. Alvin knew that the dwarves always had all kinds of strange ideas. As the most important race in the Alliance's technology tree, they must have made things like airplanes, tanks, and cannons. But no matter what weapons they made, at this time, it would be good to pull them up and shoot them. When Alvin arrived at the city wall, he was surprised to find that he had underestimated the new Stormwind before. The majestic city wall was built on the mountain, and the mountains on both sides tightly embraced the city gate. Looking down, it was nearly 6 stories high. Under the city wall was the moat, and only a stone bridge in the middle led to the city gate, highlighting that it was easy to defend but difficult to attack. The new Stormwind has absorbed the experience of the failure of the old city. This time we will not be easily broken by the tribe. A young voice sounded, Alvin, you pay attention, King Varian is still wearing his father's white armor, standing on the city wall at this time. There are only a few soldiers responsible for the defense on the city wall, most of whom are Stormwind citizens who are temporarily enlisted. Seeing their king personally guarding the city, everyone's morale was boosted. You should command the battle in Stormwind Fortress. Marcus protested beside the king. Varian shook his head. If the wall falls, it will be useless for us to stay in Stormwind Fortress. I would rather be with my people. But, no buts, General. Continue to arrange your deployment. Here, there is no king, only the warrior Varian Wren. Your bravery will go down in history. Alvin praised him generously. On his way here, he met several kings and lords, but this little king was the most to his liking. No wonder he would become the most influential leader in the Alliance in the future. Alvin was about to speak when he heard the horn on the watchtower on the wall being blown. The busy people on the wall stopped their work one after another, and Alvin turned his head to look at the elwyn forest outside the city. Under the warm sunlight of the rising sun, a group of huge wards showed their terrifying fangs from the forest. The tribe is coming. Chapter 187. Focus. Clan warriors. We have arrived at this human city. Fenris controlled his ward to walk slowly in front of the wolf pack, while pointing back at Stormwind behind him. Although it is taller and more majestic than what we said in the intelligence, It will eventually be trampled by the powerful tribe. But chief, the wall of that city is a bit too high, and we don't carry siege weapons. Hee, let those big guys go first. Fenris showed an arrogant smile, waved his hand, and his men hurriedly drove the ward to the back of the team and released something huge. Ah! The sound of whipping and painful wails rang out in the forest behind the cavalry. Immediately afterwards, several thick trees seemed to be pushed down by some huge force, and the orcs' wargs began to become restless. Their green eyes stared at the back of the forest, baring their fangs, and low roars came from their throats. Then, a tree was smashed by the huge impact force, and 5 tall and terrifying creatures stumbled out of the forest. Each big guy had 2 wolf riders beside him. They locked these big guys with thick iron chains, and the 2 wolves under their crotch used all their strength to pull these big guys out. It's an ogre. Some orcs have recognized these big guys with muscles growing in their brains. These guys can even reach a height of more than 4 meters, and their exposed upper bodies are full of various terrifying scars. It is no surprise that their strong muscles have explosive power. All 5 ogres had only one huge eye, located in the center of their faces. These ugly guys had no hair, and looked very violent. Warriors, Fenris said proudly, before we set out. I had already guessed what we would face. So I persuaded Chieftain Nazul to let me take our ogres with me. They will help us break down the wall, and all you have to do is rush into the city with your wargs immediately. Kill them or feed them to your wargs, it's up to you. Fenris smiled cruelly. I will flatten this city before the sun rises directly above our heads. Yes. Woo woo woo. The orcs also blew a huge war horn. At Fenris' signal, the knight in charge of controlling the ogres loosened the chain, then tacitly took off the machete from the side of the warg, and roared at the ogres. The ogres were free, and these angry creatures wanted to tear the orcs, who enslaved them to pieces. But the giant wolves with bared teeth under the orcs' crotches, and the big knives in their hands meant that rushing towards these guys was definitely not a good idea. The stupid ogres suddenly saw that the orcs who surrounded them suddenly opened their formation and revealed an exit. The ogres were overjoyed, and ran towards the gap dragging the thick iron chain. When they broke out of the orcs' encirclement, they found that they had arrived in front of a city. A neat and beautiful city that they had never seen before. The city walls were full of lion battle flags symbolizing the Urian family. Fenris roared from behind, "Go! Stupid big guys! Break their walls, and you can drink the blood of humans!" The ogres were crazy. Blood, drink, and break, such violent words inspired their brutal personality. They stumbled towards the city gate and launched an attack. A smart ogre picked up a huge tree that he had just pushed down and rushed up as a stick. People on the city wall witnessed it all. Although the morning sun was spreading its glory all over the world without any reservation, no one had time to cheer for this new day. "What kind of monster is that?" Varian shouted in a low voice. The young men had never seen an ogre in the previous war. "That's an ogre. I killed one in Alterac." Elvin explained, "That guy is so strong that I almost lost my life trying to kill him." Varian felt a little relieved when he heard you say that he had dealt with this damn big guy in his dream. "But then," Elvin continued, "but the one I dealt with was only half the height of these ogres." "Damn it!" Varian cursed, "Blow the horn." At Marcus's shout, the Alliance bugle on the Stormwind wall was blown again, and the huge sound seemed to temporarily blow away the fear in everyone's hearts. Everyone realized that no matter what their enemy was, defending this place was the only thing they had to do. "Shoot arrows. Throw rolling stones." Marcus shouted loudly, and the messenger quickly spread the commander's order throughout the wall. The Alliance soldiers quickly recovered from their initial surprise, and began to execute their superior's orders. "If you want to live, just listen to my orders. Smash it." Marcus didn't care about the etiquette in front of the Emperor at this time. He cursed rudely, and kept giving orders. Boom! A huge muffled sound came, and Alvin could feel that the city wall was shaken. He quickly squatted down, and stabilized his body. Then came the second and third collisions. Alvin stabilized the city wall, and looked down. It turned out that the ogres had run along the bridge in front of the gate to the city gate, and hit the city gate with the strong impact brought by their bodies when running. Although the city gate was blocked by a huge bolt behind it, and many soldiers were pushing tightly behind the gate, the huge continuous collision still made the bolt jump up. Although it quickly fell back to block the gate, many soldiers were injured by the shaking city gate during the collision. Arrows rained down from the tower, but the iron arrowheads could not penetrate the skin of these ogres. No wonder these guys don't need to wear armor. It turns out that their skin is the best armor. The ogres were disturbed by the flying arrows, and they raised their hands to cover the huge eye on their faces, and hit the city gates and walls more angrily. The ogre's fists were clenched into the size of 3 adults. His sturdy arms swung his big fists and punched the city wall one by one, making the wall tremble constantly, and gravel and dust kept falling. Only the falling boulders could hurt these equally huge creatures. Some stones fell right on the ogre's big bald head. Although they did not break the defense, they still smashed several huge lumps on the ogre's head, as if there was another head on his head, which looked a bit funny. But at this time, Alvin couldn't laugh, because being hit on the head angered the ogres even more. They hit the city gates more frantically, and the soldiers guarding the city wall didn't seem to have any better way. "Hey, hey!" Alvin heard the loud gasps and shouts of the people. He looked back and saw that the common people had moved the large landscape stone standing in the fountain of the cathedral square. Everyone aimed at the ogre below and was about to push the stone down when they heard a huge and sharp sound of breaking through the air above their heads. Marcus shouted without even looking, "The orcs are shooting arrows! Hide quickly!" Chapter 188. Marcus' words were followed by actions. As expected, a mass of arrows flew high into the air, and in the next second, they fell vertically with a thunderous momentum. Although the orcs who shot upwards did not have an advantage, their strong arms seemed to have enough power to defeat gravity, and the impact of the arrows when they fell could still penetrate deeply into the bricks. A beep-beep sound rang out on the wall, mixed with the wailing of the soldiers. Marcus immediately threw his king to the ground and raised his shield to block the heads of the 2 people, but the rain of arrows came too fast, and Alvin hurriedly selected the skill icon of True Word Barrier in his mind. A dazzling golden light burst out instantly, and Alvin tried to increase the coverage area of the shield to cover Varian and the soldiers closer to him. The rain of arrows hit the barrier, like a swarm of locusts passing through, making dense sounds. Soon, the rain of arrows stopped. Varian Rin saw the miserable state of the soldiers and civilians, who were pierced by arrows outside through the translucent golden barrier. The young king was completely enraged. In the interval between the orcs shooting arrows, he struggled to get out from Marcus's cover, ran to the side of the big rock, shouted loudly, and pulled up the soldiers and civilians who were hiding. "Quick, throw the stone down!" He ran to the side of the stone and tried to move it. Varian knew that there would be no halftime break in the battle, and now was not the time to mourn for the dead. The continuous and powerful impact of the ogres shook the city wall to the point of collapse. If no solution was found, if there was a problem with the city wall, the consequences would be disastrous. Seeing that even the king was selflessly contributing his part, people were greatly encouraged and climbed up one after another, shouting slogans and lifting the boulder again. "Quick, archers! Shoot at the orcs! Suppress their attack! Those with shields, help others block the arrows!" Marcus shouted loudly. He noticed that the orcs were already preparing for the second round of shooting. The messenger quickly spread Marcus's order throughout the city wall, and with the command of the chess player, the same rain of arrows fell on the heads of the orcs. The orcs either raised their shields or swung their swords to knock down the arrows. At this time, the advantage of humans in a high position was revealed. No matter how the orcs blocked it, or how cleverly the giant wolf under their crotch dodged, some unlucky guys were still pierced by the rain of arrows. Fenris was furious. He threw down the shield in his hand, took off the longbow hanging on his mount, and shot an arrow out. His bows and arrows were specially made, much harder than those of ordinary orc warriors, and the arrowheads were made of special metals, which could even penetrate human armor directly. However, his aim seemed not so accurate. The arrow shot out did not shoot at the humans on the city wall, but flew towards the ogres in front of the city gate, directly breaking through the ogre's hard skin and piercing the unfortunate ogres, but "Knock the door open for me. Otherwise, the next arrow will be your head," Fenris shouted at the ogre. "Ah!" The blood and severe pain stimulated the ogre's already violent nerves. This guy pulled out the feathered arrow with barbs from his butt like a madman, bringing out a large piece of meat, and blood immediately gushed out. The ogre angrily broke the arrow, then gathered strength and gathered the power of fire on his fists. Boom! The ogre's flaming fist slammed into the city gate like a falling comet, creating a huge dent in the gate. The huge vibration shook the people on the wall so much that they almost fell off. Marcus didn't seem to believe his eyes. Is this guy hitting our gate with his burning fist? What kind of evil creature is this? How can we kill such a monster? He was about to ask Alvin for an answer, but suddenly heard people shouting hey. It turned out that Varian and his men had pushed the boulder down from above the city gate. The boulder fell instantly, hitting the head of the ogre with flaming fists with uncontrollable anger. Bang! A loud noise was heard. It turns out that the ogre's big head is not harder than stone. Under the weight of the boulder, the upper half of the ogre's head was flattened, and the lower half was smashed into the chest of this terrible monster. The terrifying ogre didn't even have time to let out a wail before he was crushed to death by the boulder. His body rolled down the bridge with the boulder and fell into the moat. The huge splashes even splashed onto the city wall. Ah! Varian Rin's roar resounded throughout the battlefield. Long live the king! Long live the alliance! People shouted, as if they had completely thrown their fear behind them. The people relied on their own strength to completely kill this terrible monster, which proved that the strength of the alliance did not come from the strength of individuals, but from the unity of the people. Marcus also opened his mouth in surprise. The little king he was loyal to seemed to have grown into a man who could stand tall and proud. Hey, stupid humans, these are not ordinary ogres, they are flaming fist ogres. Fenris was not angry but happy. He roared in the language of ogres, the death of our companions will only make us stronger. Gah! The remaining 4 ogres seemed to have awakened some strange abilities, and fierce flames gathered on their fists. They roared angrily, hammering their flaming fists on the city gates and walls as much as they could without caring about their lives. Varian fell silent in the tremor like a miracle earthquake, and the soldiers and civilians on the city wall also fell silent. Where can we find such a huge stone? Even if we find it, if we move such a big stone to the city wall, I am afraid that the city gate will be broken. Keep shooting arrows. Don't be affected, suppress the attack from the opposite side. Marcus shouted, and pulled Varian back from the edge of the city wall. Your Majesty, please return to Stormwind Fortress immediately. I can't leave. Varian shook his head. If we leave at this time, our morale will collapse. Mr. Alvin, what should we do? Marcus pulled Alvin up, who was using healing spells to treat the wounded. The professional soldier shook Alvin's shoulders. Alvin saw reluctance, impatience, and a hint of fear in his eyes. Miracle Priest, think of a way quickly. Don't worry, we will find a way. Let me go first. Alvin pushed Marcus away, came to the edge of the city wall, and looked at the ogre below. Seeing that the gate was already shaky from the impact, these irritable guys knew that as long as they tried harder, they could rush into the city gate and slaughter the people in the city, so they worked harder. Alvin knew that conventional means could no longer stop these terrible guys. After his Sky Flame and Holy Fire hit 3 times in a row, the skills would enter cooldown, and could no longer be used continuously for a short period of time, so the holy attack spells could not continue to output high amounts. It seemed that he could only use that trick. Alvin sighed. Even if he was labeled a heretic in the future, he had to use it now. He concentrated and selected the skill icon of shadow form in his mind. Chapter 189. A violent shadow energy surged out from around Alvin's body, as if it had a physical body. The black shadow energy swirled in the air, condensed, and turned into a strange form, like a black smoke. Then, the black smoke quickly condensed on Alvin's body, completely enveloping Alvin. His appearance had completely changed. The pure shadow energy seemed to penetrate into every cell of Alvin. His whole body could no longer maintain the normal human form, but turned into a blue-black shadow energy aggregate. Stay away from me. The powerful darkness stimulated Alvin's brain, urging him frantically to release his violent energy on the enemy's head. Alvin used all his energy to control his thoughts. He first warned Marcus and Varian, who wanted to get close to him out of worry. He then stood on the edge of the city wall, and began to release shadow magic with the breath of death. Is this the power of the shadow form? Alvin could clearly feel that his body seemed to have become a collection of energy, and his whole body was filled with shadow energy that was about to explode. At this moment, he even felt that he was invincible. Shadow Charge. A black energy ball appeared in front of Alvin, and fell vertically on the heads of the ogres. The bodies of these mad guys stagnated, and the dark magic of Dark Word Pain attached to Shadow Charge took effect immediately, causing these guys to howl in pain and relax their work. The pressure on the soldiers behind the city gate was greatly reduced. Vampire Touch. Mind Blast. As Alvin continued to cast spells, the ogres could no longer endure the bone-eating pain and continued to attack the gate like crazy. It seemed that they wanted to compete with Alvin to see whether the gate would be breached first, or they would be killed first. But Alvin's mind had been completely lost in the storm formed by the shadow energy at this time. Now he has completely become a killing machine dominated by the shadow energy. The people on the city wall saw this weird scene and retreated, fearing that they would be blown away by the storm caused by the raging energy. Some people have already started to discuss what is going on, and why the miracle priest has become like this. Don't be afraid, this is Mr. Alvin's own magic. He will lead us to defeat the ogres. Varian shouted loudly, and the people came to their senses. Yes, it's time now. No matter what kind of spell it is, it's a good spell that can kill the enemy. Unfortunately, the shouts of the people can no longer reach Alvin's ears. Now he just wants to completely release the violent energy in his body. As Alvin wished, the shadow energy began to drift from his body into the air, and then condensed into translucent ghost-like white mist, drifting towards the ogre under the city gate. The moment it touched the ogre's skin, it exploded. Void explosion. Alvin finally activated the explosion skill, and his body was lifted by the shadow energy and rose into the air. He opened his arms, and the energy in his body quickly condensed into tiny energy arrows that appeared beside him. A pair of almost transparent black wings appeared on Alvin's back. Then, black shadow energy arrows were fired from Alvin's side, like cruise missiles, targeting the ogres below. When the energy arrows hit the ogres, they did not explode or corrode, but disappeared directly, turning into shadow energy that flowed into the ogres' bodies, and destroyed their internal organs. Ah! The ogres screamed miserably, and the sound echoed throughout the city. Although the sun had just risen, this terrifying cry was as terrifying as the howling of wolves in the dark night. The 4 ogres could no longer support themselves, and their bodies underwent terrible changes. These monsters, which were already huge in size, began to swell from the inside. Not psychologically, but physically. Their bodies swelled up like dead bodies that had been soaked in water, and finally exploded from the chest. The black energy burst out with smelly and dirty body fluids, and then the whole body began to explode like a dead whale. All kinds of filthy things exploded from it, and a disgusting smell began to permeate the entire battlefield. Some people started vomiting after smelling it, but our little Varian just closed his mouth tightly, his throat moved visibly, and finally he held it back. What the hell is this? Ah! The gate! The gate! There was a commotion at the gate. Marcus shouted, "What happened? Report it quickly." But there was no need for the guards to report. Marcus climbed on the wall, and looked down and understood everything. The sewage from the ogre explosion was very corrosive, and it had corroded a hole in the heavy cast iron gate. As time went by, the area of corrosion continued to expand, and the gate was about to be completely corroded. "What the hell?" Marcus shouted desperately. "Quickly form a spear formation. Stop the orc cavalry from rushing in." "Yes." The soldiers under the city responded loudly, quickly gathered together to form a square formation, pointed their long spears at the door, and their peers, who were convenient, helped with a giant shield. A layer of iron wall quickly formed at the gate of the city. "Mr. Alvin, how are you?" Varian walked to the side and asked anxiously. At this time, Alvin's shadow energy had disappeared, and the whole person returned to his normal state. But he still lowered his head, floating in the air. He seemed to have lost consciousness. But soon, the black wings behind the priest disappeared into the air, unable to support his weight. Alvin fell from the wall. "No, no, no!" Varian shouted, and immediately rushed over to grab Alvin's hand, but he was a step too late. Alvin still slipped through his fingertips and fell down. Fenris saw this horrible scene, and the discomfort reminded him of some bad memories. Yes, it was the evil warlock Gul'dan, who was always. Sometimes, he also likes to play some dark tricks, such as killing an orc and placing his soul on a long-dead corpse. Although it is also horrifying, it is far less shocking than what I just saw. The powerful chief of the Thunder King clan was also beating his drum in his heart. There are such terrifying guys among humans. No wonder we failed in the first war. But then, his worries disappeared, and the orcs' faces were replaced by uncontrollable ecstasy. The ogre's explosion blew up the city gate. The terrible human seemed to faint, and he fell from the city wall. The experienced Fenris would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He quickly drew out his machete, pointed at the open city gate in front, and shouted loudly, "Warriors of the clan! The gate is open! We won! Go in! Kill the dark spellcaster and kill all the humans!" The orc wolf riders were crazy. They whipped the wolf's body desperately, and urged the mount to run forward. The giant wolves immediately understood that the time for killing had finally come. Chapter 190. The giant wolves received the order from their master, and rushed forward quickly. The well-trained orc wolf riders have always been one of the most important forces of the tribe. The Thunder King and the Frost Wolf have always been the two main clans that produce wolf riders on this continent. But unlike the Frost Wolf, who is friendly with wolves, the Thunder King's style is more powerful. They enslave their own wolf packs, and communicate with them through whips and sticks. While gaining the loyalty of the wolf pack, Fenris also clearly knows that these evil wolves have been secretly watching their high and mighty masters. Once the situation is not right, his neck may be bitten off by these beasts before the enemy's hammer hits him. But correspondingly, the Thunder King's wolf pack will be more cunning, more vicious, and more cruel than their Frost Wolf cousins. Fenris took the lead and rushed to the broken gate of Stormwind City. The spear formations formed by the humans blocking the door looked to him as sharp and pointed as the spiked peaks on the northern mountains of Draenor, but they broke with a single blow. He was absolutely confident that his ward could fly over the heads of those humans, and then tear these ridiculous guys and their armor apart with a single turn. But before that, he wanted to do something important. The dark spellcaster with an ominous aura must be killed. Fenris had a strong premonition that if he was not sure that this guy was really dead, he would probably cause great trouble to the tribe later. The orc narrowed his eyes and stared at the falling human. 100 yards, 50 yards, 30 yards. Fenris lowered his body, as if he had merged with his ward. As Alvin was about to land, the orcs were also approaching the city gate quickly. Fenris' eyes widened suddenly. He didn't want to miss the moment of cutting this terrible enemy in half. He seemed to be able to feel the touch of his blade cutting the enemy's body easily and neatly, and the warmth when his body was covered with the enemy's blood. Fenris bent his knees and continued to lower his body, then roared, "Jump up!" Swoosh! The orc's wolf had long understood what he wanted to do next through his master's subtle movements. The giant wolf kicked the ground with its powerful hind legs, jumped halfway across the stone bridge, and pounced on Alvin in midair. "Die! Human!" Fenris grinned and chopped down his enemy with a machete that was bigger than Alvin's body. Boom! A violent storm suddenly fell from the sky, as if it had 1,000 pounds of weight. Fenris's wolf is the wolf king of the entire wolf pack. It has experienced several life and death battles in the wolf pack before it finally got the position of the leader of the wolf pack. Its body has long formed a fighting instinct that is extremely sensitive to unknown risks. Just before its orc master was about to split the falling guy in two, the wolf king suddenly felt that something seemed wrong. The same feeling rose from his heart, as if some huge sense of oppression fell from the sky. This oppression is far greater than all the dangers he had seen before. At this moment, the wolf king was scared. It did not listen to the master's call. The strong uneasiness made it instinctively tighten its muscles, and barely stopped in midair less than 3 meters away from Alvin. Then he turned his waist with all his strength, turned his head back, twisted his lower body in the air, and jumped out behind him. What? No! Fenris watched helplessly as he was about to kill the dangerous enemy, but the wolf, under his crotch, suddenly betrayed him and ran away with him. "You beast!" The orc was angry, staring with bloodshot eyes, and the green skin polluted by the devil's blood turned dark green due to congestion. As he landed and stabilized his body, he had already put the knife across the wolf's neck. "I will kill you, the traitor!" He didn't understand why the mount that had always cooperated with him suddenly betrayed him, and why he abandoned the honor that was already within his reach, but the next second, he found that his wolf's black eyes showed extreme fear, and the giant wolf's whole body shrank on the ground, shaking like a sieve, and could only whimper from the depths of his throat. What happened? Fenris raised his whip and lashed his wolf fiercely, but it didn't work. Instead, the wolves around him all lay on the ground and began to tremble. But in just a moment, the confused Fenris understood everything. The bright sky suddenly began to darken at an incredible speed, as if some huge object blocked the sun. The shadow on the ground became bigger and bigger, and a huge monster came down with unstoppable and powerful power. Bang! With a sound, the black giant landed at the gate of the city, raising a huge black smoke, directly separating the orcs from the gate. The strong storm had brought blue some orcs, who were not sitting firmly off their mounts, and they fell to the bottom of the bridge screaming. The iron wall of human soldiers inside the city gate was also in a bad condition. Their bodies were much weaker than those savage orcs on the opposite side. The soldiers were already bent and crooked by the wind pressure, and it was difficult to maintain the formation. What is this? Fenris stared at the front, his facial muscles twitching and muttering to himself. In his long fighting career, he had seen countless enemies, including some giant beasts. In his hometown of Draenor, there were some giant beasts with terrifying strength. But Fenris believed that as long as there was life, there would be weaknesses, and he was very good at catching the weaknesses of these guys. Cutting off a piece of the skull of the giant beast and decorating it on his throne was his favorite way to show his strength. But the giant beast in front of him could only bring a feeling of near despair to the powerful orcs. When the black smoke gradually dissipated, a dark monster lay in front of the city gate, or in front of the entire city wall. The monster's huge body blocked the walls of Stormwind City tightly, and its wings that covered the sky and the sun blocked in front of it, gracefully sweeping away the dust. The dark scales shone like obsidian in the sun. The orcs believed that the swords they were proud of might not leave any scars on the monster's scales. As the black wings were fully spread, the true appearance of the monster appeared in front of everyone. This is a dragon, an extremely huge black dragon. The huge body of the dragon moved slightly, and its huge black eyes swept across the orc wolf riders in front of it, as if examining this group of uninvited guests. Black smoke with sparks spewed out of its nostrils, and it seemed that flames would spew out of its throat in the next second. The orc's giant wolves began to lower their heads, and slowly retreated. No matter how the wolf riders whipped, they could not make these originally obedient guys move forward a little bit. There's a person in its mouth. A sharp-eyed orc wolf rider suddenly said. It seems to be the dark caster just now. This monster ate him. Fenris rubbed his eyes with his thick fingers and looked at it with wide eyes. Sure enough, in the dragon's long beak protruding forward, an arm was hanging out of its mouth. Chapter 191. That guy ate the dark caster. More orcs saw the arm hanging by the dragon's mouth and shouted. This horrific scene was also very shocking to the orcs. In the orcs' concept, being killed on the battlefield or in a duel was a glorious way to die, and the soul would eventually return to the embrace of the ancestors. But it was better to be killed by a sword, because no one wanted to be eaten by monsters as food. Chief Fenris felt that all this was too incredible. The huge mental shock made the originally shrewd Chief Thunder King a little at a loss. Should we continue to move forward or go home? Continue to move forward? Just kidding, everyone is now crowded on the bridge. If this dragon spews fire along the bridge, it is estimated that the entire Thunder King clan will turn into charcoal. Retreat, but now everyone is right under the black dragon's nose. Will the black dragon let him go? But fortunately, the black dragon did not give him too much time to think. Instead, it stood up and stretched its body completely, like a cat stretching when it just woke up. Then it flapped its wings and flew into the air. In a blink of an eye, it had already flown away and disappeared into the sky. The black dragon only made such a slight movement, and the orcs and their wolves became restless like frightened birds. Fenris secretly put his hand on the hilt of the knife, tightening it for a while, and then loosening it for a while. It was not until the dragon flew away that he let go of his hanging heart. No, no, no. Although Varian Wren and others on the city wall could only see the back of the dragon, everyone was still scared when this behemoth appeared. Marcus took a lot of effort to pull his king back from the city wall. Your Majesty, hide quickly. Where is Alvin? What happened? Where did this black dragon come from? Varian asked puzzledly. Although the young king was a little scared next to the giant beast, he didn't know why he always felt that the dragon with its back to him should not have any ill intentions towards us. I'm afraid Mr. Alvin is in danger. Marcus showed a painful expression. Although he also hoped that Alvin would be safe, judging from the place where the dragon fell, Alvin might be crushed to death directly. But the two did not have time to feel sad for Alvin, because they soon found that the orcs had reorganized their team. Without the threat of the dragon, the battle would continue. Soldiers, gather. Line up. Prepare for battle. Under Marcus's order, the soldiers under the city gate quickly regrouped and prepared to fight the orc wolf cavalry head-on. Warriors of the clan. The dragon has left. No one can stop us. Fenris shouted, charge in. Ah! The wolf riders roared loudly, and their wolves raised their heads and howled horribly. They roared and rushed towards the gate of Stormwind City. The claws and teeth of the giant wolf flashed a cold light in the sun, and the orcs raised their swords high. The human spear phalanx was tightly arranged, which was a good way for the alliance to fight against the tribe in the last war. Humans, who were at a disadvantage in single-soldier combat, had to rely on the strength of the team and cooperate with each other to fight back and forth with the ferocious orcs. Their shields and spears were like a steel wall under the reflection of the war. The moment the two armies clashed, the earth shook, and the loud sound of metal collisions echoed throughout the battlefield. Blood splashed everywhere, and the giant wolf was also waving its claws, and the sword and spear were constantly intertwined. The orcs waved their long swords, and the giant wolf's fangs bit on the shields of human warriors. Soon, the two armies fell into a melee, and the brutality of the battle was beyond words. But as time went on, the shortcomings of the small number of the Alliance army began to emerge, gradually falling into a disadvantage, and the front line continued to retreat. Boys! Make way! I'm coming! Thump, thump, thump! A sharp shout accompanied by heavy, but rapid footsteps appeared, and the great craftsman Mechatork appeared. He drove a huge mechanical armor from the city. The mecha flashed silver light, and it was covered with complex runes and precise gears. The mech's hands were equipped with powerful jet devices, its legs were as stable as pillars, and blue flames were ejected from its back, allowing it to move quickly. Look at how powerful I am. Mekkatorque drove the mech towards the orc wolf riders, and with one punch, he blasted a giant wolf and its rider away. The mech's mechanical arms swept across the battlefield like a giant hammer, crushing the orcs and wolf riders into mud. Concentrate your strength and crush this strange guy. Fenris quickly issued an order, and the wolf riders immediately surrounded him and continued to attack the master craftsman. They had cooperated well before, and for a while the mech was unable to resist, and was pounced on by several giant wolves and bitten on both feet and hands. Fenris swung his sword and chopped at its driver. The master craftsman, yes, this is what Mekkatorque had always described as his baby. Because it is still a prototype, many functions are not perfect. For example, the driver is not fully wrapped and can be easily attacked by the enemy. It's over. Seeing that the big knife was about to chop down his head, Mekkatorque felt desperate. Suddenly, the sky darkened again, as if it was covered by a thick layer of dark clouds again. The wolves already had PTSD, and this time, they quickly fled back to their side, and distanced themselves from the enemy. Fenris almost killed the hateful opponent again, and he howled to the sky to express his dissatisfaction after failing again. However, he was soon dumbfounded. Another huge figure fell in front of the two armies. The ground trembled again, and the dust flew again. The orcs were stunned. Today was really weird. The dragons they saw in a short while were more than most people had seen in their lifetime. Unlike last time, the orcs faced a huge red dragon this time. The scales of the red dragon flashed with dazzling red light, its eyes burned like flames, and its wingspan was as magnificent as a mountain range. The orcs thought that if they waited a while, this dragon would leave like the last black dragon. But they were wrong. Akalitha would not show mercy to any orcs. The red dragon opened its huge mouth, and angry flames gushed out, swallowing up the orc wolf riders in large numbers. Where the flames burned out, only scorched earth and debris were left. When the flames were about to burn him, Fenris relied on his giant wolf's agility to quickly get away from the red dragon and fled to the gate of Stormwind. When his warriors saw their leader escape, they also started to run wildly. Behind them, the red dragon's thunderous roar rang out. Where is Alvin? How is he? The dragon is talking. It's Alvin's dragon. Varian on the wall held his sword tightly and said sadly, Mr. Alvin is probably in danger. A black dragon just appeared, and it seems to have killed Alvin. He responded loudly, It flew over there. Hearing this news, Akalitha was stunned. After 3 breaths, the red dragon let out a painful wail. Her sorrow echoed on the battlefield like thunder, and her eyes were filled with deep sorrow and anger. She suddenly spread her wings, soared into the air, and flew in the direction where the black dragon left. The red figure gradually disappeared into the sky, leaving only a silent battlefield. Chapter 192. The scenery below was receding rapidly. Akalitha flapped her wings from time to time, allowing herself to fly quickly in the sky on the air current. The direction should be correct. The little red dragon said to herself that the blood contract with Alvin could let her feel the general direction of the other party, not to mention that there was still a strong smell of black dragon in the air. Although the existence of the blood contract made the little red dragon know that Alvin should not be in danger of life at this time, the long-standing stereotype of the Black Dragon clan made her more firmly believe that the Black Dragon kidnapped Alvin in order to achieve a certain purpose. Cunning Black Dragon, Brother Alvin was too careless. If I hadn't eaten in the kitchen of Stormwind Fortress, I wouldn't have missed the battle just now. It's all because the sheep is so delicious. Akalitha blamed herself and flapped her wings hard. Her anger and regret made her temporarily forget the horror of the Black Dragon. I was thinking about taking Alvin back from the Black Dragon. Sure enough, just after flying over the mountains north of Stormwind City, I saw a black dragon flying slowly in the sky ahead, seemingly in no hurry to get going, as if deliberately waiting for someone. It seems that our little red dragon sister has finally arrived. Onyxia heard the sound of breaking through the air behind her, and turned around to take a look. Then she tightened her wings, slowly descended, and found a relatively flat open space between the snow-covered mountains to land. The moment she landed, the snow was instantly blown up, but it was soon covered by thick black smoke mixed with Mars. Onyxia transformed into the human Countess Katrana again, with the unconscious Alvin lying on her back. Then, Akalitha landed heavily on the side, like a red meteor. The red dragon had no experience landing on the snow, and its front paws slid forward, and its hind paws slid backward. With a snap, it fell directly on the snow, raising all the snowflakes on the ground. A burst of red smoke dissipated, and Akalitha lay in the snow in a big letter shape. Although Katrana was almost turned into a snowman by the snow, she still laughed happily when she saw the embarrassed look of the red dragon. Akalisa raised her head in the snow, and her face and head were covered with white snowflakes, and she had completely turned into Santa Claus. She didn't care about much, and stood up and took a fighting stance. Black Dragon. Where are you taking Brother Alvin? Akratasas shouted bravely, quickly, give him back to me. Otherwise I will. But seeing Katrana's increasingly serious expression and increasing pressure, fear still surged from Akratasas' heart. Humph, young dragon. Watch who you are talking to. Katrana was angry. She had been able to speak to these guys in a good tone before because of Alvin's face. Now this young dragon dared to threaten her. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson. The black dragon grinned, and sporadic sparks began to spray from the corners of his mouth. No, don't hurt her. Alvin's weak voice suddenly sounded. Katrina heard Alvin's voice, turned around hurriedly, hugged his upper body, and then leaned on her body and slowly sat down. Akali. It was my sister. Who saved me? Don't talk anymore. Katrina frowned, not knowing whether it was because Alvin had revealed the fact that he had saved people, or because she felt that he was too desperate. She hurried to check on Alvin, and found that he had fainted again. How much do you still know that I don't know? She gently wiped the snow off Alvin's face, and reached out to bite her fingers. But seeing Alvin's weakness, she retracted her hand. Where did you learn so many terrible shadow spells? I told you before that forcibly calling on shadow energy now will only bring too much burden to your body. That kind of spell is powerful, but it is obvious that the shadow energy has corroded your body too seriously. Your human body can't bear such powerful energy at all. Akaratasa also rushed over, her face full of sorrow. Tears had begun to roll in her eyes. What should we do now? What should we do? You ignorant young dragon. Katrana shouted, use your blood. Blood? Akaratasa realized that her red dragon blood had powerful life energy. Just one drop at this time should be enough to restore Alvin's body that was severely corroded by shadow energy. She hurriedly put her finger in her mouth, but she was too nervous and her teeth were trembling. She bit it several times but failed to break it. Give it to me. Katrana saw that her fellow tribesman was not doing well, so she took Akaratas's shaking hand and bit her index finger. Ouch! Akalisa cried out in pain, but was glared back by Katrana. The effect of the blood of the red dragon was indeed powerful. Soon, Alvin's pale face began to regain its color. Okay. Brother Alvin is recovering. Seeing Alvin's skin, which was burned by the shadow and was a little charred, began to recover, Katrana was relieved. But Alvin was still drowsy. He just consumed too much energy and needs to rest. Katrana sighed. I really don't know why he is so desperate. It's obvious that he can let others go. You are a priest. Why are you pretending to be a hero? Brother Alvin doesn't want me to fight. Akalisa wiped her tears, then took off her cloak and covered Alvin's body. He doesn't want the Red Dragon clan to be involved in the conflict between the Alliance and the Horde again. Humph, good old man, one day you will play yourself to death. Katrana complained mercilessly. It's all my fault. I'm too greedy. If I had stayed by his side, this wouldn't have happened. You know, next time. Katrana pointed a finger at Eclatase's forehead, causing the girl to sit back with a ouch. This fool, he's just a human, so weak, but he likes to do some earth-shattering things. Could it be that he wants to hit the dark portal, then rush to the other side of the door and destroy all the orcs? Akaratasa climbed up from the snow, patted the snow on his body, and heard Katrana talking and said, Yes, I heard from Brother Alvin before that he was going to the dark portal, and there would definitely be a big battle. But don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt him, and I will definitely stay with him this time. By the way, how was the battle later? The situation was urgent, and I was afraid of stepping on Alvin to death, so I put him in my mouth. But I couldn't release my flames, so I could only take him away to heal. I burned all the orcs to ashes. Some of them ran away, and I was in a hurry to catch up with you, so I didn't care about what happened over there. Well, it seems that the orcs dare not come back for the time being. Katrana looked at the position of the sun. It's already afternoon. Why don't we go find something to eat, and when Alvin recovers, we go back to Stormwind? Okay. Unconsciously, Akali Tasha has accepted to go with this old enemy, the Black Dragon. The two had just helped Alvin stand up, but heard a voice from the pine forest behind them. Oh! Who do I think this is? Isn't this my dear sister? What are you doing here? A handsome man in gorgeous black clothes walked out of the forest with a smile. Chapter 193. Looking at the strange man walking out of the pine forest, Katrana was stunned at first, and then took a breath. Nefarian. Stormwind City. What? I just arrived, And you told me that the battle is over? A rude and majestic voice came from the combat command room of Stormwind Fortress. A fully armed dwarf, wearing an exaggerated crown, was tiptoeing to grab Marcus Jonathan's collar. The dwarf's huge strength even bent the tall and strong human officer. Then I came here in vain? Where is my battle? Where is my glory? I'm very sorry, King Magni Bronzebeard. As I said just now, the battle was over in the afternoon. Marcus bent his front legs and kicked his hind legs. He finally stabilized his body and said while swinging his hands, "How could it be so fast?" The dwarf king let go of Marcus. Could it be that because they knew I was coming, the tribes were scared away? Ha ha ha! Your Majesty Magni! Young King Varian Rin shouted from the other side, with a huge table with a map of the entire continent between them. It's Mr. Miracle Priest Alvin. Varian was extremely excited when talking about today's battle, and his face was full of excitement. I really didn't expect that the Miracle Priest would be so powerful. We were attacked by 5 ogres as tall as 3 floors. One was killed by a huge rock, and the others were pounding on the door like crazy. Just as the door was about to be smashed open by the ogres, Alvin Priest suddenly grew wings on his back and floated into the air. He pointed his finger and shouted, and then countless black energy arrows flew out from his side, blowing up the remaining 4 ogres. Magni Bronzebeard looked at the young king helplessly, then patted his shoulder. Young man, read less novels in the future. Oh, it's true. If you don't believe me, ask them. Varian angrily slapped the dwarf's hand away and pointed at the other officers in the room. It's true. The great craftsman Mekatork nodded. My king is right. Marcus also nodded. One of these two is a good friend I have known for many years, and has always been reliable in doing things. The other is a general of Stormwind City. He looks like he has been through a lot, and doesn't seem to joke about such things. What happened next? Magni turned his head, and looked around the room. You have been talking for a long time. Where is the Elwyn brother now? Everyone showed a sad expression, and Marcus shook his head. He couldn't hold on. He might have been exhausted by his powerful spells, and fell off the wall. Ah? But he didn't die. Oh! But he was bitten by the black dragon. Ah? Then the black dragon flew away. Oh! Magni was stunned by the conversation just now. He digested it carefully before he came to his senses. You said that when Alvin fell, he was bitten by a black dragon and flew away. Magni turned his beard on his chest with both hands, his eyes wide open. What happened next? Then we fought fiercely with the wolf riders of the tribe. Mr. Alvin's red dragon appeared and sprayed dragon flames to repel the orcs. Oh! No wonder there were traces of burns on the battlefield. It turned out that the little red dragon's sister did it. That makes sense. That girl is very brave. I know. After all, I have competed with her before. Now it was the turn of young Varian, Marcus and others to be surprised. You said you have fought with such a huge dragon? Yes. The dwarf king's nose was very high. It was actually arm wrestling. Akalissa bent me to the ground and I rolled several times before I stopped. The great craftsman Mekatork suddenly interrupted. Varian was still too young to hold back, but Marcus held back very well. The muscles on his face trembled a few times, but he just held back. But don't worry. I have a hunch that Brother Alvin will be fine. Maybe the black dragon is also his friend, and it just wants to save him. Magni didn't care about the smiles on other people's faces, and continued to speculate. The mountains north of Stormwind City. In the snow, Katrana handed Alvin to Akalissa, took a step forward, and a warm smile appeared on her face. Nefarian! Why are you here? I'm so happy to see you. She greeted the man in front of her enthusiastically, while reaching a hand behind her back, signaling to Akalissa, and waving her fair little hand back, as if to drive her away. Oh! Looking at his smiling sister, the man put away his smile. Are you very happy? It seems that you have made a lot of friends recently, let me see. The man looked behind Katrana, and saw a red-haired girl, and an unconscious human man, who should be a priest from his attire. A red dragon. And a human? Nefarian looked incredible. My sister, the famous black dragon princess Onyxia, when did she make friends with our mortal enemy, the red dragon, and this short-lived human? He became more and more angry as he spoke. Like his sister, he also liked to express his emotions by blowing black smoke out of his nostrils. Black dragon prince. Nefarian? Akaratas's head buzzed when she heard Katrana's words. This name is very familiar. In the enemy chapter of the Red Dragon Life Manual, the second name is Nefarian. By the way, the first one is his father Neltharion, Deathwing, and the third one is the Black Dragon Princess Onyxia. She took a step back involuntarily. Nefarian was about to come forward with black flames, but Onyxia smiled and stood between the two. "This is my follower," she said loudly. Nefarian was shocked by his sister's roar, stopped, and looked at her in surprise. "Do you remember the mission our father gave us, Nefarian? Your mission is to recruit the orcs in Blackrock Spire for the Black Dragon Legion, and I will conquer the nobles in Stormwind." "Yes, I remember, and I have completed the mission brilliantly. But what about you, my dear sister? This human is the Archbishop of the Church of Light in Stormwind. He is a very important chess piece of mine. And this dragon is his mount." "Oh!" Nefarian nodded, looking at the sleeping human with interest. "He looks weak. Isn't it said that he defeated his father in grim battle?" Hee. "What? Do you want to help your father get revenge?" "Revenge? Ha ha, sister, you and I are both black dragons, and we are siblings. Don't you know what our father and mother are like?" Nefarian laughed up to the sky, and his laughter became increasingly crazy, shaking the snowflakes off the pine trees. "Look at you, haven't you taken your father's enemy as your follower? We are all black dragons. We believe in pragmatism and maximizing benefits. My sister, you and I are actually the same kind of people." Chapter 194. "So what are you here for?" Onyxia seemed to be angered by her brother's words, especially the sentence that she and he were the same kind of people, which deeply hurt Onyxia's heart. She has been a very entangled person since she was a child. As the jewel in the crown of the Black Dragon clan, she must do everything better than others. Only in this way can she get her father's praise. But among black dragons, lies, conspiracies, and betrayal are the capital to gain a foothold in this strange society. So, she can only become more evil and more insidious than others to stand out in the competition with her peers, and eventually become the infamous Black Dragon Princess. Onyxia. After sneaking into human society, she used her enchanting magic to witness the intrigues between human nobles and even kings. For so many years, it has not changed at all. Maybe this is the law of the world. Until she met this strange human in Terran Mill, her enchantment spell failed, but he did not expose herself. Under his powerful deterrence, he still went his own way, saved the king of Alterac, and avoided the dispute between Alterac and Terran Mill. What did he want? Onyxia wanted to get rid of this troublesome guy directly, but later she gave him her blood by mistake and formed a blood pact with him. From here on, he decided to observe this human carefully. When the Black Dragon saw Alvin fighting against the zombie Murlocs, stopping the evil plague wizard, and saving the little girl, she began to understand that there are still some pure people in this world who fight to the death just to make the world a better place and let everyone have a smile on their face. So she appeared in the wetlands again and warned the human again, asking him not to get involved in grim battle. Afterwards, she felt that she had done her best, but she didn't expect that he not only went, but also shattered the demon's soul, returned the power to the guardian dragon, and drove her father away. Onyxia shook her head, forcing herself to put these things behind her. In her dark eyes, the pupils began to stand up, like a vigilant wild cat. "Tell me, what do you want to do?" Hee. Nefarian grinned. "I heard some news. It is said that my mother once gave you a batch of dragon eggs in private. And you know, my scientific experiments need a lot of raw materials. You want that batch of dragon eggs?" Katrana was a little upset. This was originally a lie she spread, and she didn't expect it to reach Nefarian's ears so quickly, and he really ran over by himself. If it were anyone else, she could just spit fire and leave, but it would be difficult if her brother came in person. Onyxia looked at the red dragon and Alvin behind her, and sighed in her heart. If a fight really broke out, she would be able to protect herself, but Alvin and the others. "You know, the batch of dragon eggs are not with me. I hid them. If you want to get them, come to me someday, and we can negotiate a good price," Onyxia said with a smile. "It seems that you don't understand what I mean. I want them, not buy them. If you insist on paying, I don't mind cutting off the heads of the two lovely followers behind you and giving them to you," Nefarian said, revealing a ferocious face. "Choose. Do you want the dragon egg? Or the head of your followers?" As he spoke, he spewed out black smoke, ready to take action if the answer he got was the one he didn't want to hear. "The dragon egg is not with me. I will go with you. Let these two people go." A wise choice. Nefarian instantly retracted his terrifying face, and turned into a sunny and cheerful look. Onyxia felt a little disgusted when she saw that he seemed to be schizophrenic. This brother always liked to do some strange research, and his brain was damaged by research. "You swear?" Nefarian asked in surprise. "You don't trust me? I should trust you." Ha ha. Okay, who made us black dragons? Swear. Nefarian raised his hands, clenched them into fists, and only extended his index and middle fingers, and placed them on the places where the dragon horns should grow on his head. It is said that swearing in this way can upload the content of the oath to the pantheon, so that the gods can guarantee for themselves. Gods, as long as my sister listens to me, I won't do anything to her followers. Okay? Yeah. Onyxia nodded, then turned around and saw the fear in Akali's eyes. Don't be afraid, sister. The Black Dragon Princess stretched out a hand and stroked Akali's cheek. I'm sorry for scaring you before. I'm leaving with Nefarian. Please don't look back and take Alvin to Stormwind. When he wakes up, if he asks about me, just say I asked you to pass on a message. This black dragon has had enough fun and is going home. Tell him not to come to me. Otherwise, I eat him up. Do you understand? The confused Akalissa was stunned for a long time, tears bursting out. The young girl didn't know how to control her emotions. She had been thinking about leaving the black dragon and taking Alvin away. But now, she suddenly felt so sad. I. Remember what I said. Tell Alvin not to come to me. Don't be so desperate for everything. Find more mates, and lay more eggs. Onyxia reached out, and took off the pendant called Alvin's caress from her neck, hung it on the red dragon's neck, and then nodded to her. Akalissa seemed to see that Onyxia's dark eyes were also wet. Can your disgusting farewell ceremony end? My patience is not very good, you know, sister. Nefarian muttered impatiently beside him, and the sound was just enough for the two people to hear. Now let's go! Go! Onyxia pushed Akalissa and Alvin back hard, causing them to stumble. Then she turned around, turned into a giant dragon with Nefarian, and spread her wings to fly northeast. Only Akalissa and Alvin were left on the snow. Akalissa's mind was blank. She didn't know whether she felt the joy of surviving a difficult life or was moved by the black dragon's last words. It shouldn't be like this. The black dragon shouldn't be like this. Akalissa's tears flowed uncontrollably. How can I hate you for doing this? We will definitely go find you. Brother Alvin will definitely go find you too. Just wait. She shouted at the black dragon that had already flown away in the sky and turned into two small black dots. Then she wiped her tears, carried Alvin on her back, and in the red light, Akalissa, who had turned into a giant dragon, leaped into the sky and flew toward Stormwind City. Chapter 195. Cool breeze, the fragrance of gardenia, and a comfortable bed. If there wasn't something furry sliding across his face, Alvin would definitely be willing to sleep a little longer. When he woke up, he was already lying on a comfortable bed, with the window open. Outside the window was a quiet garden, with small flowers blooming on the trees rustling in the wind. An orange-haired girl sat by the bed, half of her body spread on the bed. Her hair was blown by the breeze, dancing on Alvin's face with the wind. A pair of pointed ears exposed from the girl's hair indicated her identity. Caponia. Alvin uttered 4 words with difficulty, but he was shocked. Why did his voice become so hoarse? Could it be that his vocal cords were also corroded by the shadow energy? He gently placed his hand on the girl's head and stroked the girl's soft hair like petting a cat. The girl moved, as if awakened by Alvin's touch. She propped herself up in a daze and rubbed her eyes with one hand. When she saw that the unconscious man had woken up and was smiling at her, Caponia woke up immediately and rushed to hug him. Alvin! You finally woke up. I was scared to death this time. I'm sorry. Alvin felt the girl sobbing and felt a cold feeling on his shoulders. It turned out to be the elf's tears. He gently helped the girl up and wiped the tears from the corners of Caponia's eyes with his hands. It's all my fault. If I were here, I would have burned them all to death with a firestorm. Those guys' physiques. I'm afraid your magic can't do anything to them. Alvin thought about it, but seeing the girl's expression, he didn't say anything. Hey, why am I here? Akaratasa brought you back. After you came back yesterday evening, you have been unconscious until this morning. Where is Akalithisa? She is here. Caponia pointed to the sofa in the room. A red-haired woman was sleeping in a mess with one leg on the sofa seat. Her hair was messy, and she was sleeping in a very bad posture. I asked her to sleep in another room, but she refused. Plop, ouch! The two were talking in a low voice. The girl sleeping on the sofa turned over in her sleep and fell off the sofa. Akalithisa screamed and sat up immediately. When she saw that Alvin had woken up, the little red dragon's face immediately showed a sad look. She rushed up and pounced, almost knocking Alvin down. Brother, you finally woke up. Akali, what happened yesterday? I remember that after I fainted, I seemed to see you in Katrana. When the little red dragon heard Katrana's name, he was overwhelmed with grief, and could no longer hold back his tears. Elvin's heart began to beat faster. Akali's crying made him feel uneasy. "Tell me, what happened?" "Katrana. Onyxia was taken away by her brother Nefarian." Immediately afterwards, Akali told Elvin everything about Onyxia appearing to save Elvin, and then fleeing to the north of Stormwind City. She chased out to meet her, and after treating Elvin, Nefarian appeared and threatened their lives to take Onyxia away. Although Onyxia told her not to speak, she knew that if she didn't speak, her conscience would condemn her for the rest of her life. When he knew that Onyxia left with Nefarian in order to save their lives, Alvin was stunned. "Onyxia, to save us?" "Yes, we must hurry to save her, brother Alvin." "Well?" Alvin was still in shock and hadn't recovered. He didn't expect Nefarian to appear so soon, nor did he expect Onyxia to really sacrifice her great cause to save her life. This matter was ultimately related to him. At that time, he instigated Onyxia to claim that she had dragon eggs to attract Nefarian and Sabrian, but he didn't expect that Nefarian would come so quickly. But Turalian and Windrunner are still fighting the tribe in Watchtower. Caponia frowned, a little distressed. "Yes, for one person, I should rush to rescue Onyxia. After all, the Black Dragon Princess was kidnapped because of me. But on the other hand, the main force of the Alliance led by Turalian is still under siege. Now that the tribe attacking Stormwind has been repelled, the angry Nazul will definitely not divide his troops, but will attack Nethergard with all his strength, and win the battle in one battle, first occupy an outpost, and then concentrate on attacking Stormwind. By then, Stormwind, which has lost the main force of the Alliance, will not be able to resist the invasion of the tribe. What should I do now? Should I save Nethergard first, or go back to save Onyxia? The more I think about it, the more headache I have." The two girls felt sorry for him when they saw his distressed look. Bang! The door was roughly opened, and an irritable voice rang out. "Ha! I said my brother Alvin must have woken up. You didn't let me come to see him. Look, he's sitting up." The dwarf king Magni Bronzebeard and Marcus Jonathan walked in. When Marcus saw that Alvin had woken up, his gloomy face became cheerful. "I heard that you were very brave this time. Killed 4 demons with 1 shot. Well, you look like me when I was young." "Ha ha ha." Magni laughed and patted Alvin's shoulder, making him grin. "Stop, don't hit the wounded." Marcus hurriedly stopped Magni, who was still patting. "King Magni? Why are you here?" Alvin said in surprise. "How come a king came to support? Ironforge really doesn't have many soldiers. I have no choice but to ask my brother Brian to help me manage Ironforge's affairs, and I will come as a soldier to support." "Ha ha ha." Magni laughed heartily, but he didn't see the surprised expressions on everyone's faces. How can a king of a country go to serve as a soldier for another country? But it also shows from the side that most dwarves are sincere and helpful. "Since you are awake, why don't we mobilize the troops now, and kill the stupid watchtower?" Magni clenched his arms, revealing his solid muscles. "My battle axe is thirsty. I want to let them know that we Bronzebeard dwarves are not only good at defense, but also good at attack. Mr. Alvin, how do you feel now?" Marcus was completely different from the rude dwarf. He wanted to understand Alvin's physical condition first, and then decide what to do next, but basically there was only the option of setting off today, or the day after tomorrow, to support Watchtower. Alvin's heart was beating wildly, his face changed several times, and finally he said, "My body may need another 2 to 3 days of rest to fully recover." "Holy light," Alvin prayed in his heart, "I lied. Although my body is now in good health, I have something I must do. If I don't do this, I will regret it for the rest of my life. It will only take 2 to 3 days for me to fully recover. Then I will wipe out the tribes that besieged Watchtower with Akalissa." Chapter 196. "How about this?" Marcus suddenly said. "Mr. Alvin is recovering his strength in Stormwind City, and we can lead the reinforcements to support the Battle of Nethergard. After all, Miss Red Dragon flies much faster than us, and even if we go at full speed, it will probably take about 3 days to reach Nethergard. Mr. Alvin may even arrive at Nethergard with us." "Yes, that's a good idea. You have a good brain." Magni laughed, and slapped Marcus's armor on his back, making a bang 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 sound. The human general was almost slapped on Alvin's bed by the dwarf king. "That's good." Alvin nodded. "If the army waits until they finish their work before setting off, then Nethergard will have to hold on for 3 more days. It's better to let Marcus lead the reinforcements to set off immediately. If everything goes well, it is really possible for him to reach Nethergard with the reinforcements." "That's settled. I report to King Rin right away." Marcus saluted, but found that he seemed to be the only professional soldier in the room. He smiled awkwardly, and quickly left the room to find the little king. Magni saw Marcus bang 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 going downstairs, and gently closed the door. He held his hands in front of his chest, tilted his head, and came to Alvin's bed, staring at Alvin. The dwarf king's face was full of brown-black beard, and only a big nose and 2 small eyes could be seen, but for some reason, Alvin felt that Magni was laughing evilly. Being looked at by the other party made Alvin shudder. What is this dwarf going to do? Your Majesty, why are you looking at me like this? Is there something on my face? Alvin said, while touching his face with both hands. There was nothing. Hee hee. Magni really laughed. He crossed his arms, looking calm. Brother Alvin, my dwarf's 7th sense tells me that you seem to be hiding something from me. Right? This seemingly rude dwarf is always surprisingly sharp in strange places. Ahem, ha. Alvin laughed dryly twice. How could it be? Here, you see? I still need to recuperate first. Stop talking nonsense. The dwarf king interrupted Alvin rudely. I have seen your strength. I don't believe this incident can cause such great harm to your body. You must want to do something dangerous here, so you want to get us out of the way first. Magni said with a smile, my brother Brian has always used all kinds of strange reasons to prevaricate me since he was a child, and then ran out to adventure. The Bronzebeard family is very good at distinguishing lies. Alvin and Calpurnia looked at each other, and Calpurnia nodded. Your Majesty, I do have some private matters to deal with. Alvin considered it for a while, and picked out some information to tell Magni. My sister, Katrana, was kidnapped by the Black Dragon. The first sentence shocked the dwarf king. Stone above. Magni pulled his beard, and he could see the dwarf's surprised look through his beard. I know you have offended Deathwing. I thought Deathwing would not appear again in the short term, but I didn't expect his son to jump out. What happened? I guess it was because my actions in grim battle angered the Black Dragon Legion, so Deathwing's son, Nefarian, kidnapped my sister, Countess Katrana. Where are they now? They went northeast of Stormwind City. I think they went to Blackrock Mountain. There is news that Nefarian has taken the orcs there under his command, and they are now slaves of the Black Dragon Legion. Damn orcs, they are related to them again. Magni slammed his clenched fist on the table, shaking the teacups on the table. This is bad news again. What we lack most now is manpower. If there are people, I will lead them directly into Blackrock Mountain to pull out all the rats. But, alas. Yes, now the troops are going to Watchtower to support the battle on the front line, so I plan to go there by myself and sneak into Nefarian's lair. You mean, you want to sneak into a lair full of black dragons and orcs? God, I think you must be crazy. Magni touched Alvin's forehead with his hand, as if to confirm whether the human priest had a fever. No, I have an idea. Alvin smiled, pulled Calpurnia close, and whispered something in the elf's pointed ear. Calpurnia's eyes lit up, nodded, stood up, saluted Magni, and then said goodbye and ran out. Just when Magni was puzzled and wanted to ask Alvin what he had said to the elf, Alvin whispered in Achilles' ear again. You don't want me to know on purpose. Magni blew his beard high. No matter what you want to do, I declare that I will be with you. I will never let you take risks alone. Akaratassa nodded, turned around and went downstairs to do things. Magni slammed the door, then moved a chair and sat next to Alvin, staring at Alvin with his 2 small eyes. Humph, I won't leave today. If you want to take action, you must take me with you. Now that you know my purpose, it seems that I can't get rid of you. Don't worry, I will definitely take you with me, Your Majesty Magni Bronzebeard. To be honest, I feel more at ease with you joining me. Alvin said sincerely, but as the king of Ironforge, can you really go with me to perform such a dangerous mission? Unlike me, you still have your country to bear. I have 2 younger brothers, Muradin and Brian, who have grown up to be able to act independently. As a man of honor, I feel relieved to hand over my country to them. Magni smiled while patting his strong chest muscles, moreover, lending a hand to friends in trouble. Is the family motto of the Bronzebeard family. Don't worry. You know, before I became king, I was the most powerful blacksmith in Ironforge. And the most powerful adventurer. Humph! If my father hadn't insisted on making me the king, I would definitely have become a well-known adventurer now. I know this, the later Ashbringer was all made by you. Alvin thought. Then it's a happy decision. I have to pack my adventure bag, huh? Long-lost adventure. Alas. Excited Magni didn't wait for Alvin to answer, forced the conversation to end, stepped on his short legs, and ran out of Alvin's room with cheers all the way. The dwarf didn't seem to care about the journey to Blackrock Mountain at all, as if he could jump into hell with his eyes closed. Chapter 197. Blackrock Mountain. Nefarian and Onyxia flew quickly over the burning plains. Onyxia had been to Blackrock Mountain before, but she never liked it. The smell of fire and sulfur filled the air, and the cracked lava lakes on the ground flashed dangerous light. Blackrock Mountain stood in the north of this land. The entire mountain was dark, like a sleeping beast waiting to wake up. In the center of the burning plains, the statue of Anduin Lothar, the hero of the Alliance who died in the First War, stood like a guardian god, his sword pointed high at Blackrock Mountain, as if warning the invaders. It's really ironic. Humans thought they had won the war. Even the stones used to build this statue were transported by orc captives. Unfortunately, this place is still occupied by orcs, and now exists as a servant of the Black Dragon Legion. Nefarian did not hide his contempt for the Alliance and the Horde. It seemed that in his eyes, these two parties were just some small ants. Onyxia did not comment. Come with me. Seeing his sister's cold reaction, Nefarian had to change the subject. He spread his huge dragon wings, quickly passed through the dark clouds covering Blackrock Mountain, and circled to the side of Blackrock Mountain. Soon, a hidden platform appeared in the thick black fog. This guy actually built a palace halfway up Blackrock Mountain. There was a huge platform on the outside of the mountain, and two black dragons landed lightly on the platform one after another. After a burst of black smoke rolled, their figures gradually shrank and transformed into their human forms. How about it? This is my palace. Nefarian introduced excitedly, and seemed very satisfied with his homeland. At this time, an orc in butler's clothes hurried forward, bowed his head humbly, and said, "You are back." Behind him stood a group of trembling orcs, holding various things, as if waiting for Nefarian's call at any time. Incongruous. This is Onyxia's evaluation. The orcs wore black butler's dress and black bow tie, but the orc's hunched body and swollen muscles, plus the face of fat and fangs, looked awkward. Nefarian kicked the orc, who was bowing his head, and saluted directly. "I've told you so many times, when you see me, you have to call me. Respected master." The orc butler was kicked so hard that his nose was bleeding, but he still stood up quickly, and bent his waist to more than 100 degrees. "I'm really sorry, respected master. I was too excited and happy to see you." "Humph," Nefarian said, opening his arms and stretching his body. The orc butler saw this, and quickly gestured to his men, and a group of orcs rushed up and surrounded Nefarian to serve him. Some wiped his face, some took off his clothes, and some changed his clothes. Soon, Nefarian, served by the orc slaves, changed into a set of aristocratic clothes popular among human nobles. "How is it, sister?" Nefarian was very proud. "Are my servants okay?" Onyxia looked at all this indifferently, and said 8 words. "Pretentious, disgusting." "Ha ha ha." Nefarian laughed instead of getting angry, and stopped after a while. "Jealous? You are obviously jealous. I don't understand. You can use force to suppress these low-level creatures directly. Why do you have to make some conspiracy in Stormwind? It's unnecessary." As Nefarian said, he suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the neck of an orc slave, and threw him towards the platform. The huge force directly threw the orc off the platform. The unfortunate orc screamed and fell from the halfway of the mountain, and soon there was no sound. "Look, just now this hateful guy touched my noble nose with his dirty hands when he was wiping my face. For slaves, they should be treated like this," Nefarian said with a grin, and all the orcs knelt on the ground in fear and dared not raise their heads. Boring guy. Onyxia was a little speechless. He knew before that his brother was a guy with a twisted personality. Before, with the suppression of his father, this guy was still a little normal. Since his father disappeared, this guy's madness seems to be getting worse day by day. "Come on, dear sister. I show you my palace. And," Nefarian's voice was trembling with excitement, "my lovely creations. Blackwing Lair." Nefarian walked in front and introduced. "This is the name I gave this place. Isn't it good? This is a huge fortress. The orc slaves paid a heavy price, and almost hollowed out the Blackrock Mountain to create such a strange thing. The dark corridors are winding, and the stone walls are inlaid with dim torches, flickering with faint light. The air is filled with the smell of decay, which seems to be a mixture of some kind of corpse and potion, and there are also low roars and painful groans. Of course, I want to show you my lab first." Nefarian led Onyxia through several tall stone doors, and brought her to a magnificent hall, with a soaring ceiling and all kinds of strange instruments and experimental equipment. In the laboratory, goblin engineers and orcs were busy operating various complex equipment, and their hands were shining with magic. Sister, please come and see what is called a great scientific experiment. Nefarian turned around and made an exaggerated noble etiquette to Onyxia. Onyxia looked over as he directed, and suddenly felt nauseous. The dragon eggs were soaked in a container filled with green liquid, and bubbles kept coming out of the surface of the liquid. Nefarian pointed at the dragon eggs and said proudly, "These green liquids are the blood of orcs. It can give dragon eggs powerful power." He pointed to another corner, where the dragon eggs were surrounded by some orc warlocks, and their hands were flashing with shadow energy, injecting this energy into the dragon eggs. These are injected with evil shadow energy, which can enhance their combat effectiveness. And, my lovely finished products. Nefarian pointed to some dragon beasts tied to huge stone pillars. These terrifying dragon beasts are huge, much taller than ordinary dragon people. Their scales are shining with dark light, but their eyes are dull and drooling. Not only are they extremely powerful, Nefarian introduced, they are also immune to magic, and are simply the perfect meat shields of the Black Dragon Legion. At the same time, these dragon beasts have low intelligence and no sense of pain. Even if I ask them to be cannon fodder, they will carry out my mission without hesitation. But, Nefarian sighed and said, I don't know why it often rages. When it rages, it can't distinguish between friend and foe. But I'm already making corresponding adjustments, and I believe that I get a perfect product soon. Onyxia didn't want to comment. What she was thinking now was that if all the dragon eggs of the Black Dragon Legion were used to make this creature, then the Black Dragon Legion would be truly finished. But my most perfect test subject should be this guy. Nefarian seemed to be talking about something happy. He took Onyxia into a huge cage, which was sealed with the thickest iron pillars. Obviously, a huge and terrible guy was inside. It was a two-headed dragon, like a dog, with 4 hooves on the ground, but without wings. Its 2 heads kept twisting and making low roars. The scales showed strange colors and flashed ominous light. This is my best pet, Chromagus, Nefarian said proudly. My goblin engineers and orc warlocks used their infinite imagination to sew together the strongest parts of the dead dragons. Then I woke it up. Not only is it extremely powerful, but its 2 heads can cast different magics at the same time. It is simply invincible. Looking at Nefarian's dancing, Onyxia's mood can no longer be described as shocking. If she could, she would like to completely destroy this horrible laboratory with a fire. Then, my sister, you have seen my strength, now we have to talk about business. Chapter 198. Northeast of Stormwind City. Wow! When the Dwarf King saw the mountains and rivers below him shrinking rapidly, and he was completely pressed by gravity to crawl on the back of a collie, who had turned into a red dragon, he howled in pain and joy. Under Magni's strong request, Alvin agreed to let him participate in the action. In the end, the participants of the action included Alvin, Magni, and a collie. Caponia also wanted to come, but was rejected by Alvin. After all, studying the Book of Mediv is also a very time-sensitive task. In the end, the elf had to watch the 3 people leave with tears in his eyes. I finally understand now why my Wildhammer cousins like to fly in the sky on griffins. Magni lay on the dragon's back, holding the dragon's scales tightly with both hands. His whip-like beard and hair fluttered on his face. From a distance, he looked like a brown ball of hair. This is such a spectacular view. So this is what the continent looks like from the sky. By the way, what's in your bag? Alvin looked at the bulging bag of the dwarf, and couldn't help asking. Hey, this is my treasure, take a look. Magni was very proud when he heard Alvin ask him. He proudly opened the bag, and took out a blue and silver warhammer from it. Look, this is the weapon passed down from generation to generation by the Bronzebeard family. The Fear Crusher. Magni sat on the dragon's back, placed the warhammer horizontally on his legs, and gently stroked the cold lines of the warhammer with his hand. My ancestors used it to defeat countless powerful enemies, and my father passed it to me, but since I became king, this warhammer has never been on the battlefield again. I think it must be very lonely. It's not nice to say this, but I'm afraid there will be many opportunities for you and your hammer to taste the blood of the enemy this time. Alvin smiled bitterly, but if there is a choice, I would rather choose to bring my sister back without bloodshed. Of course, don't worry, I will act according to the plan. Magni put the hammer back into the bag and put it tightly on his back. So what is our plan? Do you remember what Akali and Capernia gave me before leaving? Alvin said, pointing to his own bag, which was also a very large thing. At that time, it was Magni who helped to move it onto the dragon's back. Although we didn't know what it was through the bag, it was really heavy. Even the powerful dwarves felt it was heavy. That's a dragon egg. Alvin smiled mysteriously, A black dragon egg. I plan to use it to get a chance to meet Nefarian. Ah? How do you have a dragon egg? Magni was very surprised. The dwarf brushed away the beard and hair on his face with his hands, so that Alvin could see his surprised expression. Of course it's fake. I asked Akalissa to find a big stone by the river, and then made some processing according to the shape of a dragon egg, so that it only looks like a dragon egg on the outside. You forged a dragon egg? Magni was even more surprised. You want to use a forged dragon egg to meet a black dragon? Stone, your plan is even crazier than the dwarves. Is this feasible? We definitely can't meet Nefarian in our current appearance. Here's this. As Alvin spoke, he handed Magni a green crystal. Arcane crystal? Magni was an expert in jewelry and minerals, and recognized the prototype of this thing at a glance. Yes, arcane crystal. I asked Caponia to find someone who is more proficient in transfiguration in the Stormwind Mage Tower to apply a transfiguration spell to the arcane crystal. It can only be used once and lasts for about 2 hours. Alvin smiled and said, this time, we have to turn into goblins and bring fake dragon eggs to contact Nefarian. Looking at the serious look of the priest, Magni knew he was not joking. This plan is crazy. You mean, we have to turn into goblins, bring fake dragon eggs, and trick a cunning black dragon? Magni stroked his beard and said, but I like it. I have seen goblins many times. Cunning, greedy, but good at doing business. Yes, we will dress up as goblins in Booty Bay to gain Nefarian's trust, and then rescue my sister within 2 hours. Ha! This is really an adventure suitable for dwarves. I will brag to Brian and others when I go back. Blackwing Lair. Nefarian sat proudly on his throne. The entire throne is made of obsidian, cold and sharp. The throne stands tall, like an entrenched black dragon, with a huge dragon claw carved on the top of the chair back, and shining rubies inlaid on the chair back, like countless evil dragon eyes staring at everyone who dares to approach. Sister, Nefarian's deep voice echoed in the vast hall, my patience is limited. You'd better give me the batch of dragon eggs you hid. My experiment requires a lot of raw materials. The future of the Black Dragon Legion will be created by us brothers and sisters. Onyxia smiled contemptuously. She felt that these creations of Nefarian were not the hope of the Legion's future. However, she knew that she couldn't act rashly at this time, and could only pretend to be submissive. I can tell you the location of the dragon eggs, but which place is more difficult to find. Just in case, it's better for me to go and get them myself. Do you think you can escape with this method? I'm not a fool. Nefarian knew that Onyxia was full of doubts about his experiments. He smiled sinisterly. I know you have always looked down on my experiments. But I can tell you very clearly that my father is missing now, and other dragons are likely to liquidate the Black Dragon Legion, so I must stand up to strengthen the strength of our Black Dragon Legion. I'm not kidding you. As soon as the voice fell, Nefarian took out a necklace from his sleeve, and the pendant was inlaid with a shining black gem. He approached Onyxia and tried to put the necklace around her neck. Onyxia stepped back suddenly, but Nefarian's power was too strong, and he forced the necklace around her neck. The black gem exuded a powerful dark power, instantly suppressing the power in her body. This is another little invention of mine. Nefarian said with a smug smile, it was originally used to restrain other dragons, but I didn't expect to use it on my own sister first. As long as the dragon wears it, its power will be suppressed, and it can't even turn back into its original dragon form. Feeling the power being suppressed, Onyxia's eyes turned, and she quickly made up a reason. I hid the dragon egg in Fairless in Kalendor. The dragon egg is in the ancient elf ruins in the middle of that land. Hammer. I hid it there because it is the most hidden place. She pretended to be innocent, trying to hide her panic. Of course, this was just a pretense, just to confuse Nefarian. You know, even if the dragons were to do it, it would take a month to fly from the eastern continent to Fairless in Kalendor. Let's just delay it as long as possible. Nefarian looked into her eyes, as if he wanted to see through her thoughts, but in the end, he sneered. Chapter 199. Fairless? Do you think I will believe it? Nefarian sneered, his red eyes flashing with distrust. He knew too well the cunning of black dragons, and his sister was one of the best among them. He could guess that his sister would not tell the truth so honestly. Why did you hide the dragon eggs in such a faraway place? If you don't believe it, forget it. You won't believe anything I say anyway. Onyxia pretended to be angry. Her face was angry and her brows were furrowed. In order to pretend more, she almost spit out black flames. Humph, black dragons are cunning and suspicious. There is no way for two black dragons to communicate with each other. Nefarian stared at Onyxia's eyes suspiciously, as if he wanted to see a glimmer of truth from her eyes. But all he saw was a cold determination. In the end, he had to call a few men. "Come here," Nefarian ordered majestically, and several orcs quickly stepped forward and knelt on one knee. "Master, please give me instructions. You guys, go find my lieutenant and ask him to arrange a black dragon to take you to Farilas immediately to investigate whether there are any dragon eggs in Diremall. Don't make any mistakes," Nefarian said coldly, but his eyes were always fixed on Onyxia. The orcs responded in unison, "Yes," and then left quickly. "If you dare to lie to me, I will make you regret it." Nefarian smiled maliciously. "I will not be soft-hearted to my sister. I don't mind making another Chromagus to be my watchdog, and your head will be the first material for this guy." After saying that, he motioned his men to come forward and completely put Onyxia under house arrest. Several strong orcs immediately surrounded her and escorted her to a closed cell. The cell was heavily guarded, and rune flames burned outside to ensure that Onyxia could not escape easily. Nefarian looked at Onyxia, who had lost her ability to resist, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Burning plains? In order not to expose their whereabouts, Alvin and his party landed at the statue of Lothar. There were only 2 transformation crystals, so a Calitha could only wait outside. After a flash of green light, Magni and Alvin had turned into 2 short goblins. Alvin looked left and right, and helped Magni check again to ensure that there were no omissions. "Time is money, my friend," he said to Magni in the tone of a goblin. "Then let's go! I suspect you were a goblin in your previous life." Magni laughed. Although he had lost his beard after becoming a goblin, his hand still wanted to pull it involuntarily. He found that his chest was empty, which was quite uncomfortable. "You are exactly like a goblin." Ha ha. Although Onyxia was not treated harshly as Nefarian's sister, she was miserable because of the black gem pendant necklace. The shadow magic permeated the necklace, suppressing the power in her body and making her feel extremely weak. She leaned on the cold stone bed. Her thoughts were confused. My father was missing, the Black Dragon army was in danger, and now I was captured and put on this terrible shackle. What should I do to get out of this predicament? Suddenly, the unique heavy footsteps of the orcs were heard outside the room. The door was pushed open with a creak, and an orc servant hurried in. "Princess Onyxia, Prince Nefarian asked you to come over." Onyxia frowned, wondering, what's wrong? The people who went to Kalendor came back so soon? Impossible? No, it was one of your men who brought the dragon egg to surrender to Prince Nefarian. His Highness was very happy, and asked me to call you over. She was stunned, and her heart was even more confused. When did she have a man with a dragon egg? Let's go and see first. Soon, she was brought to Nefarian's hall, where 2 short goblins in gorgeous clothes knelt in front of Nefarian, smiling flatteringly and rubbing their hands. Next to them was a black dragon egg. What on earth is going on? When Nefarian saw his sister coming, he looked at Onyxia proudly and teased the goblins. "Why don't you speak when you see your former master?" The green-skinned goblin showed a sly smile, and said with a grin, "Vinai Tessri greets the mistress." "Oh, I said it wrong, it should be the former mistress." Onyxia felt a chill in her heart. "I know this goblin, Vinai. How can there be such a difficult name?" Onyxia looked at the goblin in front of her suspiciously. She decided to observe it again, to see what medicine the goblin had in his gourd. "Humph!" Onyxia just snorted in response. Nefarian watched this scene with great interest and continued, "My dear sister, you actually lied to me that she hid the dragon eggs in faraway Kalendor. Goblin, tell me, is this true?" Goblin Winterai turned to Nefarian and said flatteringly, "Master, my former master did not lie to you. In Farilas, far away in Kalendor, the mistress once gave a batch of dragon eggs to the Gordani ogres there for custody, but the dragon eggs there are only part of them, and the other part is here with me. But the dragon eggs are too big to be convenient to carry. I only brought one this time. If necessary, you can send someone to get the rest of the dragon eggs back at any time." Nefarian examined the black dragon egg next to the goblin. "There is no problem. The dragon egg has the unique breath of the dragon clan, and the color and appearance are all fine." What he didn't know was that in order to make this dragon egg, Alvin put a lot of effort and asked Akali Atavissa to restore it as much as possible according to the memory. Nefarian nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, you deserve a reward. Just tell me what you want. I know that you green little things love money very much. And I happen to have a lot." The goblin shook his head and said respectfully, "I don't want anything. As a goblin of the Blackwater Cartel, I am not short of money." "Then what do you want?" Nefarian asked with interest. "Your Highness, my boss, Revilgaz of Booty Bay has formed an alliance with another black dragon, and is transporting dragon eggs to the dark portal. Another black dragon? Nefarian frowned. Is it Sabrian? It is this person. The dragon. However, after I actually set foot on the land on the other side of the dark portal, I thought that the ghost place was already a purgatory on Earth, and any creature that passed through that door would not come back alive. So I betrayed my boss and fled my home. In order to escape their pursuit, I must seek an ally stronger than my former boss. At first, I followed your sister, the noble Onyxia. But after my observation, I think you are more suitable to be my master, so I came to you. Ha ha ha. Nefarian laughed triumphantly and glanced at Onyxia provocatively. But Onyxia's eyes were all focused on the yellow gem pendant on the neck of the goblin Winterai. Looks familiar, is that my pendant? One air AI? Alvin? Chapter 200. The goblin Winterai seemed to shake the pendant on his neck intentionally, or unintentionally, and Onyxia's eyes were instantly attracted. The pendant was exactly the touch of Alvin that she once had. She was shocked, and countless questions flashed through her mind. Winterai? Alvin? How did this cunning guy become a goblin? Why is he not afraid of death and coming here? Is he here to save me? Shock and confusion flashed across Onyxia's face, but were quickly replaced by calmness. She knew that Nefarian was also examining the two of them at this moment, and the suspicious Black Dragon Prince would not believe it so easily. After listening to the whole story, Nefarian did not comment, but just looked at Onyxia indifferently. Onyxia suddenly had an idea. She guessed the doubts in Nefarian's heart, but she believed that since Alvin, who had become a goblin, did this, there must be his reasons. Why not cooperate with him in a play? She was thinking secretly in her heart, and her face was already showing an angry expression. You shameless traitor, I should have known that none of you goblins are good. Black smoke began to spew out of the corners of her mouth, and the pupils of her eyes quickly stood up, flashing with dark anger, and she denounced the goblin Winterai with a vicious voice. I will burn you to death now. Boom! Onyxia pointed her finger, and a tiny black flame condensed from her fingers, slowly floating towards the goblins from the air. Alvin was startled. He thought Onyxia didn't recognize him, and was really going to clean up the mess. But he didn't expect that the thunder was loud, but the rain was small, and only such a tiny flame was emitted. Alvin acted well, fell to the ground with a plop, and shouted for help. Help! Someone is killing someone. Pop! The flame went out in midair, and turned into a wisp of light smoke. It turned out that Nefarian snapped his fingers on the throne, and directly extinguished Onyxia's flame. Sister, don't be so irritable. The Black Dragon Prince said with a fake smile. We are brothers and sisters. Whether he is loyal to you or to me, isn't it the same? Why are you so angry? Look at you. If I hadn't sealed your power with the connection, you would have burned my new subordinate to ashes just now. Nefarian turned his head and looked at the goblin Winterai, and shouted, Goblin, why don't you apologize to my sister? The goblin raised his head from the ground at this time, looked around in shock, and made sure that there was no fire. Then he slowly stood up and patted the dirt on his body. I'm really sorry, Miss Onyxia. I have no choice. We businessmen value profit the most. Obviously, I can get more profit from His Royal Highness. I think you can understand my idea, right? Humph. You traitor. If my power had not been sealed by this damn pendant, I would have killed you. Onyxia said viciously, and then pulled the pendant on her neck hard, but it was a pity that it never came off. So that's it, she wanted to tell me that thing sealed her power. Onyxia knew that her power could not be exerted, so she pretended to be furious and spit fire at me. This was all for Nefarian to see. Okay. Nefarian was very satisfied to see his sister and his former subordinates turn against each other. He now believed that the goblin really wanted to find him as a backer and betrayed his sister, and his sister's behavior clearly showed that she wanted to kill the goblin to silence him. Fortunately, Onyxia was given a pendant to suppress her power early in the morning. Otherwise, he would really kill the goblin today. It was a close call. Sister, look, since he has apologized to you, you should not be angry. Ha ha ha, you will all serve under me in the future, and colleagues must get along well. Nefarian laughed, the goblin nodded hurriedly, but Onyxia snorted coldly. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life. The goblin Winterai immediately stood up from the ground, with a flattering light in his eyes, and began to brag about Nefarian. Oh, great Lord Nefarian, you are simply the wisest and most powerful being in all of Azeroth. No creature can compare to you, whether in strength or wisdom. He waved his arms exaggeratedly and continued. You are the soul of the Black Dragon Legion. Every decision you make is full of unparalleled wisdom, and every plan is so ingenious. Your enemies can only tremble in fear. and your allies are all honored to follow you. Flattery never wears out. Alvin secretly looked at the throne. Although Nefarian still had a cold expression, it could be seen that he was very pleased with what he heard, and a smug smile began to appear at the corner of his mouth. Very good, Goblin, he said. You know how to please your master. Shameless green monster. Onyxia shouted loudly, partly because of her acting skills, and partly because she really felt that Alvin's flattery was a bit too shameless. By the way, respected master, I have another thing to report to you. The goblin rolled his eyes, and deliberately pretended to be very mysterious. What is it? Nefarian saw that the goblin had a very serious expression, and his curiosity was successfully aroused. My former boss, the trade king of Booty Bay, Ribigaz, is helping another group of black dragons transport dragon eggs. The goblin rolled his yellow eyes, and said something that would definitely arouse Nefarian's interest. They want to transport the dragon eggs to the other side of the dark portal, while the Alliance and the Horde are fighting in Nethergard. Sabrian has already gone to Draenor. Now their transport team only has some orcs, and a few black dragon guards. As long as we launch a surprise attack at this time, we will definitely win a great victory. First, seize the dragon eggs, and then destroy the dark portal. In this way, won't Vilgaz and his master Sabarian be trapped on the other side of the dark portal. By then, you will be the only black dragon king in Azeroth. And I will become the new master of Booty Bay. Nefarian's eyes lit up. The goblin's plan was just what he wanted. This guy, Sabrian, wanted to secretly send away all the dragon eggs while the chaos was going on. Luckily, when he told me the news, the goblin was right. As long as I raid his transport team and destroy the dark portal, I will become the leader of the entire Azeroth Black Dragon Legion. The only leader. Ambition and desire kept hitting Nefarian's brain, and he seemed to have seen the moment when he would win. The excitement made his hands tremble slightly. Him? Ha ha! Nefarian laughed wildly, scaring Alvin.